Chapter 340. The former bun shop. As the initial elation of becoming wealthy gradually faded, they returned to their former lives. During this tranquil period, Guo Dao typically spent his nights jogging on Qianhua Mountain, while during the day, he would either nap in the yard or lift 2 stones to train his biceps. Recently, Pang Wei had developed a new hobby, spending his days accompanying Chen Zhi's father to play chess. And it was said that they had swept aside all the elderly challengers in the courtyard. Since moving into Bao Ye's home, Qin Yang had been tirelessly attending to the chores of the Bao household, seldom returning to the Fate Hall, and as a result, the establishment saw little business without its star player. On one idle day, Chen Zhi took a leisurely stroll around the community and soon noticed a change in the demeanor of many old neighbors. Their gazes had shifted, becoming exceedingly courteous, even somewhat sycophantic. Engaging in casual conversation with these neighbors, Chen Zhi made his way to the corner of the neighborhood, eager to see Liu Xiaohong. Time had flown by, and Chen Zhi had been preoccupied with matters concerning the Tianhu Divine Tomb, barely returning home. He could hardly recall when he last saw Liu Xiaohong and wondered how her bun shop was faring. As he ambled toward the street corner, the sight that greeted him was both amusing and bewildering. In just a year, the transformation here was remarkable. The bun shop remained a bun shop, yet it had gained an unexpected presence. The formerly arrogant Go Shifei now stood at the entrance, grilling lamb skewers. A barbecue grill and various utensils were set up. With a half leg of lamb hanging above, Go Shifei, covered in soot, was busily oiling the skewers and calling out to potential customers, fully engrossed in his work. The bun shop had expanded its exterior, adding a few simple tables and chairs, where many patrons sat enjoying beer and skewers, indicating a thriving business. Liu Xiaohong and her mother busily navigated among the tables, taking orders and collecting money. Upon seeing Chen Zhi, both Liu Xiaohong and Go Shifei were elated, welcoming him into the shop as if he were an esteemed guest. Go Shifei, needing to attend to the outside business, had little time for conversation, quickly greeting Chen Zhi before stepping out, while Liu Xiaohong remained inside with her mother to chat with him. "It seems your operations are flourishing," Chen Zhi remarked with a smile, observing Liu Xiaohong. "Dafei has been around here lately, hasn't he? With his assistance. Both you and your mother must find things a bit easier." Indeed. Liu Xiaohong's mother replied, her face aglow. "How much he has changed in just a year. Xiao Go was so restless before, but now he has become much more grounded. He has been a tremendous help during this time. Recently, I thought the barbecue business would be promising, so we set up a stall, but the city management forbade barbecuing in residential areas and confiscated our grill. Fortunately, Xiao Go spoke on our behalf and even paid the fine to retrieve our equipment. Now, with him outside assisting us, the troublemakers no longer dare to cause issues. Business has indeed improved. Otherwise, Xiaohong's father's debts would be insurmountable. With his support, I can finally rest easy regarding Xiaohong's future." Liu Xiaohong listened to her mother's words in silence, finding an excuse to send her away. She then poured tea for Chen Zhi and gazed at him quietly for a long while before gently inquiring, "What have you been up to lately?" "Not much. Just running a few business errands with friends. Nothing particularly noteworthy," Chen Zhi replied with a smile, softly blowing on his tea. Sitting across from Liu Xiaohong evoked a bittersweet feeling within him. So much had transpired during this time, and his world had undergone a seismic shift. Yet this girl he had grown up with continued to show genuine concern for him. Unfortunately, their worlds had diverged too greatly to ever truly connect. "I saw Dafei earlier. He seems quite invested in your family's affairs. He has matured considerably these days and should be able to look after you moving forward," Chen Zhi remarked, casting a glance at Liu Xiaohong before falling silent. He noticed the faint redness in her eyes. "You have changed. You're not the same as before," Liu Xiaohong said, her voice slightly hoarse. "People here are talking about you. They say you're doing well now. Some have seen you with impressive company, driving nice cars, making substantial money." She hesitated before continuing, "But I don't like the way you are now. It seems you have many worries. You weren't like this before. People do change." Chen Zhi replied with a wry smile. After a moment of silence, he continued, "You need not worry about the debts your family owes anymore. I will take care of them. In time, I plan to purchase a shop nearby, and you can conduct your business there. You won't have to face eviction from this residential building anymore. You and your mother have endured enough hardships over the years. Your mother has taken care of me since childhood, and this is the least I can do for you." After speaking, Chen Zhi looked at Liu Xiaohong, but he saw no trace of joy on her face. Eventually, he noticed her head droop, and she began to cry. Her tears left Chen Zhi bewildered. What are you crying for? Are you unhappy about changing locations? No, I'm just worried about you, Liu Xiaohong said, struggling to contain her sobs. It's all right if we have a difficult life now. Why must you engage in dangerous activities? The two people living with you, they must be your accomplices, right? What if you get caught doing something illegal? You know what I'm involved in. Chen Zhi looked at the thin, dark-skinned girl in front of him with suspicion, wondering if she had uncovered the secret of their organization. That seemed improbable. Of course, I know, Liu Xiaohong continued, tears streaming down her face. You've suddenly come into so much money, and you're living with those unsavory characters. You must be involved in something unlawful. Are you robbing banks? Chen Zhi nearly spat out his tea at her absurd accusation, finding himself utterly speechless. Stop jumping to conclusions. How could I rob a bank? I would never engage in illegal activities. Just as he was attempting to console Liu Xiaohong, he suddenly saw her mother enter the room. By the way, Xiaozhi, I was just about to go look for you at your home. A few days ago, while I was sorting through some old, discarded items, I stumbled upon a stone cat that your mother had entrusted to me. I had completely forgotten about it, and I wonder if you still want it. A stone cat? Chen Zhi immediately became sensitive upon hearing his mother's name mentioned. Chapter 341. The Black Cat. By the way, Xiaozhi, I was just about to come to your house to find you, Liu Xiaohong's mother said. A few days ago, while I was tidying up some old junk, I found a stone cat that your mother had left here for many years. I had forgotten all about it. Do you still want it? A stone cat? Chen Zhi grew alert at the mention of his mother. What kind of stone cat is it? When was this? That was over 20 years ago, back when you were still quite young. Liu Xiaohong's mother chuckled. If you want it, I can bring it to you. After she spoke, she turned and went to the storeroom. Before long, she returned with a black stone cat sculpture. I had completely forgotten about it. But that night while I was organizing the storeroom, I caught a glimpse of those bright, shining eyes of the black cat, and it all came rushing back to me. Red Ant remarked, handing the black stone cat to Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi took the stone cat in his hands and examined it closely. The cat was not large, comparable in size to an ordinary house cat, entirely cloaked in a glossy black hue, resembling a feline sculpted from dark clay. Its eyes were inlaid with two dark stones, glimmering with hints of green, reminiscent of inexpensive glass. However, the form and posture of this black cat were exquisitely crafted. It raised one paw, its body arched forward, and its mouth slightly agape, capturing an astonishingly lifelike demeanor, almost as if it were about to meow. Chen Zhi understood that, despite the cat's rough appearance, the craftsmanship was extraordinary, clearly not an ordinary object. He hefted the cat in his hand. It was surprisingly weighty, suggesting a high density of the material. Unlike any common stone, the carving style evoked an ancient technique, reminiscent of products from the Sui and Tang dynasties. Red Ant, when my mother gave you this black cat, did she mention what it was? Chen Zhi inquired of Liu Xiaohong's mother. Not at all. Wait, Liu Xiaohong's mother seemed to recall something. I remember that day it was pouring rain, an unusual downpour that the city had never experienced before, nearly triggering a flood. An orange rainstorm alert was issued, and the streets were completely flooded, keeping everyone indoors. Yet, your mother braved the storm to bring me this stone cat, asking me to keep it safe and instructing me not to give it to anyone else, insisting that she would retrieve it herself. I was puzzled at what could compel her to venture out in such weather. After that, it seemed your mother completely forgot, and I did too. The old cat was drenched from the rain, and I thought she must have found it somewhere as a piece of junk. Liu Xiaohong's mother's words instantly piqued Chen Zhi's curiosity. He wrapped the cat in a cloth and then bid farewell to Liu Xiaohong and her mother before leaving their dumpling shop. As he approached the door, Go Shifei had just finished his tasks, washing the soot off his face, and was about to enter to find Chen Zhi. Brother, why did you leave so soon? I was hoping to have a proper chat with you, Go Shifei said, his expression slightly awkward. Well, I was taking care of Xiaohong for you, but as time passed, I found myself entangled in some matters, so I must take my leave, he added. Chen Zhi interrupted Go Shifei's unfinished thought, patting him on the shoulder. You're looking quite manly now, and your business seems to be thriving. Keep up the good work. If you need anything, just give me a call. After saying this, Chen Zhi picked up the stone cat and promptly turned to leave. After passing the bun shop, he swiftly returned home, only to find that Fat Wei and his father had gone out again, presumably to engage in a game of chess with someone. Gui Dao had been missing since morning, leaving Chen Zhi alone in the house. Clutching the stone cat, Chen Zhi ascended to the second floor. He first rinsed the black cat with clear water and soon discovered that its body was actually covered with a thin layer of muddy film. The weight of the cat primarily stemmed from the material within, suggesting that its black exterior was merely a fade. Its intrinsic material density hinted at a possible precious metal. Chen Zhi drew out his dagger and scraped at the black cat's surface a couple of times. To his astonishment, as he had surmised, the black cat revealed a glimmering golden hue beneath the strokes. Could it be that this cat is crafted entirely of pure gold? No wonder it's so heavy. Chen Zhi mused in his heart. If this cat is made of pure gold, then it must be far from an ordinary vessel. My mother's decision to have it safeguarded by someone must have held significant meaning. But why did she send it to Liu Xiaohong's home? Was it because she sensed that our home was no longer safe and might be subjected to an attack? This line of thought led Chen Zhi to recall the ghostly mother and the terrifying Imo Luo, a shape-shifting demon that had once taken the form of his mother. After my mother's death, the ghostly figure impersonating her was unaware of the existence of this stone cat, which is why she never came to Liu Xiaohong's home to claim it. Coincidentally, Liu Xiaohong's mother also forgot about it, allowing this stone cat to remain preserved until now. If my mother hid this cat in Liu Xiaohong's home to prevent its discovery, it must conceal some crucial information. Chen Zhi remembered encountering an ancient document from the Tang dynasty, which explained that in those times, without banks or financial institutions, many affluent families stored their wealth at home, often falling victim to thieves. To counteract theft, nobles and wealthy individuals employed a unique type of storage vessel. These containers appeared to be ordinary stone carvings, perhaps resembling a stone dog or a jar, but were hollow inside. They concealed their precious metals and valuables within and coated the exterior with black mud to make the storage vessel resemble a mere decorative object. This method preserved numerous treasures from antiquity, referred to as treasure niches. If this black cat is indeed a treasure niche, then its interior must hold wonders beyond imagination. Chen Zhi lifted the black cat and gave it a gentle shake, indeed discerning some very subtle sounds. It was clear that the cat's belly was empty. He painstakingly spent approximately half an hour meticulously scraping away the black mud that coated the surface of the cat. As the golden hue of the cat's true form emerged, he quickly realized that he had underestimated the complexity of the situation. This golden cat was not only seamless and incapable of being opened, but its entire body was inscribed with an intricate array of incantations. These inscriptions emanated a chilling aura that caused sharp pain upon contact with human skin. Opening his palm, Chen Zhi discovered that since he began scraping the black cat, his right hand had been steadily oozing blood, covered with numerous cuts. He closed his hand and once again scrutinized the golden cat, conjecturing that the inscriptions were a powerful curse preventing human touch. Chapter 342. The golden cat. As the pain in Chen Zhi's hand intensified, the bloodied cuts continued to spread upwards. He promptly called Qin Yang, informing her of the situation and requesting her assistance. After hearing the news, Qin Yang arrived at Chen Zhi's home within 10 minutes. By the time she reached him, Chen Zhi's arms were already drenched in blood and swollen to twice their normal size. Qin Yang first employed incantations to break the curse and halt the bleeding from Chen Zhi's arms. Then, she crushed talisman paper and applied it to his wounds, bringing him a sense of relief as his arms felt considerably lighter. Noticing the golden cat inscribed with incantations, Qin Yang examined the inscriptions thoroughly before pondering briefly. She then retrieved a stack of yellow paper from her belongings. Applying a thin layer of the yellow paper over the black cat, she fashioned it akin to a paper figurine. After biting her tongue to draw blood, she inscribed several large incantations onto the yellow paper. Finally, she instructed Chen Zhi to keep his distance, reciting the incantations aloud as she gently blew a breath toward the yellow paper-coated golden cat. Instantly, the black cat ignited in flames. With a resounding explosion, the black cat was propelled into the air and crashed to the ground with a loud thud. All the yellow paper was consumed by the fire. Yet the black cat remained utterly unperturbed. "It appears that this is beyond my abilities," Qin Yang remarked, shaking her head. "The inscriptions on this black cat are remarkably powerful, belonging to a high order of sorcery. Such things cannot be unbound by someone of my lesser caliber. Attempting to force it may destroy whatever lies within the black cat. If you wish to uncover the secrets of this golden cat, you will have to seek assistance from the organization." Column. Chen Zhi's brow furrowed at these words, which he least wanted to hear. The thought of the dark and cold city of Shiqi King sent an uncomfortable shiver down his spine, particularly at the memory of the ominous red-banded warriors. He understood that confronting the organization was an inevitability he must face. as he would eventually have to manage the shamans within the great god altar. However, he felt it was still too early, as he was not yet familiar with the organization or the Jiang family. Nevertheless, he knew he must embark on this journey. For the black cat before him was the sole clue he had to understand his deceased mother. After sending Qin Yang off, Chen Zhi hesitated in his room for a considerable time. Ultimately, he located the name of Long Tu in his phone's contacts and dialed the number. The connection to Long Tu was established almost instantaneously, as if the call did not require any time to connect. Long Tu's voice was clear and bright, respectfully inquiring about Chen Zhi's request. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's demands for the organization, within less than 5 minutes, a black Audi appeared at Chen Zhi's doorstep. This marked Chen Zhi's inaugural journey to the organization alone. He contemplated calling Lord Bao first, but dismissed the notion, feeling it would be rather juvenile. In the end, he boarded the black car on his own. The interior remained shrouded in darkness as the vehicle glided smoothly forward, the driver silent. After sitting in the obscurity for over an hour, Chen Zhi finally arrived at his destination. Long Tu awaited him there. Chen Zhi observed that although he had arrived during the day, it was still night as he disembarked. The surroundings were enveloped by mountains, and the temperature was notably low, leaving him uncertain of his location. "Chief, do you intend to visit the leader at the royal court, or proceed directly to your grand shrine?" Long Tu inquired respectfully. At that moment, Chen Zhi realized that there were numerous entrances to the Shiqi royal city, and the route was at his discretion. He need not traverse a long distance as he had previously. He could head directly to the stone tower on the terrace. To the grand shrine, Chen Zhi replied nonchalantly. Understood. Upon receiving Chen Zhi's command, Long Tu turned and led him into the expansive tunnel. Upon exiting the tunnel, Chen Zhi indeed beheld the spiral wooden staircase leading to the terrace, where the masked old lantern bearer awaited them. Chen Zhi followed the seemingly unsteady old lantern bearer up the wooden steps, which spiraled on for a considerable length, causing his legs to ache. Ultimately, they reached the terrace. At the center stood the stone tower of the grand shrine. During his last hurried visit, he had not taken the time to observe it closely. Now, he noted that the surface of the shrine appeared to be constructed entirely of black stone, resembling a lighthouse of military architecture. The pinnacle of the stone tower was hollow, emanating the glow of the barrier, which intertwined beautifully with the moonlight. As Chen Zhi re-entered the grand shrine, all the grand sorcerers clad in colorful robes had already knelt in humble anticipation. It seemed they had been aware of his presence since he entered Shiqi royal city. The grand sorcerer, wearing a bronze mask, knelt at the forefront, leading all the divine sorcerers in reverence towards Chen Zhi, the sound of copper bells resonating with each movement. "We await the chief's command." The voice of the grand sorcerer was as deep and hoarse as a bronze bell that had been resting for millennia, sending tremors through Chen Zhi's heart. Each time he encountered such a scene, he felt as though he had been transported back to the era of slavery. Unsure of how to conduct himself, "Let Gia remain. The others may leave." Chen Zhi gestured casually to the other sorcerers, taking a seat as if it were an ordinary affair. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's directive, the sorcerers returned to their positions and resumed their incantations. As Chen Zhi lifted the cloth bundle containing the golden cat and placed it on the table before the great sorcerer Ya, he opened it. Before he could utter a word, the moment Ya laid eyes on the golden cat, his entire being trembled with excitement, and in a hoarse voice, he exclaimed, "After all these years, I never expected to see it again. Have you encountered this artifact?" Observing Ya's reaction, Chen Zhi could not help but inquire. The great sorcerer Ya caressed the golden cat, affectionately declaring, "This treasure chest belongs to the ancestors of the Jiang clan and holds immense value. The cat's eyes are crafted from emeralds enchanted with ancient spells. It once graced the main hall of our grand sorcery temple. It was later bestowed upon your mother's father, and I am astonished to see it again after over a century." "Over a century? How old is this creature? And what manner of beast is it?" Chen Zhi pondered, scrutinizing the imposing figure of the sorcerer adorned with a bronze mask, his face betraying no emotion. He continued to speak to the great sorcerer Ya. "There is something within that I require, but the exterior is cloaked in incantations. Please assist me in opening it." "What?" The face behind the bronze mask suddenly froze, and after a moment, Ya replied, "Are you instructing me to open it?" "Oh no, have I misspoken?" Chen Zhi silently lamented, although his expression remained composed as he feigned calmness, responding, "Yes, I command you to open this treasure chest immediately." The great sorcerer Ya stood there in utter shock, motionless. and Chen Zhi could not discern the expression behind the bronze mask, his heart racing. After a brief silence, a sinister laugh emanated from behind the mask. Hee, clan leader. The golden cat bears the fierce curse passed down through your Jiang lineage. The method to unravel it is known only to your clan. Do you not realize this? Why then should I be the one to unlock it? It appears you are not well versed in the curses that have been transmitted through your lineage. Chapter 343. The great sorcerer Yaya's words struck Chen Zhi like a heavy hammer, causing his mind to buzz. Indeed, he was oblivious to what the fierce curse entailed. He did not even know how many spells the Jiang clan had inherited. Regret washed over him as he recognized the recklessness of his visit. These shamans proved to be quite formidable, and from the outset, they had harbored doubts about his capabilities and lineage. He should not have so easily revealed his vulnerabilities. Despite the turmoil within, Chen Zhi's face remained impassive. Fool, he thundered, his voice reverberating through the assembly of shamans, their colorful robes and beastly masks turning toward him, observing the unfolding drama. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense in an instant. I am commanding you to open this treasure chest, not inquiring about the spells inscribed upon it. Do you dare to defy my orders? Chen Zhi declared, his hand brushing over the mark on his palm, his tone resolute as he leaned toward the great sorcerer Ya. His expression grave. The great shaman Nei raised his head to gaze at Chen Zhi, his bronze mask revealing a pair of triangular eyes, their irises tinged with an unsettling green. Chen Zhi could even sense the fury behind the mask, where fangs seemed to emerge in anger. After a prolonged silence, the great shaman Nei ultimately bowed down in submission, responding obediently, at your command. His voice was deep and hoarse. Upon witnessing Nei's reaction, the other shamans turned away, resuming their incantations. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated in an instant. After rising, the great shaman Nei meticulously examined the golden cat in his hands several times before speaking. Report to the leader. This treasure chest bears a total of 317 incantations, each an advanced curse inscribed by the bloodline of your Jiang family. Such high-level incantations are beyond our capacity to unravel. However, we, the shamans, can enshrine it within the great shrine, chanting continuously to mitigate the curse, hastening its dissolution over time. With perseverance, the curse will gradually fade. How long will this take? Chen Zhi inquired further. That is difficult to determine. It may require 99 days, or perhaps an entire year, Nei replied, unhurriedly. Is this the only method available? Chen Zhi frowned, feeling the duration was far too lengthy for his patience. This is indeed the sole option. Currently, you are the last remaining member of the Jiang lineage, and your understanding of Jiang's incantations is limited. It appears there is no one else capable of immediately unlocking this treasure chest. We can only slowly unravel it. This old man still underestimates me. Chen Zhi's expression shifted slightly as he coughed lightly and coldly remarked, Understood, proceed with your task. After bowing in acknowledgement, Nei took the golden cat and returned to join the other shamans, placing it upon their altar, where they continued their chanting beneath the protective barrier. Chen Zhi summoned the elderly lantern-bearer to guide him out of the grand shrine. As he retraced his steps back, upon exiting through the same tunnel he had entered, he spotted Wang Tu waiting outside, engaged in a phone call. Upon seeing Chen Zhi emerge, he promptly informed the person on the line, the leader has come out. I will deliver him shortly. Confused, Chen Zhi heard Wang Tu respectfully say, Mr. Bao requests your immediate return. He is waiting for you outside. Bao Yi? Chen Zhi's mind raced. How did Bao Yi know I was at the organization? Did Qin Yang inform him? Wang Tu signaled for a sleek black Audi, and after Chen Zhi climbed into the vehicle, it sped away. Upon arriving at their destination, as Chen Zhi poked his head out of the car door, he was met with the sight of the Bao family vehicles crowding their entrance, with black Land Rovers densely populating the entire neighborhood. Towering men in black suits stood watch, making the residential area appear as if it were under the control of a criminal syndicate. All the neighbors huddled together in a state of alarm, craning their necks to peer inside and whispering among themselves. Liu Xiaohong and her dog were among the crowd, looking at Chen Zhi in panic, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Qin Yang stood at the forefront of the entire team, observing as Chen Zhi hurriedly approached after exiting the vehicle. Hurry over. Master Bao is waiting for you in the car, he urged. Chen Zhi gazed ahead and saw Master Bao's vehicle, positioned centrally among all others, with Master Bao quietly seated in the back, not turning to acknowledge him. Has Master Bao come to see me? Is it because I took the initiative to organize? Chen Zhi suddenly felt as if he were a schoolboy caught skipping classes. He swiftly advanced and entered Master Bao's car. Master Bao maintained a serene demeanor, extinguishing his cigarette upon Chen Zhi's arrival, and calmly instructed the driver, "Let's go." Thus, a convoy of black Land Rovers formed a line as they departed from Chen Zhi's residential community. A group of onlookers followed behind, chattering excitedly about the spectacle they had just witnessed, eagerly speculating about Chen Zhi's current associations. Inside the vehicle, Master Bao remained silent, refraining from posing any questions to Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi understood that Master Bao was exceedingly cautious. He would never discuss organizational matters in unsecured locations, not even within his own car. Indeed, once the vehicle entered the hot spring villa, Master Bao led Chen Zhi to a pavilion at the center of the hot spring lake, turning to him to say, "Your actions today were too reckless. Do not underestimate the organization. Recount everything that transpired after you entered, without omitting any details." Chen Zhi felt akin to a child who had misbehaved, recounting every detail to Master Bao. When he mentioned the doubts raised by the great shaman Ya, Master Bao's brow furrowed deeply. After a prolonged silence, he gently patted Chen Zhi's shoulder. "You must understand one thing. Theoretically, these shamans are slaves to your family, the Jiang clan. But their obedience hinges on your strength surpassing theirs. As I mentioned before, until you grow stronger, do not reveal too much of your background. Once they realize your power is not on par with that of the previous clan leader, they will become exceedingly difficult to control. So it is that serious." Chen Zhi thought, as he continued to listen to Master Bao. The organization's internal structure is distinct, comprising a martial power and a magical power that function independently. The royal line of the Shichi Ji family oversees all martial warriors, who have been raised under the education of the Shichi royal family, loyal to it without questioning its rule. However, the other force, governed by your Jiang clan, pertains to magical power, which is notoriously difficult to control. All shamans under the Jiang clan are of noble blood, demigods in their own right. These demigods possess a sense of superiority over humans, exhibiting a profound arrogance. The great shaman, Naya, whom you have encountered, is a direct descendant of the ancient malevolent deity Qiongqi. His lineage has persisted since the era of the Zhou dynasty, when his ancestors came under the command of Jiang Zia, and it remains unbroken to this day. With an ancient lineage and an exceptionally pure bloodline, he regards himself as a deity and would never willingly submit to the commands of someone as insignificant as you. Thus, in a certain light, the Jiang clan's governance over these demigods throughout the millennia can be viewed as a form of enforced dominion through magical prowess. The abilities of the Jiang family are rather unique. Jiang Zia's magical powers differ significantly from those of all other deities, possessing the capacity to restrain or even slay divine beings. Consequently, the pantheon harbors deep apprehension towards the descendants of the Jiang clan, which is why shamans like Naya are willing to lower themselves to servitude. From ancient times, your ancestor, Jiang Zia, vanquished numerous old gods while simultaneously bestowing titles upon many new deities, all through the magical arts passed down through the generations of the Jiang family. Your uncle, Jiang Li, has been diligently studying the ancestral incantations from a young age, and under the personal tutelage of the clan leader, he has mastered all forms of spells and enchantments. Those shamans, united together, including the great shaman Naya, cannot oppose him. They understand that even betrayal would lead to their demise, which is why they have consistently submitted to the Jiang clan's authority. However, the demigods stand apart from humanity. Their realm is starkly realistic. I have tirelessly endeavored to shield you from these shamans, ensuring they do not gain excessive insight into your identity. In truth, you have never received any education from the descendants of the Jiang clan and remain utterly ignorant of all incantations. And now there are no longer any members of the Jiang family who can impart magical knowledge to you. Thus, the ancestral incantations of the Jiang family are effectively lost. Consequently, this moment marks your most vulnerable period, and it is precisely during this time that these shamans possess the capacity to rebel against you. Upon hearing Master Bao's words, Chen Zhi fell into a contemplative silence, now fully grasping the gravity of the situation. He regretted not consulting with Master Bao before recklessly engaging with the organization and those shamans, unaware of the potential repercussions he had set in motion. What should I do now? Will these shamans betray us? Chen Zhi asked, anxiety lacing his voice. It is difficult to say, Master Bao replied with a faint smile, seemingly unperturbed. Worrying about such matters is futile at this juncture. What you must focus on now is to exhaust all efforts in seeking spirit stones, particularly the urgently needed fire spirit stone. Preserving the barrier that Jiang established for humanity is the very essence of our organization's existence. If you manage to acquire the fire spirit stone and contribute to the organization, the warriors within will acknowledge you, and others will rally behind you as well. Furthermore, although there are no longer any who can teach you, you must strive to find ways to learn the incantations passed down through your Jiang lineage to empower yourself. However, I cannot assist you in that regard. After concluding, Master Bao gestured for Chen Zhi to take a seat, retrieving a bottle of red wine from the cabinet. He poured it into a glass filled with ice and handed it to Chen Zhi. After a moment of silent contemplation, he remarked, "Have you not always desired to know how your uncle Jiang Li met his demise?" Upon hearing these words, Chen Zhi's heart tightened. This had always been a topic that Lord Leopard deliberately avoided, yet it was unexpectedly brought up now. He glanced at Lord Leopard and silently nodded before speaking. "Did you not claim that my uncle's body had gone missing?" "Indeed. His body is indeed missing," Lord Leopard replied, sipping his red wine. "However, we discovered numerous traces of violent curses at the scene of his demise." Casting a sidelong glance at Chen Zhi, who had widened his eyes in shock, Lord Leopard continued in a calm tone. "It was akin to a hellish murder scene. We uncovered thousands of sophisticated incantations, densely packed to the point of being incalculable. One can only imagine the torment your uncle endured through those curses, simply beyond description. Under such circumstances, even deities would find it hard to escape. You do not understand your uncle," he continued. "He was an immensely powerful individual, known for his solitary nature, as he was aware that few could inflict harm upon him. On that afternoon 16 years ago, when he summoned you to the abandoned factory, he likely had a secret to share or wished to acknowledge you. However, the ones who awaited him were the organization's mortal enemies from the Dark Division. We employed sorcery to reconstruct the scene of your uncle's murder. Based on the violent traces left behind, at least 3 individuals of considerable strength, equivalent to that of a grand martial artist, and 5 sorcerers of equal caliber to your uncle were present. Together, they subjected him to brutal interrogation, mercilessly tormenting him with curses until he was left in tatters." As Lord Leopard recounted this, his eyelids drooped, a flicker of suppressed sorrow crossing his gaze. Ultimately, his death was exceedingly tragic. At this juncture, Chen Zhi felt a surge of blood rush to his head, his veins bulging with intensity. Although he had not spent much time with his uncle, Jiang Li, he still recalled the warmth from his primary school teacher, Mr. Gua. In retrospect, his uncle had indeed cared deeply for him. That fateful afternoon, perhaps he intended to take him away. Yet, on that day, the young Chen Zhi was oblivious to the fact that his uncle had descended into hell because of him. "I shall find those who murdered my uncle, and I will obliterate the Dark Division to avenge him," Chen Zhi declared, clenching his fists, his tone steady. "Have you uncovered any other clues?" "Huh. This is precisely what I wish to convey to you today," Lord Leopard replied with a faint smile, gazing at Chen Zhi. "Utilizing the most advanced technological methods, we have reconstructed everything from the murder scene, but we have virtually exhausted all leads. However, we did uncover a trace of human activity. This trail was also found near the bodies of the 3 victims in the attacked warehouse, indicating that the individual responsible for your uncle's murder was present at both scenes." Chapter 345, The Ghost Catching Chronicles, Part 1. Lord Leopard poured himself another glass of wine, watching the ice cubes swirl within the crimson liquid, and continued to speak slowly. "Through the intersection of curses and the locations where individuals stood, we have calculated the trajectory of this person's movements. The concept of human walking trajectories is rather nebulous. It does not pertain to the imprints of hands or feet, but rather signifies a pattern of movement, akin to a habitual posture of an individual. This notion of human walking trajectories exists merely as a hypothetical construct, lacking legal standing, yet within our realm, it holds validity, as habitual actions of individuals are notoriously difficult to alter. Following meticulous calculations, our technicians have reconstructed these walking trajectories into human anatomy, confirming unequivocally that the same individual has traversed both sites of the assaults. This individual possesses a meticulous mindset, exhibits a degree of hesitation in actions, prefers to pace in the same location, leans forward, and moves with a smaller range of motion than the average person. He is slender and has a tendency to walk on his toes. He lingered before the bodies of your uncle Jiang Li and Chen Zhi, engaging in contemplation, planning, or perhaps grappling with guilt and sorrow. The same person? Chen Zhi exclaimed in astonishment. You once mentioned that the force behind Chen Zhi's murder originated from the shadows. Could this insider have been among us for over a decade? Indeed, replied Lord Leopard, his expression grave. This insider may have been concealed among us for an even longer time. Perhaps he did not recognize you back then, but he was certainly acquainted with your uncle Jiang Li and Chen Zhi. He hesitated by their corpses before ultimately striking, lingering at the scene of the crime afterward. Since you can trace this insider's walking trajectory, can you not ascertain their identity? Chen Zhi asked, his excitement surging as memories of his deceased uncle and Chen Zhi flooded his mind. Unfortunately not, Lord Leopard replied with a resigned shake of his head. This individual is exceedingly astute and seasoned. He has meticulously cleaned the crime scene. The walking trajectories we have identified are merely hypothetical constructs, devoid of concrete evidence. Otherwise, he would have eradicated all traces. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi fell into a contemplative silence, uncertain of what to convey to Lord Leopard. Lord Leopard continued, his tone calm. I have stated that all matters must be discerned from the minutiae of details. The 3 elders of the Bao family have been summoned to Chengdu. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me there. If my intuition serves me correctly, among these 3, one is undoubtedly a traitor. Let us unveil this betrayer together. After lingering for a while longer at the hot spring villa, Chen Zhi spoke of various matters with Lord Leopard before finally departing. Upon returning home, he found everyone waiting for him downstairs. Chen Zhi's father had heard from a neighbor about the commotion caused by the black vehicles surrounding the community and the incident of Chen Zhi being taken away. Fearing his son had encountered trouble, he had contacted Peng Wei and Qin Yiyang and had been anxiously awaiting his return. Seeing Chen Zhi arrive, his father's heart finally settled. And, as was customary, he refrained from asking too many questions, instead ushering them inside for dinner. After the meal, Chen Zhi summoned Peng Wei and Ghost Blade into his room, recounting all the events of the day and sharing the news of their impending trip to Chengdu the following day. After listening to Chen Zhi's account of the human trajectory, Peng Wei remained silent for a considerable time before expressing his opinion. He stated, since the mole has yet to be identified, let us refrain from baseless speculation and avoid distrust among ourselves. It would be unwise. You once suspected me of being the mole, and that suspicion proved erroneous. Did it not? As Bao Yi wisely remarked, we must investigate from the minutiae. I refuse to believe that this specter is so adept as to leave no trace. Upon hearing Peng Wei's words, Chen Zhi chose not to respond further. Once everyone retreated to their respective rooms, Chen Zhi lay on his bed, reflecting on his earlier departure from the hot spring villa, where he had subtly advised Bao Yi to exercise caution regarding those around him, particularly Lao Jindo. However, Bao Yi had firmly rebuffed Chen Zhi, sternly instructing him not to entertain any doubts about Lao Jindo's integrity. At that moment, Chen Zhi realized that some emotions in this world could indeed transcend human reason, obstructing sound judgment, even for someone as formidable as Bao Yi. Contemplating the mole, a profound chill enveloped Chen Zhi. Could it be possible that someone would resort to murder against a dear friend they had once saved? Or even against a foster child they had raised since infancy, for some inscrutable reason? The following morning, shortly after 7, the Bao family's vehicle was already stationed at Chen Zhi's doorstep. Whenever Chen Zhi beheld the Bao family's car, he couldn't help but reminisce about the frequent visits from Chen Zhi, who had not been seen since the unfortunate incident. Now, there were many new faces among the drivers sent by the Bao family, often changing with each visit. After greeting his father, Chen Zhi, along with Peng Wei and Gui Dao, boarded the car, which swiftly made its way to the hot spring villa, where Bao Yi awaited them at the entrance. It seemed an unexpected turn of events had occurred, as Bao Yi had not yet entered the vehicle. He was engaged in a low conversation with the Blue Ribbon Warriors, while Lao Jindo stood nearby, his pallid complexion and red-rimmed eyes filled with hostility directed at Chen Zhi. Upon noticing Chen Zhi's arrival, Bao Yi smiled and addressed the group. You may head to the airport to receive our guests. Maintain a low profile upon meeting, observe their reactions, and report back to me. I will follow shortly. The others nodded in agreement and, adhering to Bao Ye's instructions, boarded the vehicle en route to Chengdu Airport. Chengdu, located just over an hour from the city, is an ancient northeastern metropolis, once the capital of a nation, renowned as the cradle of dynasties and home to emperors of 2 eras. The city thrives on heavy industry and manufacturing, boasting advanced transportation and a dense population, rich in ancient culture and economic prosperity. Upon arriving in Chengdu, they were met by a middle-aged man named Liu Feng, who was designated by the Bao family to oversee personnel exchanges within the city. Liu Feng managed the logistics of the Bao family's extensive business operations in Chengdu, which involved a continuous flow of commerce and personnel, ensuring their needs for accommodation, sustenance, and business meetings were effectively met. Liu Feng had already received the task of picking up the three elders at the airport, and he first met up with Chen Zhi and others to proceed together. He was unaware of the backgrounds of Chen Zhi and his companions. He only knew that they were prominent figures within the Bao family's secluded establishment and had frequent dealings with Lord Bao, making it imperative not to offend them. Thus, when he saw Chen Zhi and his two companions arrive, he greeted them with great enthusiasm, even brotherly camaraderie with Fat Wei. Before swiftly leading the three of them to the airport, Liu Feng possessed a notably large head, with a round and ample face, embodying a smooth and shrewd character. Throughout the journey, he engaged in light-hearted banter with Chen Zhi and the others, extolling the scenic wonders and local specialties of Chengdu. He boasted that he was well acquainted with every nook and cranny of the city, both its hidden gems and its less reputable areas, even joking about taking Chen Zhi and the others on a tour of the red light district that evening. When Chen Zhi inquired about the three elders they were to meet, Liu Feng immediately asserted his deep knowledge of the matter, feigning an air of mystery as he spoke of these eminent figures. It turned out that all three elders from the Bao family were once close brothers of the late Lord Bao, two of whom had already passed away. In his prime, Lord Bao was the foremost authority and the mainstay of the Bao family's business, which also encompassed three other clans. First, there was the second brother, the Chao family. The patriarch of the Chao family, the only surviving elder among the four brothers, was renowned for his benevolence and sense of loyalty. During Lord Bao's lifetime, he was his closest confidant and a vital pillar of support for the Bao family. Then there was the third, the Tang family. After the death of the Tang patriarch, who had no sons, a son-in-law took over his legacy. This son-in-law was known for his humility and discretion, rarely seeking the limelight. Finally, there was the fourth, the Feng family. Following the untimely demise of Feng IV in prison, many believed he had betrayed Lord Bao, leading to the latter's downfall. After the resurgence of the Bao family, Feng Duan, the son of Feng IV, inherited his position. Upon mentioning this name, Liu Feng could not help but express his disdain, labeling the young man as a veritable specter. Regarding the protagonist's character development, I came across some comments from readers yesterday, many of whom were familiar faces and individuals whose opinions I greatly value. To be candid, I felt a bit conflicted. Firstly, let me address the protagonist's character design. The protagonist is endowed with a high IQ, but I urge readers not to misconstrue the implications of high intelligence. Even someone like Newton, with an IQ of 186, once made the foolish mistake of mistakenly bringing the wrong partner to a ball. The capabilities of highly intelligent individuals are diverse. Some focus on technological and scientific pursuits, while others excel in understanding human nature, leaning toward the realms of art and literature. In my characterization of Chen Zhi, he possesses a timid and hesitant aspect, yet he is remarkably principled and possesses a strong sense of righteousness, deeply rooted in traditional values of loyalty and brotherhood. This intrinsic quality dictates that he could never be a master of psychological manipulation, as those skilled in understanding human psychology tend to be inherently arrogant and prefer solitary pursuits. Such individuals are ill-suited for teamwork or carrying forward a historical legacy, particularly when it comes to inheriting familial responsibilities, akin to Sherlock Holmes. Chen Zhi's strengths lie in his meticulous thought processes, his ability to synthesize details, and his capacity to weave through various fields of knowledge while executing tasks. This is the essence of my protagonist's portrayal in this narrative. Furthermore, he is merely in his 20s. Please allow him the grace to err. He has never been aware of the Jiang family's inheritance of incantations, and no one has informed him. This weakness will inevitably reveal itself in due time. I am grateful for everyone's candid evaluations, which have illuminated my shortcomings. I recognize the high expectations you have of me. Truth be told, while I may not possess the brilliance of a protagonist, I am not devoid of intelligence either, yet. I frequently falter and experience moments of vulnerability, for we are but human, not deities. I ask for your understanding and continued support. Do not abandon me, and I shall endeavor to perfect this book. If you have the time, please leave your thoughts in the review section. I peruse it daily. Your reviews and votes are my sole nourishment for the mind, as your support invigorates me far more than monetary compensation. This is no exaggeration. Forever devoted to you. The Flaming Peacock. Chapter 346. The Ghost Hunting Chronicles. Part 2. As for Feng Duan, the mere mention of his name causes old Feng to grimace. This fellow is nothing short of a living specter. He is only slightly older than Lord Bao, and his moniker, Feng Duanzi, reflects his reckless nature, suggesting he acts without consideration for consequences, unafraid of severing future prospects. This man is notorious for indulging in vice, drinking, gambling, and all manner of debauchery, his heart as ruthless as they come. He would not hesitate to cast even his own daughter-in-law into a cauldron of oil. Over the years, the Feng family has gained a fearsome reputation in the White Dragon River region, with no one daring to provoke them. Even those on the right side of the law must pay them due respect. It is said that those who have offended him in recent years have met grim fates. He is a man who exacts swift and merciless retribution. Since the Northeast's leadership passed to Lord Bao, he has remained resentful, often grumbling about him behind his back, and harbors a deep-seated grudge regarding his father's past actions, particularly detesting any mention of his father's betrayal of old Bao. You shall soon encounter Feng Duanzi. I advise you to tread carefully in your words and avoid any confrontation with him. As the conversation unfolded, the vehicle arrived at Chengdu Airport. They had deliberately set out early, yet unexpectedly encountered severe traffic, causing a slight delay. Upon entering the airport, they spotted several individuals disembarking from a flight. Upon entering the terminal, they noticed a group dressed in casual suits, dragging their suitcases, and at the forefront was a man in his 30s who, upon seeing old Feng, erupted into a tirade. Old Feng, have you broken your legs or what? I've been waiting here for ages, and you finally decide to show up. Are you trying to court death by being late to pick me up? Such arrogance was truly astounding. Chen Zhi turned to observe the brash figure. Noting that he was a short and stout man, resembling a gas canister, with a shiny dark complexion and a face adorned with unsightly flesh. A prominent, hairy red mole marred his cheek, and his teeth were stained from smoke, rendering him grotesque, a true fiend. This was indeed Feng Duanzi. Old Feng clenched his teeth in frustration, but quickly donned a smile as he approached. Master Feng, my apologies for the inconvenience. I was unaware that your esteemed presence was coming to Chengdu. Truly lacking in perception, allowing Master Feng to wait so long. Please do not be upset. I shall certainly find a lovely companion for you this evening to make amends. Upon hearing the mention of a companion, Feng's spirits instantly brightened. Damn it, Lao Feng. At least you have some discernment. This time, make sure to find someone of better quality. The last girl you provided was older than my mother. Do you think I am running a nursing home? While Feng was jesting and lightly chiding Lao Feng, a refined gentleman from the south approached. This man, around 40, wore small spectacles, resembling a high school teacher. Upon noticing Lao Feng coming to greet him, he promptly extended a polite welcome, shaking hands with him. Brother Feng, thank you for your effort. There was no need to come such a long way to fetch us. A taxi would have sufficed. The bespectacled southern gentleman's keen eyes swiftly scanned Chen Zhi and the others, and with a smile, he nodded at Chen Zhi. I am Ning Bin, a representative of the Tang family. A pleasure to meet you all. Thank you for making the journey to welcome me. As Ning Bin engaged in pleasantries with Chen Zhi and the others, a youthful voice called out from behind. Come over here and help my dad with the luggage. Why are you just standing there? This voice, sharp and high-pitched, belonged to a boy of about 16 or 17, sporting an extravagant hairstyle and oversized sunglasses, clad in flamboyant shorts, strutting with an exaggerated gait like a pretender, yet exuding an air of arrogance. Following closely behind him was an elderly man, clearly his father. The old man, tall and in his 60s, moved at a leisurely pace, as if all the time in the world belonged to him. His face wore a warm smile, approachable, yet emanating an aura of authority. Master Chow, your journey must have been arduous. Lao Feng bowed slightly and hurried to assist the flamboyant boy with his luggage. Let me take care of that, young Master Chow. No need for you. Let him do it. Young Master Chow shoved Lao Feng aside, imperiously pointing at the stout Wei, exclaiming in a sharp tone, let that fat one carry it. Why should a young, strong person like him eat so much without working? Damn it. Wei rolled his eyes, clearly on the verge of confrontation. Observing Wei's expression, Feng immediately interjected loudly. Who are you glaring at? Is this the rule of the Bao family? It seems that over the years, Bao Ping has not managed his household well. Even the young masters of the Chao family deserve respect. Dare a mere servant glare at a young master of the Chao family? Sensing the escalating tension, Lao Feng hastily rushed over to mediate. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. These brothers are not. Just then, Chen Zhi approached with a smile, addressing the elderly Chao. It's all right. It's not a big deal. Allow me to assist you with the luggage. Yet, before Chen Zhi could grasp the handle of the luggage, an aged hand intercepted him. It was the hand of the old man, who scrutinized Chen Zhi with his small, piercing eyes and humbly remarked, "How could I trouble you?" The youth, being quite immature and lacking understanding, has inadvertently caused offense. Please do not take it to heart. Consider it a favor for my old visage. Father, why are you being so courteous to him? He is merely a laborer, young Chao exclaimed in a high-pitched voice. Silence, old Chao thundered, his voice booming and silencing all present. You blind fool, shut your mouth. Take your own belongings and leave at once. His fierce demeanor shifted everyone's gaze towards Chen Zhi, and Feng Duan no longer appeared as arrogant, instead narrowing his eyes and scrutinizing Chen Zhi and his companions with a wary expression. Young Chao, feeling utterly wronged, pouted and, clutching his luggage, marched forward in his flamboyant trousers without uttering a word to anyone. This unruly child has been spoiled by my indulgence. Please do not hold his faults against him. Old Chao chuckled as he turned to Chen Zhi, a broad smile illuminating his face. Seeing the atmosphere lighten, Lao Feng quickly interjected with a joke to ease the tension, leading everyone outside. Lao Feng arranged for the three families to occupy the front seat of a vehicle, while he and Chen Zhi's group settled in the back, embarking towards the Bao's hotel. During the ride, Fat Wei remained incensed over the earlier incident, muttering complaints under his breath. Damn it! How dare he speak to me like that? I've never endured such humiliation. Please bear with it. Wei Gu, Lao Feng replied. Old Chao has only this one son, a treasure born late in life. He has spoiled him beyond measure. This lad indulges in revelry, pursues stars, squanders money, and drinks excessively, showing no respect for his elders. The Baos are well aware of his temperament. Seeing old Chao's demeanor, they choose to ignore him. Humph. I believe this fellow deserves a good thrashing. Fat Wei retorted indignantly. Yet, Chen Zhi paid little heed to their words. His mind occupied with the faces of these individuals as he pondered, among them, which one is the traitor? Chapter 347, The Ghost Hunting Chronicles, Part 3. Through recent experiences, Chen Zhi had learned to discern intentions beyond mere appearances, recognizing the complexities of human nature and its penchant for concealment. What is observed on the surface often bears little significance. However, upon first encountering these individuals, he sensed that they were all well prepared. The leopard had summoned them for ulterior motives. Recently, the Bao's control stone warehouse had been plundered, and several of their associates had been slaughtered, with only this elder likely possessing the key to the warehouse. Therefore, one among them must surely be an insider. Likewise, these individuals were aware that their summoning by Bao must hold special significance, although they remained unaware of the particulars. Among these elders, one person undoubtedly knew what had transpired at the Bao's recently, possessing knowledge of the control stones and spirit stones, aware that their gathering in Xingdu would resemble a feast of intrigue. Hence, this individual would surely take precautions to safeguard themselves, and that person is the very traitor. Are humans creatures straddling the line between the divine and the spectral? Humans act with purpose, just as spirits do. Their vehicle sped swiftly into the Wanzhou Hotel, a renowned five-star establishment in the heart of the city, celebrated for its grandeur and opulent decor, encompassing accommodations, entertainment, and leisure. This hotel serves as the business hub for the Bao family in Chengdu, where numerous associates and partners reside. In stark contrast, the Baishur Pavilion is a private retreat for the enigmatic Bao Yi, accessible only to close confidants such as Chen Zhi, largely excluding outsiders. Consequently, all commercial dealings and contract signings for the Bao family transpire within the confines of Wanzhou Hotel. Upon their arrival, Lao Feng had already secured rooms for everyone. He informed the group that Bao Yi had encountered an unexpected matter requiring his attention and would not be able to join them that evening. Instead, he suggested they relax at the hotel for the night, assuring them that Bao Yi would host a banquet for them the following day. Listening to this, Feng Duanzi began to voice his grievances, lamenting that the young Bao Yi displayed an air of superiority, disregarding the founding figures among them. Meanwhile, Xiao Chao was causing a ruckus in the lobby, incessantly demanding a room change, his loud antics pushing Fat Wei to the brink of physical reprimand. Nevertheless, everyone eventually settled in. After ensuring all guests were accommodated, Lao Feng hurriedly went to arrange the necessary preparations for the banquet and the evening's entertainment for Feng Duanzi and others. Chen Zhi, feeling no affinity with Feng Duanzi and the rest, exchanged no pleasantries and retreated to his room to rest. As Chen Zhi, Fat Wei, and Gui Dao entered their room, a call from Bao Yi came through. He urgently summoned Gui Dao to assist with an issue. At that moment, Fat Wei snatched the phone, reporting his observations and grievances from the day. Bao Yi, I can unequivocally identify the mole within the Bao family. It's that Feng Duanzi. He openly complained about you in our presence. If he is not the traitor, I'll write my surname Wang backward. Fat Wei embellished his account. Well, that Wang character still reads as Wang when reversed. Chen Zhi interjected as he took the call. After a prolonged silence, Bao Yi responded, Feng Duanzi is problematic. He did not come to Shendu alone. Following this revelation, Bao Yi sent a video to Chen Zhi, instructing him to assess the situation and act accordingly. After watching the video, Chen Zhi furrowed his brow, contemplating the evening's events. With Gui Dao summoned away by Bao Yi, only Fat Wei and Chen Zhi remained in the hotel. Fat Wei had dozed off for the afternoon. In the evening, Lao Feng knocked on Chen Zhi's door, inviting them to join a gathering where some young models would accompany them for singing and drinking, encouraging everyone to enjoy themselves. Although Fat Wei usually relished such affairs, his disdain for Feng Duanzi and Xiao Chao dissuaded him from participating. Chen Zhi, too, was reluctant to encounter those individuals, but felt compelled to comply due to Bao Yi's directive. In the basement of the Wang Chao Hotel, a lively scene unfolded as several young women with long legs gathered, engaging in raucous merriment, playing drinking games with the guests. Lao Feng, a man well-versed in such social settings, brought in crates of beer, his face gleaming with oil as he shared jokes, striving to ensure Feng Duanzi and his companions were thoroughly entertained. Chen Zhi had never truly encountered individuals from the underworld until now. He was finally witnessing the stark contrast between their world and his own. Previously, he had seen portrayals of gangsters on television, noble and dashing, each reminiscent of a gallant hero. However, he now comprehended the grave misjudgment in perceiving them as benevolent and pure. Old Master Chao had not arrived, but others had. Among them was Feng Duanzi, whose drinking habits were deplorable. After consuming half a case of beer, he lost all semblance of civility. Clutching two young women while boasting incessantly about his influence in the Bailong River, detailing the many people he had killed, his crude language unbearable. When he laughed, a menacing expression adorned his face, instilling fear in the girls. Meanwhile, Xiao Chao refrained from engaging with the group. From the moment he stepped in, he was preoccupied with a sweet-looking girl, bragging about his connections to prominent directors in Beijing, claiming he could elevate her to stardom, his words spitting fervently with extravagance. The bespectacled Ning Bin, son-in-law of the Tang family, joined in their laughter but maintained his composure. He continuously toasted everyone with utmost courtesy, eventually striking up a conversation with Chen Zhi. Ah, young brother, what a pleasure to meet you. Come, let us share a drink, Ning Bin said, his accent distinctly southern. May I inquire which sector of the Bao family's business you oversee? Ah, I don't have any specific duties, I merely run errands. Chen Zhi replied with a calm smile, discreetly observing the inebriated Xiao Chao and Feng Duanzi. The latter was animatedly boasting, oblivious to everything around him, while Feng Duanzi appeared to have lost his rationality, groping at the girls and shouting indecencies. Ah, young brother, you are being modest. I have an eye for people, and you are certainly no ordinary individual. Being associated with the Leopard Lord, you must be engaged in substantial dealings, am I right? Since this is our first encounter, let us become friends. By the way, may I ask your surname? Ningbin seemed unfazed by the others, his interest solely resting on Chen Zhi. Ah, my humble surname is Chen. Chen Zhi replied politely, still casting glances at the others. As soon as Chen Zhi's words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Feng Duanzi, who had been so brazen, suddenly appeared sober. He set down his glass, his expression turning grave. His eyes fixated on Chen Zhi for a prolonged moment before he coldly inquired, You are the Chen Zhi, aren't you? Chapter 348, The Ghost Catching Chronicles, Part 4. Chen Zhi's heart skipped a beat, yet his visage betrayed no emotion. He calmly placed his glass down and raised his gaze to meet Feng Duanzi's. It seems you are acquainted with me? I have heard of you. Feng Duanzi replied icily. I am aware of your dealings with Bing Si and that you personally incapacitated Xiao Kong. Over the years, you and that rotund fellow have undertaken numerous confidential tasks for the Bao family. You possess considerable standing, with free access to their private residence. Oh, so you are indeed Brother Chen Zhi. I knew my judgment of character was accurate. At first glance, it is evident that you are no ordinary individual. My apologies for the presumption. Ning Bin, sporting his small spectacles, immediately clasped his fists, engaging in flattery with Chen Zhi as sweetly as if he had smeared honey on his words. In stark contrast, the expression on Feng Duanzi's face was as frigid as a winter frost, revealing not a hint of camaraderie. What are you all clamoring about? Please do not disrupt our singing, Xiao Chao remarked, turning towards Feng Duanzi. Brother Feng, why do you fear him? Did you not urge me to test the mettle of that hefty fellow when we disembarked? I did, and he made not a sound, proving himself rather inconsequential. There is no need to be intimidated by them. Indeed, it was intentional at the airport. Chen Zhi silently cursed to himself. It seems that Feng Duan is truly formidable. He has been aware of us for some time. His dominance in Bailong River is not without justification. In this world, there exists no such thing as a foolhardy yet lucky individual who rises to power without reason. At that moment, Xiao Chao, cradling the girl in his arms, ostentatiously feigned authority, exclaiming, I truly disdain associating with you rural folk. You possess no decorum whatsoever. I usually mingle with celebrities and hold you old-timers in the lowest regard. You, along with Xiao Chao and the ladies, should exit. I wish to converse with Brother Chen. Before Xiao Chao could finish his sentence, Feng Duan thundered, startling Xiao Chao into silence. At that moment, Feng Duan maintained an unwavering composure, showing no signs of having consumed alcohol. His gaze was ferociously intense, akin to a famished wolf fixating on Chen Zhi, creating an atmosphere fraught with tension. The woman seated beside him, bewildered by the sudden shift, trembled in fear. Let us go, everyone follow me. Young Master Xiao, do not suffer the indignity of singing here. I shall take you to a splendid venue, one equipped with surround sound systems, where you and the ladies can sing to your heart's content. Old Feng, adept in social settings, skillfully led the ladies and coaxed Xiao Chao out, leaving only Chen Zhi, Feng Duan, and Ning Bin in the room. Feng Duan remained silent for a considerable time, fixated on Chen Zhi. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke rather bluntly. I prefer to be direct. Let us speak plainly without circumlocution. Are you amenable to that? Indeed. I appreciate such candor, Chen Zhi replied, reclining on the sofa, arms crossed, nodding with a slight smile. Go ahead. With a swift motion, Feng Duan retrieved a handgun from his waist, forcefully placing it on the coffee table, its barrel now directed at Chen Zhi. I heard earlier this year that the business of Southern Ice 4 was entirely seized by Baoping, and Ice 4 has vanished without a trace. Such a substantial prize. And you managed to consume it so quietly? Baoping acts swiftly. If I am not mistaken, you and your companions are responsible for Ice 4's demise, are you not? Feng Duan concluded, his eyes locked onto Chen Zhi. Ning Bin, the bespectacled one, remained silent, displaying no alarm, also gazing expectantly at Chen Zhi for a response. Not at all. Chen Zhi maintained his posture, asserting his denial with unwavering conviction. Damn it, the gun is in my possession. Naturally, you would deny it. Who else could it be but you? Feng Duanzi retorted through gritted teeth. The presence of a gun in your hand does not signify your superiority over me. Surely, you do not genuinely believe that a mere firearm poses any threat to me? Chen Zhi's tone remained unperturbed as he sat there, motionless, his gaze not even flickering towards the gun's muzzle. Calmly, he continued, Mr. Leopard has received word that a special train arrived from the Baijiang River just 5 minutes after your arrival in Chengdu. Upon disembarking, the personnel gathered a kilometer away, standing at attention. They must be associates of your Feng family, am I correct? Feng Duan's complexion darkened instantaneously. The revelation incited a flare of anger within him. Irked and embarrassed, he barked at Chen Zhi. These men are my comrades, accompanying me to Chengdu for a conference and a brief holiday. Is that not permissible? Holiday? Does such a leisure pursuit necessitate an armory? Retorted Chen Zhi. He then raised his phone, displaying a video sent by Mr. Leopard for Feng Duan to scrutinize. The footage revealed a group of men clad in camouflage, seated silently aboard a train. Young men, uniformly attired, each bearing a black gun strap, unmistakably a well-drilled unit. In this digital age, no one can mobilize such a contingent quietly, especially not while armed. Mr. Leopard summoned you for a meeting, yet you brought along this many soldiers. What, pray tell, are your intentions? Do you harbor a guilty conscience? After delivering his words, Chen Zhi cast the phone onto the coffee table for Feng Duan to view, all the while ignoring the weapon before him. At this juncture, Feng Duan ceased his attempts at evasion. Reclining on the sofa, he regarded Chen Zhi with a calm demeanor. And after a lengthy pause, he spoke. My father once remarked that those of us who navigate these treacherous waters live with our heads metaphorically tucked into our belts, venturing out each day without the expectation of returning intact. I am aware that Bao Ping has long harbored resentment over my father's demise years ago. He seeks vengeance for his father, the old leopard, and has always regarded me as a thorn in his side, never contemplating my reprieve. This day has been a long time coming for me. Yet, I, Feng Duan, am no mere sheep for slaughter. You, the Bao family, have summoned us here with the intent to eliminate all three of our families simultaneously. Do you truly believe you can digest such a feast? After uttering these words, Feng Duan placed his hand upon the pistol. The betrayal that led to Mr. Leopard's father being executed by a brother over a decade ago has indeed lingered in his memory, Chen Zhi replied with a composed smile. The atmosphere in the room growing increasingly tense, as if frozen in time. Come now, let us not indulge in such fiery tempers. Let us converse amicably. Come, let us share a drink before we resume our discussions, interjected Ning Bin, sporting small glasses, as he suddenly chuckled, raising a toast and nudging Feng Duan's handgun back towards him. 5 hours elapsed, and as Chen Zhi stepped out from the room, the clock had struck past 2 in the morning. The preceding conversation had drained him, and he now yearned for rest. Tomorrow, when Mr. Leopard returns, it shall be time to confront this formidable specter. Chapter 349, The Ghost Capture Chronicles, Part 5. The following day, when Master Bao returned, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Upon his arrival, he hosted a grand banquet in the largest dining hall of the Wanzhou Hotel, inviting the 3 elder representatives of the Northeast Underworld, along with many seasoned and respected elders from the region. The attendees were numerous, and many unfamiliar faces that Chen Zhi had never encountered before were present. This banquet was indeed a grand affair, showcasing a diverse assembly of figures, indicating that significant matters were to be disclosed. However, throughout the feast, Master Bao refrained from uttering a single word. Instead, he diligently toasted each elder, expressing his deep gratitude for their guidance over the years, his demeanor notably humble. Once the banquet concluded, the tables were cleared around 7 in the evening. Old Master Chao instructed Old Feng to take his precious son, Xiao Chao, out to find another place for entertainment, and with a commanding voice, he signaled for everyone to rise. As if attuned to the unspoken rules, all present stood in unison, silently descending to the underground of the Wanzhou Hotel according to their ranks and seniority. Chen Zhi understood that the true clandestine meeting of the Northeast Underworld was about to commence. After descending 2 levels, they arrived at an expansive hall. This was Chen Zhi's first visit to this underground conference room, which was large and adorned with glossy black marble flooring. The walls were draped in black wallpaper, and the interior was stark and minimalist, dominated entirely by shades of black. At the forefront of the hall stood a life-size statue of Guangong wielding a sword, his fierce expression and battle-ready stance imposing. Incense burned in a high censer before him, while a group of muscular men in black military vests, brandishing knives, stood guard around the room. In the center of the chamber were 4 oversized armchairs, flanked by 2 rows of large wooden chairs. Upon entering, the elder representatives from the Chao, Tang, and Feng families each took a seat in one of the grand armchairs, while the notable elders of the underworld settled into the wooden chairs on either side. Master Bao eventually approached, taking his place in the largest armchair directly in front of the Guangong statue. Immediately, a group of blue-clad warriors gathered behind him, with Ghost Blade positioned to his left. Baozi, the reticent old Master Chao finally broke his silence. The bond between your father and me is well known, and you are like a dear nephew to me. Since the Bao family has taken charge of the Northeast, the region has prospered year after year, benefiting all of us in the Northeast. Today, you have summoned us old fellows, which surely indicates there are significant matters to discuss. Speak plainly, this is our domain, and outsiders have no say here. Regardless of others' opinions, the Chao family will always stand by the Bao family. After old Master Chao's declaration, he cast an authoritative glance around the room, making it clear that the Chao family was firmly allied with the Bao family. Thank you, Uncle Chow. Over the years I, Bao Ping, have relied on the support of all you esteemed elders. Master Bao nodded with a smile and spoke. As Uncle Chow mentioned earlier, I have summoned you all for a pressing matter, one that is indeed quite troublesome. I find myself at a loss regarding how to proceed, and thus, I seek the counsel of the esteemed elders of the Bao family as witnesses. At this juncture, Master Bao cleared his throat lightly and continued, not long ago, a grave incident transpired at our family's facility in the city. For many years, the Bao family has maintained a secret warehouse for the storage of valuable materials, housing confidential items. The entrance to this warehouse is exceptionally sturdy, reinforced with blast doors. Without a key, even 2 tanks would struggle to breach it. However, 2 months ago, this clandestine warehouse was ransacked. All the guards we had stationed there were brutally murdered, and it is worth noting that the intruders possessed the key to the warehouse door. As Master Bao concluded his statement, the atmosphere erupted into chaos, with a cacophony of voices speculating and casting accusatory glances at Feng Duan. I said Bao Ping or no? Master Bao. Feng Duan hastily corrected himself and clasped his fists in respect towards Master Bao. I fail to comprehend the implications of your words. Are you insinuating that there is a traitor among us? Master Bao maintained a serene smile, albeit tinged with an unusual ferocity. He refrained from directly addressing Feng Duan's inquiry, but merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. This situation is glaringly evident, remarked an elder of the Bao family, seated among the assembly. Having served the Bao family for over 30 years since the days of old Master Bao, I am well acquainted with the family's affairs, including the elusive location of the secret warehouse. However, I cannot even discern its vicinity. Such a confidential establishment would never allow its key to fall into just anyone's hands. The perpetrator must surely be one of our own, and this individual's status within the family cannot be low. After this elder spoke, his gaze pointedly fell upon Feng Duan, seated at the forefront. Instantly, pandemonium ensued once more, as all eyes turned unhesitatingly towards Feng Duan, with whispers of speculation circulating among the crowd. Damn it, why is he still pretending? It's clearly this brat who did it. He's just a toad without hair. His father was a traitor, and it seems treachery runs in their blood. The entire Feng family is nothing but a disgrace. What are you saying? Who uttered those words? Feng Duan's eyes flared with rage upon hearing insults directed at his father. He stood up, searching for the source of the slander, when suddenly, "Oh, Mr. Feng, please sit down. What's the rush? No one has accused you outright. We must rely on evidence when identifying traitors. Speculation is futile. Do remain calm. Master Bao will ensure justice is served." Ning Bin, the son-in-law of the Tang family, interjected smoothly in his oily southern accent, attempting to mediate. He then turned to Master Bao and inquired, "Master Bao, regarding the location of that warehouse. It is true that all 3 families are aware of it, and we all possess keys. That is indeed a fact. However, since you ascended to your position, none of us 3 families have interfered with the affairs of the Bao clan. We merely engage in modest trades on our own territory to make a living. Moreover, you are well aware of the keys to the warehouse, for there are 2 types, the Yang key, which all 3 families possess, and the Yin key, which remains in the hands of your own kin. You may directly inquire of whoever is entrusted with that key. Without the Yin key, our Yang keys are rendered useless. Accusations of treachery are baseless without evidence. Let us not indulge in unfounded suspicions. It would be a disservice to wrongfully accuse an innocent. Ning Bin's words were both reasonable and prudent, prompting even old Master Chow to nod in agreement, followed by a couple of dry coughs. Young Ning articulated a valid point. If we identify the custodian of the keys, the specter will inevitably reveal itself. However, I must clearly state that should this traitor be apprehended, regardless of their identity, I, Old Chow, shall not permit them to leave the Wanchao Hotel alive. Chapter 350, The Ghost Capture Chronicles, Part 6. After uttering these words, old Master Chow cast a cold gaze towards Feng Duan, who had evidently set his sights on him. Feng Duan's eyes blazed with fury, and after a moment of locking gazes with old Master Chow, he reluctantly turned away. Let us not speak in absolutes, old Master Chow. Ning Bin interjected, his glasses reminiscent of the bottom of a bottle, their thick lenses obscuring the shape of his eyes. Yet his face remained adorned with a smile. Ultimately, we from the Northeast are akin to one family. Since my father-in-law's generation, you all have been sworn brothers, sharing blood thicker than water, and thus, There is no need for such finality in our dealings. Moreover, in this day and age, let us refrain from resorting to violence. It is quite dreadful. Old Master Chow appeared to regard Ning Bin with indifference, casting a sidelong glance and snorting disdainfully before breaking into a slight smile. The son-in-law of the Tang family, indeed a scholar, spoke with refined elegance, though his words were misplaced in this context. If we are to be brothers, we must not engage in infighting. We have all pledged ourselves under the banner of Guan Yu, living by the code of the underworld, where loyalty is paramount. Should anyone betray their kin, they must pay with their life. Young Bin, your time in the Northeast has been brief. You may not fully grasp our temperament. You have not witnessed the storms we braved, including your father-in-law, Tang Laosan. In truth, we all have dark pasts. Who among us is without blood on their hands? Let us cease this pretense of civility. Ultimately, we are all products of a bloody trade. As old Master Chow reached this point, he suddenly bared his teeth in a sinister laugh, an ominous chill emanating from his aged visage. He then turned to Lord Leopard and remarked, "Nephew, if you harbor suspicions about anyone, do not hesitate to voice them. I shall deal with it immediately. Better to mistakenly execute 100 than to let one escape." Following these declarations, the atmosphere in the room grew palpably tense, a scent of gunpowder hanging in the air as everyone held their breath. Within these walls, the law had temporarily lost its efficacy, and all present confronted an alternate set of rules, those of a genuine underworld power. Uncle Chow was right. We are not the sort to shy away from trouble. Emerging from blood-soaked grounds, even in our finery, we remain tethered to our dark origins. There is no need to feign civility. Today, upon discovering the traitor among us, irrespective of who it may be, we shall execute them on the spot. After uttering this chilling proclamation, the countenance of Lord Leopard darkened abruptly. Chen Zhi had never witnessed this side of him before. He appeared so merciless, even malevolent. "Seize the copper coins." The words escaped through Lord Leopard's clenched teeth, sending a shiver through all present, as if they had heard the most terrifying of terms. From the adjoining room, several burly men emerged, dragging 5 tightly bound individuals, their faces battered and bruised, their garments torn into shreds. Some bore swollen eyes that rendered them nearly blind, while others could scarcely stand. The sight of these tortured souls silenced the crowd. They held their breath, listening intently as Lord Leopard continued. "The city's secret warehouse has always served as a repository for our family's confidential items. During my father's lifetime, he fashioned 2 keys for this secret vault. 1 yang key, divided into 4, entrusted to his 4 brothers, and a singular yin key, irreplaceable, eternally secured within the safe of the study on the 2nd floor of the hidden pavilion. That day, the yin key was stolen. Surveillance footage revealed that only these 5 individuals entered and exited the hidden pavilion. Among them, one must have pilfered the yin key and delivered it into the hands of the traitor." Casting a frosty gaze upon the 5 captives, Lord Leopard raised an eyebrow. His voice as frigid as ice. "We shall adhere to the old ways today. You all claim your innocence, yet I remain unconvinced. However, if one among you has indeed absconded with the key and handed it to someone seated here, confess now, and I, Bao Ping, shall ensure your safety. Otherwise, you shall face the frying pot as a means of proving your innocence. Proceed," Lord Leopard declared, his expression betraying no hint of emotion. As if he were discussing mundane matters. The assembly was paralyzed with fear, scarcely daring to breathe, as a group of robust men carried forth a boiling cauldron of oil. "Let us begin with you," he commanded, pointing at the foremost individual. "Lord Leopard, it truly was not me. I swear it wasn't he." The man, now utterly terrified, trembled as he waved his bloodied hands in desperation, tears streaming down his face. "Seize him." Lord Leopard appeared indifferent to the man's pleas. Turning aside to sip his tea, his demeanor eerily calm. "I am innocent." After a moment of futile weeping, the man realized his entreaties were in vain. Hesitantly, he extended a trembling hand towards the cauldron, but upon mere contact with the scalding steam, he recoiled in agony, screaming, "I want tea grab. I refuse. I am innocent." Lord Leopard's brow furrowed slightly as he nodded to the burly men beside him. 2 of them approached, seizing the man by his collar and forcibly dragging him away. He struggled with all his might, but the men pulled him into the adjacent room, followed by the ominous sound of gunfire. The man's voice was silenced forever. The individuals in the room were drenched in cold sweat, each one paralyzed by fear. their gazes fixed on the imposing figure of Lord Leopard seated before them, resembling a living embodiment of the Grim Reaper. Chen Zhi and Fat Wei stood behind Lord Leopard, their nerves taut and discomfort palpable as they witnessed the scene unfold. At that moment, Chen Zhi beheld the true nature of Bao Ping. He was not merely the companion who had walked alongside him like a brother, but rather the genuine leader of the northeastern underworld, Lord Leopard. The shock of impending death was terrifying, particularly when one senses their own demise looming near. Such dread is a heavy burden for any human to bear. The remaining 4 individuals trembled uncontrollably, one of them fainting, prompting a nearby figure to douse him with a bucket of water. The second individual, too, failed to retrieve the coins from the boiling oil, struggling before being dragged into an adjacent room. A gunshot rang out, and 2 figures emerged, their bodies splattered with blood. At this juncture, the air within the room had turned frigid, with an atmosphere so tense that not a single sound dared to disturb it. The heartbeat of every individual echoed loudly in the silence, while Feng Duanzi remained motionless, his complexion grim. Lord Leopard then turned to face the 3 remaining individuals, who were now utterly terrified. The one who had fainted now revived by the cold water, trembling uncontrollably. "Speak up. In the end, you must speak," Lord Leopard commanded. His eyebrows arched, his deep gray eyes scrutinizing each face as if he could see into their very souls. Finally, his gaze landed on a frail-shouldered man, and he coldly inquired, "It is you, I assented?" Overwhelmed, the man could no longer endure the pressure. Tears streamed down his face as he stammered, "Lord Leopard, you promised to spare my life. I will tell you everything. I know who the traitor is. If you know who the ghost is, speak now. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety," Lord Leopard replied, his expression unyielding, his tone as frigid as ice. In the center of the hall, the large pot of oil bubbled ominously. The frail-shouldered man slowly rose, directing his gaze towards the 3 seated figures in the grand armchairs, and cautiously approached. The tension in the room was palpable. Everyone held their breath, afraid to utter a sound as they awaited the revelation of the traitor's identity. The frail-shouldered man bore the marks of severe torture, his face marred with bloodstains, and his right leg rendered useless. Dragging himself forward with sheer determination, he gritted his teeth and raised his arm, pointing decisively. "It is him." Without hesitation, the man pointed directly at Feng Duanzi, continuing, "He told me there was a key in the safe on the 2nd floor of the Bao residence. He instructed me to enter under the pretense of patrolling, to steal that key and hand it over to him. He also provided me with the safe's combination. He promised me a substantial sum of money afterward, enough for me to escape abroad. That night, the Evading World Pavilion was nearly empty, and I took advantage of the lack of people on the 2nd floor to succeed in my task. I handed him the key, but he has yet to pay me. Damn it, it truly was you, you scoundrel." Old Master Chow rose with indignation, pointing at Feng Duanzi and declaring in a harsh tone, "You are the traitor." The hall immediately erupted with fervor. All present displayed intense emotions, some loudly proclaiming their sentiments. "Indeed, it is Feng Duanzi. Not a single good person in the Feng family. 2 generations of traitors. How can you still sit in that chair? You dare to covet the Leopard family's interests, killing your own comrades. You deserve to be utterly annihilated. Today, let us cleanse our ranks in the Northeast gang. Yes, let us deal with him today." The atmosphere was charged, and everyone echoed in unison, supporting the decision with fervent agreement. Feng Duanzi had offended many in the past, and now those seeking revenge, as well as opportunists eager to join in the fray, clamored for his immediate execution. Feng Duanzi's eyes turned bloodshot, and the prominent red birthmark on his face darkened with agitation. His hand instinctively reached for the gun at his back, yet he ultimately refrained from drawing it. In this tempestuous setting, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei also placed their hands on their weapons, ready for any confrontation. Gui Dao stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Master Leopard. At that moment, Feng Duanzi remained seated in his grand chair, his expression icy. After a prolonged silence, he cast a menacing gaze around the room, silencing the crowd. He then turned his attention to Master Leopard. "Bao Ping, it is not I. Before coming to Xingdu, I took precautions and brought several people with me, as I have always feared that you, unable to let go of the grudge from over a decade ago, would wish to see me dead. But believe me, I have never contemplated betraying you. In the Bailong River, I wield power and influence. Regarding wealth, I possess substantial deposits in numerous foreign banks, enough to last a lifetime. My life is not inferior to yours. Why would I choose to act against you? Bao Ping, you are a wise man. Ponder this carefully. Feng Duanzi exhibited an unexpected calmness, gazing sternly at Master Leopard, articulating each word with clarity. We all know you command authority in the Bailong River, and thus you harbor resentment, desiring dominion over all of northeast China. Old Master Chow, seated nearby, suddenly interjected, his expression grave as he regarded Feng Duanzi. Moreover, you live in constant trepidation, knowing that Leopard's father, Old Leopard, was slain by your own father, Feng Laosi. In his ambition, your father hastily involved himself in the drug trade, which ultimately led to our downfall. While imprisoned, your father revealed indisputable evidence of Old Bao's youthful crimes. Only we, the old brothers, are aware of this. Your father could not evade responsibility. Thus, when we were incarcerated, both your father and Old Bao were executed. From that moment, you understood that the vendetta for your father's death would one day be avenged by Leopard. Since Leopard ascended to power, you realized your days of comfort were dwindling, prompting you to strike first. This time, when Leopard summoned the 3 elder families to Chengdu, you brought an armed contingent from the Bailong River, now stationed less than a kilometer away, poised for action. Your intentions are clear to all. However, do not forget that the power of the Bao family far exceeds yours. It seems that the soldiers you have brought will only serve as your funeral procession. After the old Master Chow finished speaking, he turned to the Leopard Lord and clasped his fists in salute. Leopard Lord, I shall take the lead on this matter for you. Until the traitor is eliminated, the Northeast gang will know no peace. Although the Feng family is one of the elders of the Northeast, we need not show mercy. Let us send him off today. Upon hearing these words, the surrounding crowd immediately expressed their agreement, a chorus of voices erupting as they called upon the great Khan beside Leopard Lord to bind Feng Duan. Yet, despite the uproar, those surrounding Leopard Lord remained unmoved. At that moment, Leopard Lord suddenly stood up, raising his right hand to signal for silence. The vengeance for my father's death cannot be shared with the heavens. I have never forgotten my father's grudge, he said with a faint smile, continuing. Everyone is aware that over a decade ago, my father was betrayed by his sworn brother and met his demise. During that time, the Bao family collapsed, and chaos reigned in the Northeast, with no leader to guide us. My mother and grandfather perished, and I barely escaped with my life. However, upon ascending to power, I never sought revenge against the one who betrayed my father, for whenever I entertained such thoughts, my father's visage would appear before me, incessantly reminding me that this is what I owe him. I must repay it. Leopard Lord calmly surveyed the assembly, eventually fixing his gaze upon Feng Duan, questioning him sternly. Feng Duan, after your father was executed, did you believe his death was unjust? Not at all. Feng Duan replied without hesitation. My father once said that for those of us who choose to partake in this blood-soaked livelihood, we must understand that one day, we shall pay the price. He taught me from a young age that while our family, the Fengs, may possess many flaws and are not virtuous, one thing remains true. We have never betrayed. It was not my father who harmed the old Leopard Lord. As Feng Duan's words echoed, an eerie silence fell over the room, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. At that moment, Leopard Lord's expression remained neutral as he fixed his gray eyes upon Feng Duan, motionless, and nodded gently. I know. The words of Leopard Lord, acknowledging that it was not the Feng family who betrayed his father, detonated in the room like a bomb, leaving everyone stunned. Their mouths agape in disbelief as they gazed at Leopard Lord, eager to hear more. I have always been well aware of what transpired back then, yet I have never spoken of it, for it was my father's dying wish. However, as the years have passed, you have shown no remorse and continue to stir trouble in the Northeast. Thus, I can no longer spare you. Would you not agree, Uncle Chow? Upon finishing his statement, Leopard Lord's piercing gaze swiftly turned toward old Master Chow, his eyes cold and menacing, slicing through the air like a dagger, rendering it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze. The individual who revealed my father while he was imprisoned, it was you, wasn't it, Uncle Chow? The fierce gaze of Leopard Master intensified, his brow furrowing with veins protruding, and his deep gray eyes glowed with a blood-red hue, fixated on old Chow. The atmosphere immediately erupted, as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over everyone, leaving them speechless in astonishment. Whispers began to circulate, discussing the bond between old Leopard and old Chow, intermingled with voices of anger and speculation. Under the scrutiny of the crowd and the inquiry from Leopard Master, old Chow remained unflustered, his expression composed as he brushed off the dust from his trousers and spoke in a calm tone. Leopard, I do not know who you heard this from, but do not heed the gossip of others. Your father and I share a bond that has endured since childhood. Do you know how many times I have saved him? We have faced death together, traversed through perilous situations. The depth of our camaraderie is beyond your imagination. Your father's situation during those years in prison was intricate, with many opportunists around. You were too young to grasp the complexities and may have been misled by others' slander against me. I can understand that, but consider this, after your reinstatement. Who supported your rise to this position? Now, even your own associates from the Bao family are accusing the Feng family. This is irrefutable evidence. Why would you doubt me? That man on the ground, Leopard Master remarked, his blood-red eyes glancing at the slender-shouldered individual, is an informant you placed within our Bao family 5 years ago. Our family has stringent rules and severe punishments. Few possess the audacity to scheme against us. The only reasons he could have stolen the keys for you are either for money or for loyalty. Those who can be bought are merely cheap. If this man stole for monetary gain, he must be a coward. Recently, all those associates have endured harsh punishment, yet none confessed. This indicates that this individual assisted you purely out of loyalty. A person who can endure torture for the sake of loyalty would never betray the one who guided him. Therefore, the one he implicated earlier cannot be the true insider. As Leopard Master concluded his words, a murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd, with everyone holding their breath. Casting incredulous glances at old Chow, who suddenly appeared quite distressed. Then, they heard Leopard Master continue. Back then, everyone knew that after my father was imprisoned, he was swiftly sentenced to death. However, what none knew was that my maternal grandfather arranged for my mother to visit him in prison, where he learned of his impending demise. He also understood the entire betrayal process and realized that the one who sold him out was you. He conveyed all of this to my mother and instructed her to tell me that, in his youth, you were a man of honor, having saved his life twice at the cost of your own well-being, leaving you with lifelong injuries. He deemed that even if he repaid you with a life, I should not seek vengeance against your descendants, declaring that you two were even. After I took over the business in the Northeast, I have refrained from mentioning this matter again. I have always regarded you with the utmost respect, akin to that of an uncle, never having brought the issue to light. Yet, over a decade has passed, and you have once again betrayed the Bao family. The secret warehouse has been ransacked, and 17 lives of our associates were extinguished in a single night. I cannot let this matter slide. I must seek justice for these 17 souls. Furthermore, the Bao family no longer owes you anything. The words of Master Bao were chilling, like the cold winds of winter, reverberating in the stillness of the room. Clearly heard by all present. Do not heed the rumors, it was all my doing. I thought there was money in that safe, so I pried it open, only to discover a key inside. I sold that key on the black market, but I do not know where it was utilized. This has nothing to do with the one surnamed Chow, nor anyone else. Just end me. The man with the sloped shoulders suddenly shouted in a hoarse voice, struggling desperately on the ground, as if he had lost his sanity. Uncle Chow, is the traitor truly you? Speak up. At that moment, Feng Duanzi stood up abruptly, looking at old Chow with a mocking demeanor. The air in the room had become tense to the breaking point, with everyone awaiting old Chow's response. Yet, old Chow remained seated, hands resting on his thighs, his face clouded with shadows as he stared at the floor, offering no reply. Suddenly, the door burst open with a loud bang, and Xiao Chow, clad in floral trousers and bare-chested, burst in wielding a makeshift submachine gun, accompanied by a team of men. Father, the area has been doused with petrol, everything is ready. As Xiao Chow's voice echoed, chaos erupted. Everyone sprang to their feet, shouting and rushing towards the door. They collided with Xiao Chow's crew, only to be pushed back, drawing their weapons to confront him. Xiao Chow's subordinates also raised their guns, and an imminent gunfight loomed. Do not move, old Chow suddenly shouted, and everyone froze. At that moment, old Chow stood up steadily, brushed the dust off his trousers, gestured for Xiao Chow to close the door, and took a few steps towards Eerie, addressing Master Bao directly. Little Baozi, do not blame your uncle for his ruthlessness. As I mentioned before, we are all destined for hell. Chapter 353, The Ghost Hunt. 9. Old Chow approached Master Bao, looking down upon him. If you believe today's events to be unjust, then present your case before Yin Wang. When I descend to hell, you and your father may come to claim my life. After finishing his words, old Chow abruptly turned to the assembly and shouted, Everyone sitting here has traversed the underbelly of the world. We have witnessed the bloodshed and ruthless decisions time and again. There is a saying, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. The Chow family has already laid petrol in the basement of this hotel. Once the fire is ignited, it will consume everything before anyone outside detects it. Today, I urge all of you to make a decisive choice. Those who align themselves with the Chow family shall henceforth be our allies and will be regarded as brothers in the days to come. Otherwise, prepare to become vengeful spirits in the flames. Upon concluding his declaration, old Chow waved his hand, and young Chow promptly led his men to encircle the room tightly. Their submachine guns trained on the hall. The individuals who lived under the threat of gunfire momentarily froze, their eyes glistening with unspoken exchanges. The inherent nature of those within the underworld to adapt to shifting winds became apparent as they cast glances between old Chow and the seemingly unperturbed Leopard Lord, contemplating their ultimate allegiance. At that moment, Leopard Lord remained composed in his seat, a serene smile gracing his lips. Uncle Chow, you may have incinerated our kin, but can you truly escape the clutches of Chengdu? You must be aware of the number of our forces stationed outside, yes? Have you considered your own retreat? He leaned back in his grand chair, crossing one leg, and asked with unruffled calm. Indeed, I am well acquainted with your forces, and I know precisely where they are stationed and who leads them, old Chow replied dismissively. Do you believe that Feng Duan can dispatch troops while the Tang family cannot? Allow me to inform you that the entire Wanzhou Hotel is under the control of the Chow family, and your troops stationed outside have already been dealt with by the Tang family. A commotion erupted, akin to a pot boiling over, as all eyes turned towards Ningbin, the slender man sporting bottle-bottom glasses. His stance was pivotal, for his allegiance could sway the entire situation. Slowly rising from his chair, he spoke in a southern accent, enunciating each word meticulously. Indeed, all our comrades from the Tang family have been dispatched to Chengdu. We took the waterways, differing from the Feng family's style. We traveled incognito as tourists, dressed casually, and went unnoticed. We arrived in Shengjing just yesterday. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, leading to a palpable sense of despair among those who had been unwaveringly loyal to the Bao family. The circumstances were now starkly clear. The hotel basement was under the control of the Chow family, the outside was drenched in oil, and the Bao family's reinforcements had been severed by the Tang family. Leopard Lord found himself in an increasingly precarious position, isolated, and unable to withstand the overwhelming odds. Listen up, old Chow suddenly bellowed, commanding attention. The Bao family has dominated our northeast for far too long, casting a shadow over us. It is high time for a change. After we eliminate the Bao family today, I, Chow Lao Heir, assure you that all of the Bao family's assets will be shared equally among us, granting everyone a fair share of the spoils. Turning to Ning Bin, old Chow continued. Young Ning, do you recall how Tang Laosan coerced you into marrying his plump daughter? You, a renowned talent from the south, have endured much over the years. After today's events unfold, as I promised you, all enterprises of the Bao family in the city will belong to you, including the secluded pavilion. Henceforth, your family, the Tang clan, shall adopt the surname Ning, liberating you from the need to rely on others. And you, Feng Duan, after the elder Chow concluded. He turned to Feng Duanzi and said, as I previously stated, those who recognize the times are the true talents. You are a wise individual and should comprehend the current situation. Your father has borne the brunt of the blame for many years on my behalf. I shall not wrong you. The cities beyond the Bailong River shall be yours, provided you support me in reclaiming the northeast for the Chow family. From this day forward, we remain blood brothers. Everyone present today stands to gain. What do you all think? Upon the elder Chow's declaration, he raised both arms, signaling his desire for the support of the assembly. An immediate silence enveloped the room, while the leaders of several smaller factions began to stir restlessly, their gazes flickering with uncertainty as they exchanged glances, seemingly prepared to shift allegiances. Damn you! Feng Duanzi suddenly spat at the elder Chow and cursed vehemently. Brother Chen Zhi is right. If I don't play along with your charade to this extent, I might never grasp what kind of old fool you truly are. Your sincerity has now been publicly revealed. All the notable figures in the Northeast have witnessed it, and there is no denying it now. The elder Chow was momentarily taken aback by Feng Duanzi's tone, but just then, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he immediately answered. After hearing the news on the other end, his face suddenly became ashen. What's the matter, Uncle Chow? Have you encountered our forces from the Tang family? Ningbin remarked with a sly grin directed at the elder Chow. You, Ning Bin, you barbarian from the south, how dare you deceive me? You sent people to deal with those outside my Chao family. The elder Chao's lips trembled, and he clenched his teeth tightly. Damn it, Ning Bin, suddenly shedding his usual refined demeanor, shouted like a wolf whose fur had been ruffled. From the day you enlisted my help against Lord Bao, I knew you underestimated me. Did you really think I was a mere leech? My father-in-law, who showered me with kindness, warned me to be wary of you. He recognized you for the scoundrel you are. Bah, a traitor, a disgrace to the Northeast. A wave of commotion swept through the crowd as they were engulfed by the rapidly evolving spectacle. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon everyone. If all this was part of a meticulously orchestrated scheme, what was Lord Bao's true intention? Eyes turned in unison towards Lord Bao. At that moment, beside Lord Bao, Chen Zhi recalled the previous night in the private room, where he, Ning Bin, and Feng Duanzi had strategized this entire affair. Chapter 354, The Ghost-Catching Chronicles, Part 10. The night prior, in the private room, after Feng Duan had sent away Lao Feng and the women, he directly confronted Ning Bin and Chen Zhi. Before arriving in Shengjing, Old Chao had a private meeting with Ning Bin, during which he promised Ning Bin certain benefits in exchange for mobilizing Tang's forces to assist him in controlling the Bao family's stronghold in Shengjing. Their plan involved feigning a meeting while actually coercing Lord Bao to abdicate. However, Old Chao refrained from mentioning the incendiary tactics, likely assessing the shifting circumstances. Should the situation turn unfavorable, he intended to eliminate Ning Bin and everyone else involved. Ning Bin, known for his prudence, had contemplated contacting Lord Bao multiple times before their arrival in Shengjing to disclose the Chao family's schemes. Yet, sensing the presence of an informant near Lord Bao, he opted to proceed with caution, bringing his forces to Shengjing under the guise of cooperation. Prior to this, the exploits of Chen Zhi and his associates at the Bao family had become widely known, though the specifics of their actions remained unclear. Aware of the close ties between Chen Zhi and Lord Bao, Ning Bin dismissed young Chao, revealing everything to Chen Zhi. Upon learning of the situation, Chen Zhi reached out to Lord Bao that very night. Lord Bao understood that the Chao family had deep roots and extensive connections in the Northeast, making their downfall a formidable challenge. Any clandestine actions against them could ignite rumors of the Bao family's territorial ambitions and the assassination of elders, thereby undermining Lord Bao's authority in the region. Thus, the assembly convened today was orchestrated as a trap to compel Old Chao to divulge everything and to reveal the true mastermind behind the schemes. As it was clear that Second Master Chao could not operate alone. Second Uncle Chao, at this juncture, do you have anything left to say? Lord Bao's expression was as frigid as ice as he leaned toward Old Chao. I have summoned all the prominent figures in the Northeast here today to demonstrate that I, Bao Ping, have not wronged you. Despite your status as our elder, I shall not spare a traitor. Your fate today is of your own choosing. The room's temperature plummeted, and beads of cold sweat trickled from Old Chao's forehead. His lips turned purple, his teeth clenched tightly, trembling as he gazed at Lord Bao. Meanwhile, the young Chao, unable to contain himself, suddenly shouted, Father, do not waste words with him any longer. Although the Tang family has surrounded this place, they remain outside the hotel. We still hold the power within these walls. Armed with dozens of submachine guns, we can perish together if it comes to that. At merely 15 or 16 years of age, young Chao's youthful fervor surged as he readied himself for a desperate fight upon realizing their predicament. With a swift motion of his right hand, dozens of submachine guns were raised in unison, poised for a barrage. I do not believe you possess the courage to fire at us, Lord Bao said, casually gesturing. A burly man beside him promptly approached, seizing the man with the slumped shoulders from the ground and pressing a handgun against his temple. This man, I presume, is your own flesh and blood? As Lord Leopard regarded Elder Chao with a faint smile, he inquired, I have heard that over 30 years ago, you concealed from your wife the existence of a child born from an extramarital affair, a son whom you later refused to acknowledge. This led to a fierce argument between you and your eldest, resulting in your decision to cast them aside. Such events transpired long ago, shrouded in obscurity. Yet, the bond of father and son remains undeniable. A simple test could unveil the truth. Regardless of the tumult, a father is still a father, and a son remains a son. Would you truly allow him to be met with a fatal fate? Upon concluding his words, a burly man unlatched the safety on his firearm, directing its muzzle menacingly at the temple of the slender-shouldered man. Dozens of eyes were fixed on the unfolding scene. Observing Elder Chow standing steadfastly, his lips trembling, averting his gaze from the man on the ground, rendered speechless. However, Xiao Chow had reached his limit. His eyes ablaze with rage, he cried out, "Father, hesitate no longer. We must fight. Otherwise, should it fall into Bao Ping's hands, our demise will be far worse." With a swift motion of his right hand, gunfire erupted, as marksmen began to unleash their fury upon Lord Leopard. "Stop!" Elder Chow urgently shouted, but it was too late. A cacophony of machine gun fire shattered the stillness, the sparks cascading down, obliterating the ceiling above. Everyone instinctively shut their eyes, anticipating that Lord Leopard had surely been struck. However, when they finally opened their eyes, they beheld Lord Leopard seated unscathed in his grand chair, his expression as tranquil as ever. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and debris, as the barrage of bullets had merely perforated the ceiling above. All of Xiao Chow's comrades lay lifeless on the ground, while a cadre of blue-clad warriors had dispatched the assailants in mere seconds, not a sound uttered. As the onlookers grappled with the surreal scene before them, the slender-shouldered man, having been pinned down by the brute, suddenly dislocated his arm with a swift motion and leaped towards Lord Leopard, shouting, "Father, run!" Just as the slender-shouldered man expended all his strength in an attempt to shield Lord Leopard, a flash of steel cut through the air. The nearby knife-wielding warrior struck with precision, and the slender-shouldered man fell to the ground without uttering a sound. It was only after a prolonged silence that blood began to seep forth, pooling upon the floor. "My son, my ill-fated eldest!" Elder Chow suddenly dashed forward like a man possessed, cradling the fallen man in his arms, weeping uncontrollably as tears streamed down his face. Simultaneously, a blue-clad warrior seized the unconscious Xiao Chow, casting him before Lord Leopard. The events unfolded with such rapidity that the onlookers were rendered speechless, their senses overwhelmed by the brutality and the unwavering composure of Lord Leopard. An indescribable fear surged within them. The warriors surrounding Lord Leopard were so formidable that they seemed almost superhuman. They had heard whispers of the formidable backing of the Bao family, yet never had they imagined it to be of such magnitude. At this moment, Lord Leopard rose gracefully to his feet and half-crouched before old Master Chow, his remarkably handsome visage bearing a chilling countenance reminiscent of a devil. "Uncle Chow, have you resigned yourself to your fate? Even if the entire Chow family were present in this room, you pose no threat to me. This is the strength of the Bao family. I am not my father. From the moment you entertained such thoughts, you should have anticipated today's outcome. As you mentioned earlier, we are all destined for hell in the end." Chapter 355. The Final Judgment. After standing, Lord Leopard returned to his grand chair, gesturing for Feng Duan and Ning Bin to resume their seats. A hush fell over the room. Following the recent tumult, the guests in the hall gradually regained their composure, returning to their respective positions. Only old Master Chow, drenched in blood and cradling the lifeless body of his son, and the fainted young Chow remained in the hall. Faced with this gruesome and stark reality, everyone was too terrified to utter a word, even holding their breath as they awaited Lord Leopard's ultimate verdict. At this juncture, Lord Leopard, seated at the front, finally spoke. "The Chow family assaulted my Bao family's secret warehouse, resulting in the loss of 17 lives. Today, they besieged the Wanzhou Hotel, intending to incinerate all members of the Dongbei gang within these walls to seize our family's assets. The evidence is irrefutable. Esteemed elders of the martial world, how should we proceed according to our customs?" His tone was remarkably calm and respectful, his expression unperturbed. The assembly remained silent, hesitant to respond. After a prolonged pause, an elder, slightly more advanced in years, stood up, clasping his fists in respect to Lord Leopard and those present. "As an elder, I speak on behalf of the others. Lord Leopard, the Northeast belongs to the Bao family. Who would dare contradict your words? We are all steadfastly loyal to the Bao family. We shall follow your lead without question." Upon hearing these words, Lord Leopard surveyed the assembly with a steely gaze from beneath his pronounced eyebrows, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Excellent. Is this the consensus of all present?" At this inquiry, the previously hesitant leaders, fearing that their earlier uncertainty might be discerned by Lord Leopard, hurriedly chimed in. "Indeed. Yes, Lord Leopard, we are all in agreement. The skies of the Northeast will forever belong to the Bao family. Even if this Chow were to don a dragon robe, he could never assume the role of a prince. Whatever you decree shall be our command. We have no objections." If you fear getting your hands dirty, we will gladly send this father and son to the afterlife on your behalf." Amidst the uproar, old Master Chow continued to clutch the lifeless body of his eldest son, his gaze blankly fixed on the ground, remaining silent. After the clamor subsided, he suddenly turned to Lord Leopard and coldly inquired, "I relinquish all the wealth of the Chow family to you. Can you spare our lives?" As old Master Chow uttered these words, an immediate silence enveloped the room. All eyes turned towards Master Bao, awaiting his reaction. With a faint smile, Master Bao gazed at old Master Chow, unhesitatingly shook his head, and suddenly burst into laughter. "Uncle Chow, what is the matter? Have you forgotten that we are all fed by blood rice?" Master Bao had never laughed so wildly before, leaving everyone, including Chen Zhi, in a state of shock, a chilling sensation rising from the depths of their hearts. Old Master Chow seemed to have anticipated this response. He slowly rose, his frail back hunched, and walked directly in front of Master Bao, bending down to scrutinize his face closely. "You bear little resemblance to your father," he remarked. Upon finishing his statement, a sudden thud echoed as he knelt rigidly before Master Bao, his voice hoarse. "Baozi, at this juncture, I have no words left. But your father and I were brothers, our heads knocked together on the ground, raised together in our youth. That year, when you were merely a month old, your father was ambushed while fighting in the Bailong River and was thrown into the icy depths. It was I who, gritting my teeth, rescued him from the frigid waters below -30 degrees, resulting in 3 of my toes being frostbitten, rendering them useless. I do not seek mercy for my own life. But my eldest son is already dead. Spare my youngest son, will you? I will ensure he writes a guarantee in front of all the men in Northeast, pledging never to seek revenge. He will leave China to live abroad. He is not yet 16 and knows nothing of this. Let him stay to collect our bodies." As old Master Chow spoke, tears filled his eyes, gazing sorrowfully at Master Bao, awaiting his response. Master Bao's eyes were icy as he stared at old Master Chow in silence for an extended period before finally giving a slight nod. "Tell me everything you know." Upon concluding his words, Master Bao gestured to the surrounding crowd. "Everyone has been startled today. Please step outside for a moment. Uncle Chow and I need to have a private conversation. There are people outside to assist you. These days, the Bao family will host a gathering. Enjoy yourselves in Chengdu." Upon hearing Master Bao's words, everyone immediately stood up, relief washing over them as they exited. Ningbin and Feng Duanzi glanced back at Uncle Chow before following suit. Once everyone had departed, several burly men led little Chow outside to draft a guarantee, while Master Bao, accompanied by Chen Zhi and Fat Wei, took old Master Chow into a small room next door for questioning. As old Master Chow settled into a chair, Master Bao's voice was cold. "There is no one else here. Speak freely. I know you are not the mastermind. You lack the capacity to assault the secret warehouse, and you are unaware of its contents. The attackers are beyond your control. Now, tell me, who orchestrated this?" "I truly know nothing," old Master Chow despaired, shaking his head. "Years ago, your father and I were imprisoned together. During our interrogation, my vulnerabilities were exposed, leading to a swift death sentence. I was not afraid of dying, but I could not bear the thought of leaving my son. In that moment, I spoke out of turn." Tears streamed down old Master Chow's face as he recounted his tale. "In a moment of indiscretion, I inadvertently revealed the youthful escapades of your father, unaware that he would be relentlessly pursued thereafter. Eventually, I learned of his execution." Upon hearing this, Lord Leopard closed his eyes, and after a brief pause, opened them with a bloodshot gaze, inquiring, "What happened next?" "I then became a witness with a tarnished reputation. After serving 2 years, I was released. At that time, Feng Laosi took the fall for me, and no suspicion fell upon my shoulders. For many years, this incident has haunted me, instilling a profound fear that has disrupted my sleep. Thus, when you reclaimed the Northeast, I fervently supported your ascension, but also, as a precaution, I positioned my illegitimate eldest son among your ranks as an informant. However, a few months ago, an individual approached me, claiming to possess knowledge of the true events from that time. He threatened to divulge everything to you, which filled me with terror. At my advanced age, death holds little fear for me, but I am deeply concerned for my 2 sons. Consequently, I agreed to assist him in accessing the secret warehouse, providing him with its location and a key, though I did not accompany him. I initially believed he was merely seeking the treasures within, but little did I know that his intentions were sinister, resulting in the demise of all personnel in the warehouse. At that moment, I realized the gravity of the situation. I feared you would uncover my involvement. Thus, when you summoned us to Chengdu for a meeting, I orchestrated this upheaval in hopes of displacing you. This is the entirety of the matter, and I have not uttered a single falsehood. Very well, Lord Leopard nodded slightly. Now tell me, who is the person you sought? Chapter 356, The Final Judgment, Part 2. Author. The bewildered observer gazes at everyone, having awaited further developments, eager to uncover the truth. A prior note, no face-slapping permitted. Lord Leopard smiled at old Chow, saying, Excellent. Now please tell me, who is the individual you sought? Old Chow gazed at Lord Leopard, his expression suddenly becoming quite intricate. After a moment of hesitation, he responded, I cannot ascertain his identity. This individual is exceedingly astute. Each time I encounter him, he dons an ill-fitting overcoat that obscures his form, and his face is concealed by a gelatinous mask equipped with a voice modulator. His age is indeterminate. Yet he walks on his toes, leaning forward with minimal movement of his limbs, undoubtedly a man. Each time we meet, he communicates through the voice modulator, rendering me unable to discern his identity. However, on one fortuitous occasion, one night, he summoned me to meet in the basement. At that moment, he seemed unable to endure discomfort in his eyes, and while turning away to remove his mask to wipe them, I caught a fleeting glimpse of his face in the adjacent glass. Did you see clearly? Do you recognize that individual? Lord Leopard pressed, his deep gray eyes shifting in hue. Old Chow, after a moment of silence, shook his head slightly and continued, If viewed now, it appears. At that moment, it was merely a fleeting thought, and the reflection in the glass was unclear. He immediately donned the mask, and that visage remained imprinted in my heart. Subsequently, I was uncertain and let it go. However, now, combined with the person's physique, gait, and mannerisms, along with that indistinct face, I can almost ascertain the truth. When old Chow spoke of this, a chill smile crept across his face as he glanced up, warily fixated on Chen Zhi. Leopard, I shall only speak to you. Chen Zhi and Fat Wei exchanged glances, instinctively retreating a step. Leopard rose from his seat, moving closer to old Chow, leaning in to listen. Old Chow whispered in Leopard's ear, his voice barely audible, his lips hardly moving, rendering Chen Zhi unable to decipher his lip movements even at close range. Yet, at the end, Chen Zhi caught a clear phrase. He has always been by your side. You must exercise caution. Understood. Leopard rose, his expression as tranquil as a still autumn lake. Uncle Chow, do you have any final instructions? Nothing more. Old Chow replied with a desperate shake of his head. I am merely reminiscing about the days decades ago when I, your father, Tang Lao San, and Feng Lao Si were together. How joyous we were, free from worries. The four of us trusted one another wholeheartedly, ready to sacrifice for each other, standing side by side. Those were truly happy times. We delighted in watching Hong Kong dramas, reveling in the action and the bonds of brotherhood, and we faced the world with bare hands. Everything changed thereafter. I cannot pinpoint when it began. After I descend, I will inquire with the three of them. As old Chow spoke, tears silently streamed down his face. Leopard, I must ask you for a favor. Back then, your father and I often sang a song called Feng Yun, a classic from Hong Kong and Taiwan. After all these years, I have been unable to find that old song. Please locate it and play it before your father's grave. It was his favorite song when he was alive. When I see him, he will not hold any grievances against me. Upon finishing, old Chow closed his weary eyes and fell silent. All right. Leopard nodded expressionlessly, his hand moving to his waist. Rest assured, I shall personally see you off. A day later, Leopard held a grand funeral for old Chow and his eldest son, set in the largest hall in Chengdu. The event was remarkably lavish, attended by prominent figures from northeast China, including those who had experienced the recent events. Leopard opted not to disclose old Chow's betrayal, instead honoring him with familial rites. Leopard, Feng Duan, and Ning Bin donned mourning attire, vigilantly keeping watch throughout the night, while the funeral procession stretched an entire street long, with paper offerings scattered in abundance, creating a magnificent spectacle. Leopard kept his word. He did not harm Xiao Chow. Xiao Chow remained in Chengdu to mourn for old Chow, awaiting the conclusion of events before returning with the bodies of old Chow and his brother to their hometown for burial. Afterward, he would take a sum of money and leave China, never to return. Everyone praises Master Bao as a man of loyalty, one who has never wronged his father's old brothers, possessing a broad heart, clear distinctions between gratitude and resentment, and an ability to overlook past grievances. However, many are filled with fear towards Master Bao, trembling at his handling of the Chao family and daring not to offend him. Henceforth, in northeast China, no one would dare to question the authority of the Bao family. On the day of old Master Chao's burial, a black and white photograph was placed before the tombstone, depicting the young old Master Bao, old Master Chao, Tang San, and Feng Laosi, all in their 20s, sporting the trendy medium-length hairstyles of the time, clad in bell-bottom trousers, exuberant with youthful vigor and innocent, resolute smiles. At Master Bao's command, a song that old Master Chao had long sought was played continuously at his graveside, a classic song from Hong Kong and Taiwan, Feng Yun. The lyrics echoed, "When we faced the mountains and the seas, we vowed to love each other eternally. Little did I expect the mountains and seas to change so often, never to see the old faces again. Yet in the wind, our love remains fervent, untainted by the floating clouds. Even if the seas dry and the mountains collapse, our vow shall never wane." Once old Master Chao's affairs were settled, Chen Zhi and the others returned to the city with Master Bao. Along the way, Chen Zhi tried more than once to uncover who old Master Chao had suspected, but Master Bao furrowed his brow at the mention of it, seemingly keen to avoid the topic. Chen Zhi's suspicions grew ever more tangible and direct, yet Pang Wei remained unperturbed, insisting that the living and the dead are worlds apart. He advised Chen Zhi to disregard any speculation, for in time, the truth would reveal itself. Chen Zhi found merit in this perspective, especially since he had previously wronged Pang Wei. He chose not to indulge in unfounded doubts any longer. Since returning to the city, Pang Wei had been restless, and Chen Zhi knew his thoughts were consumed by the map of the underworld. Ever since his brother had vanished, he had never contemplated relinquishing his plan to traverse the road to the underworld, yearning to see what lay beyond the bronze door. After a few days of tranquil existence, Chen Zhi suddenly received a call from Master Bao himself, announcing that the map of the underworld had been fully restored. Chapter 357. The road to the underworld. They set off towards the retreat pavilion in the evening. Since returning from Xingdu, Master Bao's affairs had become exceedingly busy. Firstly, the movable and immovable properties left by the Chao family required management, followed by the consolidation of the various factions under the Chao family. Most of these smaller groups gravitated towards the Bao family, and several recalcitrant leaders were brought under control through Master Bao's blend of grace and authority. In just a few days, the Bao family's business had doubled. Previously focused on mining and metallurgy, they now absorbed the light industries predominantly managed by the Chao family, whose enterprises were primarily located in Shandong due to the convenience of maritime trade, favoring export-oriented sea industries. Additionally, numerous commercial ventures remained, requiring oversight beyond the portions allocated to other elders. Business is a discipline of management and administration, intricate in its accounting complexities. However, during this period, an unexpected event transpired. The ever-reliable old Jindo, who had long occupied the role of chief steward of the Bao family, suddenly vanished. This sudden disappearance posed significant challenges for the takeover of the Chao family's operations. Strangely, Lord Bao displayed an unusual reaction. He neither dispatched anyone to search for old Jindo nor mentioned him to others, as if he had entirely forgotten the man. During this tumultuous time, Qin Yang, the newly appointed matriarch of the Bao family, found herself exceedingly busy. The responsibilities she assumed far exceeded her expectations. While Lord Bao orchestrated matters externally, he remained preoccupied with a group of old associates within the Eerie pavilion, tirelessly managing accounts and overseeing business transactions with Shandong. Chen Zhi had never anticipated that Qin Yang possessed such remarkable acumen. Perhaps it was a natural gift bestowed upon beings of their semi-divine lineage. Prior to Chen Zhi and his companion's arrival at the Eerie pavilion, Lord Bao had succinctly briefed Chen Zhi over the phone regarding their situation. The map of the Yellow Springs, intricately etched onto the skin of Dan Qi, which they had retrieved from Guiqing village, had been meticulously restored. This endeavor consumed considerable technical expertise and manpower, as the obscured lines and black dots, resulting from skin metabolism, had been precisely magnified and reinstated. It turned out that those black dots were inscribed with divine characters, which only Chen Zhi could decipher. Upon entering the hall of the Eerie pavilion, the ambience had transformed from the orderly and solemn demeanor presided over by old Jindo. The hall was now adorned with vibrant flowers, exuding a lively and flourishing atmosphere. The space was crowded with senior old associates of the Bao family, accountants, and business owners who had traveled from Shandong specifically for this occasion. With no time to attend to them, Lord Bao left the reception duties to Qin Yang, who busily managed the dealings and inventory alongside the accountants, meticulously reviewing stacks of reports and streamlining transaction channels, leaving her little time to engage with Chen Zhi and his companions. As Chen Zhi and the others found themselves at a loss in the bustling hall, Qin Yang gestured for them to ascend to the second floor, indicating that Lord Bao awaited them in the familiar location. Upon reaching the second floor, they encountered several blue ribbon warriors stationed at either side of the study. As Chen Zhi and his companions approached, the warriors did not follow them inside. The study remained as familiar as ever, with a concealed chamber at the back, previously accessed through mechanisms operated by old Jindo. This time, however, Chen Zhi had to unlock it himself. Indeed, Lord Bao was seated within the dim chamber, his visage marked by exhaustion, appearing as though he had not slept for several days. He waved his hand, instructing Chen Zhi to close the hidden door before gesturing for them to take a seat beside him. "Lord Bao, are you unwell?" Pang Wei inquired with concern, observing the weariness etched on Lord Bao's face. "How is it that only a few days of absence have left you looking so haggard? Have you fallen ill? Or is it related to old Jindo's disappearance?" "It's nothing," Lord Bao replied dismissively, gently shaking his hand as if to indicate his desire to avoid further discussion on the matter. He then addressed Chen Zhi and the others, saying, "The human skin map you brought back from Gaking Village has been meticulously restored. Its actual area is remarkably vast, and those indistinct black dots are, in fact, individual divine characters. The routes and patterns in the center of this map are exceedingly intricate. Nearly 100 specialized technicians work day and night to accomplish this restoration." At this point, Master Bao suddenly broke into a violent cough, his health seemingly quite poor. After a fit of coughing, he continued, "Let us not dwell on that. You can examine the map directly." Upon finishing his words, Master Bao picked up the remote and pressed it against the wall opposite him. Instantly, the wall illuminated, revealing that the entire white surface was, in fact, a large screen. Once the switch was activated, a clear image emerged on the screen, a yellowed map that had been restored. Precisely the one Chen Zhi and his companions had brought back, known as the Yellow Springs map on the back of the faintly etched figure. Enlarged to the size of the wall, Chen Zhi was finally able to comprehend the entirety of the map. The complexity of its designs was truly astounding. What had once appeared as unclear dots and lines now revealed extensive passages of text upon magnification. This was an exceedingly large internal route map of a city, with patterns and annotations exceedingly detailed. Some locations were marked with the names of buildings, while others depicted access corridors and alternative passages. However, certain textual explanations remained perplexing. For instance, a structure suspended in the center bore a divine inscription translating to Peeling Hall, while an adjacent annotation read the skin bearer, without skin, a ghost. From this map, it was evident that the entire city was a meticulously planned and designed citadel, its precision and rigor far surpassing that of contemporary urban areas. "This is the complete visage of Yingdu City, the realm often referred to as the underworld," Master Bao articulated, clearing his throat. He clarified that the map was not inscribed on the skin of the faintly etched figure, but rather replicated using a unique transfer technique onto the back. During this period, our technicians endeavored to duplicate and reconstruct the map. However, for reasons unknown, this document could not be reproduced or redrawn. This suggested that the design of the map transcended conventional space, representing a superlative labyrinth, while Yingdu City itself was a fortified metropolis capable of ensnaring both divine and ghostly beings. Upon concluding his remarks, everyone turned their attention to the map, and indeed, it became apparent that upon entering the entrance, no matter the method employed, one could not exit through the front door, as if trapped in an unsolvable maze. Yet, from the overall perspective of the map, everything appeared exceedingly logical. At that moment, Master Bao addressed everyone, saying, "Have you noticed? There exists a remarkably unique feature within the entire city." Chapter 358. The Ghost City of Yingdu before them, the Yellow Springs map unfurled on the screen. And Master Bao again spoke to the assembly. "Have you observed? There is a notably distinctive aspect within the routes of Yingdu City." "Distinctive? What is so special?" Fat Wei pressed his face close to the map of the Yellow Springs, scrutinizing it from top to bottom, yet failing to discern any coherent understanding. Could it be that this underworld was also congested with vehicles, imposing restrictions on passage? At this moment, Chen Zhi had begun to perceive the subtle clues within the map. He meticulously examined the routes throughout the city of Yingdu and slowly addressed Lord Leopard. The routes appeared excessively smooth and were not terrestrial. Could it be that all pathways within Yingdu were waterways? Indeed, Lord Leopard nodded with a knowing smile. All 99,000 routes within Yingdu are waterways, intricate and convoluted. It is nearly impossible for us to navigate through them with mere human vision, and even a computer would struggle to compute millions of potential paths, rendering it a genuine labyrinth of water. Thus, we have drawn a conclusion. This city of Yingdu likely encompasses a spatial dimension that starkly contrasts with our human world. Upon closer inspection, one would find that the seemingly chaotic arrangement of buildings within the city is, in fact, meticulously designed, with precise measurements governing the distances between them. It is unfathomable to conceive the advanced intellect that could devise such an impregnable city. Each edifice is interwoven with countless connections. For instance, the distance from a grand hall in the east to one in the west is identical to that of several smaller halls nearby. Such a level of architectural design is beyond comprehension in the human realm, even when juxtaposed with modern technology. It appears that the cognitive abilities of the ancient deities far surpass our own. Chen Zhi moved to the opposite side of the Yellow Springs map, gently caressing the screen. What are those elliptical patterns depicted above? Those represent locations we have inferred, based on data analysis, to be hilly and elevated terrains, Lord Leopard replied, lowering his gaze to sip his tea. The map reveals that Yingdu is characterized by a varied topography, with many areas comprising hills. The heights of these hills are insurmountable by humans. Only colossal beasts could traverse them. Thus, if any creatures inhabit Yingdu, they would undoubtedly be magnitudes larger than humans. So that is the case, Chen Zhi remarked, tracing the patterns that signify the hilly regions. If we wish to enter the city of Yingdu, aside from possessing skills akin to those of a ghostly blade, we would likely require climbing equipment. Otherwise, even basic movement would be impossible. It is not merely a matter of terrain. For us living humans, entry into Yingdu is simply unattainable. After setting down his teacup, Lord Leopard continued. The air and surrounding environment shape the form of the buildings here. The architecture is exceedingly peculiar, an oddity that defies description, unseen in the annals of human civilization. At long last, a geoscientist has ventured a hypothetical conjecture, suggesting that these structures bear a striking resemblance to the exploratory maps of the Earth's core. Thus, he has drawn an audacious conclusion. The city of Yingdu is akin to the very center of the Earth, a realm devoid of oxygen, shrouded in utter darkness, utterly inhospitable to human life and all living beings. Therefore, it is unequivocally impossible for the living to traverse its depths, unless they were to transform into phantoms. So that is how it is, Fat Wei suddenly exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. I was wondering why that monk had morphed into such a ghostly figure. It seems he has merely adapted to local customs. Haha. However, after a brief spell of laughter, his demeanor shifted to one of grave concern, a dark cloud shadowing his features. Chen Zhi discerned that he was recalling his brother, who had ventured into the bronze door. Surely, if we utilized oxygen equipment, we could gain entry? Chen Zhi turned to inquire of Old Bao. I heard that earlier this year, the United States unveiled a groundbreaking scientific achievement, the ability to synthesize artificial oxygen from atmospheric gases. This technology allows for oxygen masks that can adhere to humans, providing a continuous and unconditional supply of oxygen, enabling human activity in oxygen-deprived environments. If such technological marvels exist, I could investigate further, Old Bao remarked. Yet I maintain that there is no imperative for us to enter the city of Yingdu. It is, after all, the fabled underworld, a domain not meant for the living. Our organization possesses no documentation regarding Yingdu. This realm of the dead has remained isolated from ancient times to the present. Even deities dare not encroach upon it. The internal conditions remain entirely unknown, perhaps beyond the realm of our comprehension. Given the immense risks involved, I do not advocate for such a perilous venture. Old Bao, I wish to attempt it, Chen Zhi replied, casting a sidelong glance at the taciturn Fat Wei. The monk who escaped from Yingdu brought back numerous rare spiritual stones from the underworld, indicating that the city conceals a wealth of these stones, including the fire spirit stone that our organization desperately seeks. Moreover, when Bai Qian blew away the dragon bones and placed them in other divine tombs, we learned from the monk that the Grim Reaper had likely perished by the time he departed. If that is indeed the case, the dragon bones may reside within the Grim Reaper's tomb. Although we cannot ascertain these details now, it is worth a try. Noticing old Bao deep in thought, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of the endeavor, Chen Zhi pressed on. Among the spiritual stones left behind by the monk, there exists a black stone, akin to the ghostly seal, which serves as the key to the underworld and appears capable of controlling its inhabitants, potentially aiding our entry into Yingdu. That would indeed be splendid. Old Bao lifted his head, responding with a smile. If you are willing to brave the risks of entering, it would certainly be a fortuitous endeavor. However, I must reiterate, this city of Yingdu is far from what you envision. As I have previously stated, it is devoid of air and sunlight, and entirely comprised of waterways. Traversing these waterways necessitates vessels, and we currently lack the means of transport for such an aquatic journey. Transport? Upon hearing the words of Lord Leopard, Chen Zhi immediately turned his gaze towards the map, focusing intently on the grand entrance of Yingdu City. There, he observed a mountainous wall, where a colossal gate stood ajar, the very bronze portal to which Fat Wei had alluded. Beyond the bronze door lay an expansive void, and further in, a waterway resembling a river led directly into the heart of Yingdu City. At the entrance, an emblem reminiscent of a small vessel was depicted, accompanied by two delicate divine characters, Mingzhou. Chapter 359. Mingzhou, a term whose meaning is readily discernible from its very letters, yet remains unsubstantiated in historical records. Lord Leopard, are you suggesting that we can only enter Yingdu City by means of the Mingzhou? Chen Zhi inquired, turning back to Lord Leopard. Indeed, that appears to be the case. Lord Leopard replied in a tone that was both calm and measured, though he was soon seized by a fit of intense coughing. In numerous myths and legends, we often encounter descriptions of a ferryman who, upon the death of a soul, rows a small boat to the shore to ferry the deceased across the river. This river, the boundary between the mortal realm and the underworld, is known as the River of Forgetfulness. In Chinese mythology, upon death, one must traverse the Ghost Gate and journey along the Yellow Springs Road, with the River of Forgetfulness demarcating the line between the Yellow Springs and the underworld. The waters of the River of Forgetfulness are a ghastly shade of blood yellow, teeming with forlorn spirits unable to reincarnate, infested with serpents, and rife with a noxious breeze. Spanning this river is the Bridge of Helplessness, where an old woman named Meng Po resides. To cross the River of Forgetfulness, one must first traverse the Bridge of Helplessness, necessitating the consumption of Meng Po's soup, which induces forgetfulness of all past grievances and memories, allowing the soul to enter the underworld for reincarnation. While the legend of Meng Po may seem absurd, the River of Forgetfulness is indeed a tangible entity. In the ancient epics, billions of years ago, the precise events that transpired on this earth remain shrouded in mystery. However, one certainty endures. Prior to the emergence of human civilization, there existed a magnificently resplendent culture. It was from this era of beings or deities that Yingdu City was fashioned, a realm whose wonders are beyond the comprehension of contemporary humanity. Yingdu, the city of ghosts, has been gradually mythologized through the oral traditions of generations, giving rise to figures such as Meng Po and the Judge, while some elements retain a semblance of reality, such as the Mingzhou, the sole means of traversing the River of Forgetfulness. Should this Mingzhou indeed exist, could it be that the denizens of Yingdu City are truly the departed souls? Is it, perhaps, the 18 layers of hell? Fat Wei posed the question. The ghost blade also raised his head, as it appeared that all present were acutely sensitive to the term hell. I am uncertain, yet I do not share that belief. Lord Leopard shook his head and remarked, the true nature of Yingdu City remains unknown to us. However, based on our current understanding, after death, there is nothing left, no spirits or phantoms to speak of. Even if Yingdu City is indeed a city of ghosts, it is merely a peculiar locale from the age of ancient deities and does not necessarily signify a realm inhabited by the souls of the departed. Certainly, these are my thoughts. Chen Zhi did not attentively listen to the words of Master Leopard, but instead, he found himself repeatedly gazing at the two delicate characters of Mingzhou on the map. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a sense of familiarity with these characters, as if a faint impression lingered in his mind. His brain raced to search through memories, revealing a reservoir of experiences that seemed to retain every detail. As if replaying a video, he strained to recall everything he had ever seen, every minute detail, every inconspicuous fragment, in pursuit of the traces of the character's Mingzhou. Suddenly, A spark of recognition illuminated his thoughts. He remembered having seen these two characters beneath the great waterfall at the Tianhu Divine Tomb, in the tomb of the master craftsman Ziqing from the Warring States period. At that time, Chen Zhi had been unaware of the significance of divine script and had not grasped their meaning. Do you all recall our passage beneath the waterfall at the Tianhu Divine Tomb, where we encountered the burial site of Ziqing from the Warring States period? Chen Zhi turned to address everyone. Ziqing was profoundly versed in the essence of artifact creation, having inherited a tome from the divine, entitled Creation Divine Techniques. Do you remember the scene within that tomb? Ziqing had inscribed the entirety of this Creation Divine Techniques upon the tomb walls, and a portion seemed to describe the process of crafting the Mingzhou. I had witnessed that blueprint with my own eyes, but amidst the chaos and urgency of battle, I failed to replicate the mural. After the tomb was destroyed, we escaped. Yet now, even if we are aware, how can we return? Upon finishing, Chen Zhi recounted the overall circumstances of the divine text mural to Master Leopard. Master Leopard remained silent for a long time, gently shaking his head. It is absolutely impossible to return to the Tianhu Divine Tomb. At present, seeking the Mingzhou is a path devoid of clues. It seems you cannot traverse this road to the underworld. What did you just mention? Creation Divine Techniques. Is that the same as those fragmented murals depicted behind the coffin of the red-haired zombie Ziqing? Fat Wei asked, his eyes widening. You said that was something extraordinary, though I did not grasp its significance and thus captured it all. What? Everyone was taken aback by Fat Wei's words. The previously silent Ghost Blade inquired. When did you take those pictures? I did not notice. Hee. Fat Wei chuckled. The enthusiasm for wealth that your humble self possesses is something you ordinary folk cannot even fathom. While you were engaged in a struggle with the red-haired zombie, I casually took out my phone and captured every mural, leaving not a single page behind. Although some images were dimly lit, all the patterns and text are clearly discernible. Initially, I contacted a friend who collects ancient texts, intending to sell these photos, pricing them at 1 million. That fellow deemed it too expensive. I was preparing to keep him hanging for a few days, yet I haven't acted yet. Sell those photos to me. I'll offer you 5 million. Master Leopard said with a smile to Fat Wei. What do you think of this price? Oh my revered Grandpa Leopard. Your wealth is truly impressive, your generosity unparalleled, setting you apart from that group of impoverished souls. Had I known you were such a grand figure, I would not have sought after mere trifles elsewhere. I often reflect on how fortunate I am to serve you, which brings me great pride. Fat Wei's face flushed with excitement, his mind racing for the right words to flatter Grandpa Leopard. Allow me to retrieve the photographs from my phone and send them to you promptly, he declared, casting a decisive glance at Chen Zhi. Now, Orange, let me be clear. Among brothers, accounts must be settled fairly. These images were captured by none other than myself, and the 5 million is certainly not for you. How absurd. You truly have a knack for squandering money. Chen Zhi, filled with frustration, retorted. You are already a millionaire with assets of 50 million. How can you still be so miserly? Is there no sense of shame? I cannot afford to be generous just yet. I am still unmarried. Fat Wei exclaimed as he rummaged through his phone for the photos, suddenly exclaiming in shock. What the hell? Who has tampered with my phone? All my pictures are gone. Chapter 360, The Craft of Creation. As Fat Wei expressed his dismay, the group fell into a moment of stunned silence. How could the photographs simply vanish without a trace? Chen Zhi urged Fat Wei. Search again. Perhaps you misplaced them? Who would meddle with your phone? Nonsense. You know me well enough. I would never lose something of value. Fat Wei muttered, continuing to sift through his phone. The atmosphere grew awkward, and after a moment of silence, Grandpa Leopard solemnly inquired, Who has had access to your phone recently? Access to my phone. The most likely culprit would be Orange, as he stays with me every night. Naturally, he is the prime suspect. Fat Wei chuckled, but then suddenly furrowed his brow in recollection. Speaking of which, that night we visited Hot Spring Lake. Old Jindo called me over to discuss something and borrowed my phone to make a private call. As Fat Wei recounted this, he abruptly fell silent, pausing before bursting into laughter. I remember now. It must have been my mistake. I likely deleted them while playing a game. Is that so? Grandpa Leopard responded, his skepticism evident as he scrutinized Fat Wei, refraining from further inquiries. However, let it be known that I, Grandpa Fat, am not as simple as you presume. I have backups of all important items. Surely you are aware of the miraculous tool known as Baidu Cloud? After sharing this, Fat Wei fiddled with his phone for a moment and said to Grandpa Leopard, The backup photos have been located. Please add me on WeChat. I shall send you the materials immediately. Indeed, the marvels of modern technology are incredibly convenient. Upon receiving Fat Wei's photographs, Grandpa Leopard swiftly shared them on the large screen mounted on the wall. The screen magnified every photograph sent by Fat Wei, allowing everyone to scrutinize them closely. They observed that the lighting was indeed quite dim, with some areas appearing shaky and blurred. However, the overall imagery and text remained relatively clear. This volume, The Art of Creation, proved to be exceptionally remarkable, predominantly composed of ancient Qin characters accompanied by illustrations. It described extraordinary techniques that were beyond the imagination of the common folk, such as a particular type of messenger bird that could articulate human speech, adorned with splendid plumage. Soaring across the vast expanse of Huaxia without ever alighting, traversing thousands of miles daily to relay messages. Upon flipping to the final few pages, the text became exceedingly small, inscribed entirely in divine script. Apart from Chen Zhi, no one could comprehend it. The title was marked in divine characters, reading instruments of the divine. Mundane souls keep their distance. The dense and minuscule text, compounded by the dim lighting and blurriness, rendered the images and words somewhat challenging to decipher. Chen Zhi diligently examined the densely packed characters before finally locating a familiar image on one of the pages, an inconspicuous fragment of text in a small corner, with a rather simple illustration accompanying it. Chen Zhi strained his eyes to discern the words, revealing a delicate segment of divine script, with strokes that were soft and rounded, reminiscent of a painting. It was evident that the original carver of the mural was unfamiliar with these characters, merely replicating them as best as they could. The title of that divine script was Mingzhou, meaning nether vessel. Following that, the text elaborated on the specifications for crafting such an artifact. It provided a thorough account of the materials, dimensions, and techniques involved, articulated with clarity and precision. Characteristic of divine script, it eschewed metaphor and ambiguity, opting instead for directness and simplicity. Among the details, one section emphasized the most crucial component of the Mingzhou, the ship's frame, which required a special type of wood known as ghost wood. Its description read, "In the ghost city of Yingdu, where life ceases and the waters of the river of forgetfulness flow endlessly, the Mingzhou may traverse upon it, ferrying souls across. It journeys 1,000 miles daily, amidst the ghostly city of Yingdu, in the company of the departed. Those who embark upon this vessel must observe a 3-day fast, with the essence of trees atop their heads, to enter the ghostly realm. The northern territories possess ghost wood, suitable for the crafting of the Mingzhou's frame. Without this material, the creation of the nether vessel is forever unattainable." After Chen Zhi finished reading these texts, he turned his attention to a small illustration beside it. The intricately rendered image depicted a small wooden boat, featuring a three-dimensional view alongside two flat sectional analyses, with its internal structure appearing straightforward. The small illustration showcased a miniature wooden vessel, with its frame embellished in gold powder, alongside a label reading Ghost Wood. Once Chen Zhi conveyed the essence of the divine script to the others, Fat Wei seemed to grasp the concept and exclaimed in a somewhat petulant tone, "Damn it, I knew there had to be a catch. Crafting this Mingzhou is not so simple. Where on earth do we procure this ghost wood for the ship's frame? Can't we substitute it with other high-quality timber?" "No," Chen Zhi replied, scrutinizing the map and shaking his head. "The design of this vessel of the underworld is, in essence, quite simplistic. However, its internal structure is remarkably intricate. In a certain sense, this vessel is a means of transportation that traverses the river of oblivion, relying on a peculiar material known as ghost wood. Were it constructed from ordinary timber, it would be no different from a common wooden bed. According to the aforementioned description, the river of oblivion poses a perilous challenge for the living, rendering them incapable of crossing without the vessel. How troublesome. Must we truly carry a boat into the netherworld? Such an endeavor seems excessively cumbersome. Yet, the pressing question remains. Who possesses knowledge of this ghost wood and its whereabouts?" The impatient Fat Wei continued to inquire. "The northern regions are vast. How does one locate something as vague as the north? Is there any indication of where this ghost wood grows, or what it resembles?" "There is no description," Chen Zhi replied after meticulously reviewing the inscriptions once more, shaking his head. "Apart from the mention of the north, there are no further details regarding ghost wood." Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, silence enveloped the group. Concepts devoid of clarity are the most challenging to pursue. Ghostwood may very well be an archaic term for a certain type of tree, possibly renamed long ago. Additionally, if it is a type of ancient timber, It may very well be extinct by now. Such a nebulous pursuit raises the question of where one might search. After a moment of contemplation, Leopard Master smiled at Chen Zhi, suggesting, "It seems the only course of action is to seek out your Jiang family's library. The secrets of the land of Huaxia, from the mythological era to the present, are all concealed within its depths." Chapter 361, The Jiang Family Library. After a brief silence, Leopard Master turned to Chen Zhi with a smile, reiterating that their only option was to visit the Jiang family's library, where the mysteries of Huaxia have been preserved since ancient times. This vast repository of ancient texts houses an extensive collection of literature accumulated over millennia, including rare tomes cherished by the Jiang lineage, many of which are exceedingly scarce and accessible only to the clan's patriarch. Even your uncle has never had the opportunity to enter. It is said that within its walls lie numerous spells and records pertaining to ancient deities and supernatural beings. Perhaps there exists documentation regarding Ghostwood. As you are now the patriarch of the Jiang family, you are permitted entrance to the library for your research. It appears you must return to the organization once more. After Leopard Master concluded, all eyes turned to Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi felt a sudden tension. To be honest, the mere mention of traveling to the Western Qi royal city made him feel uneasy. By title, he is the patriarch of the Jiang family, the master of the clan's myriad divine shamans. Yet in reality, he is acutely aware of the vast disparity in power between himself and these shamans. The masked figures instilled in him an inexplicable psychological burden. The repercussions of his previous impulsive actions lingered vividly in his memory. Due to his ignorance of the Jiang family's ancestral spells, he had unwittingly exposed his vulnerabilities before the Grand Shaman. Chen Zhi understood that, given his current abilities and reputation, he could not possibly exert control over those of noble blood. It was prudent to minimize contact with them at this juncture. However, now that they urgently required information about Guimu, they had no choice but to muster the courage to visit the Wang city of Shiqi once more. Once the decision was made, there was no room for hesitation. Master Bao and Chen Zhi resolved to head to the organization together the following day, to search for materials in the Jiang family's library, and then devise their next course of action. After the group left the secret chamber, Master Bao instructed Qin Yang downstairs to issue a check for 5 million to Fat Wei. Overjoyed, Fat Wei scampered off to find Qin Yang to collect the money. When Qin Yang learned that Master Bao had spent 5 million merely to purchase a few of Fat Wei's photographs, he nearly erupted with rage, wishing he could devour Fat Wei alive. "You glutton, how could you be so shameless? What on earth makes those worthless photos worth 5 million? No one would want them even for free. Who do you think you're fooling with your tricks?" Fat Wei immediately retorted, "You ignorant fool, do you even understand? Those are not ordinary photographs. They are treasures. Hurry up and issue the check. Even after becoming a young mistress, you still remain so stingy. You don't even resemble a phoenix." The two continued their animated exchange downstairs for quite some time, until Qin Yang ultimately issued a check for 3 million, deferring the remaining 2 million until the end of the year, which left Fat Wei fuming and cursing. Thus, after leaving the secluded pavilion, the group returned home directly. Chen Zhi's father had been waiting for them to return for dinner and began setting the table only upon their arrival. However, Chen Zhi pulled Fat Wei into his room and shut the door. "Fat Wei, tell me the truth. The photographs of divine craftsmanship on your phone, you didn't delete them yourself, did you? Why are you hiding this?" Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Fat Wei was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a grin. "It seems nothing escapes your notice. Indeed, I did not delete the photos myself. I had separately packaged those photographs into a folder, but somehow they vanished. Was it Lao Jindo? Did he delete the photos while borrowing your phone?" Chen Zhi interjected eagerly before Fat Wei could finish. "That is a possibility," Fat Wei nodded in response. "At the time we were at the Duke of Zhu's tomb, I seized the opportunity to photograph the wall paintings. Lao Jindo saw me, and he knew exactly what those murals depicted. Don't let my demeanor fool you. I am quite attentive. Each of my folders is dated, so any alterations would surely leave a trace. The modification date of the folder coincided with the day I met Lao Jindo. As for whether he deleted those photographs that day, I cannot say, but he certainly meddled with them." "Then why didn't you inform Master Bao? Do you realize how much is at stake? Lao Jindo could be involved." Chen Zhi pressed further. "I know," Fat Wei replied with a somewhat peculiar expression, his smile fading as he bowed his head in silence for a moment. "Chen Zhi, there are certain matters I've wanted to discuss with you. You must stop fixating on Lao Jindo. While you might be intelligent, you should learn from me in dealing with people. Sometimes, It is better to be a little foolish than overly clever. Lao Jindo has been acting rather strangely of late, and has gone missing once more. Does Lord Bao remain oblivious to this? Have you not noticed how he seems to avoid discussing Lao Jindo altogether? Moreover, with Sanzi deceased, there is no resurrection for the dead. Lao Jindo was a benefactor to Lord Bao. If he wishes to sweep matters under the rug, why must you insist on exposing the truth? Furthermore, the date on this phone merely indicates that Lao Jindo viewed or moved these photographs on that day. It does not confirm that he deleted them. Perhaps, as Pang Wei jested while flashing a grin at Chen Zhi, it was your mother who deleted them during a midnight sleepwalk. You envy me for selling 5 million without sharing, huh? To hell with you. You are the one sleepwalking. What nonsense logic is this? Chen Zhi found himself caught between laughter and tears, yet he increasingly felt that Pang Wei's words held a kernel of truth. Lord Bao indeed behaved peculiarly regarding Lao Jindo. Perhaps, as Pang Wei suggested, some matters ought not to be scrutinized too closely or articulated too plainly. Perhaps Pang Wei's approach to handling situations is the true embodiment of wisdom. However, allowing an insider to lurk in the shadows ultimately leads to endless repercussions. At that moment, Pang Wei patted Chen Zhi's shoulder, saying, "Regardless, Chen Zhi, thank you for your efforts this time." Chen Zhi understood the implication. Pang Wei was expressing gratitude for his determination to go to Indu City, which fulfilled Pang Wei's desire to enter the Bronze Gate. "It's nothing. I too seek the Fire Spirit Stone," Chen Zhi replied, casting a glance at Pang Wei. "And I know that even if we do not go, you would sneak off by yourself. I do not wish for you to perish there." The two were conversing in the bedroom when Chen Zhi's father called them for dinner from outside. They ceased their discussion and stepped out, leaving the matter unaddressed. The following morning, at 9 o'clock, the organization's black Audi quietly parked beneath Chen Zhi's building. This time, Ghost Blade accompanied Chen Zhi. As they entered the vehicle, Lord Bao was already seated within. Maintaining his usual calm demeanor, he acknowledged Chen Zhi with a faint smile. "Prepare yourself. Your Jiang family's library has been the most enigmatic location for our organization for millennia. It is said to remain suspended in the mythic era." Chapter 362, The Jiang Family Library, Part 2. To be candid, the organization's image still looms as an enigma in Chen Zhi's mind. Akin to the perpetually shadowed city of Shiqi, the twilight of the apocalypse, and those masked shamans. All of this rendered Chen Zhi's experience surreal, as though he were ensnared in a dream. To this day, he has yet to glimpse the clear visage of the organization's leader, yet that aged, resonant voice continues to echo in his mind, as inescapable as thunder. As Lord Bao remarked, Chen Zhi is a son of a matriarchal lineage. His rise to clan leader is merely due to the absence of other bloodlines within the Jiang clan. The reality is harsh. Even after enduring the trials of the past year, his accomplishments seem trivial. His standing within the organization is negligible, to the point where he cannot even command the shamans under his leadership. What he desperately needs now is to contribute to the organization and thereby elevate his status. Otherwise, this hollow title of Jiang clan leader will prove to be unsustainable for long. The vehicle continued its bumpy journey, with both Gui Dao and Leopard Grandfather remaining silent throughout. Chen Zhi had long since grown accustomed to their personalities. When Fat Wei was absent, silence prevailed, and Gui Dao perpetually wore a stoic expression. Upon arriving at the courtyard surrounded by mountains, they found that the night remained undisturbed, enveloped in an eerie stillness, broken only by the sound of the wind. Devoid of even a single bird's call, there stood Lang Tu, bearing a prominent scar resembling a blade across his face, greeting them with a formal smile. "Let us proceed to the library," Leopard Grandfather said to Lang Tu with an air of nonchalance. "Yes," Lang Tu replied with a respectful bow. Yet he did not act immediately. Instead, he turned to Chen Zhi, asking with deference, "Patriarch, what is your wish?" "Oh," Chen Zhi was momentarily taken aback by the question. Before promptly responding, "Yes, that is my desire as well. Please take us to the library." "At your command," Lang Tu answered with utmost respect, turning to lead the way. The three of them followed Lang Tu as he walked ahead, with Leopard Grandfather whispering a light-hearted comment to Chen Zhi. The library is the most secretive place within the organization, a topic seldom broached by most. It rests atop Qishan, a divine edifice. It is a sacred site, historically accessible only to the patriarch of the Jiang clan. Legend has it that this palace was formed when the goddess Nuwa consumed the essence of the sun and moon, spitting forth divine water upon Qishan. It is a place where spirits converge, and the legendary tale of the phoenix's song on Qishan transpired here. After the establishment of the Zhou dynasty, Jiang Zia, serving as the prime minister, secluded himself within this palace to study incantations, ultimately perishing amidst the countless sacred texts contained within, hence the name library. The texts within the library are exceedingly rare and must not be desecrated. No one other than the Jiang patriarch may touch them. Upon reaching the entrance, you must enter alone. Both Gui and I shall remain outside. Understood. Chen Zhi affirmed with a nod. Thus, the three continued to follow Lang Tu into the tunnel. Upon emerging from the tunnel, they beheld the interior of a vast, pitch-black palace. Situated within the royal city of West Qi, its condition was unrecognizable. The remnants of shattered walls and crumbling debris surrounded them. The stone surfaces marred by numerous knife marks, unmistakable evidence of fierce battles that had transpired, leaving behind a somber atmosphere. The light here was so dim that it seemed as if no living soul had traversed this place for millennia, rendering it a complete desolation. What set this occasion apart from the last was the absence of the old lantern-bearer who had awaited them previously. "Kind sirs, please proceed forward. Lang Tu cannot accompany you further," he said with a formal smile, stepping back and vanishing into the shadows. The three exchanged glances before continuing onward. Once Lang Tu's light had receded, the world ahead plunged into utter darkness. Chen Zhi activated the flashlight on his phone, shaking the beam to illuminate their path as they advanced. The ruins were indeed in a state of utter disrepair, with fragments of bricks, tiles, and shattered bronze vessels strewn about. The route was exceedingly chaotic, littered with crumbling black stone walls, and among the fragmented walls lay ancient armors and skeletal remains. An aura of antiquity and death pervaded the air, far more pungent than that found within any tomb. They trudged through the ruins for about an hour, until they beheld the end of the palace ahead, a vast breach that resembled a colossal weapon having shattered the city walls, revealing a gaping hole nearly 10 meters square. A biting cold wind swept in, and the silvery moonlight streamed from outside. There stood the old lamp-bearer, patiently awaiting their arrival beneath the moonlight. The aged servant guided the three nobles to the library, cautioning them to watch their step. The old lamp-bearer maintained his demeanor of utmost respect, holding the flame aloft as he gracefully led the way. Each of them traversed the wall's breach, following closely behind him. Upon exiting the palace, they realized they were situated on the rear mountain of the western Qi King city, and the ruins they had traversed were the remnants of the city's rear palace. This mountain bore an eerie stillness. Not only was it completely silent, but even the trees had long since withered and died. The frigid earth was barren. Once mighty trees now petrified and twisted, resembling monstrous creatures with outstretched claws in the moonlight. They ascended the desolate and chilling mountain with great difficulty, while the old boy ahead seemed utterly unfazed by the cold, moving swiftly upward as if propelled by the wind. When they finally reached the mountain's peak, Chen Zhi was momentarily blinded by a dazzling white light. As he looked forward, he was greeted by a cascade of radiant clouds, the horizon painted in vibrant hues, resplendent in beauty. At the heart of this luminous display stood a delicate palace constructed of white jade, its brilliance shining atop the mountain. This exquisite palace, entirely snow-white, resembled a crystalline wonder beyond human craftsmanship. Adorned with pearls and gemstones, its glazed roof was complemented by fantastical jade carvings clinging to the eaves, reflecting the brilliance of the sun and moon, creating an ethereal spectacle that was indescribably beautiful. This was the library, and the masked old lamp-bearer turned to Chen Zhi, bowing and saying, "My humble status prevents me from entering, and the other two nobles are of different stature and cannot join either. Please, clan leader, enter the library alone. We shall await your return here." "Very well. You all wait for me here. I shall enter," Chen Zhi replied, glancing back at Lord Leopard and Ghostblade. "Go ahead," Lord Leopard said with a gentle smile. "Be cautious, for the world within is said to be extraordinarily profound." Chapter 363, The Jiang Clan's Library, Part 3. Chen Zhi stepped into the library alone, the delicate palace aglow with radiant light. He quickly found himself enveloped in this celestial aura, an experience so enchanting it cast doubt upon the existence of the real world. Everything was shrouded in a treasure-like glow, imparting a sensation of ascension. The exquisite palace was constructed from layers of white jade slabs, showcasing masterful craftsmanship. Its soft luster resembled snow from afar, yet appeared like ice upon closer inspection, truly a breathtaking marvel. As Chen Zhi approached the ornate main entrance of this exquisite palace, he discovered that the grand door was also sculpted from white jade, adorned with edges of pure silver. The white jade structure, though not towering, displayed intricate and exquisite carvings that exhibited a remarkable sense of depth and detail. The entire door was crafted using a technique known as Yangwen, illustrating a pair of nude, long-haired figures, gods with human bodies and serpentine tails. Their arms entwined and tails intertwined, they unmistakably represented the divine couple of Fuxi and Nuwa. The face of Nuwa was carved with such lifelike precision and beauty that it seemed to breathe with vitality. Standing before the white jade door, Chen Zhi gently pushed it, and to his astonishment, the door swung open with an ethereal lightness as if it bore no weight at all. As the door opened, a pungent aroma of incense rushed forth, enveloping him in the scent of antiquity, as if the room had been sealed for a millennium and was now revealing the essence of an ancient, exotic culture for the first time. Directly ahead lay a modest anteroom, furnished with several long benches of gleaming wood, arranged with simplicity. However, prominently displayed above the main hall was a white jade plaque bordered in pure silver, inscribed with the 3 grand characters, library. These characters were rendered in the ancient script known as Jinwen, or bronze inscriptions, which served as the primary written form during the Shang and Zhou dynasties, predominantly used for etching onto bronze vessels. Due to the complexity of the script and the high level of skill required, it was a form reserved for the nobility. Adjacent to the 3 Jinwen characters was a delicate line of divine script, which was unmistakably clear to Chen Zhi. It read Jiang Shang's inscription. Here lies the handwriting of Jiang Zia, Chen Zhi mused, standing beneath the strokes of his ancestor Jiang Shang, observing the strength and flexibility inherent in his calligraphy, contemplating the complex and human-like traits of Jiang Zia's character. After traversing the anteroom, he proceeded onward, rounding the back where a sloping staircase led upward to an enormous pair of double doors, slightly ajar as if awaiting his arrival. Before he could step closer, the rich scent of incense wafting through the crack between the doors stimulated his senses. This incense was peculiar, heavy with a fragrance that seemed to possess some preservative qualities. Emanating from within, Chen Zhi gently pushed the doors open and peered inside. Despite having prepared himself, having witnessed countless unimaginable wonders in the divine tomb, the sight before him left him utterly awestruck. Ahead lay an expansive circular hall, at the center of which was a circular pool of water, shimmering in a soft blue hue. Ethereal lights flickered beneath the surface, and mist rose gently, reminiscent of a legendary fairy bathing in a celestial pond. Flanking the pool were pristine white jade tiles, and exquisitely carved jade mythical beasts stood guard beside it. To either side, rows of towering bookshelves intersected, reaching heights unimaginable, shrouded in swirling, multicolored clouds that obscured their summits. The massive shelves seemed to pierce the clouds, with vibrant hues drifting close enough to touch. The beauty of this place was overwhelming. Chen Zhi felt as though he were suspended among the clouds, as if his very being was on the verge of transcending into the realm of the divine, truly as if he had stepped into a mythical world. The surrounding bookshelves are composed of layers of wooden grids, adorned with countless tomes and manuscripts. Some are printed on paper, others are parchment scrolls. Yet the majority are wrapped in silken cloth and consist of bamboo slips. The sheer volume of text here transcends the expression of mere thousands. It would not be an exaggeration to liken it to mountains piled upon seas. A haze of incense wafts from the delicate burners nestled within the book slots, presumably to preserve the integrity of these writings. With so many books to peruse alone, it would take me a decade to finish. Chen Zhi gazed upward, feeling a dizzying sensation. The illumination within the chamber emanated from the ethereal glow of the pool and the luminous pearls adorning the lamp posts. As he ventured deeper into the shelves, the path ahead grew increasingly obscured, the bookshelves becoming more densely packed. Chen Zhi cleared his throat a couple of times, deliberately making some noise to test the atmosphere, only to find an overwhelming silence. No signs of life were evident. In such an extensive library, could there truly be no one to manage it? Given the Jiang family's historical reverence for this place, it would be reasonable to expect a reliable steward. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible for the successive Jiang clan leaders to navigate these ancient texts alone. Puzzled, he pressed onward through the darkness, the narrow gaps between the shelves amplifying the oppressive gloom, instilling a profound sense of dread. Yet, Chen Zhi was unfazed by this stifling environment. His harrowing experiences of life and death had long since dulled his fear. He marveled at the magnificent collection surrounding him, gently caressing the ancient scrolls, feeling their extraordinary texture, a wondrous sensation. However, the path ahead seemed interminable, the enveloping darkness rendering him breathless, imparting a disorienting sense of aimlessness. Chen Zhi soon discerned that the library was ensconced within a formidable enchantment, one so potent that it seemed to imprison anyone within its confines. Yet, it was clear that this enchantment was not aimed at Chen Zhi or the Jiang clan leaders, but rather at some other entities within the library. This is utterly absurd. There is no way to proceed, he mused as he continued to explore the darkness. Given the vast expanse of the library, finding any information on the ghost would seem an impossible task, let alone traversing to the end of the corridor. After walking for a while, he suddenly halted, feeling a chilling presence behind him, sharp and penetrating like a blade. Through the training he had undergone during his missions, he instinctively recognized that someone was following him. Without turning immediately, he maintained his forward motion, discreetly reaching down to swiftly unsheath his short blade, the bye-bye, strapped to his leg, before pivoting abruptly. As he turned, Chen Zhi drew a sharp breath. Despite having faced countless life-and-death situations recently, he had believed nothing could terrify him again. Yet, upon seeing the face behind him, he was struck with sheer horror. Chapter 364, The Jiang Clan's Library, Part 4. Before him appeared the visage of a tender child, merely 6 or 7 years of age, standing at less than half the height of Chen Zhi, clad in a dark red tunic, adorned with a pair of small horns. This countenance, which should have radiated innocence and charm, now bore an exceedingly terrifying aspect. The once youthful and fair face was marred by a pallid, grayish complexion, sending shivers down one's spine at first glance. The eyes were rolled back, obscuring the pupils, while the lips had shriveled, revealing a row of menacing little teeth. And the depths of the eyes glowed a deep, blood-red hue. This child appeared as though it had endured unspeakable torment, transformed into a grotesque specimen of humanity. What manner of creature is this? A child? Are you truly alive? You resemble a veritable corpse. Chen Zhi pondered as he took 2 steps back, clutching his dagger tightly, ready to confront this diminutive zombie should it lunge at him. After a prolonged stalemate, the zombie child remained motionless before Chen Zhi, silent and devoid of any intent to attack. This child must be seeking me. The very fact that it can walk suggests it is animated. What could its purpose be? Its appearance is certainly not human. Could it be a ghostly child? The term ghostly child, an ancient and sinister concept, suddenly surfaced in Chen Zhi's mind. Known as guomintong, ghostly children were once a prevalent product of dark sorcery in ancient times. Nobles, in their quest for obedient and long-lived thralls, would cruelly submerge living children in concoctions, ultimately transforming them into these macabre entities, akin to nurturing a malevolent spirit. Even today, the practice of raising ghostly children persists in Southeast Asia, notably in Thailand and Indonesia, where they are referred to as wealth-bringing children. However, the true dark arts have long since faded into obscurity, and what remains is often mere trickery. Confronted with the tangible presence of a ghostly child, Chen Zhi was reminded of his sacred ancestor, Jiang Zia. For millennia, Jiang Zia has symbolized divinity and justice. Could he have once resorted to such nefarious sorcery? And why inflict such a fate upon an innocent child? At that moment, Chen Zhi's gaze fell upon the tunic worn by the child, a style commonly seen during the Shang and Zhou dynasties, crafted from the typical coarse silk of the era. Given the primitive state of textile technology, such handmade silk was reserved for the nobility. The tunic, darkened in hue and rigid in texture, appeared to be of considerable antiquity. Clearly, the incense within this chamber possessed remarkable preservative properties, preventing these ancient silks from turning to ash. Upon closer inspection, Chen Zhi noticed a minute stain on the tunic, reminiscent of the fading patterns that had once adorned it. This detail did not escape his keen eye. It bore 2 faded symbols, inscribed with the name Qi Yunzi. Chen Zhi recognized this name, though it was not widely known. It belonged to his master, the illustrious figure renowned in the tales of the investiture of the gods. The legendary Sheng'Ingbio, Shun Gongbao, is a well-known antagonist in Chinese mythology. His surname is Shun, and his given name is Bao. Gong is an honorific title. He was a disciple of the Chan school, having studied under the esteemed Yuan Shi Tianzuan alongside Jiang Zia, making him Jiang Zia's junior. Consumed by jealousy over Jiang Ziya's authority in the appointment of deities, he opposed Jiang Ziya throughout his life, inciting numerous powerful figures to challenge him and assisting the tyrant in creating considerable obstacles for King Wu of Zhou. Ultimately, due to his numerous misdeeds, he was punished by Yuanshi Tianzuan, who sealed him in the Northern Sea, and he was later appointed as the General of Water Division in the Eastern Sea by Jiang Ziya. His devoted disciple and protector was Qianzi. If Shun Gongbao had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Jiang Ziya, would his beloved disciple Qianzi have fallen into Jiang Ziya's grasp after that battle? Would Jiang Ziya have cruelly transformed this child into a ghostly servant? Chen Zhi shuddered at this thought. The image of Jiang Ziya, with his gentle demeanor and white hair, became somewhat blurred in his mind. If humanity is complex, then divinity is even more intricate. Perhaps the Jiang Ziya of millennia ago was not the exalted figure of later legends, full of virtue and benevolence. Perhaps he too was once ruthless, employing methods as cruel as those of other deities. In the ensuing days, Chen Zhi endeavored to communicate with the ghostly child, Qianzi. Yet he soon discovered that no matter what instructions he issued, the child remained unresponsive. After several failed attempts at interaction, Chen Zhi attempted to touch the child's heart, only to be astonished by the sound of a faint heartbeat, albeit at a significantly slower rhythm than that of an ordinary person. The child's skin was frigid, smooth to the touch like a fish from the deep sea. Its hair was petrified, joints rigid, yet the skeletal structure was entirely intact, resembling a cold stone doll. The hair at the back of its head was shorn, and numerous talismans were etched upon its skin, with several long silver needles piercing specific acupoints at the nape. The ghostly child's eyes remained motionless, appearing dazed, though its eyelids occasionally fluttered, indicating that its nervous system was undoubtedly intact. This ghostly child must be here to serve the Jiang clan leader. A ghostly servant capable of resisting its master's wishes is the most reliable of servants, and its longevity makes it quite suitable for managing the library. Yet, if it is indeed a servant of the Jiang family, why does it not respond to my commands? Chen Zhi pondered, gazing at the terrifying visage of the child. If this library has always been accessed solely by the Jiang clan leaders, must the language this ghostly child understands be the divine script? The divine script is a direct form of communication, transmitted through neural pathways to convey information to the human mind, not merely a written language that can be learned. Chen Zhi has yet to fully master the pronunciation of the divine script. When reading it, certain pronunciations naturally formed in his mind, but others remained elusive. At present, he is unable to communicate directly with the ghostly child using the divine script, though the sounds of the two characters for ghostwood are relatively straightforward. Chen Zhi pondered over the two characters, and after silently reciting them several times, he articulated them clearly before the ghostly child, Gui-mu. As soon as Chen Zhi's voice escaped his lips, the ghastly apparition before him trembled as if struck by an electric shock. With a sudden clatter, its two upturned black eyes rolled down, casting a gaze of profound resentment upon Chen Zhi. From its withered lips emerged two words, as commanded. Chapter 365, The Jiang Clan's Library, Part 5. This chapter is released late at night in gratitude for the generous reward of 30,000. And the 10,000 from Dai Lianbei Feng, my heartfelt thanks. The ghostly child trembled once more, and from its parched mouth came the words, as commanded. He understands, Chen Zhi thought, but before he could fully process this revelation, the ghostly child vanished from sight. Chen Zhi hurriedly looked up, only to see the specter clambering rapidly up the highest shelf like a spider, soon disappearing into the encompassing darkness above. After a few minutes, the ghostly child re-emerged from the shadows, standing once again before Chen Zhi, bowing forward with its hands raised, presenting a scroll wrapped in gold leaf. You found it so quickly? You truly are remarkable, Chen Zhi exclaimed, genuinely impressed by the efficiency of the ghostly child in this library. However, he couldn't help but notice the small, pudgy hands of the apparition were marred by numerous wounds, some so deep that the bones were visible, evoking a sense of compassion and discomfort. Is this the information on Gui-mu? Chen Zhi inquired casually, receiving the scroll from the ghostly child's grasp. As commanded, the ghost child responded, its jaw tightly clenched, its parched lips motionless, producing a muffled reply. Can't you say anything else? Chen Zhi persisted, stammering through his inquiry. As commanded. The ghostly child appeared to be in great distress, as if unable to part its lips, yet it managed to utter those two words once more. Why can you only say this? Chen Zhi wondered, slowly unfurling the scroll in his hands. As the golden scroll opened, the gold leaf scattered into the air like a shimmering dust storm, creating a magnificent shape resembling a grand tree. Upon opening the scroll, he discovered it was filled with divine script. At the forefront of the script was the depiction of an extraordinary tree devoid of branches, resembling a straight pole reaching toward the heavens. Adjacent to the illustration were the 4 characters inscribed in divine script, Fusang Divine Tree. Behind the illustration lay an extensive narrative detailing the origins, provenance, and the connection between the Fusang Divine Tree and Guimu. In the realm of the highest entities, the mythical Fusang tree stands devoid of branches and foliage, stretching skyward with a singular trunk that ascends to the heavens. Its roots, however, twist and intertwine, connecting the 3 realms of divine, mortal, and the underworld. This sacred tree, known as Fusang, is said to consist of 2 trees, one male and one female, growing from a shared root, their subterranean tendrils entwined, enabling passage between the celestial and the earthly realms. The Fusang tree, which flourishes in the mortal domain, has a trunk that reaches towards the divine, while its roots serve as vessels to navigate the depths of the underworld, thus earning the designation of ghost wood. This ghost wood, chillingly cold, melts under sunlight and fractures in fire, thriving only in damp, frigid locales. Given that the sacred tree is the abode of deities, the ghost wood is exceedingly rare. So ghost wood is derived from the roots of the Fusang tree. No wonder the vessels crafted from it can traverse the waters of the Wangchuan River, linking the world of the living with the realm of the dead. Yet, the Fusang tree has long become a mere legend, likely vanished for nearly 100 million years. In this day and age, where might one seek it? Chen Zhi pondered as he continued to read. Beneath the text lay a passage from the classic of mountains and seas, which Chen Zhi had encountered before. It spoke of Tang Valley, where the Fusang tree is said to reside, bathed by 10 suns, situated north of the Black Teeth. Chen Zhi was familiar with Tang Valley, an ancient locale near present-day Rizhao and Shandong. This valley is depicted as a profoundly sacred site in myth, noted in historical records as a place where the Shiha tribe worshipped the sun deity and where East civilization originated, having yielded numerous enigmatic artifacts that remain unexplained to this day. Since this scroll references Tang Valley, could it be that the legendary Fusang tree, where the sun rises, truly once thrived in Rizhao, Shandong? Chen Zhi mused silently. He had heard many tales of the Fusang tree, believed to be the dwelling of the sun goddess Shiha and her son, the golden crow, from which the sun ascends each day. Legends also tell of Ho-E standing atop the divine tree to shoot down the suns. However, we no longer live in an age of ignorance. It is universally acknowledged that the sun is a celestial body, incapable of rising from a tree. The tale of Ho-E shooting the suns is merely a figment of imagination. Yet, this does not negate the possibility that the Fusang tree once existed in reality. Perhaps it thrived on the coastal fringes of Shandong over 100 million years ago, potentially colossal in stature, possibly a unique species that has since become extinct. Since the only material necessary for the creation of the ghostly vessel is currently the spectral wood, the only course of action now is to seek out the legendary Fusang sacred tree or to find its remnants, even if such endeavors seem utterly absurd. Chen Zhi's mind was awash with these thoughts as he silently recited the words from the scroll, committing them to memory before returning it to the ghostly child ahead of him. While Chen Zhi had been examining the scroll, the ghostly child had been gazing at him with an intensely fierce and menacing expression. It was then that Chen Zhi realized that the child's jaws were not immobile due to rigidity, but rather sewn together. The gruesome sight sending a shiver down his spine. Was this not horrifically cruel? Unable to bear it any longer, Chen Zhi cautiously approached the ghostly child, crouching before him to peer closely into the child's lips. He saw that the upper and lower jaws were bound tightly with a web of steel wire, forming a grotesque seal, resembling a line of staples, the flesh having long since cracked, presenting an unbearable spectacle. "You can speak, cannot you?" Chen Zhi inquired, attempting to communicate with the ghostly child in broken, archaic script. Upon noticing Chen Zhi's scrutiny of his lips, the ghostly child's eyes grew even more malevolent. Trembling violently as he recoiled, his limbs stiff and quaking, as if Chen Zhi were the most terrifying entity in existence. "Do not fear, allow me to examine closely," Chen Zhi uttered, when suddenly a warmth surged through his fingertips, a peculiar sensation rising in his right arm. His subconscious whispered to him, imparting the knowledge that he possessed the ability to break this seal. Chapter 366. The Jiang Clan's Library, Part 6. This sensation was extraordinary, akin to a warm current flowing throughout Chen Zhi's being. It was a uniquely direct energy emanating from his veins and transmitting into his cerebral cortex, functioning like an operating system within his brain, accurately conveying the information he sought. Before his eyes, the various seals upon the ghostly child began to materialize. 3 luminous forms of curses emerged, composed of concentric circles of incantations and cursed patterns, dispersed across 3 distinct areas of the ghostly child's body. The most potent seal resided at the base of the ghostly child's skull, where a silver needle penetrated, representing a life and death seal. This intricate array of tightly woven talismans was designed to slow the child's metabolic rate, extending his lifespan while simultaneously stripping away his vitality and essence, leaving him in a state of half-life, teetering on the brink of existence. Hence, he had become the specter he now appeared as. Another seal was inscribed upon the child's back, achieved through a potion that seeped into the skin, featuring a series of circular incantations interspersed with a turtle motif. This particular incantation restricted the child's bodily movements, rendering him incapable of casting spells or resisting, destined to obey his master's commands eternally. The final seal was embedded within the child's mouth, a supplementary seal added much later than the first 2, possessing considerably less power. Its sole purpose was to prevent the movement of his jaws, inhibiting his ability to chew and speak. As if for some special reason, he was forbidden from parting his lips. Before him, 3 seals were formed entirely by the spells of the Jiang clan. And at this moment, Chen Zhi possessed the complete ability to unravel these seals. The sensation of such power was utterly extraordinary. Although Chen Zhi had never before engaged in the act of breaking seals, the force coursing through his veins assured him that he merely needed to place his fingers upon the seals and quietly recite a few incantations to effortlessly dismantle seals of this caliber. However, Chen Zhi was no fool. He understood that every effect has its cause. The reasons behind his ancestor Jiang Zia's decision to confine this young specter in such a lamentable state remained shrouded in mystery. Perhaps this ghostly child harbored an attack potency that surpassed its diminutive form, or perhaps it excelled in the arts of cursing, or even transformed into something far more terrifying. In any case, the act of unsealing was fraught with peril and should not be undertaken lightly. Yet, Chen Zhi was compelled to elicit speech from the specter. The harsh reality loomed before him. The bloodline of the Jiang clan had perished, leaving him, a novice, without guidance. While the once mighty shamans of the Jiang clan were now uncontrollable, even restless. This small ghost, left behind by Jiang Zia in the archives, was Chen Zhi's sole glimmer of hope. After meticulously examining the several seals on the ghostly child and analyzing their purposes alongside the potential assaults the child might unleash, Chen Zhi concluded that merely unsealing the specter's mouth would not enable it to move freely. It was still bound and incapable of casting spells or transforming into a demon, thus posing no threat to Chen Zhi. However, once the seal on the child's mouth was lifted, it might lunge at Chen Zhi like a wild beast or unleash fireballs in his direction. Yet, such attacks were within Chen Zhi's capability to evade, presenting no real danger. Having assessed the situation, Chen Zhi cautiously approached the ghostly child, peering into its mouth. At that moment, the child, unaware of Chen Zhi's intentions, trembled in fright, retreating while casting venomous and terrified glances at him. He followed the instinctive knowledge imparted to him, bringing his index and middle fingers together and placing them upon the specter's lips, softly whispering, "Open." With a crisp snap, the silver threads binding the child's mouth began to break apart. A wisp of blue smoke emerged as a small fissure opened at the corner of the ghostly child's mouth. Startled by this sudden change, the child's eyes darted in terror, fiercely baring its sharp little teeth at Chen Zhi, desperately attempting to widen its mouth and tear apart the remaining silver threads. The effort was excruciating, causing its skin to split and flesh to rend, a sight too tragic to describe. "Wow, you little creature are quite spirited, eager to bite me. Are you? I advise you to behave yourself before I have second thoughts," Chen Zhi remarked with a faint smile, commanding the ghostly child in a firm yet awkward tone. "Now, I shall lift the seal from your mouth, enabling you to speak and freeing you from the torment of your confinement. Do not move." The ghostly child seemed to comprehend Chen Zhi's intent, fixating his eerie little eyes upon him, ceasing all resistance. Chen Zhi continued to place his fingers upon the child's lips, then traced a graceful arc beginning from the corners of its mouth. At that moment, a brilliant golden light emanated from his fingertips. Chen Zhi exclaimed forcefully, and the light emitted from his fingers surged forth like a lightning bolt, swiftly entering the ghost child's mouth and tightly binding its entire jaw. A series of crisp, silvery sounds resonated, as the numerous silver threads that had been sealed within the ghost child's jaws shattered one by one, scattering brilliantly into the air before dissipating into wisps of smoke upon hitting the ground. At last, the ghost child's tightly clenched jaw could finally open. But due to the prolonged binding, its muscles were too weak, causing its chin to drop entirely. The child's mouth gaped wide open, resembling a monstrous maw, and a choking green mist escaped from within. Ah! The ghost child uttered a high-pitched, bizarre cry, its voice filled with fervor, continuing this cacophony for over 10 minutes, until Chen Zhi's ears nearly succumbed to deafness. Only then did the ghost child support its chin, covering its face with its chubby little hands, weeping softly. Chen Zhi called out from a distance, "Qianzi, can you speak now?" He maintained his grip on the hilt of his knife, cautiously regarding the little ghost, wary of any sudden aggressive moves it might make towards him. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's call, the ghost child abruptly halted its sobbing, slowly lifting its head, revealing a gaze filled with resentment through the gaps of its fingers, ominously declaring, "Kill." Chapter 367. The Jiang Clan's Library. 7. Jiang Clan Scoundrel, Defying Destiny. The heavens shall not tolerate you. Betraying the divine lineage, I shall surely slay you. The ghost child Qianzi, having just opened its sealed mouth, unleashed a torrent of curses. It scrunched its nose, feigning tears, yet its parched tear ducts yielded not. Now that we are in modern society, if you can speak human language, please use Mandarin, Chen Zhi remarked with a smile directed at the small ghost. You Jiang family members are all traitors of the realm, daring to defy fate. The heavens will not allow it. You have betrayed your own divine kin, and you shall face divine retribution. I shall kill you. Over the course of the next hour, this string of invectives was repeated ad nauseam by Qianzi. Chen Zhi now fully understood why Jiang Zia had sealed this little ghost's mouth. Indeed, the child's most potent weapon was its incessant chatter. Enough already. The times have changed, Chen Zhi lamented, attempting to intervene. You Jiang family members are all traitors. When Qianzi's repetition had caused Chen Zhi to experience ringing in his ears, the little ghost finally grew weary of its tirade. It propped up its chin with its pudgy little hand, turning its head in disdain, choosing to remain silent. Well, it seems you have finally exhausted your reproaches, Chen Zhi remarked with a smile as he observed Qi Yunzi's sudden quietude. Now that you are capable of speech, I would like you to ascertain how many tomes containing incantations reside within this library. Please retrieve all those spellbooks for my perusal. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's command, Qi Yunzi displayed a palpable reluctance, yet he mechanically turned around and bowed. As you wish. Bound by the constraints of his seal, Qi Yunzi could not defy Chen Zhi's orders. With a muttered protest akin to that of a small automaton, he made his way toward the distant shelves. Before long, Qi Yunzi returned with a mountain of scrolls and bamboo slips, stacking them before Chen Zhi. These scrolls primarily contained ancient arcane secrets, such as invisibility spells, earth evasion techniques, and even the alchemical transmutation of stone into gold. Some of the exceedingly ancient bamboo slips bore divine script detailing the origins of certain deities and their unique powers. So many unimaginable divine arts recorded within these scrolls. It is simply astonishing, Chen Zhi mused as he rifled through the time-worn scrolls, casually inquiring of Qi Yunzi. Where can I find the records of the incantations passed down through the Jiang lineage? What? The ghostly child, upon hearing Chen Zhi's inquiry, momentarily blinked his bloodshot eyes in surprise, before gritting his teeth and responding with malice. Your Jiang family's malevolent spells are the most vicious, capable of sealing the gods themselves. To prevent their leakage, those incantations are transmitted solely among your Jiang kin, never inscribed on scrolls. Being a descendant of the Jiang family, why do you inquire of me? It appears your family has indeed incurred divine retribution, doomed to extinction, and your wicked arts have been lost. After uttering this, Qi Yunzi began to chuckle softly. Is that so? Chen Zhi felt a wave of despair wash over him upon receiving this news. Qi Yunzi had remained in the library for millennia, having encountered the likes of Jiang Zia and other ancestral leaders, and possessed extensive knowledge of the Jiang family's capabilities. He had initially hoped to uncover the records of the Jiang family's ancestral incantations through Qi Yunzi, but now that hope had been extinguished. Previously, in the tomb of the nine-tailed fox, Chen Zhi had discovered a segment of an incantation inscribed on a decree by Jiang Zia when he sealed the nine-tailed fox, which he had memorized. However, that was merely the highest-level sealing spell of the Jiang family, applicable only when sealing deities and not suitable for all situations. Moreover, aside from the upper portion of the sealing incantation engraved on his uncle's watch and the lower portion found in the tomb, he still lacked the two most crucial lines. This meant that the supreme sealing incantation remained incomplete and utterly incapable of sealing any divine being. Do you happen to know where I might find relevant materials or traces pertaining to the Jiang family spells? Chen Zhi inquired, gazing intently at Qi Yunzi. I do not know, Qi Yunzi replied, his teeth clenched in resentment. Even if I did, I would not divulge it to you. I harbor a deep-seated hatred for your Jiang clan. You are all treasonous scum. Enough, enough. Cease your insults, or I shall seal your mouth shut, Chen Zhi warned. Chen Zhi was vexed by the antics of the little spirit, feeling a sharp pang in his head. He suddenly realized that despite having lived for thousands of years, this little being still possessed the mentality of a child. Unlike the sorcerers under the Jiang clan, its thoughts were refreshingly naive and simplistic, which added a touch of amusement to the situation. Qianzi, Chen Zhi commanded with a stern visage. Please relocate all these scrolls of incantations to the hall and categorize them neatly. I intend to study them thoroughly over the coming days. Upon receiving Chen Zhi's cold directive, Qianzi's joints quivered slightly, and he bowed in compliance, ceasing further conversation. Observing the reluctant Qianzi as he gathered the scrolls from the ground and trudged toward the hall, Chen Zhi felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. He turned and strolled toward the hall. The hall was bright, suffused with a radiant light, and everywhere he looked, treasures shimmered. The large, azure pool at the center exuded an enchanting aura, brimming with spiritual energy. This is the secluded space frequented by the clan leaders of the Jiang family throughout the generations. It is a sacred retreat where leaders, including Jiang Zia, have engaged in closed-door cultivation. Everything is interconnected. No one can leave unnoticed, and remnants of the Jiang clan's incantations surely linger here. Chen Zhi pondered as he ambled to the edge of the luminescent pool. The circular pool was vast, encircled by jade statues of the four divine beasts, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu. These four beasts, also known as the Four Symbols, were mythical deities representing the cardinal directions. During the tumultuous spring and autumn period, they were employed in military strategies, with formations positing Zhuke at the front and Xuanwu at the rear, flanked by Qinglong and Baihu on the sides. What purpose does this pool serve? Chen Zhi inquired, tilting his head toward Qianzi, his brow furrowed. Speak quickly, or I shall sew your mouth shut once more. Qianzi, immediately intimidated, covered his mouth with his chubby little hand and responded, It is a pool of healing water, formed from the essence of ancient war-fallen divine dragons. It has served as a sanctuary for the Jiang clan leaders to recuperate. Whenever a leader is injured, they immerse themselves in this healing water, and their wounds naturally mend. The magical essence of the Jiang lineage is transmitted to the leader, strengthening their legacy with each generation. Ah, I see, Chen Zhi murmured softly, extending a hand into the azure waters. An immediate rush of icy refreshment surged from his fingertips. An extraordinary sensation coursed through him, as if an overwhelming memory and experience were being imposed upon his mind. He envisioned the past leaders of the Jiang clan, battered and bruised, soaking in this very pool, their blood mingling with the water, leaving their indomitable wills behind. The fervent aspirations, insights, and sufferings of generations of Jiang clan leaders flowed into Chen Zhi's heart through the waters. His heart trembled intensely, evoking an urge to weep. He remained motionless, allowing the profound energies of the pool to permeate his being, realizing that what he was receiving was the true, enduring will of the Jiang clan's ancestral legacy. Chapter 368. Transcendence. Chen Zhi shed his outer garment and stepped into the pool, fully immersing himself in the ancient dragoness essence. Instantly, he felt every pore of his body open wide, thirsting greedily for the dormant will contained within the sacred water. As this energy of will surged into him, the latent potential hidden within his blood began to awaken. The ancestral power of the Jiang clan coursed through his veins, gradually transforming into magical energy that permeated every fiber of his being, flooding his mind and instilling within him a profound sense of rebirth. Chen Zhi remained in the tranquil waters for an extended period, his eyes closed in meditation. When he finally broke the surface and opened his eyes, the world around him appeared brilliantly illuminated, each detail strikingly clear, devoid of any confusion. He had become intimately acquainted with the sacred scripts, as familiar as his native tongue. His understanding of the power within him deepened, and he grasped how to wield it with precision. Now, he could summon magical energy at will, determining what he wished to perceive. This sudden influx of ability magnified his strength, allowing him to truly appreciate the power of his lineage and the confidence of a patriarch. Moreover, he felt an insatiable thirst for mastery over all incantations, particularly those passed down through the Jiang clan. As Chen Zhi emerged from the pool, the liquid clinging to him evaporated into an azure mist upon contact with the air. The sky above swirled with vibrant clouds, casting radiant light throughout the room. The small, robotic figure known as Qianzi observed as Chen Zhi stepped out from the sacred waters, gesturing towards the nearby table. There, he had meticulously arranged tomes on spells, categorizing them according to the 5 elemental directions, forming 5 distinct piles. Chen Zhi glanced at the seal inscribed upon Qianzi's back, a glyph etched into the nape of its spine, ensuring that this small automaton could tirelessly serve, functioning like an unflagging puppet. Incapable of rebellion or harm against its master, more versatile than the most advanced of machines. It was likely that generations of patriarchs had employed this little servant for their needs. Gently channeling his magical energy, Chen Zhi summoned a breeze from his hand, dispersing the clouds overhead to enhance the illumination within the room for easier reading. He then seated himself amidst the stack of books, casually selecting one to peruse. To his astonishment, the text within seemed eerily familiar. Each spell's words and illustrations resonated with him as though he had encountered them before, facilitating effortless comprehension and rapid memorization. The spells documented in these tomes were nothing short of extraordinary, a testament to the profound depth of ancient magic that left one in awe. In these days, I must peruse all these tomes and commit their incantations to memory. Once I have grasped these fundamental spells, I shall endeavor to seek the ancient incantations of the Jiang clan. As for the final 2 lines of the God-sealing spell, that shall depend on fate and fortune. Chen Zhi pondered silently before turning to his companion. Qianzi, please take good care of these scrolls. Do not alter my place among the texts. I shall return tomorrow to continue my studies. Furthermore, the seals on your back and the nape of your neck are excessively potent. If they were to be lifted now, your corporeal form would be unable to endure the strain and turn to ashes. After a period of time, I shall gradually unbind the seals upon you, allowing you to regain control over your own body and free you from suffering. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Qianzi was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a fierce glare, he retorted, "Do not attempt to deceive me. I know you wish for my assistance in locating the Jiang clan's incantations. You shall not succeed. I know nothing and will relay no information to you. Do not attempt to extract words from my lips. I harbor a deep disdain for your Jiang family." With that, he turned to leave. Chen Zhi, indifferent to the ceaseless vitriol of the young spirit, picked up the scroll detailing the Fuso divine tree and exited through the main door. As he stepped out of the library, he noticed the gentle patter of rain beginning to fall. The brilliance emanating from the library no longer appeared so blinding. The radiant glow enveloping him now felt warm and harmonious, instilling in him a profound sense of comfort, even igniting a desire to remain there indefinitely. As if he had finally found his true home. Continuing onward, he walked out of the illuminated area of the library and into the inky darkness of the mountains. Beneath the silvery moonlight ahead, he spotted Lord Leopard and the old lantern boy waiting for him in the rain. "I apologize for keeping you waiting," Chen Zhi said with a smile. "Ah." Lord Leopard paused for a moment, then grinned. "It seems you have gained much from your time inside." "Indeed," Chen Zhi replied with a faint smile. "We have found the information we require. Let us depart from this place." Thus, the two followed the old lantern boy down the mountain. The frigid night wind still howled through the mountain pass, and the surroundings retained their desolate demeanor. Yet, Chen Zhi had transformed entirely from the person who had arrived. Each tree and stone, every patch of earth in this mountain range felt intimately familiar and deeply cherished in his heart. It was as if he had once frolicked upon these slopes in a past life, having touched every blade of grass and rock during the mountain's flourishing days. As Chen Zhi focused on the flow of energy through his body, he sensed the profound power contained within him. Using his aura to shield himself from the biting cold wind, a sensation both wondrous and exhilarating. Upon descending the peak, they soon beheld the gaping entrance of the western Qi royal city, shrouded by a thin veil of black membrane that obstructed their path. Chen Zhi and his companions hurried forward, but as they discerned the true nature of the dark membrane, they came to an immediate halt. It was a dense mass of intertwined black limbs, resembling a colossal spider's web, shrouding the entrance and exuding a chilling aura. In the midst of this dark tapestry, a human face emerged, adorned with a familiar bronze mask, which spoke to Chen Zhi in a gravelly tone. "Why did you not inform us of your arrival in the city, esteemed leader, to inspect the library? Do you not require the service of the servant, Naya?" Chapter 369. The betrayal of the shaman. At that moment, the form of the great shaman Naya transformed entirely into the black web, effectively sealing the entrance. The bronze mask upon his face gleamed ominously in the darkness, emanating an unsettling glow. A group of robed shamans gathered behind the exit, concealed in the shadows, reciting incantations. Dark night crows flew in from afar, their emerald eyes glinting provocatively, encircling the great shaman Naya and obstructing Chen Zhi and his companion's path. Though the masks obscured their expressions, Chen Zhi could still sense their amusement, their glee at the prospect of witnessing his helplessness against the great shaman Naya. "Audacious!" roared Lord Leopard. "The patriarch of the Jiang clan stands here, and you dare to obstruct our passage? Do you seek rebellion?" After declaring this, Lord Leopard turned to the old lantern boy beside him and whispered urgently, "Hasten to inform the leader. The shamans have betrayed us." Upon receiving Lord Leopard's command, the old lantern boy leapt to the ground, attempting to burrow underground with a technique of escape. However, before he could disappear, a gust of black wind swept down, and the great shaman Naya's dark limbs shot forth like lightning, striking the old lantern boy with a resounding slap. Instantly, he transformed into a round stone and tumbled aside. "Hee!" The great shaman Naya cackled from behind the bronze mask. "Do not panic, esteemed leader. We mean no harm. We only wish for you to lead us into the library, to behold the myriad divine spells contained within. Once our desire is fulfilled, we shall release both you and Mr. Bao. Otherwise, what do you intend to do? Do you seek to kill us?" Lord Leopard retorted sharply. "The city of Shiqi is not a place where you can act with impunity. Though the current patriarch is still young, do not forget that formidable warriors from the Ji clan are ahead. Would they allow you to commit acts of violence within the organization?" The great shaman Naya was evidently incensed by Lord Leopard's words, his teeth grinding furiously behind the mask, and his transformed body trembled violently in the wind. "I am a descendant of the divine Xiongqi, and I am never to be commanded by mere mortals. You, a lowly mortal, dare to flaunt your authority as the adopted son of the leader before me." With a monstrous shriek, the great shaman Naya unleashed thousands of limbs, sharp as black swords, propelled by a fierce wind toward Lord Leopard at lightning speed, attacking from all directions, leaving him nowhere to evade. Yet, Lord Leopard's expression remained unchanged. He stood calmly with his eyes closed. "Nonsense." Chen Zhi leapt forward, channeling energy within him. With a flourish of his hands, he summoned a gust of air that formed a barrier, repelling the oncoming black limbs. The impact was tremendous. The limbs of the great witch Naya, upon touching the barrier, disintegrated as if engulfed in flames. Before the great witch could utter a cry, Chen Zhi forcefully swung his left arm, sending forth a powerful blast akin to a fierce wind, crashing into the form of Naya, which had transformed into a vast net, uprooting earth and shattering stone in its wake. The force of the strike was so overwhelming that it shattered Naya, scattering him from the entrance. A significant portion of the black limbs was incinerated, and the witch's body crackled with heat, emitting wisps of green smoke. In that moment, Chen Zhi comprehended the sheer magnitude of his power. It was a force so potent, so unyielding, that it could instill terror even in the divine. Those once shrouded in mystery and dread now appeared as feeble as domesticated kittens and puppies before him, their lives entirely at his whim. The great witch Naya fell heavily to the ground, his scorched form rapidly contracting back into that of a human, still adorned with a bronze mask, yet trembling in agony. He crawled backwards, prostrating himself before Chen Zhi in a desperate plea for mercy. "Forgive me, my lord. Spare my life." He trembled. "I was but momentarily foolish. You, the rightful heir of divine lineage, possess boundless power. We, the lesser witches, are as insignificant as blades of grass before your might. I vow to serve you faithfully for the rest of my days, to alleviate your burdens, and I shall not harbor any treachery. Please, grant me my wretched life." The great witch Naya, as if fully aware of the gravity of his transgression, cried out in a hoarse voice, akin to a wounded beast lamenting its fate. His terror palpable. Behind him, the other witches, witnessing Naya's defeat, emerged from the shadows, kneeling before Chen Zhi in unison, fervently beseeching his mercy. Such disloyal creatures. So swiftly they have shifted allegiance. Indeed, in the realm of demigods, power dictates all. Chen Zhi thought, a surge of murderous intent rising within him as he channeled his energy, pulling the great witch Naya into the air with a mere gesture. Naya, gripped by fear, let out pitiable wails and struggled in vain, akin to a small bird ensnared in a predator's grasp. The other witches, witnessing this alarming spectacle, scattered in terror. Some paralyzed by the overwhelming force of the air currents, bereft of the courage to flee. To slay one is a warning to many. Chen Zhi contemplated, tightening his grip. The air currents constricted around the ensnared great witch Naya, shattering bones and snapping sinews, silencing him in an instant, leaving only a faint, feeble breath, reminiscent of a dying ant. Chen Zhi hesitated for a moment before ultimately releasing his grip and casting the Grand Sorcerer to the ground. Upon impact, the Grand Sorcerer Naya lay motionless, unable to produce any sound. Having recently assumed the position of clan leader, I still lacked a thorough understanding of the Jiang clan's incantations. Now that the spell has been lost, I spare your life to assist me in regaining the Jiang clan's sorcery. All of you sorcerers must earnestly attend to this matter without error. Otherwise, you shall be reduced to dust at any moment. Do you understand? Yes. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's command, the sorcerers realized their lives were spared and immediately prostrated themselves, affirming their compliance. We obey your command, and shall henceforth refrain from harboring rebellious thoughts. Otherwise, we shall face divine retribution, our forms and spirits shattered. After uttering these words, the sorcerers bowed in unison, clearing a path for Chen Zhi. The leader is departing. We respectfully escort the leader back to the city. Chapter 370. Reminiscence. The sorcerers parted ahead, creating a passage for Chen Zhi. The elder lamp boy, who had turned to stone, resumed his original form upon sensing the absence of danger and staggered forward to lead the way. Chen Zhi and Lord Leopard followed closely behind as they entered the western Qi royal city. As Chen Zhi passed the fallen Grand Sorcerer Naya, he detected the acrid scent of charred flesh emanating from the sorcerer, who still exhibited faint breaths. Ignoring the sight, Chen Zhi maintained a calm demeanor as he followed Lord Leopard into the city. Is this truly the power of your Jiang clan? It is indeed, as the legends say. After they had walked for a while within the confines of the western Qi royal city, Lord Leopard remarked with a faint smile. That was quite perilous earlier. However, it seems your visit to the library was fortuitous, as you have indeed gained much from it. Perhaps, Chen Zhi replied with a smile. At the very least, I will no longer find myself constantly fleeing for my life. Our future tasks shall become considerably easier. As they conversed, they continued to follow the elder lamp boy. But after taking only a few steps, they spotted a young woman standing in the shadows of the corridor ahead. The woman possessed a formidable presence, casually wielding a long knife. Due to the dim lighting within the city, her features were obscured. Yet the faint glow from the lamp boy's light revealed the shocking scars upon her shoulders. Lady Yin Wang Jiying. Chen Zhi recognized the figure from his memories. A woman who resembled a specter of death. What could possibly bring this fearsome woman to this place? Chen Zhi had always held apprehensions towards her and halted his steps, silently deliberating without approaching her. At that moment, Lord Leopard stepped forward, glancing at the knife in Ji Ying's hand, and inquired calmly, "Have you come here for a purpose?" "I was sent by the leader," she replied, her lips curling into a dismissive smile as her icy gaze bore into Chen Zhi. "He mentioned there might be a minor conflict, and asked me to check on the young clan leader to see if he was injured." With a slight smirk, Ji Ying continued, "However, it seems you have resolved the matter yourself." "Huh, young clan leader, do you believe you are older than I?" Chen Zhi felt a twinge of discomfort at Ji Ying's tone. "If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave." Chen Zhi coldly cast aside his words, gesturing for the old lantern boy to continue leading the way as he and Leopard Yi proceeded forward. As they brushed past the woman, Chen Zhi's shoulder inadvertently brushed against hers. Suddenly, he heard Ji Ying's voice call out, "Wait." Prompted by her voice, Chen Zhi swiftly turned his head, and there was Ji Ying, her face mere half a meter away, illuminated by the light, revealing her features unmistakably. At that moment, Chen Zhi clearly beheld the stunning visage of this female Yama. It was a face of breathtaking beauty. Even the blossoms of countless peach trees and the resplendence of vibrant clouds could not rival her allure. Even the snow lotus of Tian Shan, with its icy grace, could not convey her purity. Truly, she possessed a beauty that could topple cities. Chen Zhi was not a saint indifferent to beauty. Yet the haunting memories of beautiful women from his past, with Bai Qian being a prime example, had instilled in him a sense of wariness and aversion towards such striking figures. He often pondered why these terrifying women bore such exquisite faces. "Do you have something to say?" Chen Zhi inquired, gazing directly at the female Yama. "I heard you were heading to the underworld?" Ji Ying's voice, slightly hoarse, struck the heart of the matter with a clarity akin to a glass cup shattering on the ground, devoid of hesitation. "If you are indeed going, could you take a look at the legendary Knife Mountain Hell? Some have claimed that I will certainly go there after my death." "Oh, very well." Chen Zhi nodded, then took 2 steps back, circumventing Ji Ying's position to continue onward. However, Ji Ying remained rooted in place, her gaze fixed on him from a distance, her ominous aura sending chills down Chen Zhi's spine. "She seems quite taken with you," Leopard E jested once they finally stepped into the tunnel. "But you'd best keep your distance. I've heard that few who become familiar with her survive." As they walked out of the tunnel, Lang Tu had been waiting for them in the courtyard for quite some time. Chen Zhi instructed Lang Tu to ensure he regularly traveled to the library pavilion, requesting that a car be sent to fetch him every morning at 8. Lang Tu nodded in agreement, his demeanor appearing even more respectful than before. Thus, Chen Zhi and Leopard Yi boarded the vehicle and returned to the city. Upon arriving at the secluded pavilion, the sky had not yet darkened. Chen Zhi promptly called for Pang Wei and Gui Dao to join them. Once everyone had gathered in the dim chamber, Chen Zhi unfurled the scroll he had retrieved from the library pavilion, which chronicled the Fusang divine tree, sharing its divine inscriptions with the group. He pointed to the roots depicted on the scroll and said, "Here lie the roots of the Fusang divine tree, which can lead to the ghost city of the underworld. Thus, it is known as Ghostwood. The ghost ships crafted from this would traverse the river of forgetfulness. If one wishes to reach the underworld, this material is essential. So this is Ghostwood. Truly remarkable," Pang Wei exclaimed, reaching out to touch the image on the scroll. "Do not touch it recklessly." Chen Zhi hastily pushed Pang Wei's hand away. "This scroll is thousands of years old. A careless touch could easily damage it. We shall examine it today, but I must return it to the library pavilion tomorrow." "Ah, you truly are rather petty, already starting to protect your Jiang family's possessions," Fat Wei mumbled as he leaned closer to examine the painting intently. After a moment, he remarked, "I say, if this grand hibiscus tree is indeed as mystical as suggested here, it must have long since vanished without a trace. However, I have heard that historically, the larger the tree, the deeper its roots grow into the earth. Some trees, even after many years of death, leave their roots embedded in the soil. This is what we call the tree walks, but the roots remain. The fallen leaves return to their roots. I propose we venture to Rizhao and dig a bit. We might just unearth this ghostly wood." "All right. You certainly seem to possess a wealth of knowledge." Chen Zhi chuckled at Fat Wei, continuing, "Indeed, when I first encountered the information regarding this hibiscus tree, I thought of this very point. Even if the hibiscus tree did grow in Rizhao, Shandong, it has undoubtedly long since disappeared. The tree has decayed into soil, the leaves and flowers into mud, leaving no trace behind. Yet, for large trees, when their roots penetrate deep into the earth, they can undergo petrification, turning as hard as fossils, and thereby preserving their existence. For instance, the ancient trees in the Peacock Sea of Juzhegu, which are over 1 billion years old, belong to this category. Thus, if we initiate our search in Rizhao, following the legendary location and exploring the underground soil structure, we may indeed uncover this divine tree from 100 million years ago." Chapter 371. The Old Somersault Before Disappearing after much deliberation at the retreat pavilion. The final decision was made. The Bao family would soon dispatch personnel and relevant technical experts to investigate all traces of the hibiscus tree in Rizhao, Shandong. Whether it be folklore or dubious natural phenomena, a thorough search would be conducted, particularly focusing on the geological strata of the coastal areas of Rizhao, with professional deep probing and subsequent data analysis. During this period, Chen Zhi and his companions would remain in the city awaiting updates on the explorations. Once the official matters were concluded, Master Bao intended to leave the retreat pavilion to attend to other affairs, simultaneously sharing some joyous news. The madman had returned from America, bringing with him a substantial supply of new control bullets. Ever since the demise of the third brother, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei had been reminiscing about their days together as a quartet. With the madman dispatched to America for just a few months, so much had changed. People had changed, and they greatly missed the madman and the camaraderie they once shared. Consequently, after exiting the dim chamber, Chen Zhi, Fat Wei, and Ghost Blade made their way to the basement of the retreat pavilion, which served as the madman's weapons research facility. Sure enough, the madman awaited them there. "You rascal, where have you been?" Fat Wei exclaimed, hooking his arm around the madman's neck and pinning him to the table. "Did you go to America to indulge with those Western girls? Have you forgotten about us? Enjoying the life of capitalism, abandoning your Chinese brothers? Wait, let me go. I'm running out of breath." The madman gasped, his face flushed from Fat Wei's grip as he struggled to free himself, exclaiming, "How could I ever forget about you all? Every day, I find myself yearning to return to you all. I was dispatched by your esteemed boss Bao to procure ammunition for you." After the madman spoke, he forcefully shoved Fat Wei and pointed at the mountain-like piles of ammunition boxes on the opposite table. "Behold these bullets. They are all for you. After a lengthy period of toil in America, I have finally resolved this issue. We developed a technology for coating stone with gold, applying a layer of this stone metal to the outer shell of high-strength metal bullets, significantly reducing costs. These coated bullets will suffice for your needs." "Really? That's impressive. You madman. You certainly have some tricks up your sleeve," Fat Wei chuckled, giving the madman a playful punch. It had been far too long since they had all gathered together, and so much had transpired during their time apart. The joy of reminiscing about the days spent barbecuing and drinking beer together with Sanzi filled them with nostalgia and a bittersweet longing. Upon returning to the country, the madman had felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing about Sanzi's situation. However, being a devout Catholic, he believed that one must ultimately adhere to fate. Everything happens as preordained by God, and since he could not alter it, there was no need to dwell on it excessively. After their conversation, the group resumed their familiar activities. Upon leaving the secluded pavilion, they sought out a barbecue joint to share drinks. The barbecue stalls had become a hallmark of the town, as many residents were steelworkers who, after a long day of labor, preferred the raucous outdoor atmosphere over the confines of indoor restaurants. Despite the smoke and chaos that sometimes disturbed the peace, the flavor of the lamb skewers remained delightful. Chen Zhi and his companions chose a well-known establishment, which featured a private courtyard with ample space between tables, allowing for easier conversation. After a prolonged separation, the group clinked their glasses of draft beer together, each one capable of holding their drink with confidence. Though Ghost Blade was somewhat reserved, he drank just as heartily. The table was filled with the lively banter of Fat Wei and the madman, who inadvertently brought up the mysterious disappearance of old Jindo. "Are you all aware of the situation regarding old Jindo?" the madman inquired, slightly tipsy. "Well, we aren't entirely sure," Fat Wei replied, his face flushed from drinking. "Old Jindo became quite peculiar. No one knows what happened, but later it was said he vanished without a trace." "Vanished? Surely not," the madman pondered, gazing thoughtfully at everyone. "Let me tell you, on the very day before old Jindo's disappearance, I was at the secluded pavilion. That day, I witnessed him in a fierce argument with Boss Bao, and in a fit of anger, he stormed off. I was genuinely taken aback. I never imagined old Jindo could be so fiery, nor that his relationship with Boss Bao could deteriorate to such an extent. Thus, fueled by the effects of alcohol, the madman divulged everything he knew to the group. In fact, some time ago, just a few days before the disappearance of the old Jindo, the madman hurried back from America for a brief visit. He had only one day to bring back some documents, while Chen Zhi and the others were preoccupied with other matters. Eager to return, the madman did not meet with them. On that day, he was in the underground studio, organizing design blueprints for weapons when he suddenly heard a commotion from upstairs, a cacophony of crashing sounds, as if someone were smashing things. Knowing the strict rules of the Bao family, he was puzzled as to why anyone would dare to disrupt the usually orderly household. He quickly ascended the stairs to the hall and peeked forward. The floor was strewn with shattered antique porcelain, and the one responsible for the chaos was none other than the old Jindo. He appeared quite agitated, fervently expressing something to Lord Bao, seemingly imploring him to take some action. Among his words, he mentioned a term that resonated with Chen Zhi, the dark department. Upon hearing this phrase, Chen Zhi's ears perked up, and he immediately inquired, "Did you catch that clearly?" "Yes, I heard it distinctly. It was definitely dark department," the madman affirmed with a nod. "I was at a distance, and their voices were fragmented. But it sounded like old Jindo was desperately urging Lord Bao to kill someone, claiming that the dark department would ultimately prevail. The rest was a muddle of incoherent chatter. However, he recalled that Lord Bao's demeanor was exceedingly indifferent, responding to old Jindo in an unequivocal tone. "That is utterly impossible. Never mention this matter again." Old Jindo appeared deeply aggrieved, continuing to plead with Lord Bao. Then, Lord Bao instructed him, "Leave. If what you say is true, time will reveal the truth to me." At that moment, old Jindo felt a profound sense of despair. Tears streamed down his face as he resolutely departed from the hiding pavilion, never to return. There were no others present at the hiding pavilion during that time, and apart from the madman's chance encounter, no one else was aware of the incident. Subsequently, whispers circulated among the crowd about old Jindo's disappearance, and Lord Bao did not pursue the matter. Yet the madman understood that it was Lord Bao who had sent old Jindo away due to his disagreement with the notion of killing someone. As for what had transpired between them and the identity of the intended victim, the madman remained in the dark. Known for his disinterest in others' affairs, he never brought up the matter with anyone. Today was the first time he spoke of it. After hearing the madman's account, everyone was struck with a sense of realization, astonished that this usually uninvolved individual had witnessed such an intricate revelation. Through the madman's description, old Jindo's culpability seemed all the more certain, and they lamented that after so many years within the Bao family, he had ultimately turned out to be such a person. The death of the third son was indeed a tragic affair. Now, this case had finally been solved. The traitor was indeed he. After listening to the madman's words, Fat Wei turned to Ghost Blade and Chen Zhi and asked, "What was I saying back then?" The Northeast Leopard understood everything in his heart. He simply did not wish to shatter this delicate faade. He had long sensed that old Jean was amiss, but had refrained from taking action against him. Despite the Northeast Leopard's typically icy demeanor, he was surprisingly sentimental at critical moments. However, regarding old Jean, Fat Wei remarked, curling his lip, "Old Jin's hands are quite dirty. He can even turn against the third son he raised since childhood. He doesn't seem like that kind of person at all. It's truly a case of knowing the face, but not the heart." Indeed, the madman chimed in. "Let me tell you, I have always steered clear of disputes, which is why I've survived until today. If it weren't for our brotherhood, I would never speak a word. In the future, don't mention to Boss Bao that I said anything, and it would be best not to bring up the old acrobat either. That's his Achilles heel. Let us just pretend we know nothing when old acrobat truly goes missing." Chen Zhi listened quietly to their conversation, refraining from interjecting. Deep down, he found it hard to believe that Leopard Master would handle matters in such a way. Analyzing his character, Leopard Master was undoubtedly decisive. He was not one to be indecisive or let emotions cloud his judgment. Moreover, he would never leave himself a path for regret. As they were engaged in their discussion, Qin Yang suddenly entered through the door. "Oh my, the illustrious celery sprout has graced us with her presence." Fat Wei had summoned Qin Yang for two reasons: to foster team unity and to avoid leaving her out, as he deemed the gathering devoid of charm, without female company. Once Qin Yang arrived, the atmosphere indeed became much livelier. Recently, she had gained considerable prominence, managing the financial dealings of the Bao family, and Leopard Master trusted her immensely. Now, the entire Bao family and even the Northeast were aware that Leopard Master had a woman by his side, and Qin Yang's status had risen significantly. "Leopard Sister, you've been so busy lately, yet you still find time to check in on the lives of us little people. We are truly honored," one of them exclaimed. "I always tell people that those Clitch D storylines and idol dramas about snagging rich and handsome men are utterly unimpressive. Someone like you, Leopard Sister, is the real-life Cinderella, transforming overnight into a mistress of her own destiny. Those Meteor Garden tales pale in comparison." "Shut your mouth, you fatso," Qin Yang interrupted with a smile. Taking a seat, with everyone gathered, they exchanged toasts and engaged in animated conversation. Fat Wei, eager for the smooth transfer of the 2 million deposit by the year's end, flattered Qin Yang incessantly, his words as sweet as honey. Yet, Qin Yang remained a genuinely good person. Despite her elevated status, she did not flaunt it or become arrogant. She retained her original demeanor, growing even more approachable with everyone. However, when the topic of the old acrobat resurfaced, a subtle shift in Qin Yang's expression caught Chen Zhi's keen eye, as her brow furrowed momentarily without a word. In the ensuing time, several individuals began to discuss the prospect of engaging in business, contemplating the acquisition of a commercial property near Chen Zhi's residence. They envisioned Liu Xiaohong, Chen Zhi's childhood friend, opening a respectable barbecue eatery, serving distinctive snacks to improve Liu Xiaohong's circumstances and providing a communal gathering place for their future drinking escapades. As the group indulged in libations, their senses dulled. Chen Zhi requested the proprietor to summon a taxi, allowing Dao, Peng Wei, and the others to depart first, while he retained Qin Yang for a private conversation. Once the others had vacated, Chen Zhi leaned in and inquired, "What do you know about Lao Jindo?" Upon hearing Chen Zhi's question, Qin Yang momentarily froze, hesitating before responding. "This matter has weighed heavily on my heart for a long time, but Lord Bao forbade me from disclosing it. I shall confide in you alone. In truth, not long after Sanzi's demise, Lao Jindo sought me out. To see you?" Chen Zhi's eyes widened in surprise. Did he wish to commune with Sanzi's spirit? Indeed. Qin Yang nodded subtly. That was during your visit to Guiqing village, at a time when my vision was in the process of recovery. Lao Jindo approached me, expressing a desire to connect with Sanzi's spirit through me. As Qin Yang recounted this, she glanced around before continuing in hushed tones. You are aware of my clairvoyant abilities, which I acquired during my period of blindness through the technique of sealing the eyes. In reality, there are no souls persisting after death. Once a person perishes, nothing remains. What I perceive is merely the final vestiges of attachment that linger in this world prior to death. At that time, my eyesight was improving, allowing me to discern the objects before me, thus significantly diminishing my clairvoyant capabilities. The ability to sense the deceased's attachments through thought had vanished, leaving me reliant solely on corporeal communication. Corporeal communication? What does that entail? Chen Zhi inquired promptly. Corporeal communication involves allowing my physical form to serve the deceased. Qin Yang replied, gazing at Chen Zhi. It permits the departed to convey their sentiments through my body, sharing their attachments via my voice, a practice commonly referred to as spirit possession in folklore. Of course, it is not true possession. Rather, it serves as a conduit, enabling the deceased's thoughts to be articulated through my mouth. In such moments, my consciousness would entirely dissipate, and whatever the spirit communicated through me would be understood by the listener. And then, did Sanzi's spirit arrive? Chen Zhi pressed eagerly. Qin Yang met Chen Zhi's gaze with her shimmering eyes, confirming, yes, it came. Chapter 373, Remorse. On that day, I remained unaware of the conversation between Uncle Jin and Sanzi's spirit. However, upon regaining consciousness, I noted Uncle Jin's demeanor. He appeared exceedingly agitated, his face etched with guilt as he fervently sought Sanzi's forgiveness, akin to an act of contrition. Qin Yang quietly recounted those events to Chen Zhi, explaining that during that period, she had recently consumed a spiritual elixir, and her eyes were developing new faculties. She was advised against excessive strain, yet she had largely regained her visual capabilities and was in a phase of recuperation. During that tumultuous period, the affairs of the Bao family were in disarray. Qin Yang learned of the death of Sanzi, while Fat Wei had mysteriously vanished. Rumors circulated that Chen Zhi had sought vengeance by going to Guokeng village in search of Fat Wei, plunging everything into chaos. After that, no one shared any further news with her, as Bao Yi, a man of strict principles, forbade others from divulging too much to Qin Yang. One evening, Lao Jindo unexpectedly arrived at the hospital to see Qin Yang. She vividly recalled his disheveled appearance that night. His face was unshaven, his frame gaunt, suggesting he had long been under immense strain. He implored Qin Yang to utilize her semi-divine spiritual abilities to locate Sanzi's restless spirit, expressing a desperate need to share a final secret with him. Qin Yang, feeling that her powers were insufficient for such a task, and recognizing that her eyes were still in a delicate state of recovery, gently declined Lao Jindo's request. She sought to console him, asserting that death ultimately leads to an absence of existence, that there is no true soul left behind, and that these so-called spirits are merely remnants of one's obsessions prior to death. The spirits themselves lack consciousness, rendering any communication with them futile. Yet, Lao Jindo was resolute, fervently yearning to confront Sanzi once more, to reveal the secret he had harbored for so long. He pleaded with Qin Yang, hoping she could help fulfill his wish. At that time, Having recently entered a relationship with Bao Yi, and considering Lao Jindo's paternal-like role in Bao Ye's life, she decided to take the risk of using her own body to summon Sanzi's spirit. The summoning was successful. Yet the experience of being possessed by a spirit was excruciating, causing Qin Yiyang to faint and lose consciousness. When she gradually revived, she found only Lao Jindo and Sanzi's spirit conversing. The sight before her was heart-wrenching. Lao Jindo was in utter despair, his lips bloodied from biting down in anguish. His eyes filled with tears as he clutched Qin Yiyang's arms, still addressing Sanzi. Sanzi, I am so sorry. I've concealed this from you for so long, and you never knew until the end. You must hate me. I owe you in this life. I will repay you in the next. Terrified by Lao Jindo's harrowing state, Qin Yiyang dared not utter a word. Once he finished speaking, he exited her hospital room. Immediately afterward, she contacted Bao Yi and recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing her account, Bao Yi displayed little reaction, as if everything had unfolded according to his expectations. He calmly instructed Qin Yiyang to keep the matter confidential. Thus, she concealed the incident for an extended period, later noticing something amiss with Lao Jindo. Uncertain of the underlying truths, she eventually learned of his disappearance. Realizing the gravity of the situation, coincidentally, when Chen Zhi inquired about her, she divulged the entirety of these events to him. This is the sequence of events. During that tumultuous period, I inquired with Lord Leopard about the true nature of the old tumult, yet he divulged nothing. Are you aware of the underlying truth? At that moment, Chen Zhi felt a surge of emotions and shook his head at Qin Yiyang, stating that there was no secret to unveil, merely a tale of betrayal. For millennia, humanity has endured such narratives, and you need not delve too deeply into them. Furthermore, refrain from mentioning this matter in front of Lord Leopard if you wish for your relationship with him to endure. Additionally, do not discuss your dealings with the three sons of death with anyone else. After their conversation, the night had grown late, prompting Qin Yiyang to depart for the World Pavilion. Chen Zhi, having consumed alcohol, was unable to drive, so he summoned a chauffeur from the Bao family to escort Qin Yiyang home while he took a taxi back to his residence alone. During the ride, Chen Zhi kept his eyes tightly shut, the effects of the alcohol causing his head to throb painfully. The once familiar faces around him now felt hauntingly alien. Awakening in the dead of night, Chen Zhi found his head pounding severely. He dialed Wang Tu's number, canceling their plans to visit the Library of Tomes the following day. As anticipated, Wang Tu was on standby 24 hours a day. They agreed for him to pick Chen Zhi up at 8 in the morning 2 days hence. Chen Zhi attempted to return to slumber in the darkness, yet it proved exceedingly difficult. He felt a familiar shadow looming before him, instilling a deep fear that intensified his headache, rendering him breathless and restless throughout the night. Due to his headache, Chen Zhi spent the entire day at home, consuming very little food. His father was alarmed and insisted on taking him to the hospital, leading to Fat Wei teasing Chen Zhi, likening him to the character Lin Daiyu. By the next morning, Chen Zhi had liberated himself from the agonizing headache. He poured himself a cup of hot tea to awaken his senses, then glanced out the window, where he spotted the black Audi waiting punctually for him. Chen Zhi changed into a more comfortable outfit of pure cotton sportswear, bid farewell to Fat Wei and his father, and descended the stairs. The wind outside was biting cold. Chen Zhi donned a hat and slipped into the car, which began to move forward slowly. With his eyes closed, he contemplated the time ahead. Starting today, he would immerse himself in the foundational spells recorded within the Library of Tomes. The return to the organization was remarkably smooth, perhaps owing to his enhanced physical strength. Upon his return, the once overwhelming sense of dread had dissipated. Especially when he reached the back mountain of the western Qiwang city, he felt as though he belonged there, the surroundings exuding a sense of familiarity. This time, Chen Zhi did not bring the lantern boy. As he ascended the peak, he caught sight of the resplendent Library of Tomes from afar, where a small head peeked out through the crevice of the grand door. Chapter 374. The Divine Arts of Huaxiao. The mischievous little Qi Yunzi stood in the crack of the door, gazing longingly outside. He was unable to see anything beyond the radiance and could not leave the library, aimlessly peering through the crevice, seemingly awaiting Chen Zhi's arrival. As soon as Chen Zhi stepped into the light, the little Qi Yunzi noticed him, and an unmistakable joy illuminated his face before he darted back inside. Upon pushing the door open, Chen Zhi found Qi Yunzi sitting behind a pile of spellbooks. All the tomes that had been disordered by Chen Zhi 2 days prior had been meticulously arranged, and he noticed that a particular page in one of the books had been marked. Were you waiting for me at the door? Chen Zhi asked the little imp with a smile. I was not. Qi Yunzi retorted vehemently, as if struck at his weak point. I despise your Jiang family the most. You people never keep your word. You promised to come yesterday, but you didn't. You're a liar. Oh, so you truly were waiting for me. Chen Zhi suddenly found the child quite amusing. Indeed, children are inherently drawn to merriment and companionship. Having been confined here for millennia, this little Qi Yunzi, now in such a ghostly state, was quite pitiable. I shall share a secret with you, Chen Zhi said as he stepped into the pile of books. My surname is Chun, not Jiang. What? Qi Yunzi's round, ghostly eyes widened in astonishment. Then how did you come to be here? Only the clan leader of the Jiang family is permitted entry. I was cursed by you, Chen Zhi replied playfully. Your curse has come to fruition. The Jiang family has been rendered extinct by your malediction. So that is how it is. I sensed you were different from those of the Jiang surname. Qi Yunzi mumbled, suddenly filled with joy. Master, I have finally avenged you. Haha, those Jiang people are finally dead from my curse. Qi Yunzi reveled in his own delight, while Chen Zhi continued to peruse the spell books on the table. Due to his earlier haste, Chen Zhi had not thoroughly examined these texts. But now he realized their immense value. Firstly, in terms of material, the manuscripts here were diverse, composed of parchment, brocade, tortoiseshell, and even materials whose names were unknown, with a history that was exceptionally ancient. Any one of them would be a world-shattering national treasure. The writings on these texts were inscribed thousands, even millions of years ago, or even from times beyond reckoning, many of which were in divine script, or even more archaic primal characters. Their contents meticulously documented various ancient divine laws and secret arts, covering numerous aspects of existence with exquisite detail. One could say that possessing these texts, in a certain sense, equated to possessing the entire world. These spell manuscripts detailed the original complete forms and usage methods of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, categorizing all spells into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. At the most rudimentary level, there exist techniques such as wall penetration and night return, progressing to intermediate skills like cloud dispelling and rain summoning, and even the legendary art of transmutation. However, records pertaining to advanced spells are exceedingly rare, with only a scant few etched upon stone tablets, encompassing incantations such as summoning, thunderstorm destruction, and sea transfiguration. The scripts are minuscule and indistinct, the divine characters peculiarly archaic, rendering them quite challenging for even the astute Chen Zhi to decipher. Moreover, Chen Zhi discerned that all advanced spells necessitate a certain sacrifice. In the subsequent days, Chen Zhi frequented the library, immersing himself in these ancient spell tomes. As he perused these invaluable texts, he profoundly felt the weight of China's rich civilization, steeped in history and profound in its mystical arts. An indescribable sense of awe enveloped him. During this period, he memorized a multitude of incantations, understanding that the practical application of these spells would require the right moment. For now, committing these verses to memory was the swiftest path to mastery. Yet, disappointing was the fact that Chen Zhi could not uncover any trace of the Jiang family's ancestral incantations. Even related records were conspicuously absent, suggesting that such spells belonged to a realm far beyond the reach of all known magic. During this time, the relationship between Chen Zhi and the bookish youth, Qi Yunzi, began to thaw. Qi Yunzi had endured an extended solitude due to his confinement, unable to leave the library even for a moment. Thus, he eagerly awaited Chen Zhi's visits, and his conversation flourished from initial curses to incessantly beseeching Chen Zhi to regale him with tales of the outside world. Chen Zhi found himself on the verge of employing the seal to silence this mischievous spirit once more. One day, as Chen Zhi emerged from the library, having perused the ancient texts, he was about to descend the mountain when he caught sight of a silhouette against the darkness at the boundary of the light. It was the Lady of Death, Jiying. Upon encountering her, an involuntary chill coursed through him, and after a moment's hesitation, he approached her. "Are you here to see me?" he inquired. "Yes, I have been waiting for you," Jiying replied, her tone as crisp and clear as ever. Her eyes, dark as onyx, seemed to pierce through to Chen Zhi's very soul. She smiled at him, who was deliberately maintaining a distance. "You need not fear me. In truth, your standing surpasses mine. I am but a warrior in your presence. I am not afraid of you," Chen Zhi retorted defensively, disliking her authoritative demeanor, particularly from one as striking as she. "Have you been waiting here long?" he asked, glancing at the marks beneath her feet. Yes, she nodded. Since this morning, an entire day has passed. Why not knock on the door? Chen Zhi asked in astonishment. If you knock, I can hear you from inside. Ji Ying paused at his words, then suddenly smiled. Her grin more radiant than the dawn sky. Little clan leader, it seems you truly do not understand the ways of Shi-Chi. Those of us who grew up here know well that the library conceals the power of the world, from ancient times to the present. Both deities and mortals alike have sought entry, far too many to count. But this ray of light is a barrier, Ji Ying declared, lightly tapping the ground where the radiance reached with her foot. Without the permission of your clan leader, any trespasser, even the head of the Ji clan, would be reduced to ashes. Is that so? Chen Zhi suddenly found Ji Ying's assertion quite intriguing, taking a step back as he spoke. Then I extend an invitation for you to enter. Chapter 375, Midnight Reverie. Does this library contain anything of interest to you? Chen Zhi smiled gently, gazing at Ji Ying's stunning visage, akin to the dawn's first light. Of course, Ji Ying replied decisively. It is said that many extraordinary martial artists from the mythic era perfected their physical techniques to an unparalleled degree, leaving behind their training manuals within these tomes. Every warrior yearns to glimpse these secrets. In fact, many have attempted to break in, only to be turned to ashes. Without the consent of your clan leader, any intruder would meet a similar fate. Is that so? Chen Zhi again found Ji Ying's words captivating, retreating another step as he invited. Then I beckon you to come in. Do step forward. Ji Ying's eyes flickered as she cautiously took a step towards the luminous boundary. Yet as soon as she brushed against its edge, she recoiled, lifting her gaze to meet Chen Zhi's with a playful smile. Young clan leader, do not tempt me. Why not enter? Did you not just say that every warrior dreams of entering the Jiang clan's library? Come in. Here lies the physical training manual you seek. Chen Zhi continued to stand behind the radiant barrier, addressing Ji Ying in the shadows, his expression radiating warmth. I certainly wish to enter. No one would refuse such an opportunity, Ji Ying replied, raising her gaze to Chen Zhi's face with resolve. But I am merely a warrior. That is not a place meant for me, and you cannot truly allow me inside. Please, do not tempt me further. I fear I may lose myself. Very well, Chen Zhi replied, seemingly jesting, yet his eyes bore a serious glint. If you truly recognize that you are merely a warrior, then do not refer to me as young clan leader. Ji Ying paused momentarily at Chen Zhi's words, casting him a glance before breaking into a gentle smile, bowing respectfully. Ji Ying was overly flippant. Please forgive me, clan leader. The chief has instructed me to wait for you here. We have matters to discuss. Please, follow me to the royal court. All right. Chen Zhi felt quite pleased with Ji Ying's current demeanor, nodding slightly as he began his descent down the mountain. At this moment, Ji Ying exhibited utmost deference, walking alongside Chen Zhi, slightly behind to honor his status. Her long hair cascaded unbound behind her, the mountain breeze playfully tousling it, strands brushing against Chen Zhi's arm. Ji Ying's hair was remarkably soft, akin to freshly spun silk, gently caressing his skin. Perhaps it was the unique ambience of the mountain that led Chen Zhi to feel a peculiar illusion. This enchanting woman did not seem so fearsome after all, but rather possessed a certain softness. Under the moonlight, Ji Ying's breathtakingly beautiful face was a sight so magnificent it rendered one unable to gaze directly upon it. You had previously mentioned that someone claimed you would ultimately descend into the inferno. Who possesses such audacity to utter such words in the presence of the Queen of Hell? As Chen Zhi descended the mountain, he casually inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed Ji Ying. Upon hearing the question, Ji Ying exhibited a moment of resistance, remaining silent for an extended period before replying in a tone that was both cold and somber. It appears that Bao Ping has spoken of me to you. He must have informed you of the numerous debts of blood that linger in my grasp. Chen Zhi turned to glance at Ji Ying, and the purity of her visage evoked a sense of compassion within him, making it difficult to reconcile the fearsome title of Queen of Hell with such an exquisite woman. Indeed, he has mentioned you, stating that you have taken many lives. Therefore, I find it hard to believe anyone would dare to curse you to your face. A gentle laugh escaped Ji Ying's lips, her tone soft and her voice as clear as a mountain spring. You are correct, they no longer qualify as human, yet they remain ever present, whispering in my ears each night. After their demise, they have never truly left me. Are you suggesting that those you have slain visit you at night? Ghosts? Chen Zhi gazed incredulously at the woman before him, unable to fathom such words emerging from her lips. Perhaps, Ji Ying replied, her eyes downcast as she spoke softly. However, when I close my eyes at night, they invariably appear before me. For every soul that falls beneath my blade, another emerges among them. There are so many, a multitude that manifests in the darkness, appearing just before I drift into slumber, leaving me with a strange sensation, one that renders me sleepless. I am at a loss for what to call this feeling. What do they say to you? Do they attack you? Chen Zhi asked. No, Jiying gently shook her head. They remain still, as they were at the moment of their death. They stand together, whispering that they will await me in the inferno. Chen Zhi halted, facing Jiying directly. If that is indeed the case, why do you continue to take lives? Murder, in essence, is an absolute evil. A soft chuckle escaped Jiying. Esteemed leader, you should comprehend this. We warriors do not kill, we merely execute orders. Moreover, you ought to know better than I that some matters hold greater significance than our own lives. Faced with Jiying's response, Chen Zhi found himself at a loss for words. The image of the woman before him had transformed entirely. She was both remarkably strong and yet profoundly fragile. In comparison, he suddenly felt insignificant, rendered speechless in that fleeting moment. I understand what that feeling that haunts your nights is called, Chen Zhi said, gazing into Jiying's eyes, which gleamed with a dark crimson hue. That feeling is called fear. Upon hearing this, Jiying's eyes, resembling two gleaming black pearls, turned towards Chen Zhi, sparkling in the night. Come here. Chen Zhi extended a hand towards Jiying. Let me show you what true illusions are. Jiying paused slightly, then confidently extended her hand to Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi grasped Jiying's hand, channeling air currents with his left hand while silently reciting the rejuvenation spell he had just memorized. He gently tapped a withered, petrified tree before them. In an instant, the tree erupted from the earth, its branches reaching skyward, sprouting vibrant green buds, blossoming into flowers, and bearing fruits that gleamed like jewels. Countless colorful butterflies emerged from the leaves, swirling around the tree, transforming the desolate landscape of the back mountain into a vivid tableau of spring, exquisite and enchanting. Isn't it beautiful? Chen Zhi inquired, glancing at Jiying beside him. The deceased you perceive are but illusions, manifestations of the guilt residing within your heart. Yet, these illusions are transient. The thoughts we hold in life are mere phantoms, dissipating upon death. There are no vengeful spirits, nor realms of torment. Thus, he urged, do not be afraid. Chapter 376. Fracture. Though Chen Zhi's mastery of the rejuvenation spell was still rudimentary, it did not diminish the spell's efficacy. The flourishing fruit tree endured for an extended period, wilting only after Chen Zhi and Jiying had departed, rendering the experience akin to a fleeting dream, beautiful yet unreal. Together, Chen Zhi and Jiying descended the mountain. Jiying's footsteps were remarkably light, scarcely making a sound as they traversed the cold wind toward the entrance of Shichiwang City. An elderly lantern-bearer awaited them at the entrance, bowing respectfully upon their arrival before leading the way. Chen Zhi was well accustomed to the ancient customs of hierarchy within Shichiwang City, and they followed the lantern-bearer toward the royal hall, the seat of the leader. The interior of Shichiwang City remained dim and winding, a labyrinth of perplexing spaces. The lantern-bearer ambled ahead, while Chen Zhi and Jiying followed closely behind, Jiying positioned just to the left and slightly behind Chen Zhi. He sensed a subtle shift. Their distance seemed to have lessened, enveloping them in an indescribable feeling. The icy, aggressive aura that had once surrounded Jiying had dissipated, replaced by a gentle, fluid presence, though the chilling ferocity still lingered. They arrived at the grand doors of the royal hall. Upon entering, the lantern-bearer halted as usual before the large bronze cauldron, while Chen Zhi and Jiying proceeded through the bronze tripods to the heart of the hall. Beneath the throne, gazing upwards from the throne, shrouded in swirling mist, he beheld Jiyang still stationed there. Today, he was devoid of armor, clad instead in a plain sheepskin tunic that exposed his aged skin and scars. Nonchalantly resting his hand on a dark long knife, he sat cross-legged, leaning forward to address Chen Zhi below the throne with a hoarse, yet resonant voice. Please, Chief, wait a moment. The leader will arrive shortly. Very well. Chen Zhi spoke little, merely acknowledging with a nod as he stood quietly below, patiently awaiting the passage of time. As moments trickled by, an enveloping silence persisted. Chen Zhi observed the fog thickening around the throne, where Jiyang sat cross-legged, one hand resting on his sword, his gaze lost in thought. He turned to Jiying beside him, who stood with a long sword in her embrace, her demeanor grave. The atmosphere was heavy with an oppressive stillness. After a span of several minutes, Ziyang abruptly rose, sword in hand, and knelt on one knee. At that moment, a figure shifted beneath the throne, agilely scaling the towering seat in just a few swift movements, before settling into place atop the throne. Despite the obscuring smoke, Chen Zhi recognized the familiar aura of authority emanating from the organization's supreme leader. The elderly man upon the throne propped one leg up against the backrest and spoke with a voice that resonated like thunder. "You have arrived. I trust all has been well." "Quite well," Chen Zhi replied, gazing up at the aged visage shrouded in mist, striving to discern the leader's features, yet ultimately failing to make them out clearly. "Leader, you summoned me. Is there a matter at hand?" A soft cough escaped the elder, who continued. "I have heard from Ping that you intend to seek that tree, which is commendable. It is a tree of great significance, capable of guiding you to the city of Yingdu below. Jiangqing, this time, all of our hopes rest upon you. I trust that your journey to Yingdu will yield a fire spirit stone. Without it, our survival will be increasingly tenuous." The elder's voice carried a palpable weight, imbued with fatigue. "Visit the grand shrine. It will reveal to you that our time is limited," he added, pausing momentarily before rising slowly. "You are now the last of the Jiang lineage. You must understand that in any circumstance, the interests of the organization must prevail. Safeguarding the organization equates to preserving the barrier that protects humanity. Should that barrier falter, humanity itself will cease to exist. All of us here, every life, pales in comparison to the importance of maintaining that barrier. Do you comprehend this?" "Indeed, I understand," Chen Zhi affirmed without hesitation, resolutely stating. "I have long grasped that preserving the barrier comes at any cost." "You must truly grasp the significance of such sacrifice," the elder urged, his silhouette striking amidst the fog, the regal aura descending from above. "Understand the meaning of the price to be paid." After he spoke, the elder settled back into his seat and gestured, "Very well. You may depart." "Understood," Chen Zhi responded, turning to exit the fog-laden hall. Ji Ying did not accompany him. She seemed to have matters to discuss with her father. Chen Zhi followed the old lantern-bearer up the spiraling wooden staircase. As they ascended to the rooftop of the West Qi royal city, they beheld, from afar, the colorful-robed shamans kneeling before the grand shrine, led by the grand shaman Anaya, awaiting Chen Zhi's arrival. As Chen Zhi approached, the shamans prostrated themselves, daring not to lift their gaze, and in unison declared, "The chieftain has arrived. We humbly welcome you. Take me inside to observe the barrier," Chen Zhi commanded. He did not cast a glance at the kneeling shamans and strode directly into the grand shrine. However, the moment he stepped inside, an unsettling sensation enveloped him. Everything felt amiss. The light within the chamber had dimmed significantly, and the stone platform bearing the spiritual stones trembled violently, as if it were on the brink of shattering. Chen Zhi scrutinized the spiritual stones on the platform. The spiritual energy of the stones continued to conduct in accordance with the drawn patterns, and all the auxiliary stones still gleamed brightly. Yet among the 5 principal spiritual stones, the red fire stone had lost all luster, rendering it devoid of significance. Without the principal stone, the auxiliary stones became meaningless. The entire arrangement of spiritual stones lacked the fire attribute and was now in a precarious state. The transmission of spiritual energy was merely maintaining a fragile balance, and any slight disturbance could precipitate a collapse of the formation. Chen Zhi lifted his gaze towards the barrier above the tower, where the radiance had dimmed. The infant manifestation of the barrier still slumbered at the center of the light, but its skin was cracked and peeling, suspended in the air and on the verge of breaking apart. Chapter 377, The Fragile Barrier. "Damn it!" Chen Zhi exclaimed upon witnessing the crumbling barrier, filled with fury. "Why was I not informed immediately of such a grave matter? Why wait until now to reveal it to me? Are you aware of the dire consequences this may entail? Forgive us, chieftain." The shamans trembled, prostrating themselves once more. "Last time, we committed a grave offense against you and, according to the law, should face death. We have awaited your judgment in silence, fearing to disturb you. Now, with the firestone completely drained of spiritual power and the barrier in jeopardy, we dared not delay and have promptly reported this to the Qi royal family. This is all our fault. Please forgive us, chieftain." Observing the shamans cowering before him, Chen Zhi grasped the extent of their terror. Though they possessed divine abilities and noble lineage, their minds remained shackled in an age of servitude, devoid of self-determination. Their current demeanor was almost laughable, contrasting sharply with the fierce countenances they had once worn. Perhaps, as Qingyi had once remarked, these demigods would forever worship power above all else. I have stated before that the past is behind us. I shall not pursue it further. There is no need for such trepidation. In the future, focus on assisting me diligently in maintaining the barrier. Now rise. Chen Zhi deliberately softened his tone to ease their anxiety. He then turned and seated himself in a chair. Continuing, now, please inform me of the extent of the damage to the barrier. The shamans, upon observing Chen Zhi's apparent lack of malice, gradually rose to their feet. After a brief exchange of glances and hesitant deliberations, it was the Grand Shaman Naya who approached, clad in a manner reminiscent of a yak's. His body was adorned with bells that jingled melodiously with each movement. He first bowed respectfully to Chen Zhi before standing beside her with a composed demeanor. Esteemed leader, this vast barrier encompasses all of creation, fundamentally operating on the 5 elemental forces. Should any one of these elements be absent, the integrity of the barrier cannot endure for long. It will inevitably collapse into ruin. Currently, the barrier is precariously sustained by the remaining 4 elements and our incantations. However, the fire element has entirely depleted. All fire affinity spirit stones have lost their significance. What we urgently require is a substantial fire spirit stone capable of serving as the primary spirit stone. Without it, this barrier is destined to crumble within a month. 1 month. Chen Zhi's heart sank at the revelation. She had not anticipated such an urgent timeline. Locating a fire spirit stone within this brief span seemed an insurmountable challenge. Reality seldom aligns with desires, and presently, there were no leads to pursue. Their sole hope rested on the possibility of finding a fire spirit stone within the capital of the underworld, Indu. Yet they lacked even the means to access a ferry to the city. Moreover, even with a fortunate journey to the ghostly city, who could guarantee the existence of a fire spirit stone, let alone one of considerable size? The implications of failure were beyond imagination. Chen Zhi vividly recalled the terrifying vision of the world collapsing in the illusion. This was an exceedingly reckless situation. You should have detected the depletion of the spirit stone long ago, calculated the timeline, and prepared accordingly. Why allow such a predicament to unfold in haste? Are you aware of the catastrophic consequences of a collapsed barrier? Chen Zhi admonished the Grand Shaman Naya in a tone of grave seriousness. The Grand Shaman Naya immediately bowed in response. Esteemed leader, we are acutely aware of the consequences that would follow the collapse of the barrier. However, the instability of the barrier has been evident for many years. During the tenure of the previous leader, the enormous fire spirit stone had long since exhausted its vitality. Had it not been for the water equilibrium spirit stone you brought back, the water element would have burst under excessive strain, and the barrier would have surely fallen apart by now. Spirit stones have been in short supply in our western Qi royal city for centuries, particularly the fire affinity stones, which are of utmost importance. Since your great-uncle, the former clan leader, numerous efforts were made to mobilize manpower and resources in search of spirit stones. Yet fire spirit stones have remained elusive. We, the shamans, have sworn to guard the western Qi royal city and shall never venture beyond its bounds. We are unaware of the happenings outside. However, I have heard that several years ago, the leader organized a substantial number of warriors to excavate the divine tomb in search of spirit stones. Tragically, many warriors perished during that endeavor, including the father of the formidable warrior Ji Ling, who now stands beside you. Your great-uncle sustained grave injuries during that mission, rendering him entirely paralyzed and unable to venture outside ever again. Despite the tremendous sacrifice, a fire spirit stone remained elusive, a deficiency that has long posed a hidden peril. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi furrowed his brow tightly, contemplating in silence for a moment before inquiring, "Did you manage to uncover any traces of the Jiang family's ancestral incantations, as I commanded you in my last order?" After a brief pause, the great witch Naya replied, "Respected clan leader, our humble station renders us incapable of reaching the Jiang family's spells, thus we remain in ignorance." "What were you about to say?" Chen Zhi leaned forward, fixing his gaze upon the bronze mask, his tone icy. "During your momentary hesitation, a thought crossed your mind. Speak it forth. Should you utter a single lie, I shall have you executed at once." The servant, great witch Naya, exhibited palpable anxiety upon hearing Chen Zhi's query, trembling in fear and abruptly kneeling on the ground. "Respected clan leader, Our lowly status prohibits us from grasping the Jiang family's magical arts, and we would not dare to pry into them. However, having served the clan leader for several years, I have privately studied this magic and gleaned some insights. I, in my humble existence, have dared to probe into the Jiang family's divine arts, and for this, I am guilty of a heinous crime, deserving of a brutal punishment. I beseech your forgiveness. Esteemed leader, enough with the trivialities. What have you discerned? Speak swiftly. I absolve you of all past transgressions. Chen Zhi impatiently waved his hand at the kneeling great witch Naya. Only upon hearing Chen Zhi's words did great witch Naya manage to rise, still trembling. I have served the Jiang clan leader for centuries and am well aware of the formidable nature of the Jiang family's spells. These incantations were personally imparted by Jiang Zia and are said to have originated from an ancient divine lineage. Such spells transcend all others, representing the pinnacle of magical prowess, as they can manipulate the essence of divine laws and seal away deities. Since serving the elder clan leaders of yore, I have surreptitiously studied the incantations they employed, observing their methods. However, I discovered that these incantations are profoundly intricate, entirely incomprehensible to those without Jiang blood, rendering them impossible to disseminate. Through years of diligent study, I have finally come to grasp some of the essence of these spells. I have ultimately perceived the legendary incantation that once caused the gods to pale in the mythic age. Chapter 378. The Jiang clan's divine arts lowering his towering form. Great witch Naya whispered into Chen Zhi's ear. The Jiang clan's arts are categorized into three major classes: preservation, power, and transformation. The preservation arts, known as the fiery spell, is the sealing technique inscribed by your mother on that golden cat. The essence of the fiery spell lies in surrounding and safeguarding an object or sealing off a location, preventing any from entering. For instance, your mother's golden cat is sealed by the fiery spell, unless a member of the Jiang clan employs the same spell to unseal it. It remains impervious, only yielding to the slow erosion of time upon the incantations inscribed upon it. The formidable power of the fierce incantation can indeed reshape mountains and reclaim seas. As far as I know, during the Warring States period, there existed a chieftain of the Jiang clan who wielded this fierce curse. In a year of calamity, when floods threatened, he sealed the entire royal city within the protective bounds of this incantation, ensuring that not a single drop of water could infiltrate the city. It is said that outside the city, the floodwaters rose higher than the heavens, while colossal sea creatures struck the boundaries of the incantation, yet could not shatter its seal. Ultimately, after 99 days of being besieged by the flood, the seal was lifted only as the waters began to recede, at which point the chieftain perished from exhaustion, having saved countless lives. The second form of Jiang sorcery belongs to the realm of power techniques. Recognized as the most ferocious and formidable of the Jiang incantations, the famed seal of the deities. This incantation possesses extraordinary might. It is said that Jiang Zia once employed it to fell a gravity-defying war god and to cleave a colossal dragon in the sea into fragments. In the mythic era, many ancient deities were vanquished by this curse, instilling dread among the pantheon. Over the millennia, the seal of the deities has been transformed through the tales of common folk into the god-defying whip wielded by Jiang Zia, symbolizing the subjugation of divine beings. The true extent of this sorcery has eluded us, mere servants. But the former chieftain once jested that even a mere gust of air from this technique could obliterate beings like us in an instant. The final sorcery is the art of transformation, which embodies the ability to alter the fabric of reality, known as the art of defying fate. This technique is an innate gift of the Jiang bloodline, fundamentally rooted in the manipulation of spiritual stones to disrupt the natural order of the universe and reverse one's destiny. This is the most profound and sophisticated of Jiang's magical arts. Jiang Zia utilized this art of defying fate to create a boundary that allowed humanity to ascend to governance in the modern world. It is also said that during his slaying of numerous divine entities, he employed this incantation to seal many new deities, though the specifics remain beyond my understanding. These three forms of sorcery are interdependent and possess extraordinary power. It is said that Jiang Zia harnessed these three incantations to forge the heavens and the earth, delineating territories for the Ji clan and securing dominion over the realm, thus establishing the vast boundary that altered the fate of all living beings. Chen Zhi listened intently to every word of the grand shaman Naya, nodding as he absorbed the information. Now, what insights have you gleaned regarding these three forms of sorcery? He inquired. The servant, filled with excitement, replied, as the bells upon her person jingled with her fervor. Having observed the techniques of the Jiang chieftains for centuries, I have scrutinized every detail, including the nuances of their spellcasting. In the end, I discovered. What did you discover? Chen Zhi asked eagerly, leaning forward. I discovered that the Jiang incantations are indeed profound and intricate, a divine art that others can never fully comprehend. Chen Zhi was momentarily speechless, his frustration bubbling as he returned to his seat, exasperated by the lengthy discourse of the Grand Shaman Naya and the conclusion that left him feeling hopelessly misled. Understood. What you must now endeavor to do is to exert your utmost efforts in maintaining this barrier. During this period, I shall dedicate myself to the quest for the Fire Spirit Stone. However, should the barrier falter for any reason, the fault shall rest solely upon you. Do you comprehend? Yes. We, your humble servants, shall vow to protect the barrier with our lives and remain loyal to our leader. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's command, all the shamans knelt in reverence, paying their respects. Chen Zhi now fully grasped the situation. These shamans, it seemed, were rather obstinate. Following his previous display of authority, their demeanor had markedly improved. Thus, Chen Zhi departed from the grand ritual hall, bypassing the library, and returned directly home. In the days that followed, Chen Zhi swiftly resumed a mundane existence. His father, day in and day out, occupied himself with cooking and playing chess, while Fat Wei squandered his time either engaging in nonsensical banter or chatting with girls online. Meanwhile, Ghostblade, akin to a recluse, spent his days either jogging at night or sleeping in the courtyard. Yet, amidst this ordinary life, Chen Zhi found himself engulfed in anxiety. He eagerly awaited news from Shandong while attempting to synthesize the three spells mentioned by the great shaman, hoping to uncover information on the Jiang family's incantations. As for the offensive spell, the function incantation, Chen Zhi possessed both the upper and lower verses, one retrieved from his uncle's watch and the other discovered in the tomb of the celestial fox. He had already witnessed the formidable power of this incantation in the tomb, where the immensely powerful ancient deity by Qian was reduced to mere pulp before it. However, lacking the final two lines of the incantation rendered it incomplete, preventing it from claiming by Qian's life. Concerning the defensive spell, the Lai Zhao, it was said that Chen Zhi's mother was exceptionally proficient in it, yet she had long since passed away, leaving him with nothing but a mysterious golden cat. Consequently, Chen Zhi found himself at a loss to acquire such spells. As for the transformative spell, the renowned method of defying fate attributed to Jiang Zia, he currently had not even a shred of a clue. Chen Zhi had also endeavored to utilize modern online resources to meticulously sift through ancient spell information from various nations, hoping to extract, summarize, and compile relevant details. Ultimately, the conclusion he reached was indeed as the great shaman Naya had stated. There was not a trace to be found. After several failures, Chen Zhi resolved to abandon this pursuit entirely. The crisis surrounding the barrier loomed ominously, as the organization's leader issued urgent commands to both Chen Zhi and Leopard Lord, urging them to procure a fire attribute Master Spirit Stone at any cost. Otherwise, the shaman's capabilities would reach their limit, and the barrier could collapse at any moment, with catastrophic consequences. Just as Chen Zhi found himself overwhelmed and without recourse, a call from Leopard Lord informed him of an intriguing discovery in Shandong. Chapter 379. The Strange Underground. Upon receiving Leopard Lord's call, Chen Zhi, Fat Wei, and Ghostblade hastened to the retreat pavilion that very evening. Time was of the essence for Chen Zhi, who was so pressed that he felt compelled to calculate every precious minute and second. The pressure from the organization had left him utterly drained. When they encountered Mr. Leopard in the dimly lit room, they noticed the presence of an elderly lady in her 60s. This woman appeared remarkably spirited, sporting a bobbed hairstyle that grazed her neck and wearing a pair of thick glasses reminiscent of bottle bottoms. She resembled a toad, tilting her neck upward as she disdainfully scrutinized Chen Zhi and his companions through her spectacles. Mr. Bao, you must be referring to these individuals, correct? They seem far too young to be capable of such tasks, she remarked with a chuckle. Do not be deceived by their youth. Their capabilities are indeed remarkable, Mr. Leopard replied with a gentle smile, introducing her to Chen Zhi. Allow me to present Professor Liao, a renowned geological expert in our country, who is here to assist us. After making this introduction, Mr. Leopard gestured for everyone to take a seat and courteously offered them tea before continuing. Professor Liao is exceptionally proficient in geological surveying techniques and is a leader in her field, having overseen numerous large-scale projects, gaining considerable prestige in our nation. For our current undertaking, we require her invaluable support. Recently, we conducted an extensive search along the coastal area of Rizhao. As anticipated, we discovered something intriguing beneath the underground of the Coastal Garden Residential District. Indeed, we uncovered an anomalous geological layer. The bespectacled Professor Liao interjected, her urgency palpable. Rizhao has long been celebrated as a beautiful and serene locale. It is often touted on television as one of the most suitable places for human habitation. The coastal regions have already been developed into luxurious seaside villas. This area is incredibly valuable, populated by affluent individuals from across the nation who relish the sunshine, coastline, and upscale lifestyle, making it a renowned enclave for the wealthy. The fishermen who once resided there have long since sold their homes, reaping substantial profits from the relocated land. As Professor Liao pushed her glasses up, she continued, recently, under Mr. Bao's commission, we conducted geological surveys in that coastal region. Through the tireless efforts of our team, we finally discerned the underground conditions there. We found that beneath the coastline, not only are temperatures exceedingly frigid, but there is also a substantial presence of carbon elements with remarkably high purity. This suggests that the subterranean area may very well harbor a significant quantity of diamonds. What? A plethora of diamonds? You mean there is a diamond mine beneath? Pang Wei exclaimed, springing from his chair, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he addressed Professor Liao. Yes, a diamond mine of immense scale, with quantities that are truly astonishing, Professor Liao affirmed, adjusting her glasses once more and casting a proud glance at the eager Pang Wei. From a geological perspective, the coastal area typically exhibits a rather uniform composition, as the soil near the shore invariably contains substantial amounts of salt. Furthermore, due to the cold waters and the moist geology, the accumulation of salt makes the formation of mineral deposits highly improbable. However, the subterranean conditions there are truly extraordinary. The soil is remarkably soft, facilitating easy excavation, yet the underground composition is exceedingly complex. According to the periodic table, this area is not only rich in high-carbon materials, but beneath the entire coastal expanse lies a substantial portion of hollowed-out regions. We once conducted a preliminary survey using perspective instruments, but due to the considerable distance, the entire area remains obscured from view. Structurally, it resembles an immense root system, inverted and extending deep underground. The expanse plunges to depths so profound that access from the surface is utterly impossible. Moreover, due to the presence of high-carbon diamond strata, the soil is exceedingly hard and impenetrable, rendering any attempts to blast through the surface futile. Are you suggesting that we cannot descend? Chen Zhi, who had been attentively listening to the elderly Liao, finally inquired. Even the thickest geological layers must possess a relatively weak point that could be shattered, wouldn't you agree? Indeed. You are correct. Liao nodded in approval. In this vast area of blank space, there exists a particularly thin soil layer situated near the center of the coast. It is in close proximity to the surface and features a reduced carbon content, making it relatively easy to breach with a drilling machine, thus providing an entry point for us to access the underground. Then what are we waiting for? Pang Wei could hardly contain his excitement upon hearing this. Let us swiftly find a night cloaked in darkness, when the moon is hidden and the winds are still, to break ground at that entrance and venture inside. As he spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with Bao Yi. Pang Wei's intent was clear. He was questioning how much Liao was aware of their plans and whether she could be trusted with certain confidential matters. Bao Yi, understanding the implication, smiled and replied, Professor Liao has been a friend of the Bao family for generations, and she is also related to my mother. All our previous technological research, including the skeletal remains of that ancient fox-like creature, has been conducted by her research studio. I place my full trust in Aunt Liao. After expressing this reassurance, Bao Yi nodded to the group, indicating that they could proceed with confidence, albeit cautioning against divulging too much, especially concerning the matters of Bai Qian and other deities, of which she remained unaware. Ah, Aunt Liao, greetings, Pang Wei exclaimed with a playful grin. Shall we head to the location you mentioned tonight? To break through the soil and descend for scientific research. What do you think? Scientific research? Just you? The elderly lady scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at Pang Wei, who bristled at her derision. I suspect your endeavors underground will resemble more of an archaeological study, rather than scientific inquiry. That woman has a keen eye, Chen Zhi thought to himself, stifling a chuckle. Meanwhile, Bao Yi addressed Pang Wei's earlier concern, stating, "It is impossible for us to enter from that location. The reason is quite simple. That area is private property, and the residents there are rather peculiar. Regardless of our attempts to communicate or the sums we offer, they steadfastly refuse us entry." Chapter 380. The Stubborn Household. Thus, Leopard spoke to everyone about recent events. As Madame Liao had mentioned, the coastal area of Rizhao had long been transformed into an opulent villa district, inhabited primarily by affluent individuals from across the nation, who were drawn to this picturesque seaside locale to enjoy their twilight years. The original fishing communities that once thrived there had long departed. However, one peculiar household remained, belonging to a man named Su Datong, colloquially known as Su the Donkey, a fisherman in his 40s, notorious for his unruly behavior. This family had resided on that land for generations, sustaining themselves through fishing, and lived in abject poverty with his wife, an elderly mother, struggling to meet even their basic needs. Yet this family, despite the developers' lucrative offers, steadfastly refused to vacate their dilapidated courtyard, which garnered considerable attention in society, even making headlines. Ultimately, the real estate developers, left with no alternative, resorted to spending millions to construct a detour road around the household, resulting in a vacant plot at the heart of the newly established coastal villa community, now famously referred to as the most obstinate household. Surrounded by high-end residences, this ramshackle yard had become an unexpected attraction. Curiously, Professor Liao's topographical analysis indicated that the only access point leading underground was entirely encircled by this household's garden. Although Su the Donkey's courtyard was in disrepair, it was remarkably secure. Despite the exorbitant offers made by the Bao family, he forbade anyone from entering, even for a night. "Can you believe this?" Fat Wei exclaimed to Leopard. "This shouldn't pose much trouble for our family. After all, it's merely a stubborn household. We do not wish to acquire their property, only to utilize it for a few days. If gentle persuasion fails, we could resort to more forceful measures." "Leopard, why not send a few men from our circle to intimidate them? I assure you, they will be terrified." "It is not that simple," Leopard replied, his expression grave. "Su the Donkey's stance is remarkably resolute. He lacks education, and mere threats will not suffice. We have exhausted every conceivable method, yet he remains unyielding. The Bao family will not resort to underhanded tactics against civilians unless absolutely necessary. Furthermore, should we reach that point, eliminating one household within such an upscale community would undoubtedly attract undue attention. This family is quite well known locally. Should they vanish, inquiries would inevitably arise regarding their whereabouts, complicating matters significantly. Have we truly explored every avenue?" Chen Zhi inquired, looking up at Leopard. "Individuals who are impervious to financial inducements often have unique motivations. Perhaps we should consider their aspirations, such as seeking better opportunities for their children or desiring a fresh start." "That is not an option." The Leopard shook his head, remarking that the man Su Lizi had neither children nor a spouse, only an elderly mother and a mute wife, making him a coarse and uncommunicative individual. Despite employing all manner of soft and hard tactics, their endeavors yielded no results, for the man remained resolute. If it came to the final stage, they would have to resort to extreme measures, ensuring that the household vanished under the cover of night. At that juncture, they would require assistance to shroud the area in smoke, facilitating their approach. "Understood." Chen Zhi nodded silently. "Let us make our move tonight. Upon arrival, I will first attempt to converse with Su Lizi. If that proves futile, we shall consider the final step. However, should we proceed, we must execute it with utmost precision, leaving no trace behind." "What are you all discussing?" exclaimed Pang Wei, astonished at Chen Zhi's words, unable to fathom such notions coming from him. Meanwhile, old lady Liao appeared unperturbed by the conversation, adjusting her glasses and gazing elsewhere as if she had not heard a word. Once Leopard and Chen Zhi had concluded their discussion, old lady Liao turned to Chen Zhi and said, "My involvement ends here. We are merely technicians, and we do not engage in other matters. How you choose to proceed thereafter is your affair. However, if you can grant our technicians access to that courtyard, I can conduct a more precise analysis of the subterranean environment, providing you with the most accurate information regarding temperature, air composition, and geological elements." "Very well, Professor Liao. We appreciate your assistance, and we shall have you accompany us. Chen Zhi replied courteously before turning to Leopard. Time is of the essence. We cannot afford any delays. Now that we are aware of the entrance's location, we shall depart immediately. The weapons are readily available, so please minimize the number of firearms to avoid drawing local attention. Upon our arrival tomorrow morning, I will first meet with Su Lizi. If communication fails, you shall take action tomorrow night. I will create a dense sea fog to obscure visibility, and afterward, I will devise a method to ensure the surrounding populace forgets that family ever existed. Understood. Leopard's gaze was icy as he regarded Chen Zhi, solemnly nodding in agreement. What on earth are you planning? Peng Wei could no longer contain himself. Those are common folk in their own home. If they wish to deny you entry, that is their prerogative. We may intimidate them or offer financial incentives. But you cannot simply resort to murder if they refuse. They are innocent citizens. Are you truly contemplating the annihilation of an entire family? Let me make this clear. I will not partake in such deeds. While I may not be a paragon of virtue, I certainly understand the importance of sparing the innocent. Peng, rest assured, Chen Zhi said, placing a reassuring hand on Peng Wei's shoulder. I believe I can persuade him without resorting to violence. Even if we reach the final step, you need not involve yourself. Moreover, let us cease to mention the term beast, for under sufficient justification, anyone is capable of committing acts beneath that of a mere animal. Orange, how have you transformed into this version of yourself? I scarcely recognize you. Peng Wei, with a sense of helplessness, gazed at Chen Zhi, shaking his head, then glanced at the silent ghost blade, choosing to remain mute. Thus, in the dim chamber, Chen Zhi and Leopard meticulously outlined their plans, after which he, along with Peng Wei and Ghostblade, hastily returned home that same day, preparing to embark on their journey that night. Chapter 381. Unexpected gains. The trio of Chen Zhi became exceedingly hurried, packing their belongings and preparing weapons and all necessary equipment with utmost speed. Amidst the frenzy, Chen Zhi also needed to make a trip to the library. For as previously agreed with Leopard, in dire circumstances, he was to conjure a vast sea mist by the shore to obscure visibility, an ability typically reserved for shamans. However, the shamans within the organization are, by regulation, bound for life and cannot leave, rendering them unable to assist in this endeavor. Moreover, Qin Yang was not particularly adept at manipulating atmospheric phenomena, thus necessitating Chen Zhi's visit to the library to seek out spells capable of altering the weather, invoking wind and rain, which he would memorize and perform himself. In addition, Chen Zhi brought along a well-purchased smartphone intended for the library's resident spirit, Qi Yunzi. This device contained a plethora of animated shows favored by children, alongside classic videos and children's music, sufficient to entertain Qi Yunzi for an extended period. On this visit, Chen Zhi also planned to unlock the second seal on Qi Yunzi, allowing its limbs to move freely, rather than resembling a small automaton. Chen Zhi contacted Lang Tu, requesting him to dispatch a vehicle to retrieve him with utmost urgency. Lang Tu, efficient in his duties, soon had a sleek black Audi parked beneath Chen Zhi's residence. During this time, Chen Zhi had become so familiar with returning to the organization that it felt akin to returning home for a meal. This time, he did not take any detours but proceeded directly to the library. As expected, Qi Yunzi awaited him at the door's crevice, its excitement palpable upon Chen Zhi's arrival. Over the course of their interactions, Qi Yunzi and Chen Zhi had long since ceased to be adversaries. The little spirit had grown fond of Chen Zhi and had developed a strong reliance on him. With the mentality of a mere 5 or 6-year-old, Qi Yunzi was devoid of ulterior motives. To him, Chen Zhi was the only individual in this world with whom he could connect, the sole person to show him kindness throughout millennia. Due to the urgency of Chen Zhi's visit, he promptly instructed Qi Yunzi to locate all spells pertaining to atmospheric control with utmost haste. As the tomes were retrieved one by one, Chen Zhi swiftly perused them, focusing on the incantations for conjuring mist, capturing images of the spells. Once all tasks were completed, he handed the smartphone brimming with animated content to Qi Yunzi. When Qi Yunzi first laid eyes on the smartphone, his excitement was so immense that he nearly leapt onto the roof. Chen Zhi, employing the Qi technique within him, erased the incantations inscribed on Qi Yunzi's back and unsealed the restraints on his limbs, allowing him to move freely. With his chubby little hands, he deftly navigated the smartphone, his mouth agape as he frantically tapped and played games. However, when Chen Zhi informed him of his impending departure for a mission, Qi Yunzi's demeanor swiftly darkened. resembling a petulant child as he pouted and hid behind a bookshelf, refusing to speak to Chen Zhi. Pressed for time, Chen Zhi offered him a few words of comfort before turning to leave. Just as Chen Zhi was about to exit the library, he heard Chen Zhi, still concealed behind the bookshelf, softly call out to him, urging him not to go, as he had something to share. You can tell me when I return. I really must leave now. Chen Zhi gently reassured him, preparing to open the door. Please wait a moment. I have something important to give you. Something you have long desired, Chen Zhi insisted, peeking out from behind the shelf to look at Chen Zhi. Something I have long desired? Chen Zhi's head turned slightly, his heart racing with anticipation. He crouched down before Chen Zhi and urged, speak. Chen Zhi hesitated, his little eyes glancing up at Chen Zhi with a hint of trepidation. Go ahead. Chen Zhi encouraged, affectionately ruffling Chen Zhi's hair. No matter what you have done in the past, I shall not hold it against you. Thousands of years have passed, and the world outside has transformed. The enmity between Jiang Zia and Shun Gongbao has nothing to do with you, and between us, there is no animosity. If you inadvertently possess any clues regarding Jiang's incantations, please share them. I truly need them. How do you know? Chen Zhi gazed at Chen Zhi in astonishment before lowering his head, pouting like a human child as he murmured, I committed a misdeed. He continued. Many years ago, while serving the clan leader in the library, he returned gravely injured from an unknown incident. Upon his return, he plunged into the fountain to heal. His wounds were severe, and I was terrified, hiding behind the bookshelf to spy on him. I witnessed him bleeding profusely, the blood staining the waters crimson, as the fountain bubbled violently, releasing vast amounts of spiritual energy. At that moment, I heard him recite an incantation aloud, forming a barrier that sealed off the area surrounding the fountain to prevent spiritual energy from leaking. Having served the Jiang clan leaders throughout the ages, I am well aware of their customs. They fear the dissemination of incantations above all else. Hence, they usually recite them silently, ensuring no one hears their contents. However, this time, perhaps due to the urgency of the situation, his voice was particularly loud, and I overheard every word of the incantation. From a young age, I have been learning the arcane arts from my master, who imparted the wisdom of divine scripts to me. Consequently, I came to comprehend the incantations he uttered. I meticulously recorded these spells, albeit uncertain of their application, with the intent of utilizing them for vengeance in the future. Upon noticing your relentless pursuit of the ancestral incantations of the Jiang clan, I contemplated sharing them with you. However, I was gripped by fear of your reproach. Yet, given your kindness towards me, I feel compelled to reciprocate. At this juncture, Chen Zhi glanced at the smartphone in his hand. Since you have shown me such kindness, I shall divulge the incantations I have heard. Upon concluding his statement, he retrieved an exceedingly small, folded piece of paper from his pocket. He unfurled it layer by layer, until it transformed into a substantial sheet, densely inscribed with divine characters, which he presented to Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi examined the document, noting the chaotic arrangement of the script and the unclear sequence of phrases. Nevertheless, with some organization, it could swiftly coalesce into a complete set of incantations. Judging by the essence of these characters, it was reasonable to deduce that this was indeed the legendary Jiang clan's ancestral protective spell, Fierce Curse. Chapter 382, The Fierce Curse. Chen Zhi's hands trembled with excitement as he held the precious incantation, a treasure so elusive, now in the hands of a child, his former nemesis. Selecting several coherent passages, he softly recited them, instantly feeling an indescribable force surging within him. This energy surged from his dantian to his fingertips, promising to unleash a cataclysmic power if released. Indeed, this is undoubtedly the long-lost incantation of the Jiang clan, the Fierce Curse. Although it is recorded in disarray, a slight refinement will enable me to wield it entirely, Chen Zhi thought, his hands trembling with exhilaration as he shifted his gaze to the innocent-faced Chen Zhi beside him. Do you realize the value of this incantation? I do, Chen Zhi replied softly. My master, thousands of years ago, informed me that the 3 incantations of Jiang Zia are immensely powerful. To possess them is to wield dominion over the entire divine realm. Thus, upon overhearing these incantations, I discreetly transcribed and concealed them, reserving them for a future reckoning. However, my master has long since departed, and Jiang Zia is dead. No one cares for me now. As Chen Zhi spoke, his lips quivered, and it was evident that he was on the verge of tears. Though his parched tear ducts could not produce a single drop, resembling a silent sob. My master was slain by that villain Jiang Zia. After I incessantly cursed him, he cruelly sewed my mouth shut. It was indeed painful. For many years, I have been confined within this library, where the patriarchs of the Jiang clan have succeeded one another in cold indifference towards me. They command me to fetch books, yet never engage in any other conversation or show any concern for my well-being. I am engulfed in profound pain and solitude, yearning for my master. Alas, you are the only one who has shown me kindness, yet you too must depart, perhaps never to return. I am left alone once more. I no longer desire this incantation. Take it instead. You must promise to return. Here I remain, terrified. After uttering these words, Chen Zhi lowered his head, covering his eyes with his chubby little hands, sobbing pitifully, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Chen Zhi felt a wave of sorrow wash over him, unable to fathom how a child of merely 5 or 6 years could endure such inhumane torment. Yet, children possess an innate innocence. No matter how dark or tragic their past may be, a glimmer of sunlight and warmth can easily touch their hearts. In stark contrast, the actions of Jiang Zia in the past seem excessively cruel. Although Jiang Zia is a distant ancestor to Chen Zhi, he feels an inexplicable shame for his forebears' actions. What could compel a figure as revered as Jiang Zia to unleash such cruelty upon a tender child? It is simply unfathomable. Chen Zhi had once entertained doubts about Chen Zhi, considering that perhaps his outward appearance belied some inner turmoil, rendering him dangerous. However, after spending time together, Chen Zhi is now utterly convinced that the child is entirely innocent, devoid of any threat. Chen Zhi, please cease your tears and listen to me, Chen Zhi said compassionately, gently stroking Chen Zhi's head. Reflect carefully. You mentioned that Jiang Zia sealed your mouth after you scolded him. Yet I observe that the seal upon your lips appears significantly newer than the 2 seals upon your body. Can you recall the time that elapsed between the sealing of your mouth and the imposition of those larger seals? Do you still remember? Of course I remember, Chen Zhi exclaimed, his eyes widening. I shall never forget the events of 5,000 years ago when I lived in a cave with my master, who treated me with great kindness. I was blissfully happy, free from worries. One day, however, my master, in a state of great urgency, hid me within the cave's floor, instructing me to stay put regardless of what transpired. He then rushed out in haste. Soon after, I heard a thunderous roar from outside as if the heavens were collapsing, and the entire cave shook with tremors as stones tumbled down. I recognized it as my master's thunderstorm spell. It is a formidable incantation. My master once shattered a great mountain with it, and Jiang Zia surely could not withstand him. In my fright, I ventured outside in search of my master. But upon emerging, I found not him but Jiang Zia instead. Clad in heavy armor, he was drenched in blood, his armor marked with the scars of lightning strikes, evidence of my master's thunderstorm spell. The villainous Jiang Zia seized me the moment he laid eyes on me, informing me of my master's demise and declaring that I would henceforth reside with him. I wept bitterly, resisting fervently and kicking at him, yet he remained unfazed. Eventually, he cast me into this library, sealing my fate with a spell that rendered me eternally bound to this place. In my fury, I tore the books asunder and shattered objects all around me, while Jiang Zia inscribed incantations upon my back, rendering my limbs immobile and silencing my rebellious actions. In the years that followed, I hurled curses at him daily, but Jiang Zia remained unperturbed, visiting the library to read, seemingly deaf to my vitriol. Decades slipped by until one day, for reasons unknown, he returned in disarray, weeping uncontrollably upon seeing me, uttering apologies for my master, words that I could scarcely comprehend. In my rage, I accused him of murdering my master, Shen Gongbao, proclaiming that he would inevitably face divine retribution. Jiang Zia, upon hearing my accusations, was inexplicably struck with fear. He frantically commanded me to be silent and, with a wave of his hand, sewed my mouth shut. The pain was unbearable. I cried incessantly, not knowing how many days passed before the agony subsided. From that day forth, Jiang Zia never returned to the library. Years later, a new leader of the Jiang clan arrived, informing me of Jiang Zia's death from illness. He expressed that Jiang Zia had wished not to be buried here, as my presence would remind him of his sins. Chapter 383. The Jiao Silk Ribbon. All right, I understand everything now, Chen Zhi remarked, glancing at his watch before addressing Chen Zhi. I truly have pressing matters to attend to and must leave immediately. The spell you provided is immensely useful, and I am sincerely grateful. As for the events from 5,000 years ago, they are so distant that the truth is obscured, and many matters are beyond the comprehension of a child. You should cease dwelling on your master and Jiangxia. Remain here in the library. Keep this phone to entertain yourself. I will periodically update the videos and games within it. Due to the prolonged duration of the seal within you, I cannot predict the condition of your body once it is released. The sudden unbinding may leave you disoriented, potentially leading to your demise. Thus, I must exercise caution and refrain from liberating you lightly. Wait patiently in the library. I shall return shortly. Really? You promise? Chen Zhi inquired, his parched lips trembling, eyes wide with hope. You promise you will come back for me, that you won't abandon me, nor perish outside? Rest assured, I promise. Chen Zhi gently patted Chen Zhi on the head and assured him, I will return within a month, and I shall bring back a fire spirit stone. After speaking, he carefully folded the incantation that Chen Zhi had given him and tucked it away in his bosom. He offered Chen Zhi a few simple words of comfort before departing from the library. As he descended the mountain, Chen Zhi's mind was consumed by the words Chen Zhi had just spoken. If his account were true, then Jiangxia, after the founding of the Zhou dynasty 5,000 years ago, had suddenly lost his mind, feeling remorse for Shen Gongbao. Such behavior seemed utterly irrational. Historically, Shen Gongbao had always been portrayed as an antagonist, a figure who aided tyranny, obsessed with power and wealth. Though he shared the same master as Jiangxia, he was, in fact, his arch-nemesis. Renowned for his formidable magical prowess, Shen Gongbao had gathered numerous celestial beings to rival Jiangxia, becoming the greatest adversary of the Zhou army. If Jiangxia had established this barrier for humanity 5 millennia ago, it should be viewed as a commendable act, at least liberating humans from the fate of being preyed upon. Theoretically, it ought to be deemed just. Yet, why did he later feel guilt for Shen Gongbao? From Shen Gongbao's perspective, he must have opposed the creation of such a barrier against fate. What could his reasoning have been? Of course, Chen Zhi was skeptical of the legendary portrayal of Shen Gongbao as a greedy and power-hungry individual. He understood that for someone with such extraordinary magical abilities, wealth would hold little significance. But what kind of person might the real Shen Gongbao have been? What transpired between him and Jiangxia 5,000 years ago that transformed them into bitter rivals? As Chen Zhi pondered these matters, he walked into the royal city of Shiqi. The winding roads within the city remained long and intricate. In a hurry, he instructed the old lantern-bearer to lead the way swiftly. The old lantern-bearer moved as if weightless, gliding ahead with remarkable speed. At that moment, a familiar figure came into view. Chen Zhi recognized the silhouette well. It was the female Yama, Jiying. Today, she was not clad in armor but appeared quite agile, her long hair cascading freely. She wore a pure cotton vest and straight navy trousers, completing her attire with a pair of high-quality leather boots. Unlike her usual demeanor, she was unarmed, her hands empty, and her beautiful face bore a hint of color, rendering her even more striking. I have something for you. Jiying's voice remained melodious, her speech direct and composed. Chen Zhi responded, then turned to the old lantern-bearer, saying, You wait for me ahead. Yes. The old lantern-bearer bowed deeply at Chen Zhi's command, dimming the light in his hand as he swiftly retreated into the shadows. What do you wish to give me? Chen Zhi approached Jiying, smiling softly as he spoke. Jiying extended her left hand, presenting Chen Zhi with a long strip of white cloth. Every fiber of this cloth shimmered brilliantly, appearing remarkably dense and undoubtedly valuable. You are heading to Shandong tonight, aren't you? Jiying remarked softly, a gentle smile gracing her lips. I have heard about your journey. Do take care. Jiling will protect you. I have seen your Godslayer. It is indeed a fine blade. However, the handle is rather slippery. If it becomes too bloodied, it may easily slip from your grasp. This strip is made of twisted fibers, exceptionally flexible, akin to the grip of my own blade. If you wrap it around your handle, it will enhance the friction, ensuring your knife will never escape your hand. As Chen Zhi absorbed Jiying's words, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. This was the first time he had received a gift from a woman, and he had not anticipated something so profound, leaving a lasting impression on him. Thank you, he finally managed to say, accepting the luminous strip from her hand. I believe it will be quite useful. At that moment, Jiying gazed at Chen Zhi, her smile serene and enchanting, as radiant as the heavens. Go forth. I have faith that you will return with a fire spirit stone. You are a descendant of the Jiang clan, and henceforth, the entire organization shall take pride in you. You will be the most distinguished leader in the history of the Jiang family. Her eyes bore an unwavering conviction, her demeanor calm. Her words resonated sweetly in Chen Zhi's ears, more melodious than any sound, warming his heart like a gentle spring breeze. All right, I shall take my leave now. He nodded to Ji Ying, avoiding her gaze, and tucked the twisted strip into his inner pocket as he continued onward. Chen Zhi did not look back. He knew Ji Ying was watching him, bidding him farewell as he departed from the Wang city of Shiqi. Upon returning home, it was already late at night, the house ablaze with light, as everyone awaited his arrival. The ensuing moments were filled with urgency as they hastened to pack weapons and all necessary gear. They had brought a substantial amount of control stone bullets, enough for them to lavishly expend. Chen Zhi's father sat silently in the hall, observing his son organize firearms and melee weapons. A look of deep concern etched across his face, yet he refrained from uttering a single word. Chen Zhi offered no explanations to his father, as the leader had once conveyed to him, in the face of the monumental task of safeguarding the human barrier. Their individual safety paled in significance. Just as they finished packing, the leopard master called, urging them to swiftly make their way to the airport, where the private jet of the Bao family awaited them. Chapter 384. The Journey to Rizhao, Part 1. The three of them concealed their firearms and long knives in inconspicuous leather gun bags and hurriedly drove to the airport, now late into the night. Upon their arrival, they found the leopard master and a group of others waiting for them, including the elderly lady surnamed Liao and several blue-belted warriors. The private jet belonging to the Bao family is a small business aircraft manufactured in the United States. The cabin is divided into several compartments, offering ample space and equipped with all essential appliances such as a refrigerator and television, making it quite practical. After Chen Zhi and his companions boarded the plane with Master Bao, it took off immediately. Inside the cabin, Master Bao informed them that many members of the Bao family were on this trip, and some associates had departed by car to Rizhao City a few hours earlier, expected to arrive by tomorrow morning. He urged everyone to take a moment to rest, as the plane was traveling at high speed, and they would soon reach their destination, leaving only a few hours for sleep that night. After Master Bao spoke, he and the elderly Mrs. Liao retreated to another cabin to rest, while Chen Zhi and the other three remained in their cabin. As soon as Fat Wei sat down, he felt drowsy, having arrived wearing an oversized down jacket. He removed the jacket and used it as a blanket, curling up and quickly falling asleep with a gentle snore. Meanwhile, Gui continued to clutch his knife, leaning against the seat. Since acquiring the Divine Blade's lethal decree from Bai Qian, Gui felt as though he had found his partner. Tenderly wrapping the long knife in a cloth bag and holding it close, gradually closing his eyes as well. However, Chen Zhi found it difficult to sleep. He first unfolded the piece of paper filled with incantations given to him by Qi Yunzi and began to transcribe the chaotic characters onto another sheet, striving to restore the original order of the spells. Given Qi Yunzi's familiarity with divine scripts, the transcription was remarkably complete. After a considerable effort in rearranging the text, the incantation's original form was entirely restored, revealing an impressive and interconnected structure, indeed a sealed incantation. Silently reciting a couple of phrases in his mind, Chen Zhi immediately sensed a potent energy resonating within the lines, causing the clouds outside the aircraft to shift in color and resulting in a slight tremor of the aircraft's body. Indeed, this is undoubtedly the fierce incantation from the Jiang lineage, Chen Zhi thought, a weight lifting from his heart. Now, he had acquired one of the three incantations passed down through the Jiang family, bringing him a measure of solace, as one cannot truly be called a clan leader without mastery of the clan's incantations. Once he had restored the fierce incantation, he committed all the spells firmly to memory and incinerated the manuscripts containing them with a lighter, severing any potential for leakage. At that moment, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Feeling fatigued, Chen Zhi wished to recline in his seat for a brief nap, aware that upon arrival in Rizhao, the future was uncertain and opportunities for rest might be scarce. Curling up in his seat, he retrieved the twisted silk ribbon gifted by Ji Ying from his inner pocket and carefully wrapped it around the hilt of his blade, Tushin, his controlling stone long knife. Once secured, Chen Zhi tested the grip. The hilt wrapped in the ribbon felt pleasantly cool to the touch, solid and easy to grasp. Just as Ji Ying had described, even when stained with blood, it would not easily slip from his hand. Chen Zhi caressed the twisted silk ribbon of the god of slaughter, his mind wandering to the words spoken by Ji Ying. It was then that he inadvertently noticed Fat Wei peering at him from beneath his overcoat, an unmistakable lewd grin adorning his face. "What are you doing?" Chen Zhi exclaimed, startled by Fat Wei's presence. "Why are you still awake? What business do you have lurking there, watching me?" Chen Zhi shot a fierce glare at Fat Wei, fully aware that he was about to utter something indecent. "Orange, that ribbon is quite exquisite. Which girl bestowed it upon you? Ever since you returned tonight, I've sensed something amiss about you, enveloped in an aura of romantic intrigue. Speak up. Where did you encounter such fortune? Share it with your brother, and I'll impart a few tricks." Fat Wei, nestled in his oversized down jacket, spoke with a mischievous grin. "Enough with your nonsense. The dawn is approaching. Can you not just go to sleep? Your mind is cluttered with trivialities." Chen Zhi retorted, his patience thinning. He was about to turn over and lie down when Fat Wei interjected, "Orange, let me share something with you. Although I am a grave robber, I have my principles. This time we are in Rizhao. Regardless of the circumstances, let us strive to communicate rather than resort to violence. I understand your feelings, and I recognize that what has driven you to this point must be significant. However, we cannot disregard human life, especially that of innocent civilians. Once we breach that boundary, we will find it impossible to halt, and we become no different from those murderous criminals. Don't you agree?" At this moment, Fat Wei's expression grew serious, his tone softening as he awaited Chen Zhi's response. "Murderous criminals?" Chen Zhi glanced at Fat Wei, a shiver coursing through him, and he couldn't help but scoff. To kill does not inherently constitute a crime. The concept of a murderer is relative. If I harbor hesitation now, even if I lose just an hour, I would become the true criminal. Moreover, the lives I take will undoubtedly exceed mere handfuls. With that, Chen Zhi lay down fully clothed, closing his eyes, signaling his disinterest in pursuing the discussion further. Fat Wei, observing Chen Zhi's demeanor, let out a heavy sigh and shook his head, turning to sleep as well. Thus, the plane soared through the sky for nearly 2 hours before swiftly arriving at Rizhao Airport in Shandong. By the time Bao Yi and old lady Liao disembarked from the cabin, Chen Zhi and the others had already awakened. They filed out of the aircraft, only to find that the sky outside had brightened considerably. Shandong remained frigid, the morning air crisp and sharp. A few vehicles awaited them outside, led by a tall, burly young man with a shaved head. Dressed in a leather jacket, the young man rushed over to Bao Yi as soon as he disembarked, bowing slightly in greeting before exclaiming, "Bao Yi, that stubborn household is proving exceedingly difficult to handle. Last night, several of us brothers went to deliver gifts to their family. One of the brothers inadvertently caught a glimpse of his wife, and that wretched man surnamed Zheng immediately turned hostile, striking my brother without hesitation. Infuriated, my brother nearly drew his gun to retaliate. In my opinion, there is no sense in reasoning with such a scoundrel. Tonight, the few of us should stealthily scale the wall into that courtyard and eliminate that trash without a trace." Chapter 385. The complaints of Gord. The young man who came to fetch Master Bao glared with eyes as round as copper bells and exclaimed loudly, "Master Bao, I believe we should not waste our breath on such a scoundrel. Tonight, let us sneak into that courtyard and deal with that garbage quietly. What nonsense are you spouting? Be silent." Master Bao admonished the young man sharply, silencing him. The young man lowered his head in disappointment and escorted Master Bao out of the airport. Master Bao and Chen Zhi, along with others, followed him outside where they entered a line of cars that slowly began to move. Given the larger number of attendees, most were seated in the back, while Chen Zhi and Master Bao occupied the first car. The young man drove, with Fat Wei in the passenger seat, while Guidao and Professor Liao sat in the rear. As they traveled, the young man engaged in an enthusiastic conversation with Fat Wei, his voice loud and clear. It was at this moment that Chen Zhi learned the young man's surname was Hu, nicknamed Gord. In his 20s, he was also a longtime associate of the Bao family. His father had originally assisted Master Bao with steel transactions in the city, following the Bao family's acquisition of the Chao family's business in Shandong. Gord accompanied his father to Shandong, where they managed the initial business handover and maintained ongoing trade relations. Gord appeared somewhat naive, with a robust build reminiscent of an ox and bright, large eyes. His loud voice was characteristic of a typical young man full of bravado. Recently, he had been handling communications with a certain stubborn household alongside his father. It seemed that Gord had been thoroughly vexed by this obstinate household, and he vented his frustrations by expressing his deep disdain for Zheng the donkey, wishing fervently to confront him immediately. Due to a recent festival, Gord's father had brought along several fine supplements and valuable gifts the previous night, intending to present them to Zheng the donkey's mother in hopes of currying favor and negotiating the temporary use of their courtyard for the Bao family. However, upon knocking on the door, they found Zheng the donkey absent, having wandered off somewhere to drink. His mother answered the door, displaying remarkable hospitality as she warmly welcomed them inside. Upon entering, they noticed Zheng the donkey's mute wife seated on the kong. Zheng the donkey's wife was quite beautiful, albeit disheveled, and appeared rather dull-witted and speechless. The brothers couldn't help but cast a few glances her way, with one even approaching to strike up a conversation. Just as Zheng the donkey returned home, upon witnessing this scene, Zheng Luzi was immediately infuriated, and without hesitation, he smashed all the items sent to him onto the ground, unable to be restrained even by his mother, whom he struck with 2 resounding slaps. The few individuals from Hulu, accustomed to wielding power and oppressing others, had never before experienced such humiliation. They quickly turned aggressive, attempting to subdue Zheng Luzi and twist his arm. However, Hulu's father, being more composed, recalled the instructions from Master Bao, emphasizing the importance of not offending this family. Thus, he reprimanded them and led the disgruntled group away, while the beaten associate seethed with anger. "How could you blame us? Who told you to flirt with someone else's wife?" Fat Wei immediately chimed in with a smirk. "Who was flirting? My brother merely went to greet his wife." And then, Hulu began to argue his case. Listening to Hulu's complaints, Master Bao chose to disregard him and turned his attention to Chen Zhi, inquiring, "What do you think? Should we go and speak with him? He seems rather difficult to converse with, and time is of the essence. Perhaps I should meet with him first and then decide." Chen Zhi suggested after a moment of contemplation. "For now, let us forego the hotel and head directly to Zheng Luzi's home. I will have another discussion with him, and if he remains obstinate, we shall proceed with our planned course of action tonight." After Chen Zhi's remarks, Master Bao nodded in agreement and instructed Hulu to steer the vehicle towards the seaside villa district, while Professor Liao and Gui Dao, along with others, continued on to the Rizhao Hotel as usual. The journey was silent, and after more than an hour, they finally arrived at the fabled affluent community, the Rizhao Seaside Villa Garden. It was an exquisitely beautiful bay, with sand as fine as millet, basked in radiant sunlight and bordered by deep blue seas. Lined along the shore were rows of villas, each designed in various architectural styles, complemented by a private port and terraces. Clusters of greenery were meticulously trimmed into diverse shapes, enhancing the stunning vista, which was truly a picturesque paradise fit for royalty. This seaside community was not only a residential area, but also a coastal tourist attraction, bustling with visitors, some residents of the community and others tourists drawn to its scenic beauty. Yet, amidst this idyllic coastal landscape, there was a starkly incongruous sight. At the very center of the community stood an extremely dilapidated fishing household, encircled by roadways, appearing as an unsightly blemish on an otherwise beautiful canvas. This was Zheng Luzi's home, the only residence in the community lacking access to running water and heating. With a bitter spit, Hulu slowly guided the vehicle towards the crumbling yard. As the vehicle came to a halt before the gate of the courtyard, Chen Zhi peered through the window and observed a throng of tourists surrounding the premises. Some individuals even made a point of stopping to capture photographs, transforming the fisherman's abode into a remarkable sight, far more captivating than the scenic spots nearby. "Leopard, wait for me in the car. I shall go and speak with that individual," Chen Zhi declared, giving Fat Wei a light pat, urging him to accompany him, while addressing Hulu ahead. "You have been there before, so guide us, will you?" Hulu appeared somewhat hesitant, casting a fearful glance at Leopard before responding to Chen Zhi. "Brother Zhi, I must forewarn you, that old scoundrel is quite the rogue. If he dares to lay a hand on you, I will not hesitate to put him down." "Huh, fret not." Chen Zhi chuckled reassuringly at Hulu. "Just follow my lead. With me around, he cannot harm you." With that, Chen Zhi exited the vehicle and made his way toward the entrance, followed closely by Fat Wei and Hulu. Chapter 386. Zheng the donkey. The courtyard was bustling with individuals snapping photographs. Chen Zhi took note of the location of the fisherman's residence, situated prominently opposite the main thoroughfare, with a constant flow of vehicles and pedestrians, making it exceedingly conspicuous. Should there be a need to address the family during the night, even a veil of sea mist would prove insufficient to conceal their actions, given the incessant traffic of people, rendering the situation rather troublesome. Hulu stepped forward to knock on the door, rapping for what felt like over half an hour before slow footsteps echoed from within. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing the grimy visage of a middle-aged man. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, his face ruddy and cracked from the wind. Adorned with wrinkles at the corners of his dull, lifeless eyes, his hair a wild tangle resembling weeds, and his clothing seemingly untouched by soap for centuries, unrecognizable in color. He shuffled in tattered shoes, resembling a scavenger. Upon recognizing Hulu, the man's eyes widened in hostility. What do you want? Planning to make trouble with my wife? I'll fight you to the end, he bellowed, lunging forward, only to be met with Hulu's firm block. The crowd, drawn by the commotion, gathered to witness the unfolding drama. Suppressing his fury, Hulu addressed the man calmly. Zheng the donkey, what were you thinking? Who would want to meddle with your wife for no reason? Last night was merely a misunderstanding, and besides, you struck our people. We haven't held you accountable for that. Have we? Let us discuss this civilly. There is no need for violence. I must inform you. Today it is not just us little brothers who have come. It is our formidable boss behind us. You would do well to tread carefully. Otherwise, you may find yourself at a disadvantage. Zheng the donkey, who appeared to be several centuries overdue for a bath, emitted a foul odor that made Hulu cough, as he regarded the disheveled man with disdain. To hell with you. Zheng Lizi's pair of dim gray eyes brimmed with chaos as he glared at Chen Zhi, bellowing, I care not who you are. Love whom you wish. My life is worthless, and your lives hold more value than mine. Come, let us exchange our fates. If you dare to lay a hand on my wife, you are merely dreaming. By heavens, what a maddeningly incoherent fellow you are. As the crowd behind him swelled, Fat Wei could no longer stand idly by. Just as he was about to step forward and push Zheng Lizi aside, Chen Zhi intervened, halting him. Brother Zheng, is it? Let us discuss matters inside. No need to shout here. Rest assured, we shall remain in the courtyard and not intrude upon your home. We won't even glance at your wife. Chen Zhi spoke courteously, sidling into the courtyard with a swift motion. Zheng Lizi, taken aback by Chen Zhi's agility, hurried to pull him back, abandoning his post at the doorway. At that moment, Fat Wei and Hulu seized the opportunity to slip inside, promptly shutting the door behind them. Upon entering the courtyard, Chen Zhi cast a swift glance around, taking in the dilapidated surroundings. The courtyard was in a state of disrepair, dominated by a modest two-room house. The windows of the inner room were tightly covered with tattered newspaper, as if to shield the interior from prying eyes. Scattered about were fishing nets and tools common to fishermen, the nets worn and patched numerous times, while the fishing implements bore the marks of many years' use. The ground lacked even a respectable stool, and dried salted fish were precariously hung on a line to deter cats. A winnowing basket outside, used for drying peanuts, bore traces of meticulously sifted grains. Clearly, this family's poverty was genuine, not merely a fade. What do you want? Do not enter my home. Zheng Lizi, resembling a madman, rushed over and grasped at Chen Zhi's arm, but Chen Zhi deftly evaded his grasp. Brother Zheng, there is no need for such agitation. Chen Zhi replied in a calm tone, surveying the fisherman before him. Zheng Lizi appeared to be just over 40, yet the sun and sea had aged him prematurely, giving him the visage of an old man. He was clad in tattered garments, reeking of low-quality liquor, his attire disheveled, and his demeanor erratic, an archetype of a drunken madman with muddled thoughts. Chen Zhi, having been familiar with his own father's drunken antics for over 20 years, understood this type well. He recognized that Zheng Lizi was not merely pretending. Unlike typical drunks, his consciousness seemed genuinely obscured, with his thoughts and actions relying solely on primal instincts. We harbor no intention of disturbing your family. You may have already surmised our purpose. We merely wish to borrow this house for a few days. Of course, we will arrange for you to stay in a better place, and after a few days, should you wish to return, we can accommodate you, Chen Zhi explained. Shut your filthy mouth. Zheng Lizi hardly listened to Chen Zhi's words, erupting into a torrent of curses. You think you can enter my home and sleep with my wife? Dream on. Get out now. With that, Zheng Lizi turned, seizing a shovel and swung it menacingly at Chen Zhi. Upon witnessing the scene, Hulu was immediately alarmed and rushed to intervene. However, once Zheng Donkey's shovel fell, it was firmly grasped in Chen Zhi's hand. What a completely uncommunicative fool. He bears no resemblance to a concealed high-level practitioner. It is curious that such a person exhibits no greed for wealth. I shall see what compels you to stubbornly remain here. Chen Zhi furrowed his brow tightly, seizing the shovel and drawing it towards himself, causing Zheng Donkey to lose his footing and stumble forward. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Zhi extended his left hand and pressed it firmly upon Zhang Donkey's shoulder, silently reciting an incantation as a current of energy surged into Zhang Donkey's body. This was an ancient advanced spell known as the heart-entering incantation, one of the first spells Chen Zhi had learned in the library. This incantation could penetrate the human form, allowing the caster to access the most profound memories within a person's mind. The so-called ancient divine arts are not as simple as legends would have one believe. They often demand a corresponding price and come with significant limitations. For instance, the heart-entering incantation requires a mind of exceptional clarity and intellectual strength to wield. Thus, when Chen Zhi perused all advanced incantations, he prioritized learning this spell, which suited him best. However, this spell could not fully unveil a person's innermost thoughts. It possesses certain barriers, rendering it ineffective against individuals with strong willpower. Chen Zhi had previously conducted an experiment using this technique on Pang Wei, discovering that the retrieved information was minimal. When he attempted the spell on Ghost Blade, he found that not only could he glean nothing, but he was also repelled by Ghost Blade's mental fortitude, rendering it a highly restrictive spell. Yet, upon employing the heart-entering incantation on Zhang Donkey's shoulder, Chen Zhi immediately discerned that the donkey's thoughts and will were devoid of any barriers, making entry exceedingly easy. Zhang Donkey's mind was remarkably simplistic. He bore no constraints of shame or morality, and his thoughts were filled solely with humanity's most primal desires: lust for alcohol, gambling, and greed. Among these, one desire stood out with greater intensity: lasciviousness. In Chapter 387, Zhang Donkey, Part 2, Chen Zhi delved into Zhang Donkey's past memories, revealing a sordid and uncomplicated mind that engaged in little contemplation. Most of his recollections involved childish antics and lewd voyeurism, including instances of spying on women in the bath and while using the restroom. His life seemed to revolve around pursuing the company of women, and he even harbored the audacious thought of coercing a female student. A few years prior, he had followed a female student for some time, but ultimately abandoned the idea due to his cowardice. After an extended period as a lonely bachelor, Zhang Donkey's vision was suddenly graced by the appearance of a woman. Although Chen Zhi could not ascertain the source of this woman from Zhang Donkey's mind, he perceived her as having thick, lustrous black hair, fair skin, and wearing tattered clothes. Yet she was quite beautiful. From Zhang Donkey's thoughts, Chen Zhi felt a profound dependency on this woman's allure. He would forsake everything else, but could not bear to be without her physical presence, akin to a beast in heat. Subsequently, Chen Zhi was inundated with a series of repulsive and sordid memories, the extent of which defied verbal expression. If the normal level of human copulation could be classified as 1, then the degree reached by this individual, Zhang, with the woman each night, would equate to a staggering 10. However, amidst these scenes, some semblance of the woman's visage was discernible, while others remained obscured. For Zhang's thoughts were chaotic. Apart from primal desires, rationality was scarce, rendering only the superficial aspects visible. At that moment, a phone rang, interrupting Chen Zhi's trance. Recognizing the distinctive tone belonging to Master Bao, he relinquished his grip on Zhang and retrieved his phone from his pocket. It was then that Zhang broke free from Chen Zhi's hold, violently shaking off his shoulder and vociferously accusing, "What do you want? Do you think I want to retaliate? Today, I will fight you." Meanwhile, Chen Zhi answered Bao's call, gesturing for Pang Wei and Hu Lu to assist him in managing the now frantic Zhang. "Master Bao, is there something you need?" Chen Zhi inquired as he understood that Bao was waiting in a vehicle outside. Such a call would not occur without urgency. Indeed, Bao's tone was gravely somber. "I must inform you that the organization has reported a rapid collapse of the barrier. Most of its brilliance has vanished, and the fiery organization has been entirely depleted. As of 5 minutes ago, many regions in the north have experienced surface freezing, with some areas undergoing brief spells of day and night. It appears that numerous elemental substances have become unstable." "Understood. I will address the matters here and head out immediately," Chen Zhi replied and ended the call. At this juncture, Zhang was embroiled in a fierce altercation with Hu Lu, creating a tumultuous scene in the yard. Zhang oscillated between seizing a shovel and brandishing a kitchen knife, embodying a reckless bravado, seemingly unafraid of consequences. His knife-wielding was unhesitating, nearly striking Hu Lu on several occasions. Hu, incensed, grasped an axe from the ground, intent on retaliating. Yet, Zhang exhibited no fear, instead extending his neck, inviting the blow. The situation in the yard escalated dangerously, drawing the attention of passers-by who gathered to witness the commotion, some even contemplating a call to the authorities as chaos ensued. Just then, the door creaked open, and an elderly woman with a head full of white hair emerged, trembling as she seized Zhang's arm holding the knife. "Child, what are you doing? Stop this ruckus. It's utterly disgraceful. If you have something to discuss, let us do it inside peacefully. Why resort to violence? Listen to your mother." Just as the elderly woman spoke, another figure emerged from the inner room. The woman walked with a graceful elegance, exuding an enchanting charm. Her hair was a lustrous black, her waist slender, her bosom ample, and her lips a vivid crimson. Her striking phoenix eyes fixated intently on Chen Zhi, captivating his very soul. She was precisely the woman Chen Zhi had envisioned in the thoughts of Zhang the donkey. Is this truly his mute wife? Chen Zhi marveled at her. Having encountered an array of bizarre occurrences during this period, including many beings that bore a semblance to humanity, although he remained perplexed by some of these mysterious entities, a mere glance at this woman sufficed for him to ascertain that she was undoubtedly enigmatic. "How dare you stare? That's my wife, Zhang the donkey." Upon noticing Chen Zhi's gaze upon his spouse, rushed over in a frenzy, swatting the phone from Chen Zhi's hand. "Are you trying to take a picture of my wife? Do you wish to bet her? Not a chance." With a resounding crash, Zhang the donkey knocked Chen Zhi's phone to the ground, shattering its glass screen instantly. "Son, why must you resort to violence again? This is utterly embarrassing. It could very well be the death of me." Zhang the donkey's mother, witnessing her son's unruly behavior, hurried over to restrain him. Smack! The sharp crack of a slap stunned everyone into silence. Zhang the donkey, his visage twisted with rage, retaliated fiercely against his mother. "You old hag, what are you doing here? Hurry and take my wife inside. Let no one gawk at her out here. Get in." His outrageous behavior left the onlookers astounded, their collective anger reaching its zenith, wishing to dismantle this creature masquerading in human skin. The elderly lady immediately shielded her face, tears of anguish streaming down her cheeks. This seemed to be a recurring ordeal for her. She swiftly returned to draw the beautiful woman indoors, closing the door behind them. "Get out now, or I will call the police." Upon seeing his wife enter the house, Zhang the donkey pointed at Chen Zhi, unleashing a torrent of foul language. You truly are something else, even striking your own mother. Did your mother abandon you when you were born, leaving you to be raised by a placenta? You are indeed lower than a beast." Peng Wei, a devoted son, was visibly shaken by such brutality. Anger coursed through him as he pointed a trembling finger at Zhang the donkey, wishing fervently to deliver him a sound thrashing. "Let us go." Chen Zhi calmly retrieved his phone from the ground, brushing his fingers against the shattered screen. He cast a composed glance at Zhang the donkey. "We shall meet again soon." Chapter 388, Zhang the Donkey, Part 3. Chen Zhi chose to disregard the furious tirades of Zhang the donkey behind him, gesturing for Peng Wei and Hu Lu to join him as they exited the courtyard. As they stepped outside, a throng of onlookers had gathered, their eyes fixed intently on Chen Zhi and his companions, chattering animatedly about the recent events. Chen Zhi and his companions raised their collars to shield their faces, hastily returning to their vehicle to depart from the coastal community. How did the discussions go? Seated in the vehicle, Lord Leopard gazed placidly at Chen Zhi as he entered. "There's no point in discussing it," Chen Zhi replied with a gentle shake of his head. This man was obstinate and problematic. Further conversation was unnecessary. Tonight, let us proceed directly to his residence. We cannot afford any delays. Chen Zhi then recounted the events that had transpired in the courtyard, sharing all that he had witnessed and experienced. He inquired, "Lord Leopard, how severe is the situation you mentioned? Have the anomalies resulting from the collapse of the barrier been detected by anyone yet?" "Not yet," Lord Leopard replied, a hint of urgency in his tone. "It remains within a controllable range, but time is of the essence. I must accomplish the task within this month, no extensions permitted. Otherwise, the consequences." He shook his head in resignation, his eyes betraying a profound weariness. "If not, everything will vanish." "Understood," Chen Zhi said, his expression grave. "Rest assured, the calamities you fear shall never come to pass. I will secure the spirit stones." A partition separated the front and rear compartments of the vehicle, muffling their conversation. After exchanging a few hushed words, Chen Zhi and Lord Leopard ceased their discussion, mindful that the driver, Hu Lu, was an outsider and that discretion was paramount. On their return to the hotel, Lord Leopard appeared increasingly unwell, coughing persistently and even expelling blood. Chen Zhi observed this with a shifting heart. They arrived at the Rizhao Hotel, a former property of the Chao family, now entirely under the management of the Bao family following the Chao family's downfall. The hotel staff were all affiliates of the Bao family, facilitating matters considerably. Hulu's father had urgently departed for business, leaving Hulu responsible for all affairs in Shandong. He arranged accommodations for everyone at the hotel and allocated an entire floor of the basement, which housed a large clandestine storage area complete with a reception room, an ideal location for securely storing weapons. Before long, a contingent from the Bao family arrived at the Rizhao Hotel, instantly enlivening the establishment. Lord Leopard ordered everyone to gather in the basement storage area to assign tasks and distribute arms. Chen Zhi instructed everyone to don casual attire, disguising themselves as tourists, and to maintain a low profile. Each individual was permitted to carry only one handgun. All cold weapons were to be left behind, except for Chen Zhi's team, to avoid drawing attention from passersby. This time, Pang Wei did not voice any objections regarding the evening's mission. A dutiful son, he had witnessed Zheng the donkey assault his mother and felt an overwhelming urge to take vengeance himself. After distributing the weapons, Chen Zhi commanded everyone to stand by while he and Lord Leopard devised a detailed plan in the reception room. They intended to infiltrate Zheng the donkey's courtyard at 9 o'clock under the cover of darkness. At that time, Chen Zhi would employ a formidable incantation to conjure a dense coastal fog enveloping the entire region. The expanse of the sea fog must not be excessively vast, lest it draw the attention of local authorities and maritime patrols. However, its density should be substantial enough to obscure human vision. To prevent any missteps by passing vehicles and pedestrians, Chen Zhi intends to utilize the formidable curse he has recently acquired to enclose the entire courtyard of Zhongluzi, creating a subtle separation between the courtyard and the road. This arrangement will allow vehicles to traverse the road unimpeded while rendering the courtyard invisible and inaudible from outside. Although the use of such a potent spell is profoundly intricate and Chen Zhi embarks on this endeavor without prior experience, a venture fraught with peril, the urgency of the situation compels him to attempt it. Nevertheless, he has mentally rehearsed the incantation numerous times, and sealing an area of this magnitude should not pose significant difficulties. Once they successfully infiltrate Zhongluzi's residence, their immediate plan is to incapacitate him and subsequently relocate him and his mother to a different location, with further actions contingent upon the circumstances. As for his mute wife, Chen Zhi anticipates that she will present the most formidable challenge. Following this, the associates from the Bao family will promptly encircle the courtyard, striving to ensure the safety of those within under the protective veil of the curse. During this period, even if unforeseen conflicts arise, the safeguard of the curse will make it exceedingly difficult for any force to breach their defenses. Subsequently, old Madame Liao will lead her team of technicians into the courtyard to conduct geological surveys, swiftly assessing the underground situation before employing a drilling machine to breach the soil, thus creating an entrance to the subterranean realm. Chen Zhi's team will then descend through this opening to pursue the trail of the ghostly wood. With all plans meticulously arranged, Chen Zhi instructs everyone to return to their respective rooms to rest and rejuvenate in preparation for the night's endeavors. He requests a room for himself, aware that employing the curse will demand a considerable amount of his energy and stamina. Thus, he feels a twinge of anxiety and recognizes the need for a restorative slumber. He silently recites the incantation, compelling himself to drift into sleep. However, a few hours later, he is abruptly roused by a vigorous knocking at the door. The knocker is Hulu, drenched in sweat, who, upon seeing Chen Zhi, fixes him with his wide, copper-colored eyes and exclaims, "Xiaozhi, you must come quickly. Zhongluzi's mother has sent for you, and Bao Yi insists you meet her at once." The urgency of Hulu's message takes Chen Zhi by surprise, prompting him to hastily follow Hulu to the reception room while attentively listening as Hulu recounts the preceding events. It turns out that during a previous visit to Zhongluzi's home with his father, Hulu had left a business card with the elderly matriarch. She had kept it hidden since then, and after their recent altercation, she seized an opportunity to slip away, enlisting a neighbor's help to contact Hulu, requesting him to discreetly fetch her, as she has urgent news to share with Chen Zhi. As Chen Zhi strides into the reception room, he finds Zhongluzi's mother indeed seated there, her eyes swollen and red, engaged in conversation with Bao Yi. Upon catching sight of Chen Zhi, she immediately rushes towards him, grasping his arms tightly, and weeps profusely, her tears flowing freely. "Dear sir, I implore you to save my life. My son and that ghostly bride from the depths are set to consume me alive tonight." Chapter 389. The Bride Emerging from the Underground. "Madam, please do not fret. Rest assured, once you are here, I shall protect you. Should anything arise, you may speak directly to me." Chen Zhi comforted the mother of Zheng Luzi, escorting her back to her seat and offering her a cup of tea. After sipping the tea and steadying her nerves, the elderly woman trembled as she spoke. "Esteemed gentlemen, I beseech you to save my life. I am at a loss to understand what sins I committed in my past life to bequeath upon me such a wretched son. A beastly creature who brings shame upon our family. At over 40 years of age, he remains unwed, as no one would deign to be his bride. Finally, he found a woman, but she clawed her way from the earth, a ghostly apparition." The elderly lady recounted the tribulations her family had endured over the years. From the moment he was born, Zheng Luzi displayed an alarming propensity for mischief, exhibiting traits of laziness, gluttony, and deceit. He engaged in all manner of vice, gambling, drinking, and theft, showing no regard for morality. The villagers were well aware of the disgraceful behavior of the Zheng family's son. Thus, no one was willing to consider him as a potential suitor, leaving him without a bride for many years. Yet Zheng Luzi was insatiably lecherous, peering at maidens bathing and taking liberties with female students on public transport, causing his reputation to plummet further into infamy. For years, Zheng Luzi wallowed in poverty, unable to hold down any job. As his financial situation deteriorated, he grew increasingly resentful towards his parents, berating them incessantly for their lack of wealth, which he believed prevented him from marrying. Their household became a tumultuous realm of chaos, and the neighbors, well aware of their plight, avoided them at all costs. Zheng Luzi's father, already in poor health, found himself tormented by his son's behavior. One fateful day, while fishing at sea, he was lost to a storm, leaving the elderly matriarch even more isolated. With tears as her only companion, she relied solely on Zheng Luzi for sustenance. As their poverty deepened, even the most basic needs became a struggle, and there was no money to seek a bride for Zheng Luzi. He spiraled further into depravity, indulging in disgraceful acts daily. While his mother contemplated the unthinkable, one evening, during a neighbor's celebration, Zheng Luzi sneaked into the newlywed's chamber and was caught in the act, prompting a furious mob of fishermen to pursue him. In desperation, his mother concealed him in the family's ancient cellar. This cellar, steeped in history, had been a part of the Zheng family for generations, the original inhabitants of the land. Since her marriage, Zheng's late father-in-law had cautioned her never to open the cellar, the reasons for which remained unclear to her, other than it being a sacred rule passed down through their ancestors, violation of which would invite calamity. However, the situation was dire. The fishermen, armed with clubs, had gathered at the doorstep, intent on delivering a beating to Zheng Donkey. In desperation, old lady Zheng opened the door to the old cellar and concealed Zheng Donkey within. Once the vengeful fisherman had departed, she ventured into the cellar to find him, only to discover that Zheng Donkey stubbornly refused to emerge. When she inquired about his intentions, he pointed to a metal plate beneath the cellar, claiming that someone was beneath it. He insisted that he had distinctly heard a woman's voice calling to him from below, accompanied by the sound of persistent knocking on the metal plate. Old lady Zheng initially believed her son had lost his mind over a woman and urged him to come out so she could promptly close the cellar door. Yet, Zheng Donkey remained obstinate, adamantly asserting that there was indeed a woman's voice beneath the metal plate. Simple-minded by nature and guided by base desires, he was devoid of fear or hesitation, fixated solely on his lascivious thoughts. Ignoring his mother's protests, he procured a shovel and pried open the metal plate. To their astonishment, they uncovered a wooden staircase leading downwards, culminating in a large, rusted iron door bound by chains as thick as a thigh, exuding an air of mystery. Old lady Zheng was utterly unprepared for such a revelation in her cellar. Recalling her late husband's warnings, she felt a deep-seated dread towards what lay beyond the iron door. Nevertheless, Zheng Donkey was resolute, defying his mother's objections as he descended the staircase, using his iron rod to pry open the chains securing the door. Old lady Zheng distinctly remembered how arduous the task was for him. When he finally managed to force the iron door ajar, a sweet, musty odor wafted forth, and suddenly, a slender woman's hand reached out from within. Terrified, old lady Zheng believed she had encountered a ghost and screamed to flee the cellar, but Zheng Donkey grasped her tightly. With a mischievous grin, he exclaimed, "Mother, I have a wife now." He gestured towards the darkness below. Peering down, old lady Zheng was instantly seized by tremors of fear as she beheld a naked woman, her body entangled in wild hair, slowly crawling from the shadows. The horrifying visage of the woman lingered vividly in her memory. She was entirely unclothed, her long, thick hair cascading around her, with eyes fixated outward and blood-red lips. As she emerged, she lunged at Zheng Donkey, wrapping herself around him like a serpent, licking his face with her tongue. Old lady Zheng was paralyzed with fright, desperately calling to the neighbors for help and to alert the authorities, but Zheng Donkey thwarted her attempts. He was enamored with the woman, threatening his mother that should she speak of it, he would gut her. Madame Zheng was acutely aware of her son Zheng Duli's capacity to speak and act, yet found herself helplessly silent, allowing him to bring that woman into their home. That very night, Zheng Duli consummated his union with the woman, who exhibited a peculiar demeanor, shamelessly engaging in intimate acts without the slightest regard for modesty, behaving like a creature devoid of refinement. However, Zheng Duli was elated, and the two became inseparable in their fervor. Madame Zheng, terrified beyond measure, dared not confide in anyone and, consequently, retreated to the firewood shed in the backyard, laying down her bed there. Thus, this bizarre existence continued, with the new bride, who had seemingly emerged from the depths of the earth, sharing nightly quarters with Zheng Duli. Yet, she remained mute and seldom ventured outside, leading the neighbors to believe that Zheng Duli had merely acquired a silent wife, without raising any suspicions. However, as time progressed, Madame Zheng discerned that her daughter-in-law was increasingly peculiar. As the days passed, Madame Zheng observed that this daughter-in-law lacked the ability to communicate. She was not mute, but rather incapable of human speech, resembling an animal in her behavior. Apart from her nocturnal rendezvous with Zheng Duli, she engaged in no other activities. Moreover, Madame Zheng frequently caught her in the kitchen, surreptitiously slicing raw meat into pieces and greedily devouring the bloody morsels, a sight that was profoundly unsettling. Before long, gossip among the local fishermen emerged regarding the frequent disappearance of chickens, ducks, and other livestock in the vicinity, with even some guard dogs vanishing without explanation. Madame Zheng immediately suspected this woman. One night, she resolved to remain awake, stealthily making her way to Zheng Duli's bedroom from the backyard. She cautiously listened at the window, hearing the familiar sounds of moaning, which had become an accepted norm. After observing for a while, and finding nothing particularly alarming, she intended to return, when suddenly a dog's anguished cry pierced the night. She then witnessed Zheng Duli abruptly opening the door and dragging out a bloody dead dog. The woman followed him, completely unclothed, as they proceeded to the cellar, where they descended after opening the door. Madame Zheng, too frightened to make a sound, clandestinely trailed them and crouched by the cellar door to spy. She beheld the woman voraciously gnawing on the lifeless dog. Blood smeared across her face as she ravenously swallowed flesh and bone, the crunching noise grating on the ears. Zheng Duli stood beside her, a smile plastered across his face, encouraging her, "Eat, my wife, eat. As long as it brings you joy, my dear mother, I would gladly butcher it for you." Upon hearing those words, old Madame Zheng was seized by a tremor of fear. She dared not utter a sound, and thus covered her mouth, stealthily retreating to the backyard. Gradually, she discovered that the woman descended into the cellar every night, entering as dusk fell and emerging just before dawn, without fail. Since then, old Madame Zheng had contemplated leaving this place on numerous occasions, yet as an elderly woman lacking survival skills, she knew that being caught by her troublesome son would mean certain doom. Helplessly, she chose to keep her distance from the couple, living in a state of constant trepidation. Time passed, and more than half a year later, an outsider from a real estate company arrived with intentions to purchase the houses in the vicinity, claiming plans to construct a coastal villa area. The local fishermen rejoiced upon hearing this news, eagerly selling their homes for substantial sums before departing. However, her son, Zheng Lutzi, stubbornly refused to move, leading others to believe he was a recalcitrant tenant. In truth, old Madame Zheng understood that Zheng Lutzi remained solely to be with the woman, for if they left this place, she would return to the cellar, perhaps never to emerge again. Thus, no matter the price the real estate developer offered or how fervently he persuaded, Zheng Lutzi would not part with the property. Old Madame Zheng endured her days in a state of dread, despairing as she felt herself nearing the end, ready to follow her late husband. Just then, the Bao family came knocking at their door. Subsequently, Chen Zhi learned of the events that transpired after Zheng Luzi repeatedly rejected the Bao family's requests to use the house. A confrontation erupted today involving Chen Zhi and others. It was sparked when the old lady inadvertently opened the door, allowing others to glimpse the woman, resulting in her son delivering a slap across her face. After Chen Zhi and his companions had departed, Zheng Luzi remained seething with anger, subjecting the old lady to further abuse and threatening to kill his own mother that very night. At that moment, old Madame Zheng caught sight of the woman, who wore a chilling smile as if regarding a prey already ensnared. After this encounter, old Madame Zheng steeled herself with determination. Seizing the opportunity while Zheng Luzi went out to buy liquor, she fled from her home, borrowing a phone from a neighboring house to contact Hulu via the number on a business card. Thus, she was taken to a hotel. This encapsulates old Madame Zheng's experiences over the past few years. Upon hearing her account, everyone was incensed, especially Hulu, who felt an overwhelming urge to confront Zheng Luzi. However, after Chen Zhi listened to old Madame Zheng's narrative, he remained silent for a considerable time, mulling over various questions, including Zheng Luzi's character and many inconsistencies in the story. He then inquired of the old lady, "Madam, may I ask you something? Reflect carefully. Have you ever opened that cellar before?" The old lady pondered deeply and suddenly recalled something. "Ah, I remember. That was decades ago, shortly after I was married. I was utterly oblivious then, and I did not know what lay within that cellar, so I carelessly opened it and even ventured inside for a while. At that time, my father-in-law was still alive. He immediately pulled me out and scolded me fiercely, warning that I was never to enter again, or else our family would face dire consequences. Subsequently, he sealed off the cellar, which was located in a rather concealed area, easily overlooked by most. I never returned there again. However, at the time I ventured into the cellar, I was already pregnant with our donkey. So that was the case." Upon hearing the elderly woman's words, Chen Zhi furrowed his brow slightly and continued to inquire, "Madam, are you certain you have not misremembered the timing?" "I am not mistaken," the old lady affirmed with a nod. "I remember it clearly. I stayed in the cellar for quite some time, and due to my pregnancy, the odors inside were quite nauseating." "I understand." Chen Zhi nodded gently, then turned to Grandma Zheng and said, "Madam, I have a question for you. Your son's rebellious nature is unlikely to change. Since you have managed to escape, you may take refuge with us. However, your son will eventually find you, and you will never know peace. Given this, let us eliminate him tonight. We can take care of your living needs, and you may return to reside in your home. What do you think?" "Oh," Grandma Zheng covered her eyes and wept. "Since this wretch has become intolerable, I have no other recourse. Do as you wish." "Very well," Chen Zhi replied with a calm demeanor, glancing at Grandma Zheng before standing up and instructing the attendant behind him, "Go and awaken everyone. We will act in 2 hours." Chapter 391. The fog. After listening to Grandma Zheng's account, Chen Zhi first had her escorted back to her room to rest, then remained to whisper a few words with Master Bao. The attendant went to rouse all the staff from the Bao family at the hotel, preparing them for action. Most of these individuals were among the finest selected from the Bao family, known for their reliability. Afterward, Master Bao called the attendant back privately to assign a special task. Relying on the connections and influence the Bao family had established during their time in Rizhao City, making the undertaking quite manageable. Once the attendant left to carry out the task, Master Bao personally selected several colleagues to accompany him. Chen Zhi returned to his room, where he found Fat Wei and Ghost Knife waiting for him. "When did you two awaken?" Chen Zhi asked with a smile. Haha, do you think we are merely idling about? We haven't been sleeping at all. We've been listening to you snore from next door," Fat Wei responded. Already prepared with his gear, 2 handguns at his waist, a large machete slung over his shoulder, and his favorite submachine gun in hand. "What are you planning to do now?" "If you're going out, I will accompany you for safety," Ghost Knife said with his usual poker face, his expression remaining neutral. "All right, come along with me." Chen Zhi smiled at the two of them and said, "Accompany me to the seaside. I need to find a few locations to set up some spells. Tonight, I intend to create a grand fog along this coastal area." As he spoke, he retrieved a cloth bag from beneath the bed, containing various magical implements he had previously instructed someone to purchase. The steps for casting the spells were remarkably straightforward, yet the material requirements were exceedingly stringent. Chen Zhi had procured freshly milled flour, ensuring it was fine-grained and free from moisture, and then enlisted the expertise of a skilled pastry chef to mold several small figurines from the flour. These figurines, all depicting women, were crafted with remarkable realism. Chen Zhi punctured the heart of each figurine with a needle, then inserted a prepared black dog tooth, inscribing incantations upon it, and binding it with red thread before placing it within the heart of the figurine, which he then sealed with green leaves. In total, Chen Zhi fashioned approximately a dozen of these figurines, which he placed into a bag, and together with the portly Wei and the third companion, they made their way to the beach. The seaside was bustling with visitors. Despite the winter season, the scenery remained splendid. The beach was alive with winter swimmers and onlookers. And in the city of Rizhao, true to its name, the sun shone abundantly. Numerous children frolicked on the sand, while many photographers captured wedding moments for newlywed couples, creating a lively atmosphere. Amidst this picturesque beach, Chen Zhi noticed a detail that had gone unnoticed by others. Occasionally, the waves brought forth remnants of deep-sea flora that had perished. These plants superficially resembled seaweed but were exclusive to the depths of the ocean, never surfacing near the shore. It was evident that the absence of fire attributes had caused significant changes in the deep sea. Chen Zhi, along with Wei and the third companion, strolled along the sandy beach like tourists, engaging in casual conversation as they discreetly buried the small figurines along the coastline. While burying the figurines, Chen Zhi chanted the incantations softly, while Wei kept watch nearby to prevent any curious children from discovering their activities, which would complicate matters if they were unearthed after they departed. They continued this process until all the figurines were buried, after which they returned to the hotel. By this time, the sky had noticeably darkened, and the staff from the Bao family were already prepared and waiting at the hotel. Following discussions, Aunt Zheng expressed her willingness to guide them, stating that the location of her family's old cellar was quite obscure and would be challenging to locate without her assistance. According to Aunt Zheng's description, the situation was becoming increasingly clear. If the peculiar woman had emerged from that cellar, it was likely she posed a significant threat, perhaps being a creature of a different lineage than humans, or something else entirely. Moreover, given Zheng's reckless and extreme nature, it was plausible that Aunt Zheng had been infected during her pregnancy while residing in that cellar. In conclusion, all of this serves to prove that there are significant issues within that cellar. It is likely the very location they have been seeking, the thinnest layer of subterranean soil, which serves as the entrance to the roots of the Fusang divine tree. If they could descend directly underground from there, it would save considerable time and manpower. Once everything was prepared, they all awaited the arrival of night. Finally, around 8 o'clock in the evening, the sky outside had turned completely dark. Winter nights are inherently short, and the sea breeze was biting, causing the temperature to plummet. At that moment, Chen Zhi first cleansed his hands in water infused with mugwort leaves, then summoned Pang Wei and Gui Dao to ascend to the highest floor of the hotel. The hotel's elevated position afforded Chen Zhi a panoramic view of the city below and the entire bay from the rooftop. Amidst the chilling winds on the rooftop, Chen Zhi brought his fingers together and placed them vertically before his lips, closing his eyes as he silently recited a passage from a tome in the library titled Wind and Cloud Manuscript. The incantation, already deeply ingrained in his mind, began to flow forth as he chanted the first segment. Instantly, he felt the currents of energy within him begin to churn. Looking up at the heavens, he observed the clouds shifting dramatically, a dark mass rolling in as a fierce wind surged from the sea. The waters began to roil and change color, and soon, a dense mist rose from the depths, gradually spreading towards the coastal residential area. Success! This thick sea fog would soon envelop Zheng Luzi's home. At this point, Chen Zhi ceased his recitation and turned to Pang Wei, who was staring wide-eyed, as if transfixed. My word, Orange, you are incredible. When did you acquire such abilities? This surpasses even the celery shoots. With this skill, our business at the Destiny Hall could truly flourish. Pang Wei was utterly astonished by Chen Zhi's sorcery. He had known that Chen Zhi had been delving into mystical arts, but he had not anticipated his prowess to be so formidable. After languishing in frustration for so long, Chen Zhi chuckled and patted Pang Wei's shoulder before calling Gui Dao, and the three descended from the upper floor. Meanwhile, all the crew members below had armed themselves and were prepared to set out. Chapter 392. The Cursed City. The Bao's crew members waiting downstairs had just witnessed the rising sea mist, and everyone was utterly amazed by this miraculous phenomenon. Throughout the year, although Chen Zhi and his companions had maintained a low profile, the Bao's had become well acquainted with the prowess of Chen Zhi's team. The rumors about him had spread, with some claiming he was a divine figure hired at great expense by the Baos, capable of summoning winds and rain, while others suggested he was a secret weapon bequeathed by Old Bao to safeguard the Northeast. There were even whispers that Chen Zhi and Old Bao shared a more intimate connection. As Chen Zhi and his two companions descended the stairs, they were met with gazes filled with admiration and reverence from the crowd. At that moment, Hu Lu had hurried back from outside, his connections in Rizhao City proving to be extensive. He swiftly accomplished the tasks assigned by Chen Zhi, reporting all the gathered information to him and Bao Yi. As anticipated, everything unfolded just as Chen Zhi had envisaged. Subsequently, Chen Zhi and Bao Yi summoned Peng Wei and Gui Dao into the conference room, where the four of them deliberated for an extended period, ultimately finalizing their plan. Once all arrangements were in place, Chen Zhi and the associates from the Bao family sequentially boarded the vehicle, heading towards Zheng Luzi's residence. In the same car were Zheng Laotai and Chen Zhi, Peng Wei, and Gui Dao, the former weeping incessantly, akin to a tap that could not be turned off. Before long, the car arrived at Zheng Luzi's doorstep, enveloped by a thick sea fog that shrouded the entire neighborhood. However, the main road in front of Zheng Luzi's house remained busy, with vehicles passing and pedestrians occasionally appearing, creating quite an obstruction. "Accompany me down for a moment," Chen Zhi said, giving a pat on Peng Wei and Gui Dao's shoulders before stepping out of the vehicle. They followed suit, descending alongside him. Chen Zhi surveyed the yard ahead, estimating its dimensions, then spoke softly to Peng Wei and Gui Dao. "I am about to perform a grand ancestral spell of the Zhang family. A formidable incantation I have never attempted before. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise during my casting, you must act accordingly to shield my vulnerability from prying eyes. Otherwise, you shall be in grave danger. Fear not, De Chengzi. Whatever transpires, we shall stand by you," Peng Wei assured, positioning himself and Gui Dao protectively behind Chen Zhi, obscuring the view from the rear. "Very well, I shall commence now," Chen Zhi declared, closing his eyes. He first balanced the flow of energy within him, concentrating it at his heart to safeguard it, and then began to silently recite the great flame incantation bestowed upon him by Qi Yunzi. As Chen Zhi recited the incantation, which he had memorized, he felt an ignition within, as if the currents of energy had been set ablaze. A surge of power shot upwards, piercing the heavens, merging completely with the forces of nature around him. This power was magnificent and awe-inspiring, embodying the vastness of the cosmos. Chen Zhi sensed his strength meandering through the universe, gathering energy like a snowball, growing ever larger until it plummeted from the sky, transforming into an immense, heavy chain that began to encircle Zheng Luzi's yard layer by layer. At that moment, Chen Zhi finally comprehended why the patriarch of the Zhang clan, who had employed the fierce incantation to seal an entire city during the Warring States period, had perished from exhaustion. The power of this fierce curse is exceedingly difficult to control, with turbulent currents swirling chaotically and exhibiting formidable strength. A moment's inattention could result in a backlash. As Chen Zhi progressed halfway through his incantation, he felt a violent throbbing in his chest, a sweetness rising in his throat, accompanied by an overwhelming urge to spew blood. Fortunately, he had shielded his heart with the energy currents earlier. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. He struggled to harness the energy of the curse, transforming it into chains that he meticulously pulled and wound around, sealing the entire courtyard with but a single entrance left open. Once completed, Chen Zhi's legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. Ghost Blade moved swiftly behind him, catching Chen Zhi, while Fat Wei grasped his arm, grinning as he said, "Hey buddy, don't fall behind." Everyone else watching. With their support, Chen Zhi steadied his energy channels and exhaled deeply, managing to keep himself upright. He leaned against Ghost Blade, panting for a moment as he gradually regained his strength. At that moment, Leopard Master descended from the vehicle. Chen Zhi nodded to him, signaling that the sealing was complete. Leopard Master then gestured lightly behind him, prompting everyone to disembark. Amidst the thick sea fog, the members of the Bao family and the technicians from Old Lady Liao's team swiftly entered Zheng Lg's courtyard. Once it was confirmed that all had entered, Chen Zhi recited the final line of the incantation, sealing the curse entirely. Instantly, the outside world turned into a murky haze, isolating the courtyard from the rest of existence. Upon entering the courtyard, they found no sign of life. Zheng Lg did not emerge from the house, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. With no light illuminating the interior, a profound silence prevailed. After confirming the absence of anyone within, they cautiously gathered at the door, gently opening it to peer inside. The interior was devoid of any occupants, save for a nearly collapsed earthen bed and a few tattered garments. The floor was littered with decaying animal bones, and a foul, putrid stench assaulted their senses. Fat Wei ventured inside, rummaging about. Apart from some rotting food and filthy clothing, nothing else was found. It appeared that Zheng Lji had only recently vacated the premises. The wax had barely cooled, and a pair of tattered cloth shoes lay abandoned within, leaving the whereabouts of the individual unknown. At that moment, Chen Zhi, standing in the courtyard, turned to old lady Zheng beside him and said, "Madam, please lead us to the cellar you mentioned. I suspect your son has already departed." Old lady Zheng, who had been gazing into the house from the entrance, immediately burst into tears upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, exclaiming, "Oh no, oh no. My foolish son must have been dragged into the cellar by that female ghost. Alas, my poor son, this will surely cost me my life." "Madam, why do you weep now?" Fat Wei remarked, pinching his nose as he exited the house. "Your ungrateful son was so disobedient. Why shed tears for him? Did you not just say at the hotel that you agreed to let us deal with him? Now that he has been consumed by the ghost, isn't that better? It saves us the trouble of handling it ourselves. All right, enough with the tears. Quickly, take us to that cellar." Chapter 393. The woman beneath. After Fat Wei concluded his words, he gestured for those around him to escort Elder Zheng to the backyard in search of the cellar she had mentioned. Indeed, the location of the cellar was remarkably concealed. Behind the dilapidated house lay an abandoned pigsty, beneath the decaying straw of which rested a wooden trough once used for feeding pigs. Upon moving the trough aside and parting the withered grass that covered it, they unearthed a dilapidated cellar door. The door appeared ancient. Its wood long since succumbed to rot and mildew, and it was marred by fresh bloodstains. This very cellar was where the spectral woman had emerged. Yet the blood was new, its origin a mystery. Elder Zheng pointed at the cellar door, tears streaming down her face as she spoke. "Open the cellar door. Be cautious. Watch your step." Chen Zhi instructed his companions, who promptly approached and dismantled the cellar door with swift efficiency. Instantly, a putrid stench wafted upward, mingled with a sickly sweet odor reminiscent of a body that had not bathed for years, utterly repulsive. Chen Zhi illuminated the depths with an electric torch, revealing a staircase leading to a sealed iron door. This door measured over a square meter and was adorned with carvings of two beast heads, their mouths gripping iron rings, a craftsmanship reminiscent of the southern and northern dynasties. A narrow gap revealed fresh blood saturating the iron door. Recognizing the visage of the beast heads, Chen Zhi identified them as representations of the early Han dynasty's Qilin. Many contemporary paleontologists assert that such legendary creatures as the Qilin undoubtedly existed in ancient times, likely colossal mammals. Following the extinction of the Qilin, the collective nostalgia and reverence over millions of years transformed it into a mythical entity, symbolizing the warding off of evil spirits, frequently depicted above doorways. It was reasonable to surmise that something extraordinary lay beneath, and that the clumsy Zheng had been dragged down there by that peculiar woman. Chen Zhi pondered this, then turned to Master Leopard, stating, "Master Leopard, please lead the others back to the front. I must attend to certain matters. It is inconvenient with so many present, and there may be dangers lurking here." "Understood," Master Leopard replied, signaling his men to return to the front yard, while allowing a few of the blue-clad warriors to remain. Now, only Chen Zhi, Fat Wei, Ghostblade, and several blue-clad warriors remained near the cellar. At this moment, Chen Zhi smiled and glanced at Elder Zheng, lowering his voice. "Now that the ordinary folk have departed, there is no need for pretense before us. You are not human, are you? Speak. Why have you lured us here?" As soon as he finished speaking, Fat Wei and the others encircled Elder Zheng, restraining her by the shoulders and confining her in the center. Moments ago, the tearful and distraught Elder Zheng found herself suddenly frozen upon hearing Chen Zhi's words. Rather than exhibiting panic, she remained still for an extended period, her dazed gaze fixated on Chen Zhi as she inquired in a peculiar tone, "When did you see through me?" "Quite simply," Chen Zhi replied, standing across from her with an air of calm. "It appears you truly do not comprehend humanity. A mother, regardless of how far her son may fall, will never relinquish him, nor allow others to bring harm upon him." Upon hearing his words, Elder Zheng paused momentarily, lowering her gaze as the tension in her facial muscles began to dissipate, as if her previous expressions had been merely a fade. At that moment, Chen Zhi continued. While at the hotel earlier, I had someone investigate the matter. When the real estate developers were acquiring properties in this area, you were the one who adamantly refused to sell this particular estate. Not only do you vigilantly guard this place day and night, but we also spoke with your former neighbors, the fishermen, who described you as a rather peculiar individual. You mysteriously appeared in this household during your youth, and coincidentally, you were mute at that time as well. If I am not mistaken, decades ago, you emerged from this very cellar, did you not? You and that woman appear identical to us, and over time, you have learned to articulate our language, yet your essence diverges from ours. Your son embodies the savage and primal instincts of a beast, while you possess the intellect akin to humanity, returning each night to dwell in the cellar. Could it be that, as Chen Zhi spoke, Elder Zheng suddenly opened her eyes wide, a sinister smile breaking through the wrinkles of her face? Patriarch Jiang. Elder Zheng's voice transformed into an alluring tone. Despite her wrinkled visage and frail body, she spoke with a playful lilt, reminiscent of a seductive young woman. Who would have thought that the esteemed Jiang clan would one day tread upon such dark and lowly grounds? Have your ancestors not always regarded us as mere filthy dust, as wretched as maggots, unworthy of their attention? Yet, unbeknownst to you, do the demons within your hearts not mirror our own? With that, Elder Zheng erupted into a bizarre, eerie laughter, revealing a row of sharp teeth as she nodded incessantly, resembling a malevolent spirit, sending chills down the spine. You old witch, do not attempt to frighten us here. You are now in our grasp. Do you truly believe you can escape? Shouted Peng Wei, pressing his hand upon Elder Zheng's shoulder while drawing a gun from his waist, pressing it against her temple. Let me make this clear, old hag, do not underestimate us. Regardless of whether you are a transformed rat spirit or some other monstrosity, you must tell us what lies beneath this cellar. What trap have you set? I must inform you, old hag, that we are not to be trifled with. This weapon is loaded with control stones. You should be well aware of its potency, yes? A single shot could claim your ghostly life. The enigmatic old lady Zhang, seemingly unperturbed, did not even cast a glance at Fat Wei. Instead, she squinted her eyes and turned her attention to Chen Zhi, uttering, mating with mere mortals is rather dull. As the scion of the Jiang clan, we have long desired to indulge in carnal pleasures with someone of your noble lineage. Since you have graced our subterranean lair, why not join my sisters and me for a delightful encounter? We shall ensure you are enraptured, as though floating on clouds, never wishing to leave. Chapter 394. Sudden changes. The demeanor of old lady Zheng left Chen Zhi astonished. The situation was abundantly clear. She was thoroughly ensnared. Standing before him were a crimson-banded warrior and 5 azure-banded warriors, a formidable array that rendered escape an impossibility. Yet, old lady Zheng not only refrained from struggling, but also filled the air with suggestive invitations for Chen Zhi to descend into the cellar. As if certain of his eventual submission, it was indeed perplexing. Does she truly believe she can evade these warriors? That seems utterly implausible, unless, as Chen Zhi pondered this, he witnessed a peculiar smile spread across old lady Zheng's face. Suddenly, she sprang towards the cellar, seemingly intent on leaping inside. However, the warriors surrounding her would not allow such a maneuver to succeed. The ghostly blade flew forward, swiftly grasping the old woman's neck. Yet, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The old woman twisted her body, transforming into a pool of black sludge that flowed seamlessly into the cellar, vanishing through the slight opening of the heavy iron door. By the heavens, this wretched old hag possesses quite an array of skills. She can even liquefy herself. Goodness, Blade, you ought to cleanse your hands post-haste. I feel nauseated merely at the thought of that foul liquid. After uttering this, Fat Wei peered into the cellar, where darkness loomed. The large iron door remained ajar, as if beckoning them to enter. What should we do now? Orange. Fat Wei leaned against his waist and queried Chen Zhi. It's downright embarrassing. We, several grown men, failed to capture a mere old woman, allowing her to escape. She lured us here with the intent of leading us into the cellar, where surely an ambush awaits. I suspect she and Zheng the donkey's wife are down there, eagerly awaiting your arrival to soothe their lonely hearts. What should we do? Should we pursue her? Chen Zhi also glanced downwards, realizing that Fat Wei's assessment was indeed accurate. From the very beginning, old lady Zheng's intent had been to lead them here. On the day of Chen Zhi's confrontation with Zheng the donkey, she had seen him within the house and thus emerged. Her interest had always centered on Chen Zhi. She understood his identity and purpose, aiming to draw him into this trap. Faced with the undeniable truth of a potential ambush, the question remained, should they leap into the fray or hesitate? Let us not rush into the depths. We should summon Professor Liao and his team to conduct a geological survey of the area below, regardless of what awaits us. Even if it be a den of dragons and tigers, I shall venture forth. After Chen Zhi concluded his words, he gestured to several blue ribbon warriors, instructing them to remain here alongside Ghostblade, while he and Fat Wei returned to the front courtyard to report to Master Leopard. Upon their arrival, they found Master Leopard engaged in a phone call, his brow furrowed in apparent dismay, as if he had received some exceedingly troubling news. Once he hung up, he listened attentively to Chen Zhi recount the recent escape of old lady Zheng and the peculiar remarks she had made. Subsequently, Master Leopard divulged a shocking piece of bad news. A call had come in from the organization, reporting bizarre occurrences of human beings exhibiting animalistic traits in the remote mountainous regions of northeast China. These transformed individuals had shed their skin, crawling on all fours, and were attacking nearby villagers and livestock, akin to zombies from a biochemical crisis. This phenomenon was linked to a sudden depletion of fire elements, destabilizing Jiangxia's barrier, resulting in a significant transformation of human biological forms, thus creating a critical situation. The organization had mobilized all available resources to keep this information under tight wraps. Yet there was an urgent need for manpower in the northeastern mountains. The leader of the organization had issued a stern command for Master Leopard to return immediately to address the issue of the beast-like humans, entrusting the task of locating Guai solely to Chen Zhi. With a strict mandate, success was imperative, failure was not an option. With no time to waste, Master Leopard hurriedly briefed Chen Zhi before departing, leaving him as the sole commander in charge. The blue ribbon warriors who had been by Master Leopard's side were also taken away, leaving only Professor Liao, other technical personnel, and a contingent of over 20 from the Bao family to assist Chen Zhi, who now had the authority to allocate them as he saw fit. Recognizing the evident shortage of personnel, Chen Zhi instructed Professor Liao to lead her team in conducting geological surveys near the cellar, while he tasked Ghostblade with ensuring the safety of these technicians and closely monitoring the situation within the cellar. Professor Liao, known for her audacity, was not oblivious to the strange occurrences that had transpired, yet she exhibited no signs of fear. Instead, she rallied her technical team to mark the cellar's boundaries, ascertain its location, and deploy the necessary equipment. Once the surveying instruments began their operations, Professor Liao informed Chen Zhi that results would take at least 3 hours, urging him to be patient. Chen Zhi nodded in acknowledgement, allowing Professor Liao's team to continue their work while he pulled Fat Wei to the front courtyard. Why are you dragging me over here? I still need to keep an eye on their probing. It's so dangerous here. What if something jumps out of the cellar and bites Aunt Liao? Fat Wei protested, clearly reluctant after Chen Zhi had pulled him away. Moments earlier, he had noticed a rather innocent-looking girl in the technical team, Professor Liao's niece, and had been trying to find an opportunity to strike up a conversation with her. But to no avail. Forget about Professor Liao's side. There are knives involved. I need to tell you something. I am completely exhausted. That fierce curse wasn't a joke. I've been holding on by a thread. I need to rest immediately, to sleep for a few hours and recover my strength. Or else I'll be utterly useless if I go down there. You stand guard in the front yard. Should any unforeseen circumstance arise, rouse me immediately. For I hold little trust in others. So this is how it is. You ought to have mentioned it sooner. Now do hurry inside. With a smile, Pang Wei patted Chen Zhi's shoulder and encouraged him to cherish these few hours, to enjoy a sound slumber and replenish his strength. Once we descend later, old lady Zheng will surely be awaiting you. Do take care of that petite frame of yours. Enough of your nonsense. Do you not find it distasteful? I am off to sleep. You remain vigilant. Chen Zhi nodded reassuringly to Pang Wei before stepping into the house. As soon as Chen Zhi settled onto the earthen bed, his body felt as though it had turned to jelly. He had been exerting himself greatly, and the effort of employing the fear seal over such an extensive area had indeed stretched his limits. He felt utterly drained, as if his very essence had been siphoned away. The stench in Zheng's abode was overwhelming. Chen Zhi initially thought sleep would evade him. Yet as soon as he closed his eyes, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he swiftly slipped into slumber. When he next opened his eyes, he beheld the moon hanging in the sky, shrouded in mist, casting a peculiar crimson hue. Chapter 395. The maze of roots has the celestial phenomenon reached such an extraordinary state? Chen Zhi pondered, rubbing his eyes as he sat up. Upon exiting the courtyard, he observed Pang Wei wielding a knife, standing guard alongside the workers from the Bao family. A warmth surged within him at this sight. Although Pang Wei often appeared somewhat lackadaisical, he was, in fact, a remarkably loyal individual. At some point, Pang Wei had become the cornerstone of Chen Zhi's sense of security, instilling confidence no matter where they ventured. Seeing Chen Zhi awake, Pang Wei hurried over. "Orange, you are finally awake. You have slept for over 3 hours. And the celestial phenomena have turned exceedingly bizarre, have you noticed? The moon has changed color, a deep blood-red hue. It's bound to be the talk of the news tomorrow morning." "I see it," Chen Zhi replied, glancing again at the sanguine moon. "Such anomalous celestial changes are likely due to the chaos of the 5 elements. It should be temporary. I expect it will return to normal by daybreak. Our immediate concern should not be this, but rather locating the ghostly tree. By the way, what news from Professor Liao?" "The results from Professor Liao's tests have just come in. Let us go and see," Pang Wei said, pulling Chen Zhi along as they made their way to the backyard. Professor Liao indicated that the underground area is particularly vast, aligning with her initial predictions. It is a place where humans cannot venture, devoid of even a hint of oxygen. Indeed, there is no oxygen? Chen Zhi's mind raced as the peculiar faces of old lady Zheng and Zheng's daughter-in-law resurfaced in his memory. If these humanoid beings can survive without oxygen, they must either be anaerobic organisms or require a gas for respiration that differs from ours, capable of thriving in an anoxic environment, akin to fungal life forms. Indeed, they could only be of such a nature. Chen Zhi pondered as he walked alongside Pang Wei to the cellar beside the backyard, which was already teeming with Professor Liao's technicians and an array of surveying equipment. The air was filled with the hum of machines and the chatter of the technicians, while Guo maintained an impassive expression, gripping his long knife with one foot planted at the entrance of the cellar, steadfastly guarding the area. Nearby, Professor Liao was examining blueprints with her niece, who illuminated the values on the documents with a flashlight, pointing them out to the professor. Upon noticing Chen Zhi's arrival, Professor Liao's expression immediately soured. "You're here? Did you rest well? It seems you haven't forgotten to take a break. The blueprint has arrived. Would you like to see it?" Professor Liao, unaware of Chen Zhi's true circumstances, assumed he had merely been a young man hired by Bao Yi for a handsome salary, someone who was merely playing at the task. And she thought that he had taken the opportunity to sneak off for a nap the moment Bao Yi left. Chen Zhi chose not to elaborate on his situation. Calmly, he approached, taking the blueprint from the girl and inspecting it closely. In truth, Chen Zhi was quite familiar with geological survey charts and understood the various elemental parameters depicted. Nevertheless, Professor Liao began to explain beside him. "We have conducted precise surveys beneath this location, and the results indicate a vast expanse of emptiness below, nearly half the size of the entire city of Rizhao. However, the surface soil is composed entirely of pure carbon elements, which, after billions of years, has crystallized into what you refer to as diamonds. The hardness of diamonds is immense, encasing this subterranean space like an eggshell. Attempting to breach the surface layer from any other location with our manpower is utterly impossible. Yet, there exists a point closest to the underground and the most vulnerable spot that can serve as an entrance, which is this cellar." After finishing, Professor Liao gestured towards the entrance of the cellar. "Aside from this entryway, there are no other means to access the underground." "I understand." Chen Zhi, frowning as he held the blueprint, nodded and inquired of Professor Liao. "If this below is an exceedingly vast space, it must be quite deep. Will we need equipment for support to keep us suspended in the air?" "Not at all," Professor Liao replied with a knowing smile. "Once you see the other blueprint, you will understand. This expansive underground space is not what you envision." With that, Professor Liao produced another underground survey map and placed it before Chen Zhi. Upon viewing it, Chen Zhi beheld a remarkably intricate underground cavern, its complexity resembling an immense network of subterranean routes. This is a detailed image of the underground structure measured using far-infrared technology. Upon viewing this illustration, one quickly comprehends that the subterranean terrain resembles a convoluted network of tree roots, which have long since decayed. However, the voids left by these roots have crystallized due to carbon elements, resulting in an astonishing multitude of cavities, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. In essence, what lies beneath is a vast, intricate labyrinth. "A labyrinth?" Chen Zhi exclaimed, lifting the large map for a closer inspection. Indeed, the entire subterranean space appeared as a dense mass of twisted root-like formations, intertwining with one another, each passage leading to different locations. To navigate within this maze and find an exit would be an endeavor more arduous than scaling the heavens. Here is our current location. Professor Liao indicated the uppermost section of the root labyrinth. Of course, I do not advocate that you venture into this place, but should you insist on courting danger, this survey map may serve as your guide. Within this tangled network of root-like cavities, there exists a singular pathway that leads directly downward. It is quite serpentine, yet we have identified it using computer analysis and marked it in color. As long as you follow this route, you shall not lose your way. After Professor Liao concluded, he pointed to the map, revealing a red line meandering through the maze, extending to its deepest recesses. This marks the farthest point of this vast underground area, where you may find what you seek. However, this subterranean labyrinth has been formed over millennia, and I cannot ascertain what awaits you below. Chapter 396. The Underground Biosphere. Excellent, Professor Liao. This map you have provided is invaluable. Thank you. Chen Zhi expressed his gratitude, astonished that the elderly professor had successfully pinpointed an exit from the labyrinth, thus addressing a significant issue. Do not be too hasty in your thanks. Professor Liao replied with a smile. I must inform you that the area below is not as uncomplicated as you might presume. I suspect that the rotund individual has already conveyed this to you. There is a complete absence of oxygen in this expansive space. I am already aware of that. Chen Zhi calmly responded. As I mentioned previously, the oxygen-generating technology developed by an American company last year has now entered production and was launched for sale last month. Lord Bao procured this advanced oxygen mask at a premium price, and it has now been delivered to me. This mask is compact and can autonomously extract components from the air to produce oxygen, even in a vacuum. The compressed oxygen supply within the mask will suffice for our needs. Moreover, the low temperatures in the underground area pose no problem, as we had customized a high-end work suit during our last mission with the Indians. This attire can generate heat to maintain our body temperature. Each of us has worn these suits during previous tasks without issue. Ah, I see. You are indeed resourceful, Professor Liao remarked approvingly, clearly beginning to view Chen Zhi in a new light. However, even if the issues of oxygen and temperature are resolved, the situation beneath is exceedingly intricate. Professor Liao cast a thoughtful glance at Chen Zhi and continued, prior to my work in geological exploration, I delved into the realm of biology. The environment below is remarkably peculiar, resembling a primordial state of chaos. It is a region that has been utterly distorted. We have detected exceptionally high concentrations of mineral elements down there. The soil conceals the roots of ancient trees that, after millions of years of calcification and mutation, have decayed into a unique element. This element contains a significant amount of nonspecific genetically modified components, which can influence biological entities, affecting their gender, referred to as female catalytic hormones. To put it simply, the biosphere underground is profoundly warped. If life exists there, it is likely to be a domain inhabited solely by female entities, devoid of oxygen, making it difficult to imagine what kind of creature could survive there. Perhaps not a monster, but a deity instead. Chen Zhi smiled gently at Professor Liao and reassured him, do not worry, I am well aware of the situation. In fact, upon first glimpsing the blueprints, Chen Zhi discerned that the subterranean realm, as depicted in the elemental chart, resembled a chaotic hell. The gases that have formed there are exceedingly primitive, posing a risk of poisoning not only through inhalation but also upon contact with the skin. It is exceedingly perilous. After swiftly scanning the blueprint once more with his eyes, Chen Zhi folded it and tucked it into his bosom. Subsequently, he instructed Ghost Blade to retrieve the team's equipment and directed Hu Lu to divide all of the Bao family S associates into several small teams, positioning individuals around the courtyard to monitor the external situation while leaving a portion at the entrance of the cellar as backup. Then, Chen Zhi brought Fat Wei into the front room. What is it that you mysteriously summoned me for? I was just beginning to converse with Sister Lu, and you whisked me away. Don't you find that bothersome? Let me tell you, if I remain unmarried, it will all be your fault. Fat Wei expressed his reluctance, loudly complaining after being drawn away by Chen Zhi. All right, enough with the nonsense. I have a few serious matters to discuss with you, Chen Zhi said, placing a hand on Fat Wei's shoulder with a smile. Fat Wei, I need to consult you about something. The situation below is exceedingly perilous. Not only is there a lack of oxygen, But there are also countless unpredictable factors. My descent is a reluctant decision, and I cannot ascertain whether I will return alive. The odds of survival are quite slim. Unlike Ghost Blade and myself, you are not part of the organization. There is no obligation for you to accompany us to face danger. Since Leopard has departed, we lack a reliable person above to provide support. If anything unforeseen occurs up top, we would find ourselves in dire straits below. Therefore, I propose that you remain above to assist while Ghost Blade and I venture down. Are you out of your mind? Fatway interrupted before Chen Zhi could finish. What is this about you thinking you are so grand now that you no longer need me, Fatway? I must tell you that I do not possess any of those mystical tricks of yours. However, you have yet to witness the full extent of my formidable presence. Moreover, I am on a quest to locate that elusive wooden entity to craft a ferry for the underworld in order to rescue my brother. How could I possibly be an outsider? I have long been a proud member of the organization, albeit without an official designation. Mark my words. Refrain from inundating me with your superfluous chatter, resembling the incessant prattle of old women. Should you persist, I may truly sever ties with you. Upon finishing his words, Fat Wei's expression darkened, revealing genuine anger as he forcefully pushed Chen Zhi aside and made to exit. What are the arrangements above? If Leopard departs, who will provide support? Surely, you cannot expect me or Ghost Blade to remain behind. Chen Zhi lamented, having anticipated Fat Wei's refusal. Hulu, Fat Wei exclaimed, his eyes widening as he announced the candidate. This lad is capable. I have observed him throughout the day. Do not be fooled by his seemingly foolish demeanor. He is actually quite competent. Furthermore, Hulu's father has been a loyal member of the Bao family for decades, and is thus entirely trustworthy. Chen Zhi hesitated momentarily. Very well, it shall be him, as there are no other options. Besides, Professor Liao can lend a hand. We cannot abandon the three of us. Ultimately, you must not think to leave me behind. I will not agree to that. After stating this, Fat Wei swiftly made his way to the courtyard. Calling out to Ghost Blade across the way, Blade, quickly fetch the gear. We are preparing to descend. Chen Zhi, standing behind Fat Wei, felt a sense of helplessness. In truth, the task of coordinating above was of utmost importance, ensuring the safety of their exit and entrance, serving as their guarantee while underground. At this moment, this critical responsibility would rest on Hulu's shoulders. Upon learning of his new assignment, Hulu was exhilarated, feeling as though his status had been elevated. He energetically directed several of the most capable members to the cellar entrance, ready to assist Chen Zhi and the others at a moment's notice, while Professor Liao and other technicians remained on standby in the front yard. Chen Zhi, along with Fat Wei and Ghost Blade, donned their reinforced coveralls. Equipped with oxygen masks and weapons, ready to enter the unknown depths from the 1-meter square cellar. Chapter 397. A sudden change. The coveralls they wore were an enhanced version, since their previous excursion in the tomb of the Heavenly Fox. These garments had sustained considerable damage and were subsequently sent to India for comprehensive repairs, learning from the tragic lesson of the parrot's demise in the gas chamber. The Indian craftsmen fortified the suits further, employing dense fibers to strengthen the entire fabric, preventing external gases from permeating and allowing for movement in toxic environments, albeit at the cost of increased warmth. Leopard urgently procured 3 oxygen masks in America, which completely enveloped the head, and in combination with the coveralls, effectively isolated harmful gases. With their equipment fully prepared, Chen Zhi felt a renewed sense of confidence as the trio commenced their descent into the cellar. The members of the Bao family were brimming with excitement. Having long heard of the legendary exploits of Chen Zhi and his companions, they eagerly gathered near the cellar, eager to witness their actions firsthand. The entrance to the cellar is an exceedingly narrow space, allowing only one person to pass through at a time. According to the survey map, beneath this iron door lies a perilous gas. In light of the current circumstances, descending into the cellar is exceedingly dangerous for Chen Zhi and his companions. However, due to the constraints of the terrain, they find themselves with no alternative. Above, a person is required to hold the rope, a role of utmost importance, as they must secure the rope after lowering one individual before proceeding to lower another. Should they fail to maintain their grip, it could easily result in all 3 plunging to the depths below. Thus, the foremost task is to utilize the rope to ensnare the heavy iron door's ring at the depths of the cellar and then to open it. The door is situated approximately 3 to 4 meters from the cellar entrance, obscured in darkness and difficult to discern. Chen Zhi harbored some unease regarding this iron door. prompting him to decide to lower the rope first and ensnare the door ring before attempting to open it, thus avoiding direct contact between the individuals above and the door itself. Among the workers from the Bao family, there is one particularly strong individual known as Hammer. He is renowned for his impetuous nature, possessing immense strength and a fiery temperament, relishing in acts of valor. Hammer had long heard tales of Chen Zhi and his companions, harboring a desire to meet them in person, and now that opportunity had finally arrived. Eager to display his prowess and gain favor in the eyes of the Bao family's workers, he saw Chen Zhi's command to lower the rope and ensnare the door ring as a chance to shine. Without hesitation, Hammer dashed forward to seize the rope, wrapping it around himself several times, intent on leaping into the cellar. However, Chen Zhi swiftly restrained him. "You cannot jump in. Remain above and slowly secure the rope," he instructed. Hammer, hearing Chen Zhi's caution, grinned widely. "It's all right, Brother Zhi. You are far too cautious. It's pitch black down there. How long will it take to ensnare it from up here? I'll jump down and tie it in no time. Worry not. I'm quite adept at handling myself. Whatever emerges from below, I can send it back where it came from." "No." Chen Zhi, lacking the patience to explain further, issued a firm command. "You must only secure the rope slowly from above. Be mindful of any movements below. Do not expose your entire body at the cellar entrance." Chen Zhi's words, however, only ignited Hammer's stubbornness. This young man, known for his competitive spirit and fearless nature, had never understood the meaning of fear. He could sleep in a graveyard and dare to pluck the fur from a tiger's head. Thus, feeling slighted by Chen Zhi's admonition, Hammer chose to act defiantly. Seizing an opportunity when Chen Zhi was momentarily distracted, he leapt into the cellar with a resounding thud, landing squarely atop the iron door. Chen Zhi and the others were startled, rushing to peer down into the cellar. There stood Hammer, looking up with a triumphant grin. "Well, Brother Zhi, what do you think? I told you it was nothing to fear. Here I am, safe and sound. Whatever monstrosity lurks below, I fear it not. If you trust me, I shall descend alongside you shortly." As he spoke, he crouched down and secured the rope around the beast's head on the iron door. The rope employed is a fortified military parachute cord, remarkably sturdy. After wrapping it around the beast's neck several times and securing it tightly, the Hammer tugged at it and was about to climb back up. Suddenly, Chen Zhi felt a tightening in his cerebral nerves, an ominous intuition rising within him. Instinctively, he glanced down towards the cellar, illuminated by a beam of moonlight, revealing a singular eye peering through the dark crevice of the iron door. Alas, there is something beneath that iron door. Chen Zhi's mind seemed to click into action as he shouted urgently to the Hammer below, "Come up quickly." Yet, it was too late. From the gap of the iron door, a woman's hand emerged, grasping the Hammer's ankle with an iron grip, pulling him into the depths beyond the door in an instant. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. The Hammer had no time to utter a cry before being dragged inside. Just as the onlookers were processing the shock, a gust of wind swept by, and the ghostly blade darted down, seizing the Hammer's arm. However, the force from below was tremendous, and with the weight of gravity, it yanked the ghostly blade down into the void as well. As the iron door swung open, a peculiar, sweet-scented gas rushed forth, causing everyone to recoil, dizziness overtaking them, accompanied by a wave of nausea. Within mere seconds, the ghostly blade leapt up from the cellar, carrying the Hammer on its back. Upon seeing this, the stout Wei promptly pulled the rope to firmly shut the massive iron door. "Blade, how are you?" Chen Zhi inquired. Noticing that the ghostly blade collapsed upon reaching the surface, immediately sensing something was amiss and rushing towards him, he beheld the ghostly blade's left arm, entirely burnt, while the Hammer lay motionless on the ground, charred beyond recognition, twitching a few times before surrendering its last breath. "Seal that iron door," the ghostly blade shouted to those behind him, just as a violent banging erupted from behind the door, as if something were attempting to break free. Chen Zhi dashed forward, chanting incantations, swiftly sealing the entrance with a gust of energy, and silence finally enveloped the space below. By heavens, those wretched demons were eavesdropping behind that iron door the entire time. They must have overheard the technicians discussing the descent. They are indeed more cunning than humans. Wei bellowed at the creatures lurking below. "Listen well, you fiends. I am your rotund grandfather. Await my descent, for I shall incinerate you alive." However, the individuals on the surface were already gripped by fear, the situation spiraling beyond control. Chapter 398, A Sudden Turn, Part 2. Though the servants of the Bao family were accustomed to navigating human interactions, they had never encountered such a spectacle. It was the dead of night, and darkness enveloped them. Moments ago, everyone witnessed a ghostly figure emerge from the cellar, forcibly dragging the hammer down. The once vibrant hammer now lay on the ground, bloodied and charred, devoid of any skin on its face, a tragic demise. Everyone was utterly terrified. The previous longing and curiosity for the mysterious underground adventure evaporated in an instant, revealing a harsh reality that was both shocking and dreadful. It began with Professor Liao's niece bursting into tears, crying to be let out, followed by the members of the technical team who, being primarily tech-savvy individuals, had never encountered such bizarre occurrences. They were gripped by fear, haunted by the terrifying creatures lurking beneath the cellar, screaming and rushing toward the exit, only to find the courtyard gate barred, sealed by Chen Zhi's fierce curse. Under the influence of this panic, some of the servants of the Bao family also began to tremble with fear, particularly in the absence of Master Bao, which left them feeling vulnerable. Observing the frenzied technicians desperately pushing against the courtyard gate, they began to murmur among themselves, questioning the true intentions of Chen Zhi and whether they were being led to their doom. As the technicians clamored at the door, the Bao family's servants joined in, some even attempting to scale the walls. Yet, no matter what methods they employed, they remained trapped within the courtyard, intensifying their terror. After numerous failed attempts, they fell silent, casting fearful glances at Chen Zhi, as if silently asking, "Why won't you let us out?" "Do not panic." Chen Zhi, having assessed the situation and confirmed that there was no hope for rescue, rose to address the group. "As you can see, this courtyard is sealed by me, and I shall not lift the seal until our mission is accomplished." A wave of unrest surged through the crowd. Chaos erupted as everyone began to feel betrayed. "Calm yourselves and listen to me," Chen Zhi commanded, raising his hand for silence. "Although I am not well acquainted with you all, you should trust Master Bao. I now assure you, on his behalf, that you are not in danger. You have already witnessed the situation below, and I need not elaborate further. However, rest assured, regardless of what transpires down there, the three of us will endeavor to descend into the cellar, even at the cost of our lives. This courtyard is sealed by a special ability of mine. If I emerge alive from the cellar, I shall naturally unseal it, allowing you all to exit safely. However, should I perish within, you will remain trapped here indefinitely. We Northeasterners know well the renowned toughness of the Bao family. I believe you all came prepared for this adventure. But at this moment, it is crucial that you do not succumb to panic, for unnecessary sacrifices may arise from such disorder." As Chen Zhi spoke, his tone remained calm, yet his expression was resolute. He understood that with Master Bao absent, it was imperative to maintain the morale of the group. Otherwise, the situation could become truly dire. "It is likely that everyone has already heard of our situation. In truth, we have ventured into far more perilous places than this. You must trust us. We shall return swiftly. Even in the event of unforeseen circumstances, we will handle them with composure, so there is no need for alarm. The incident with the hammer was merely an unfortunate accident, and it shall not recur." After Chen Zhi finished speaking, he exchanged a glance with Fat Wei, who astutely lifted a large tarp to cover the bloodied remains of the hammer, obscuring the gruesome sight from the onlookers. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, the atmosphere softened slightly, and the technicians ceased their frantic cries for help. At that moment, Professor Liao suddenly turned to reprimand his niece loudly. "Why are you crying? It serves no purpose. I warned you not to come, yet you insisted on following. Now what is there to weep about? Did I not tell you before we set off that this mission is exceedingly dangerous, but the rewards are exponentially greater? If you fear danger, why did you come? You could have stayed in the lab, examining specimens under the microscope. What is there to fear? Quiet yourself, you are embarrassing us scientists." As Professor Liao chastised his niece, he cast sidelong glances at her teammates, clearly implying his disdain. Under the professor's stern rebuke, the girl ceased her tears, and the technicians found their courage shaken as well, particularly those from the Bao family who had previously scaled the wall, now feeling a twinge of shame for their cowardice. Everyone gathered once more around Chen Zhi. He then addressed them, saying, "Regardless of the dangers that lie ahead, we shall confront them. Your role is merely to guard the perimeter and cooperate with our actions. As I mentioned earlier, each of you has been selected as elite personnel from the Bao family. I trust that such trivial matters will not frighten you." "Oh, please. We are not so timid." Hulu interjected with a jovial tone. "Which of us has not encountered death? If we were that cowardly, We would not be part of this organization. We might as well return to our families. After saying this, Lu pointed at a short, plump member of the group. Wang Dazue, you often boast about your prowess, claiming to dominate the 3 rivers and sweep through the northeast without rivals. Yet, just now, where was that bravado? Look at you, terrified and shouting. Did you wet yourself in fear? And no, that was not the case. The fellow protested, his face flushing with embarrassment. The incident was just so sudden. We merely did not react in time. And besides, the hammer's fate was indeed quite tragic. I was not scared. If you don't believe me, I shall go down and capture that ghostly figure to treat us all. Laughter erupted among the group, and the tension began to dissipate. At this juncture, Lu turned to Chen Zhi and reassured him, rest assured, Xiao Zhi, you can descend without worry. I shall stand guard at the entrance. With me watching over them, there will be no issues. Lu nodded earnestly at Chen Zhi, displaying a sense of responsibility that did not go unnoticed. Excellent. I am counting on you, brother. Chen Zhi gently patted Lu on the shoulder and addressed Peng Wei and Gui Dao, stating, let us take a moment to recuperate. We shall allow Daozi to tend to his arm injury, and then we shall descend. Chapter 399. The Phantom during this brief respite. Lu took several companions to properly handle the remains of his fallen comrade, while Chen Zhi and the others returned to their quarters. Gui Dao applied a swift-acting ointment from the first aid kit to his wounds and then bandaged his arm. Professor Liao's niece, Liao Tingting, still reeling from the earlier fright and subsequent reprimand from her uncle, now appeared somewhat dazed. Her eyes fixed intently on Chen Zhi and the others as she curled up in a corner, silent. Seizing the opportunity, Peng Wei approached her with a show of concern. Offering words of comfort, he regaled her with tales of his past exploits, boasting of the many dangers he had faced and the countless zombies he had battled, portraying himself as a valiant warrior of the underground. He assured Liao Tingting that she had nothing to fear, claiming that the monsters in the cellar were merely trifles. To his surprise, Liao Tingting believed him. In this atmosphere of uncertainty, she quickly developed a sense of reliance on Peng Wei. While Gui Dao was bandaging his wounds, Chen Zhi inquired about the situation in the cave below, which he had glimpsed while rescuing Chuizi. Gui Dao replied that due to the rapid descent, he had not been able to discern the details clearly, as he had primarily relied on the walls for momentum. However, he could ascertain 2 critical points. First, the air down there was exceedingly foul and frigid, and any skin exposed would be burned as if by acid. Second, the creature resembling a woman possessed immense strength. Even a few robust men would struggle to move her. She was indeed a formidable beast. Upon hearing them discuss the underground woman, Peng Wei suddenly turned to Chen Zhi and asked, by the way, Chen Zhi, you are well informed. Do you have any idea what these ghostly women truly are? How do they survive in the depths of the earth without the need for oxygen? It is quite mysterious. From what we gathered from old Lady Zhang's tone, they seem to be ancient beings, looked down upon by the divine, likely some form of demons or monsters. Listening to Peng Wei's words, Chen Zhi quietly responded, their ancestors were not originally ghosts. They were once gods. Wait, from your tone, it seems you truly know what these spirits are. Pray, enlighten us, Peng Wei urged. Intrigued by Chen Zhi's implication, I can only speculate, as I am not entirely certain, Chen Zhi replied after clearing his throat. Oh, if you know the origins of these creatures, do not hold back. Share your insights so that I may understand, Peng Wei pressed, eager for clarity. Based on their gender and the chilling characteristics of their subterranean dwelling, Chen Zhi said, glancing at those around him and lighting a cigarette, I suspect these beings are, in fact, the legendary drought spirits. The drought demon, known as Ba, is a legendary creature believed to instigate droughts. It is referenced in the Shijing, where it is described as a tormentor akin to a relentless blaze. In its earliest tales, Ba was not merely a monster but a celestial maiden, the daughter of the Yellow Emperor, Xianyuan. During an epic battle against Qiyu, who summoned torrential rains and floods that engulfed the Yellow Emperor's army, he was unable to withstand the onslaught and called upon his daughter, Ba, for assistance. At that time, Ba was a goddess of drought, characterized by her grotesque appearance, bald. With eyes atop her head, she donned a long blue robe and radiated an intense heat. In an instant, the winds ceased, the rain stopped, and the blazing sun bore down, unleashing waves of scorching air upon Chiyou's troops, rendering them as if caught in an inferno, leading to their defeat. However, after the victory, the Yellow Emperor forgot about his daughter. The unfortunate celestial maiden, having exhausted her divine power while dispersing the storm, could no longer ascend to the heavens and became a wandering spirit on earth, where she brought drought and desolation. The populace, filled with disdain, labeled her a malevolent drought demon, devising various means to banish her, ultimately confining her to frigid regions. These are the most ancient of legends, likely embellished over time. Yet the Han people have perpetuated the customs of burning and sacrificing Ba in their quest for rain throughout history. In ancient times, ignorance led people to blame women for the absence of rainfall. In regions suffering prolonged droughts, they believed Ba was responsible and would seek out unfortunate women to torture until they confessed to being Ba, leading to their execution by fire. During the Han Dynasty, there was an event where dancers were sought for rain. Amidst a severe drought, various methods to invoke rain failed. It was then conjectured that there were numerous drought demons in the central plains, necessitating their extermination for rain to descend. Thus, the emperor ordered the gathering of thousands of young women, who were taken to a designated location, where they were made to sing, dance, and weep, only to be sacrificed by fire in a plea to the gods for rain. Such occurrences have been countless throughout Chinese history, persisting until after the establishment of the Republic. Even today, it is said that in some remote villages, if the rains do not come for an extended period, widows are accused of being drought demons and subjected to vigilante justice. At this point, Fat Wei interjected, stating, "What you just described pertains to ordinary women wrongfully accused of being Ba. However, the entity beneath the cellar seems far from innocent." Chen Zhi, after taking a puff of smoke, continued, "In the archives of the Jiang family, I came across some information. One book indicates that the Ba maiden was indeed a deity in earlier times, but she eventually vanished. From the Warring States to the Han Dynasty, the drought maidens who were captured were primarily homeless women, including some gifted individuals and demigods. They were subjected to torment and degradation at altars for the amusement of men, ultimately cast into the wilderness to perish in the flames of wildfires. Such brutal and absurd rituals were alarmingly prevalent during that period. Subsequently, it was discovered that some of the drought spirits had not perished in flames. Instead, they roamed the wilderness like phantoms, possessing immense strength, dwelling in cold, shadowy places by night. These beings radiated intense heat and sought to conceive with men, only to slaughter them afterward. They would raise the daughters born to them, while consuming the sons as sustenance, truly transforming into monsters. However, the tome regarded such entities with disdain, dedicating little ink to their mention, merely a few terse sentences. So this was the case. How absurd. I contend that those ancients were utterly foolish. Did they not realize they were driving the living to madness? Our new society is far superior, as exemplified by my comrade, Pang Wei, who shows the utmost care for our female compatriots. Upon concluding his statement, Pang Wei cast a flattering glance at Liao Tingting beside him. After Chen Zhi finished a cigarette, the injury on Gui Dao's arm had been tended to. Following a period of recuperation, everyone's spirits had stabilized. Although the technicians dared not approach the backyard, they sat quietly in the front yard, no longer frantically banging on doors. At this juncture, Chen Zhi inquired of Gui Dao, "How are you feeling? Are you able to proceed?" Gui Dao moved his scalded arm slightly, nodding affirmatively at Chen Zhi. "No problem. Excellent." Chen Zhi responded to Pang Wei, "Let us descend now." The trio rose once more and approached the entrance to the cellar. Below, the iron door remained firmly sealed by Chen Zhi's fierce incantation, exhibiting no signs of disturbance. Pang Wei took the lead, instructing Hu Lu and several others to ready their submachine guns, aimed at the iron door, prepared to unleash a barrage at a moment's notice. He himself drew 2 handguns, loaded with control stone bullets, and directed them toward the threshold, addressing Chen Zhi, "Orange, let us open it. If that woman dares to ascend, I shall shatter her." Chapter 400. Into the depths with Pang Wei's control stone handguns and the submachine guns of his companions providing cover. The situation felt relatively secure. Even if the female fiend beneath were to emerge, she would be swiftly reduced to mere pulp. Chen Zhi ordered the technicians to move back, then approached the cellar entrance, chanting the incantation while channeling his vital energy into his upper jaw. With a gentle motion of his hand in the air, the currents reversed instantly, and the seal on the iron door was lifted. However, upon the seal's release, the iron door did not immediately swing open. After a prolonged period of tense anticipation, with machine guns trained on the door, it became apparent that there was no movement from below. The beast-headed iron door remained tightly shut. At this moment, Peng Wei, Chen Zhi, and Gui Dao donned oxygen masks and instructed everyone to retreat. In an instant, they pulled the rope, and with a creaking sound, the beast-headed iron door was opened, unleashing a thick cloud of gas that surged upward. The door could not remain ajar for long. They had to descend immediately. Chen Zhi had previously conferred with Peng Wei regarding the narrowness of the door and the depth below. They decided to first employ a double-lock safety mechanism to lower someone and ascertain the situation before the entire team proceeded. In such circumstances, they adhered to the old protocol. Chen Zhi would descend first, with Peng Wei managing the rope from above, and Gui Dao prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Before his descent, Chen Zhi cautioned Hu Lu to guard the cellar entrance vigilantly, ensuring that no one else was permitted to enter under any circumstances. Chen Zhi then ran his fingers along the long knife and dagger at his side, retrieving the small feline, a remote shooting pistol, and loading it with controlled stone bullets. He uttered a couple of phrases into his uniform hood, assessing the effectiveness of the wireless communication, before grasping the rope, preparing to descend. Peng Wei leapt first to the iron door, gradually lowering the rope to allow Chen Zhi to ease down through the entrance. Peng Wei's grip was steady, facilitating Chen Zhi's controlled descent. With his right hand firmly clutching the pistol, Chen Zhi activated the flashlight with his other hand, anxiously scanning the darkness below, ever ready to confront any lurking specters. The abyss beneath was shrouded in impenetrable darkness, devoid of moonlight, and only illuminated by the beam of the flashlight. A thick, murky gas enveloped the surroundings, obscuring visibility. After a while, Chen Zhi glanced upwards, realizing the entrance above had become indistinct. As he descended further, the temperature plummeted. Despite his work attire providing some warmth, he noticed frost had formed on his shoes, a testament to the biting cold outside. The walls were slick with ice, making footing precarious in the constricted cylindrical space. When Chen Zhi directed his flashlight downward, he spotted a diminutive stone door embedded in the wall, seemingly designed for crawling through. Having descended approximately 20 meters from the entrance, the depths below remained unfathomable. At this moment, Chen Zhi communicated over the wireless to Peng Wei above, commanding him to halt the rope, exclaiming, "Stop! I see a door." The rope immediately ceased its descent, leaving Chen Zhi suspended just below the stone door. A gust of frigid air seeped through the cracks of the door, revealing a weathered relief of a woman's face, obscured by time and encrusted with frost. Yet, above the stone door, a familiar emblem of the deity Chen Zhi recognized was etched. Pushing against the stone door, he found it to be thick and devoid of any locks, yet it resisted his efforts, necessitating a tool for leverage. Damn it, such a heavy stone door. I wonder how those ghostly women managed to open it. They must possess immense strength. Chen Zhi mused, withdrawing his dagger and inserting it into the crack of the door before delivering a forceful kick. Straining against the rope made it a considerable challenge to breach the door. Eventually, he succeeded in kicking it open and leapt inside, discovering a spacious, well-structured stone corridor behind the door, enveloped in profound darkness. Cautious not to make excessive noise, he whispered into the wireless to Peng Wei above, "Fatty, I've opened the door. You can come down now. Be careful, the walls are slippery." "Got it." Peng Wei's response crackled clearly through the wireless. Shortly after, he and the ghost blade descended one after the other. Before their descent, old Madame Liao had given each of them a tablet, claiming it would prevent the effects of hypoxia and low pressure underground, and instructed them to don oxygen masks for absolute safety. After the three reunited in the depths, Peng Wei led the way as they ventured approximately another 100 meters deeper into the darkness. They passed through two stone gates, where frost blanketed the ground, rendering everything rigid and unyielding. Ahead, the expanse widened, and the temperature plummeted further. Chen Zhi glanced at the thermometer affixed to his uniform. It read a chilling -58 degrees. As he stepped on the ground, it creaked beneath him, the surface of his shoes encrusted in frost. Yet, their uniforms proved remarkably effective, insulating them from the biting cold. The oxygen masks functioned efficiently, allowing for a steady flow of breath as they advanced. With nerves taut, they proceeded, acutely aware that the spectral figure of the ghostly Bayan lurked nearby, perhaps hiding in the shadows, observing them, waiting for them to unwittingly walk into her trap. They remained vigilant, but after a prolonged period under such mental strain, their tension began to ease, and Fat Wei's chatter commenced. "Hey, Orange, can we not remain silent? It's stifling, and I might suffocate from the boredom. He lamented over the radio, continuing, honestly, that ghostly girl known as Ba looks quite decent. It's just that old hag who's rather off-putting. If she were to employ her charms to entice us into staying as sons-in-law, could we truly refuse? As for me, I can't become a son-in-law, and you, burdened with the noble task of saving the world, should let that cold-hearted fellow, Knife, take the fall. Seeing as he has no romantic interest, could you refrain from such frivolity? We are in a serious situation. Keep your focus and lead the way, Chen Zhi admonished. Just then, Knife abruptly halted, tapping Chen Zhi on the shoulder. Be cautious, there's something ahead. The presence of something concealed in the darkness no longer incited fear in the trio. Upon hearing Knife's warning, they instinctively crouched and cautiously proceeded. Indeed, in the obscurity ahead stood a man, neither stout nor slender, clad in tattered rags, with his head bowed, motionless, yet his visage was eerily familiar. Fat Wei was the first to recognize him and urgently exclaimed over the radio, "That's Zheng the donkey." Chapter 401. Zheng the donkey in the darkness. Zheng stood immobile in the darkness, his hands hanging limply at his sides, seemingly awaiting their arrival. The three of them immediately crouched down, carefully scrutinizing the situation ahead, halting their advance. Everyone, be cautious, Chen Zhi declared sternly over the radio. Our time is limited. We must proceed to the underworld of Yingdu, which is our ultimate destination. We must avoid injuries during this mission, or our next endeavor will be challenging. Understood. Fat Wei responded swiftly over the radio. It seems this donkey ahead isn't too troublesome. You all wait here while I approach. With a weapon in hand, Fat Wei confidently declared, picking up a frozen stone from the ground and hurling it forcefully towards Zheng the donkey. The stone struck him with a resounding thud. Yet Zheng remained utterly unresponsive. Damn it, I knew he was just here to scare us. You all cover me from behind while I approach, Fat Wei instructed. Rising to his feet, he drew his pistol and racked the slide, cautiously advancing into the darkness ahead. As he approached Zheng, he paused momentarily before calling out over the radio, "Come take a look. This guy is nothing but skin and bones." Upon hearing Fat Wei's summons, Chen Zhi and Ghostblade quickly made their way over. What they beheld was a sight to behold. Zheng was riddled with wounds, corroded by gas, and blood oozed from his body, frozen in the frigid air. No wonder he stood there motionless. He had been transformed into a mere ice statue. The atmosphere had not fully eroded him, as he possessed half the blood of a specter. Had we stripped away his uniform and left it here, it would likely have been reduced to a pile of sludge by the corrosive air. However, it was not the air that had caused his demise. As Chen Zhi leaned down to inspect, he discovered that Zheng's innards had been hollowed out. The gaping wounds were torn apart by immense force, and the ground was littered with gnawed remnants of his organs, interspersed with strands of hair, some white. Zheng's brain matter had also been drained, leaving behind an empty shell. This poor creature met a tragic end, devoured by his own mother and wife. What a miserable fate, Chen Zhi lamented silently as he glanced behind Zheng. Earlier, the darkness had obscured his view, but now he realized that behind Zheng lay a spacious stone chamber, approximately 100 square meters in size. It was pitch black, obscuring any discernible details, and the floor appeared cluttered with various objects. Chen Zhi tapped Fat Wei and Ghostblade, gesturing towards the stone chamber. The trio immediately turned, shining their searchlights into the interior. Under the illumination, they quickly discerned the true nature of the objects strewn across the ground. Although the stone chamber was vast, the space was far from welcoming. The floor was strewn with countless bones, leaving no room to tread without stepping on them. The bones were evidently eroded, extremely brittle, crumbling underfoot. Surrounding stone pillars bore the frozen remains of human corpses, all of which appeared to be of robust adult males. Among the skeletal remains, there were also the remains of infants. Having endured numerous trials, Chen Zhi and his companions felt no fear in the presence of the bones. They tread lightly upon the remains, continuing their exploration with utmost care to avoid making any sound. This should be the lair of those vengeful women who feast upon humanity. We must be vigilant, as they may be lurking in the shadows nearby, Chen Zhi cautioned over the radio. It is likely that these bones belong to men from the surface, lured by the seductions of these female specters, only to be dragged into the depths and devoured. According to the tome's descriptions, these creatures are the tormented souls of women transformed into malevolent spirits. Their essence remains human, yet they have undergone a grotesque metamorphosis. These female fiends revel in seeking out human males to bear offspring. raising female infants while swiftly slaying male infants for sustenance. It is estimated that the remains of these infants scattered about are the progeny of these very specters. Upon Chen Zhi's revelation, Fat Wei could be heard lamenting through the radio. Alas, how tragic! How many of our male brethren have been deceived by these ghostly women throughout history? This is the consequence of our lustful nature, a lifetime of striving, only to be ensnared, ultimately meeting our demise. Be cautious. Watch for any lurking specters among the bones, or you may find yourself the most corpulent of the skeletal remains, Chen Zhi remarked, admiring Fat Wei's ability to maintain a light-hearted demeanor in such dire circumstances. It was evident he hailed from a lineage of tomb raiders, finding excitement in the presence of the deceased. As they traversed the darkness, stepping over the bones, they soon discovered that, despite the modest size of the stone chamber, it was entirely sealed off with no apparent exits. Their path had reached an impasse. How utterly bizarre. We have scarcely traveled any distance, yet here we are halted. Could we have taken a wrong turn? Fat Wei inquired, feeling the walls around him. It should be correct, Chen Zhi asserted, unfolding the survey map in his hands and scrutinizing the red pathway marked by Professor Liu. After discerning the direction, he continued, the route is undoubtedly accurate. There must be a hidden passage within this stone chamber. Let us search for it. The secret door should be concealed somewhere. What on earth is this place? Wasn't it said to be the root of the Fusang divine tree? A naturally formed cavern. How can there be a hidden door constructed here? Fat Wei pondered aloud, pacing around and inspecting every corner, only to find that the frost-covered stone walls were solid, revealing no additional space upon striking them. After a prolonged search, Chen Zhi and Dao finally cleared the scattered bones and uncovered a loose stone on the ground. Upon moving it aside, they revealed a vividly colored stone slab adorned with exquisite reliefs. This slab was dazzling and translucent, neither resembling crystal nor jade, with 2 rings at either end. The engravings on the slab had been significantly worn, depicting patterns of auspicious clouds and a blazing sun. Faintly inscribed upon it were 2 ancient characters, drought god. The characters carved here signify the drought god. Chen Zhi communicated to Fat Wei and Dao over the radio. Then gently caressing the intricately carved stone slab, he continued, the drought god is the daughter of the celestial emperor, Ba, known by this divine title before her banishment. If the female specters residing underground are merely grotesque transformations of humans, then their essence remains human. They are simply aberrant beings. How, then, could the esteemed title of the drought deity grace this stone tablet? It appears that this subterranean realm is far more complex than merely the roots of the Fusang divine tree. If I am not mistaken, it is highly probable that the remains of an ancient deity lie buried here. Chapter 402. The drought deity. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Pang Wei immediately remarked over the communication device, are you suggesting that this is actually a divine tomb? Is it the burial site of the daughter of the Yellow Emperor, known as the celestial maiden Ba? This is utterly absurd. I find it implausible. Pang Wei shook his head vigorously within his oxygen mask, continuing, according to myth, when the drought deity, celestial maiden Ba, descended to the mortal realm, she dispelled storms and aided her father in vanquishing Qiyu, only to be forsaken by him and transformed into a monster. This myth is riddled with contradictions. If the Yellow Emperor truly had such an extraordinary daughter, capable of inducing drought and dispersing storms while securing victories, why would he abandon her to become a monster? It defies logic. Furthermore, there are no reliable records of this myth. The esteemed library of your Jiang family contains no such accounts, correct? None. Chen Zhi shook his head within his mask. Precisely, Pang Wei asserted. In my view, this myth is likely a product of the fantasies of ancient individuals. They first ensnared a few women for their own carnal pleasures, and, fearing for their reputations, concocted a myth about the drought deity to justify their actions. They then sacrificed these unfortunate women, branding them as the drought deity. Ironically, these women did not perish in flames, but instead transformed into monsters, gathering to prey upon men. Presumably, the officials of that time, seeking to placate these vengeful spirits, erected this place and inscribed the 2 characters, dubbing them drought deities, bestowing upon them lofty titles and providing accommodations. Otherwise, would these women not cause daily disturbances? In truth, these so-called drought deities are merely mutated women. The existence of numerous deities is far-fetched. As for a divine tomb, such things are not easily discovered. Pang Wei concluded with a laugh, seemingly finding the title of drought deity to be a sacrilege when applied to these lascivious specters. Not necessarily, Chen Zhi replied, caressing the colorful stone tablet at the entrance. From the moment I entered, I noticed the traces of divine craftsmanship throughout. Reminiscent of our experience in the tomb of the celestial fox, it is beyond human capability. Moreover, the architectural style here is exceedingly ancient, potentially predating even the Xiaohong and Zhou dynasties, or perhaps even earlier. This colorful stone tablet is unique, and such quality of stone is no longer found today. Its age renders it unrecognizable to me. Are you referring to this colorful stone? Pang Wei immediately approached to touch the vibrant material. Indeed, Chen Zhi continued, this stone is no ordinary gem. Its texture is unlike anything found in our current world, as if it is a substance from another realm. Ancient humans could not have procured such material, indicating that those who constructed this place were not mere mortals. Moreover, within the archives of the Jiang family library, although there is no mention of the tale of the celestial maiden Ba assisting the heavenly emperor in his victorious battles only to be abandoned thereafter, it is indeed noted that Ba is a female deity, later confined to a frigid realm for reasons unknown. The specifics surrounding her imprisonment remain elusive. However, various legends abound regarding the location of her entrapment. Some assert that the drought deity Ba was sealed within the Qishui River, where she has long since transformed into mist. Other narratives suggest that she was slain by the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan and discarded in the Land of Sunrise. If we adhere to this latter account, then the sacred Fusang tree, which was believed to exist in the mythic era as the Land of Sunrise, may indeed be the very site of the drought deity's burial. This could potentially elucidate the gathering of so many Ba maidens here, suggesting it might truly be the tomb of the drought god. At this juncture, when Chen Zhigang spoke, he suddenly noticed Gui Dao's ear twitch, prompting him to swiftly turn and place a hand on Chen Zhi's shoulder, signaling him to lower his voice. What is it? Chen Zhi inquired softly, startled by Gui Dao's gesture. Gui Dao rose to his feet, peering into the darkness from whence they had come. In a hushed tone, he remarked, someone has just entered through the entrance. Their feet have barely touched the ground. Is it those Ba maidens? Chen Zhi and Fat Wei, upon hearing Gui Dao's words, immediately drew their control stone long knives, preparing for confrontation. No, Gui Dao replied, his gaze sharply fixed on the encroaching darkness. It is undoubtedly a human. He is treading the same path as us, and with great caution. Is he coming from the entrance we used? From the cellar above? Chen Zhi asked incredulously. Yes, and he is following our route precisely. He possesses a map identical to ours, Gui Dao whispered. At this revelation, Fat Wei's anger flared. Damn it. That rascal Hulu is utterly unreliable. I told him not to let anyone in. How could he forget so quickly? Does he think this place is a public restroom? Wait, could it be that Hulu and the others were taken out up there? Are they all dead? Fat Wei paused, a look of dread crossing his face. Impossible. Chen Zhi asserted with conviction. The fierce curse is not easily broken, and if an outsider were to breach the seal of the fierce curse, I would sense it immediately. This person must be one of those above. Are you suggesting that someone from above has descended? But they are unarmed. Fat Wei was astonished. Not necessarily. He may very well be equipped. Perhaps he has been prepared all along, Chen Zhi replied, glancing again into the darkness. Let us not concern ourselves with him. We need to descend. What? Are you saying we ignore this one following us and simply press on? Fat Wei was perplexed by Chen Zhi's statement, questioning if he had misheard. Do not worry about him. He is one of us. Besides, he cannot match our speed. Let us swiftly seek out Gui Mu, and we shall deal with him upon our return. Now, let us proceed. Chen Zhi spoke with an air of authority, urging Gui Dao to assist him in lifting the stone slab, then illuminating the descent with a spotlight, preparing to leap down. Beneath the beam of the spotlight, the surrounding darkness obscured all visibility, revealing what appeared to be a burial chamber of comparable size to that above. In the center lay a square stone altar, devoid of any ornamental designs, stark and angular, reminiscent of a grand box, akin to an altar for deities, a most peculiar sight. Fat Wei, plagued by unease regarding the individual trailing behind, frequently glanced back into the shadows. Yet, Chen Zhi remained oblivious to their surroundings, fastening a rope around his waist for Fat Wei to grasp, before he braced himself against the edge of the floor and leapt down, soon followed by Gui Dao and Fat Wei. Upon their descent into the tomb's depths, they were immediately enveloped by a wave of heat. The temperature surged abruptly, rendering the warmth palpable even beneath their uniforms. Chen Zhi activated the thermometer on his sleeve, which read a staggering 42 degrees Celsius. What on earth is this place? Why is it so erratic in temperature? Fat Wei lamented, directing the spotlight around the chamber. As the light illuminated the walls, astonishment washed over them. The tomb's four walls were adorned with exquisite, vividly colored murals. Chapter 403. The Divine War of the Celestial Emperor. The sight of these murals ignited a sense of exhilaration among them, for the artistry was breathtaking, gilded and silvered. The craftsmanship transcended mere description. Each stroke of the brush captured the essence of the scene, evoking the very presence of the divine. One grand mural depicted a magnificent epic battle, the conflict between the Yellow Emperor and Qiyu. It illustrated the descent of the drought deity, the celestial maiden Ba, who unleashed searing heat, dispersing rain and mist to aid the Yellow Emperor in his struggle. Numerous inscriptions recorded the ferocity of that war. The painting technique was masterful, its composition both opulent and awe-inspiring. Even without textual annotations, one could intuitively grasp the events and circumstances of the characters depicted. As Chen Zhi studied the divine inscriptions while meticulously observing the murals, he marveled at the lifelike portrayals of ancient figures, attire, and architecture, as though the war were unfolding before his very eyes. The initial panels depicted the Yellow Emperor embroiled in a fierce battle against Qiyu, the stakes perilously high. Qiyu loomed in the artwork as a colossal monster, rallying a host of spirits and demons to assail the Yellow Emperor. In response, the Yellow Emperor dispatched the divine dragon Yinglong to confront him. In this mural, Yinglong appeared as a winged dragon of great stature, soaring through the skies, unleashing a cataclysmic flood to besiege Qiyu's forces. However, Qiyu summoned the god of storms to his aid, conjuring tempestuous rains that obscured Yinglong's massive form within the chaos of wind and rain. Subsequent panels chronicled the aftermath of Yinglong's defeat. During this tumult, the Yellow Emperor devised numerous strategies, capturing the thunder god of Luais, whose divine hide was fashioned into a colossal drum, intended to shatter Qiyu's tempestuous onslaught. The thunder god was portrayed as a creature with a human head and dragon body, flayed alive, his bloodied hide suspended nearby, transformed into a massive drum, still stained with blood, as armored soldiers beat upon it. Evidently, this tactic has met with failure. The subsequent depictions are grandiose, illustrating how the Yellow Emperor, in desperation, ultimately summoned the drought deity Ba. This goddess, adorned in naught but her natural form, emanated in intense radiance and heat, causing the wind, rain, and mist to dissipate instantly. The armies of Qiyu were reduced to ashes, and even the divine beings were incinerated by her power. At long last, the Yellow Emperor captured and slew Qiyu, while the goddess Ba established her remarkable legacy. In the artwork, the goddess Ba is portrayed in a resplendent manner, yet contrary to legend. She is not depicted as a bald, diminutive figure with eyes atop her head. Instead, she is a captivating and splendid deity, soaring high amidst the mountains and rivers. Her alabaster body glowing like incandescent light, radiant as the sun. However, her face is veiled with black gauze, her hand cradling her visage, while the other points rigidly toward the mortal realm below, an unsettling sight indeed. The colorful imagery concludes here, omitting any mention of the reasons behind the subsequent banishment of the drought goddess Ba. Nevertheless, there exists a final mural, devoid of color and executed with coarse craftsmanship, evidently added later. This portrayal depicts the Yellow Emperor wielding a sword, alongside celestial soldiers, as they vanquish the drought goddess. The lifeless form of Ba remains shrouded in black gauze, her body stiff, and the entire scene is rendered in ominous black, imparting a sense of horror. Is this mural a true representation, or merely a fabrication? It raises questions. According to this mural, our ancestor, the Yellow Emperor Xinyuan, does not emerge as a virtuous figure. Furthermore, it suggests a cruel act of skinning her alive to fashion drums. Yet, the goddess Ba is undeniably beautiful, her entire being radiating purity. How could her father have brought about her demise? Was it merely because her divine powers were exhausted? Such paternal betrayal seems unjust, akin to killing the donkey once the millstone has been removed. But it is not so simple. Have you not noticed the pervasive emotion throughout this mural, an emotion reflective of the Yellow Emperor? Chen Zhi remarked over the wireless. In this entire mural, it is evident that the Yellow Emperor was reluctant to summon the drought goddess Ba for aid. He exhausted every possible means without success and, in desperation, called upon her. Her abilities were undeniably formidable, swiftly concluding the conflict. The preceding murals clearly extol the goddess's virtues, and this space, originally a temple dedicated to her, contains the stone altar for her veneration. Yet, a significant upheaval must have occurred, prompting the Yellow Emperor to slay this goddess and enter her here, transforming the temple into a divine tomb, subsequently adding the mural depicting her demise. I must say, Orange, your imagination is truly boundless. Fatway could not help but chuckle over the wireless. She is a goddess. Can one so powerful truly be easily slain? Moreover, what calamity could possibly lead the Yellow Emperor to turn against his own daughter? I cannot say, Chen Zhi replied, shaking his head beneath the oxygen mask. Perhaps this goddess committed an unforgivable transgression, such as revealing the Yellow Emperor's secrets to the world. He cast another glance at the image of the goddess in the mural, sighed, and said, "We are pressed for time. Let us not linger over these murals and instead seek a way out." 3 individuals first lowered the rope at the entrance above their heads, then activated the mechanism, with the person at the rear following closely behind. Sealing the entrance prevented him from advancing too swiftly. Soon after, they discovered a narrow passage within the stone chamber, nestled within a crevice of the wall, requiring them to enter sideways. This corridor extended into the unknown, its depth uncertain, yet the temperature within was exceedingly high. Without hesitation, they maneuvered sideways along this path. It was an exceedingly long passage, its destination shrouded in mystery. They adjusted their breathing rhythmically as they progressed, feeling the heat intensify ahead. After an undetermined duration, Fat Wei began to struggle. He was not one to tolerate silence and darkness, particularly under such sweltering conditions. Thus, he communicated wirelessly to Chen Zhi. "Orange, this heat is unbearable. It feels as though we have stepped into a furnace. I am increasingly inclined to believe what you said earlier. We might indeed have entered the tomb of the drought deity. By the way, did you notice that the face of the female drought deity was veiled in black? What could be the reason for that? Is it possible that she is truly hideous, her visage unfit for human gaze, necessitating a shroud?" Chen Zhi, laboring to walk, responded through the wireless device. "It is likely that the veil is not due to her appearance, but rather to the nature of her eyes. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, this goddess is indeed ancient, as old as the heavens and the earth, far preceding our ancestors, the Yellow Emperor. Your assertion seems flawed." Fat Wei gasped, struggling through the sweltering passage. "Typically, a father is older than his daughter. I have never heard of a daughter being older than her father. Is this not a reversal of nature? Thus, I suspect that the drought deity, Ba, is not the daughter of the Yellow Emperor. Yet she must share a profound connection with him." Chen Zhi coughed twice over the wireless. "While my conjecture may seem speculative, it is not unfounded. In the library, there exists a tome titled Search for the Divine, inscribed upon the shell of a giant tortoise, allegedly authored by a sage of the spring and autumn period. I have scrutinized its contents, which recount many myths and legends that have not yet been lost to time, some familiar, others entirely unheard of. Among them is a tale of ancient deities, including one particularly brutal and debauched goddess, whose name has been lost to antiquity. In the ancient mythological era, when the world was still in chaos and humanity coexisted with demons and divine beings, there existed an extraordinarily ancient and powerful goddess. She was so breathtakingly beautiful that even the sun would pale in her presence. Sharing her existence with the heavens and the earth, her magical prowess was boundless. Yet she was infamous for her malevolence. Her gaze could ignite a raging inferno. With just a glance at her foes, be they human or divine, they would instantly be reduced to ashes. The gods found themselves powerless against her. This goddess, radiating intense heat and brilliance, often roamed the wilderness. Her unparalleled beauty concealed beneath a black veil. She was notoriously hedonistic and brutal, delighting in capturing human men or demigods for mating and consumption, birthing countless demigod offspring. From these descriptions, who do you think this goddess resembles? You mean to say, pondered Fat Wei in astonishment, that this ancient goddess is indeed the goddess of drought, Ba? But that can't be right. Such a formidable goddess would surely have an air of superiority. How could she easily descend to aid Emperor Xianyuan in battle? Could there be an intimate connection between them? How could one possibly summon such a powerful deity for a liaison of pleasure? There must be some profoundly close relationship between this goddess and Emperor Xianyuan that would allow her to descend from the heavens, illuminate the earth, and assist him in conquering the world. Such a bond must be exceptional, perhaps even blood-related. What? Did you say something? Fat Wei suddenly grasped the implication and exclaimed loudly. Chen Zhi chuckled softly over the radio, saying, Emperor Xianyuan lived between 2717 BC and 2599 BC, which means he lived for over 100 years, a lifespan remarkably long for ancient times. From a biological perspective, only a demigod's constitution could achieve such longevity. Moreover, the appearance of that ancient goddess undoubtedly predates Emperor Xianyuan. Therefore, whether in myth or history, we should not place excessive faith in them, as they are crafted and modified by the victors for their own benefit. I believe this drought goddess Ba is not only not the daughter of Emperor Xianyuan, but very likely his biological mother. Oh my, Orange, please, don't say that. Fat Wei protested, feeling nauseated. Who is Emperor Xianyuan? He is the ancestral figure of all Han people. If you claim he is a descendant of the drought goddess, then doesn't that make us all mere donkeys? Oh my, that is utterly revolting. Please, do not dissect the past of our ancestor any further. I would rather live in a fabricated lie than acknowledge that I am a descendant of the goddess Ba. Huh, now do you understand? I suspect that Emperor Xianyuan felt similarly at that time, utilizing his notorious mother to triumph over Qiyu, only to immediately turn against her, executing her and burying her here. From then on, the drought goddess transformed into a mere specter, and she became portrayed as the daughter of Emperor Xianyuan, thus eliminating any doubts regarding his lineage. Chen Zhi continued to laugh over the radio, as if he could envision Fat Wei's face turning purple. Spare me that, Fat Wei retorted immediately. Let me tell you, Orange, do not presume that you are some descendant of a divine being. We are the progeny of the drought demoness, and in this socialist realm, all are equal. There shall be no discrimination based on status. The two conversed through their wireless devices as they trudged forward for a considerable duration, while Ghostblade remained at the rear, furrowing his brow and attentively listening to the sounds behind them. Thus, they persevered through the gradually inclining crevice for over 10 arduous hours, until their legs ached painfully, finally catching sight of the exit ahead. However, as they emerged from the narrow opening, a wave of scorching yellow heat assailed them, instantly obscuring the glass of their oxygen masks. They wiped the sand from the masks and peered ahead, only to be rendered speechless. To their astonishment, several kilometers beneath the surface lay an extensive expanse of black subterranean desert, vast and boundless. Chen Zhi understood that deserts fundamentally arise from a lack of water, primarily due to intense solar radiation causing severe heat and evaporation, which is why deserts typically form in areas of strong sunlight. Such an underground desert is extraordinarily rare. Chen Zhi had heard of a few instances of such subterranean deserts, classified as exceedingly rare geological phenomena, typically found in regions that had experienced volcanic eruptions, where magma had scorched the earth. Yet, the sheer magnitude of this underground desert, stretching infinitely, seemed geologically implausible. Gazing into the dark desert, Chen Zhi discerned remnants of city structures, charred black and interspersed with hard white bones that glimmered like scattered diamonds. This entire black desert resembled the remnants of a once majestic underground city, now reduced to ashes by searing flames. Drawing a deep breath from his oxygen mask, Chen Zhi flexed his cramping legs and raised his right arm to check the thermometer, 65 degrees Celsius. Damn, it seems that without protective gear, we would soon be turned to cinders, Fat Wei remarked over the wireless, adjusting his body to prevent his work attire from swelling and distorting in the oppressive heat. Chen Zhi raised his binoculars to gaze deeper into the desert, knowing that everything here indicated the presence of something hidden deep underground, something capable of emanating immense heat, even more intense than volcanic magma, rivaling the sun's brilliance. Chapter 405. The Black Desert. This underground black desert appeared as a sea of black sand. Yet it was, in truth, the ashes of a once thriving subterranean city, consumed by relentless flames. The entire black desert stretched out expansively, resembling an ocean of sand, devoid of the populating poplar trees typically found in deserts, and lacking undulating dunes. Instead, it was littered with remnants of charred buildings, enveloped in an eerie silence, boundless and devoid of any sign of life. It appears that this is indeed the burial site of the drought deity. One might surmise that this ancient goddess was not entirely deceased when interred. She incinerated the original tomb structure, leaving nothing but ashes, resembling a hellish landscape. Chen Zhi gazed through his telescope at the black desert ahead, lamenting. Love is what it is. I am utterly exhausted. I need to rest for a moment. We've been trudging for over 10 hours. This is beyond even the endurance of a deity. Fat Wei complained over the radio, finding a flat stone protruding from the black sand at the entrance to sit upon. However, as soon as he settled, white smoke began to rise from his work attire, prompting him to leap up in alarm. The temperature here is excessively high. Direct contact is inadvisable, or our work clothes will be ruined. Chen Zhi relayed through the radio, retrieving a heat-insulating cloth from his satchel to spread over the stone. This cloth was designed to prevent the transfer of heat. They had anticipated the frigid temperatures below, preparing thoroughly for cold conditions. Yet, they were unprepared for the intense heat lurking beneath this cold surface. Essentially, this should be a place of extreme cold, Chen Zhi remarked, stepping on some stones that had not been entirely consumed by fire. The stones were remarkably uniform, evenly divided, resembling crystalline formations, likely frozen for many years in an environment of severe cold before being abruptly scorched, resulting in their current state. Geologically speaking, this locale should be far colder than both the Arctic and Antarctic, and it is likely that the roots of the Fusang divine tree were encrusted with ice. However, the extreme heat beneath has transformed this area into a vast void, culminating in its present appearance. Orange, are you suggesting that the drought deity might still be alive? Do you believe she is lurking somewhere below, waiting to unveil her dark veil and incinerate us to ashes? What is there to fear? Does your family not possess some ancestral sealing incantation specifically designed to deal with deities? Even Bai Qian could be sealed, so why should we fear this drought goddess? If she dares to show herself, we shall seal her. Fat Wei expressed his indifference to their surroundings, activating the switch on his oxygen mask to hydrate himself through the rubber tube. Prior to their journey, they had modified their water containers to prevent the drinking water from freezing or the oxygen masks from leaking. They had attached the containers to their bodies with rubber tubes directly connected to the masks, ensuring safety, a fortunate adaptation for their current situation. It is not so simple, Chen Zhi remarked, sipping some water from his oxygen mask. Even setting aside that my sealing incantation still lacks the final 2 lines, I would not be entirely confident in its efficacy against this ancient goddess, even if it were complete. She is far too ancient, and judging by the murals, her power is formidable. What is there to fear? If she is so powerful, was she not still slain by the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan? You, a legitimate descendant of the divine, have nothing to fear from her, Fat Wei retorted, still unconcerned. There are many ways for a son to kill his mother, much like the legendary Abe no Saimai of Japan. Moreover, at that moment, we were unaware of the true circumstances, and I do not believe that this goddess could be easily vanquished. It would be prudent for us to remain cautious and discreet. Let us swiftly scour this desert for remnants of the Fusang divine tree's roots. After acquiring the ghostly wood, we must make our immediate departure, for we cannot linger here even for a second. Indeed, the ghost blade expressed his agreement, marveling at Chen Zhi's earlier words. After quenching their thirst, their muscles began to cramp and their hearts raced, a normal reaction following intense exertion, particularly under such sweltering conditions. The previous leg of our journey was no trifling matter. We had traversed for an extended period, navigating sideways, with our hip muscles nearly bursting. Fortunately, Chen Zhi had maintained his physical training well, or he would have long succumbed to bloodshed. Enduring the pain of cramping, after a moment's respite, Chen Zhi peered ahead through his binoculars. Before them lay an endless expanse devoid of light, a darkened world where the black desert lay lifeless, devoid of direction, a place seemingly forsaken by the gods. Yet, in the far distance, there appeared to be indistinct silhouettes of structures. According to the survey map, they had reached the subterranean vicinity of the root labyrinth, beyond which no further references were available, compelling them to rely solely on their instincts for the journey ahead. Daozi, has the individual from behind followed us in? Chen Zhi suddenly inquired of the ghost blade beside him. No, the ghost blade affirmed over the radio. He halted at the entrance to the stone chamber and did not enter this slanted corridor. Indeed, Chen Zhi nodded indifferently beneath his oxygen mask. I say, Big Orange, could you cease your enigmatic riddles? You have been shrouded in mystery for so long. Do enlighten us as to who is trailing us. Why can't I address him first? If we encounter danger, we would have to retreat and contend with him, which would be quite troublesome, Fat Wei urgently questioned over the radio. I still cannot disclose that information. Otherwise, you may harbor reservations. However, I assure you, he is one of us, and his abilities are limited, rendering him incapable of traversing this scorching region. Let us first seek the ghostly wood and disregard him, lest he delay us. Chen Zhi's tone over the radio brooked no dissent, and upon hearing this, Fat Wei fell silent. After replenishing their fluids and allowing their muscles to recuperate, they felt their bodies no longer in agony and resumed their advance. The further they ventured, the hotter it became, the air warping around them. The terror of the desert lay not in the sand itself, but in the overwhelming sense of disorientation and the fear of becoming lost. It is said that those who wander in the desert often behold a mirage, witnessing lakes, rivers, enchanting beauties, mythical beasts, snow-capped mountains, and oases. These phenomena, termed mirages, lead the parched and weary to chase after these visions, yet they find themselves walking relentlessly, only to perish from thirst and exhaustion without ever reaching their dreams. In truth, what transpired was merely an illusion born from the profound confusion and despair of humanity. Chen Zhi and his companions found themselves in such a predicament. The structures they had previously observed through the telescope had vanished. In the vast desert, it is exceedingly easy to lose one's way. They had been navigating based on the exit, adhering to the compass's direction, and following a trajectory directly southward. Surrounding them was an expanse of black sand, devoid of even the faintest trace of tree roots. However, the exit quickly faded from view, and at this moment, even if they wished to turn back, retracing their steps would prove impossible. Suddenly, Fat Wei exclaimed, Chapter 406, The Mysterious Accompanying Burial. Something's amiss. Orange. Fat Wei, panting heavily, gestured to the compass on his arm, stating, I feel as though this compass is utterly ineffective in this desert. The red needle is spinning wildly, pointing southward regardless of direction. It appears we have truly lost our way. Chen Zhi refrained from responding to Fat Wei's concerns. He had already discerned that not only the compass, but also the wireless earpieces and the timepieces on their arms had begun to lose clarity in this desolate expanse. Their work suits were becoming increasingly taut, and the thermometer indicated an external temperature nearing 100 degrees Celsius, approaching the limits of what their suits could withstand. If the temperature were to exceed 120 degrees Celsius, the metallic fibers of their suits would rupture from expansion, leaving the three of them akin to being thrown into a microwave, instantaneously incinerated. We must locate a remnant of a structure within this desert, Chen Zhi asserted, fighting through the dizziness induced by the sweltering heat. In this black desert, it is improbable that any vestiges of the Fusang divine tree remain. This place once ignited with ferocious flames, incinerating all visible remnants. Only within a building might there be traces of the ghostly wood. If this truly is the burial ground of the drought deity, we must find the burial chamber and test our fortunes there. Just as Chen Zhi articulated this thought, the ground beneath him gave way, and the sand collapsed instantaneously. He stumbled forward, half of his body sinking into the sand. In a desperate struggle, he found himself sinking deeper. Fat Wei and Ghost Blade rushed to his aid, grasping his arms and straining to pull him free. Damn it! Such tremendous force. Could this cursed place really have quicksand? Fat Wei yelled over the wireless, pulling with all his might. Ghost Blade swiftly unraveled a rope, looping it around Chen Zhi's arm. Yet, the surrounding black sand cascaded downwards, and the trio slid helplessly along with the flow, engulfed in the dark sands. A torrent of scorching black sand surged over them, unleashing waves of heat. The sand was searing, reaching temperatures of 150 degrees Celsius. Chen Zhi immediately heard the ominous crackling of his work suit's mechanisms, signaling that the temperature had reached its critical threshold. A wave of intense heat surged toward Chen Zhi's body from the outside. Oh no, my work attire cannot withstand this any longer, Chen Zhi thought to himself as his body plunged rapidly into the sand. After a brief descent, he unexpectedly found himself suspended in midair, only to crash down heavily onto the ground. The temperature around him plummeted sharply, and when Chen Zhi opened his eyes again, he discovered he was in a stone chamber. This was a rather rudimentary stone structure, its arching walls composed of massive, robust stones, with the gaps filled with resin, reflecting a simplistic craftsmanship. Such stone edifices are commonly found among the relics of ancient humanity. Although the chamber was not expansive, the temperature had noticeably dropped, and the air currents had returned to normal. The ground was strewn with black sand, and a large hole in the ceiling allowed the black grains to trickle down slowly. Chen Zhi rolled over and saw that his companions, Pang Wei and Gui Dao, had also regained their footing. They dusted off the black sand from their suits, cleaned the glass of their oxygen masks, and surveyed their surroundings. The chamber was enveloped in darkness, with a stone passageway leading ahead. Armed with flashlights, they ventured forth, discovering that the chamber was roughly the size of a 100-square-meter room, with a very crude construction. The floor was barren, and the walls were devoid of any adornments, save for the large stone bricks. "Ah, we are quite fortunate. This is clearly an ancient tomb," Pang Wei exclaimed, leading the way forward. As they entered the stone passage, they encountered disarray on the ground, with charred remains of corpses scattered about. The degree of carbonization was severe. A mere touch would reduce them to ash. Further ahead, they stumbled upon female remains, untouched by fire, their long hair styled in peculiar knots and adorned with numerous braids. Only their heads were relatively intact, while their bodies appeared shattered, as if severed by a sharp blade at the waist. Could this be the burial site of the drought deity? Pang Wei whispered through the communication device, gazing at the skeletal remains. These charred bodies look like they were burnt to cinders by that female drought deity. Those unburned female corpses must have been her sacrificial attendants, right? Not quite. Chen Zhi shook his head in response. The standards of this tomb's construction are far too low, and the surrounding facilities are exceedingly rudimentary, lacking any decorative elements. Most importantly, the area is insufficiently large, just as depicted in that mural. The drought deity was a significant figure in that battle. Even if the deity was ultimately slain, it would be improbable to construct such a modest tomb in her honor. The simplicity of this structure, with its bare stone walls devoid of any carvings, starkly contrasts with the vibrant mural, making it seem more like a burial site for attendants. A burial site for attendants? Pang Wei immediately chimed in. I have encountered such burial sites before. They were tombs for ministers accompanying an emperor, built to confuse grave robbers and protect the emperor's actual resting place. But do divine tombs also have accompanying burial sites? Is it truly the case that a divine servant, interred alongside a deity, would receive such high honors? It is likely that this individual is not merely a servant. Chen Zhi continued on the wireless, asserting that a servant could not possibly construct such an expansive tomb for burial. The identity of this interred figure must be of considerable stature, perhaps even exalted, and the individuals laid to rest around them were likely sacrificed in their honor. The notion of sacrificing for an interred figure is indeed preposterous, yet it underscores the unique status of this sacrificed individual. The charred remains strewn upon the ground are presumably those who perished in that fierce battle, while the women adorned with peculiar hairstyles are likely the concubines of this honored figure. How peculiar, given such a high status. How has this individual found themselves reduced to the role of a sacrificial companion? Who, exactly, is this person accompanying the drought deity in death? At that moment, Chen Zhi, while examining some strange patterns on the wall beside him, was momentarily distracted. The patterns were vague yet familiar, as he deciphered their meanings. He cleared his throat softly over the wireless and remarked that this interred figure might not be human at all, but rather a lesser deity of humble origin. Upon concluding his statement, Chen Zhi traced the wall adorned with those indistinct symbols, which formed a series of obscure incantations. I have encountered such incantations before in the secret archives of the library. They are ancient soul restoration spells employed by Jiangxia after vanquishing deities, intended to guide the spirits of the deceased. Such circumstances typically indicate that the deity in question met a most unjust and tragic demise, necessitating the inscription of these spells near their remains to soothe their restless spirit and prevent them from returning as vengeful specters. Chapter 407. The Sacrificial Deity. Remarkable. It appears that this drought deity is indeed formidable, having summoned a living immortal for their burial. It seems that their son, the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan, is quite filial. What a high rank they possess. Let us proceed, for venturing into the tomb is my area of expertise. As Fat Wei spoke, he continued to advance into the darkness, adding, but seriously, which unfortunate deity has found themselves in such a predicament, serving as a mere burial companion amidst such a meager tomb? This is a profound insult to their divine essence. Chen Zhi, hearing Fat Wei's observations over the wireless, smiled slightly. Divine tombs are typically shrouded in secrecy, and no deity would willingly serve as a companion to another. I suspect that this sacrificed deity was a captured prisoner of war or a defeated adversary. In any case, they must have already been deceased by the time they were brought here for interment, certainly not a living sacrifice. As for the identity of this deity, you shall soon find out. How can you be so certain that the individual was already dead at the time of sacrifice? Fat Wei inquired as he turned back. Chen Zhi extended a hand, pointing ahead, prompting Fat Wei to follow the beam of the spotlight. Before them, in the darkness of the corridor, stood a small stone door. Simply constructed, lacking even a door knocker. The door, fashioned from thin stone, had shifted and opened a considerable gap due to the settling earth above. Inscribed upon the upper portion of the stone door were the words, "Sacrificial Deity." At this moment, Chen Zhi spoke over the wireless, explaining that D refers to an ancestral dwelling in ancient times. The living are referred to as D, while the deceased are honored in shrines. If the character is employed in a cemetery, it is likely due to the deceased being an outsider, buried here against their will. Thus, it is evident that this entombed deity must have originated from a distant place, arriving here in a state of lifelessness. This unfortunate spirit indeed faces a tragic fate. Let us not linger on whether this divine being was alive or dead at the time of interment. Instead, we should hasten to disturb the grave and uncover if any ghostly wood lies beneath the surface. As Fat Wei cautiously advanced, he gently pushed open the small stone door ahead. With a resounding thud, the fragile stone panels could not withstand the gentle nudge and collapsed to the ground, shattering into several pieces and sending a cloud of dust into the air. Goodness, this flimsy door is utterly unreliable. This hardly qualifies as the resting place of a deity. Even the grave of Old Wang next door is far superior, Fat Wei grumbled, waving his arm to disperse the dust, wiping the white powder from his oxygen mask. Peering forward, he suddenly gasped, swiftly drawing his firearm. What in the world is that monstrous creature? It nearly frightened the life out of me. Hearing Fat Wei's exclamation, Chen Zhi turned his gaze to the front, where an unimaginable sight unfolded before them. Before them lay an indescribable corpse, towering at approximately 3 to 4 meters. Its skin was absent, revealing vibrant muscles and blood vessels beneath a greenish hue. The body boasted 8 arms, resembling a multi-armed deity, each limb extending forward, with a few twisted and bizarre orientations. Its face, a grotesque amalgamation of human and beast, sported 2 horns, hollow black eyes, and a gaping mouth contorted in agony. A sight both horrifying and pitiful. This colossal monstrosity was affixed to the wall ahead by approximately 20 iron spikes, each measuring over 2 meters in length. Is this the entombed deity? No wonder they placed a soul requiem outside. The condition of this corpse is utterly tragic, akin to a skinned frog, Chen Zhi remarked, dispersing the lingering smoke to scrutinize the scene more closely. He quickly discerned that the head of the corpse had been crudely sewn back onto the body, as had the arms, many of which were inverted. This indicated that, at the time of its demise, both the head and arms had been severed. The blood vessels and bones were entirely exposed, devoid of any skin covering, suggesting that the spirit had endured excruciating torment prior to being flayed. As this realization dawned upon him, Chen Zhi's mind began to piece together the identity of this deity. He spoke into the wireless device. Fat Wei, do you recall the mural we observed earlier depicting the thunder god, who was flayed alive and fashioned into a thunder drum? During the battle between Emperor Xianyuan and Qiyu, the emperor sought various methods to dispel the tempest. He captured the thunder god, a creature with a human head and dragon body, who was skinned alive and gruesomely hung. His divine hide repurposed into a giant drum, intended to shatter Qiyu's sorrowful winds and rains, yet ultimately failed. Of course I remember, Fat Wei replied. The death of the thunder god in that mural is truly tragic. Is that large green frog hanging on the wall supposed to be him? It seems so. Chen Zhi nodded within his oxygen mask. With a dragoness head and a human body, flayed and still exuding vitality from his blood and flesh. This resembles the god of thunder. It appears that the body suspended on the wall before us is indeed a deity from ancient times. Goodness! The disparity in treatment among deities is staggering. The Yellow Emperor Xianyuan used the skin of others to craft drums, and after winning battles, he properly buried their remains. Yet here we find this body, hung up like a green, gaping frog, as a form of burial offering. Xianyuan's actions are rather disgraceful, Fat Wei remarked, cautiously advancing with his gun. They soon discovered that excessive caution was unnecessary. Everything here was incredibly rudimentary. There were no traps whatsoever, and aside from a crude, open stone coffin, the entire tomb was devoid of anything else, indicating a complete lack of interest in this place. The trio searched the small tomb, which was so compact that they could see every corner at a glance, with no remnants of roots in sight. Oh dear, Thunder God, how did you end up like this? Fat Wei gazed at the thunder god nailed to the wall, resembling a large frog, and a flicker of sympathy emerged within him. Chen Zhi found Fat Wei's expression somewhat amusing. You should save your sympathy for us. We haven't even caught a glimpse of the drought goddess tomb. And after leaving here, we still need to search the Black Desert. If we can't find the ghost wood or encounter the drought demon, you might end up worse off than he is. Let us move. Our time is limited. After speaking with Ghostblade, Chen Zhi turned back, only to find Fat Wei still standing there, motionless. Fat Wei, what are you doing? Let us go. Chen Zhi called out repeatedly, but Fat Wei remained unmoved, gazing up at the green thunder god affixed to the wall. Fatty, move. Chen Zhi, growing impatient, placed a hand on Fat Wei's shoulder, and at that moment, Fat Wei suddenly turned his head. His eyes rolled back, his face turned a sickly green, and the corners of his mouth twisted upwards. Help me. Fatty, what's wrong? Wake up. Chen Zhi grasped Fat Wei's shoulders tightly, shouting into the wireless communicator, but Fat Wei, trapped in his oxygen mask, stared blankly, his complexion growing increasingly green. His features began to distort grotesquely, becoming more and more monstrous in the darkness, reminiscent of the flayed thunder god nailed to the wall. Help me, help me, help me. Fat Wei repeatedly moaned this phrase, his voice taking on an eerie quality, resembling that of an elderly man struggling to speak. Please, I beg you, save me. With a vacant stare, Fat Wei slowly extended his hand toward the bottom of his mask, gripping the oxygen tube and pulling downward. The tube let out a sharp noise. On the verge of being torn away, the tube serves as the source of oxygen within the oxygen mask. Once it is severed, the mask will immediately cease to provide air, leading to Pang Wei's suffocation and imminent demise. Stop. Chen Zhi grasped Pang Wei's arm, only to discover that Pang Wei possessed an extraordinary strength at that moment, rendering him uncontrollable. In desperation, Chen Zhi pressed his tongue against his upper palate, exerting every ounce of his internal energy to suppress Pang Wei's force, while loudly proclaiming over the wireless, I understand your intentions. I shall acquiesce to any demands. Just do not harm my brother. At that moment, Chen Zhi comprehended that Pang Wei's consciousness had been overtaken by a formidable spiritual force, likely that of the great green frog god, pinned to the stone slab. This form of spiritual control is colloquially referred to as being possessed by a ghost. This superstition posits that after death, a soul, often termed a ghost, can attach itself to the living, a phenomenon commonly explained by the populace in such circumstances. In truth, the notion of possession does exist in reality. It is a manifestation of a controlling mental force. When an independent, floating brainwave forcibly occupies another's mind, the original brainwaves are temporarily overshadowed, causing the individual to lose their inherent consciousness, with their actions dictated by the dominant brainwave. Those unfamiliar with such occurrences might label the individual as possessed. Chen Zhi had previously heard Qin Yang discuss this phenomenon. She was well versed in matters concerning spirits. She had often conveyed to him that in this world, ghosts do not exist as commonly believed. Rather, these spectral phenomena are merely the strong attachments of the deceased, lingering due to their fervent desires or the unwavering will of the individual, thus solidifying their spiritual essence. Regrettably, Qin Yang was not present to assist. Her expertise in addressing such spectral matters would have simplified the situation, a domain in which Chen Zhi felt utterly inept. What is it you wish for us to do to rescue you? Chen Zhi strained to maintain his grip on Pang Wei's right hand, trying to negotiate with the force within him. Gui Dao leaped forward, aiding Chen Zhi in holding Pang Wei's arm. Gui Dao's strength was considerable. Pang Wei could no longer grasp the oxygen tube, yet his complexion grew increasingly ghastly, a sickly green hue, as if his throat was constricted, rendering him breathless. Save me, or kill him. A peculiar voice emanated from Pang Wei's lips. What do you require for me to save you? Chen Zhi inquired anxiously of the now grotesque visage of Pang Wei, resembling a great green frog. You are already dead. I cannot revive you. What exactly do you need from us? Save me, save me. Pang Wei stammered, his green-tinged lips repetitively uttering this plea, seemingly incapable of articulating anything else. Just as Chen Zhi felt a surge of desperation, unsure of how to communicate, the green mouth suddenly uttered a command. Take me back. Take you back? Back to where? Chen Zhi hurriedly searched the corpse of the thunder god, which was affixed to the stone slab by numerous nails. He quickly discerned that the entire body was entirely secured by these nails. Removing them would cause the corpse to collapse instantly. Behind the thunder god, there lay a peculiar stone slab, distinctly different from the rough materials surrounding it, with vague currents of energy swirling above it, reminiscent of an illusion. An idea sparked in Chen Zhi's mind, and he promptly instructed Ghost Knife, hold on for a moment. Grip his arm tightly, and ensure he does not sever Fat Wei's oxygen tube. I shall return shortly. After delivering his command, Chen Zhi leaped onto the stone slab, grasping a nail embedded in the thunder god's calf. He pulled with all his might, yet the nail remained steadfast. A second attempt confirmed that it was driven in too securely for his strength to dislodge. With a swift somersault, he returned to the ground, bringing his fingers together near his lips to silently chant a spell. He dispersed the energy within his body, enveloping his arm, and thrust it forward. In an instant, thousands of energy currents surged forth like serpents, encircling the 20 or so nails ahead. At that moment, Chen Zhi pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, channeling all his strength backward. A resounding metallic clang echoed as his myriad energy currents erupted with immense force, pulling the nails from the stone slab in unison. The nails clattered to the ground like swords, dripping with the thunder god's green essence. Only then did Chen Zhi discern the composition of the nails. Their tips were crafted from control stones. No wonder the thunder god had cried for help. He had been impaled by so many control stones for millennia, unable to find peace even in death. Such cruelty towards an ancient deity was indeed excessive. Even reciting 1,000 soul-soothing incantations would be futile. As Chen Zhi contemplated this, he turned his gaze back to the thunder god's corpse, which, free from the constraints of the nails, began to slide off the stone slab like a green pudding, scattering across the ground. With the corpse's complete descent, the true nature of the stone slab was revealed, emanating a radiant spectrum of colors, casting a beautiful glow. Subsequently, intricate designs on the surface of the slab emerged, revealing it to be a colorful stone slab adorned with exquisite patterns, identical to the one at the entrance. Using his energy currents, Chen Zhi gently nudged the colorful slab. It indeed concealed a secret door, which creaked open to reveal a vast hidden chamber, within which loomed an enormous green drum. Chapter 409. Returning Souls to Their Homeland, the Thunder God War Drum. This was the immediate thought that sprang to Chen Zhi's mind upon the appearance of the colossal green drum before him, towering like a two-story building. This drum bore an uncanny resemblance to the one depicted in the mural, crafted from the skin of the Thunder God, and it appeared strikingly real. The massive drum was drenched in blood, the vivid crimson appearing as if it still flowed, a characteristic typical of divine corpses. Much like the celestial fox tomb, everything surrounding the divine remains retained its pristine condition, untouched by the passage of time. It is a tragic fate for the god of thunder, who, despite his exalted status, found himself nailed before a colossal drum crafted from his own flesh, enduring this tormenting humiliation for millennia. Even in death, he remained restless, a sight that stirs the heart. At that moment, Fat Wei's arm relaxed, no longer struggling to pull at his oxygen tube, yet his face still bore a sickly green hue. In a voice both pitiful and hoarse, he implored, "Please, take me back." After uttering these words, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, the pallor of his face gradually receding as he lapsed into unconsciousness. Gui Dao and Chen Zhi hurried over, vigorously shaking Fat Wei's body. Before long, Fat Wei began to awaken. "Oh, my heavenly deities! You cannot fathom the magnificent dream I just experienced." Upon regaining consciousness, Fat Wei appeared invigorated, shaking his head in excitement and exclaiming loudly, "How can you even say that? You were asleep while we were struggling, and now you speak of dreams? Why didn't you just sleep through it all?" Chen Zhi, relieved to see Fat Wei awake, stood up and reproached him. "I speak the truth. I truly had an extraordinary dream." Fat Wei scrambled to his feet and recounted the visions he had seen during his unconscious state. In his dream, Fat Wei witnessed a grand battle among the ancient gods, the scene both magnificent and strikingly vivid. The figure of Qi Yu loomed like a mountain, imposing and fearsome with his green face and sharp fangs, while the Yellow Emperor, clad in gravity armor, soared through the heavens and plunged into the earth, fighting with unmatched valor. The scale of this epic war persisted for what felt like an eternity. The heavens and earth changed hue. The skies teemed with soaring dragons and divine beasts, and the ground was littered with the corpses of gods and spirits, a spectacle beyond the realm of even the most potent imagination. Listening intently to Fat Wei's vivid depiction of his dream, Chen Zhi remarked over the communicator, "We can discuss your dream another time. For now, Let us focus on how to handle the body of the thunder god. He instructed us to return him to his homeland. But where can we possibly take him now? We still need to search for Guemu. We cannot carry his remains with us. The body has already been dismembered, and even if we could transport it, we have no idea where his homeland lies, making it utterly impractical. Oh, you are overthinking it. I understand the old immortal's intent. Fatway glanced at the pile of corpses on the ground and remarked, "This Lord Thunder is actually quite a decent fellow. While I was in a state of unconsciousness, I could sense his thoughts from when he was alive. His demeanor was rather gentle, and his greatest wish was to return to the Thunder River hole. All we need to do is reassemble his remains, return his divine skin, and once his body is complete, in 3 to 5 years, he will gradually transcend on his own, returning to his roots without requiring my assistance." Upon hearing Fatway's words, everyone exhaled in relief. This request was not particularly arduous and could be easily fulfilled. Chen Zhi and his companions ascended into the dim chamber housing the colossal drum, where the walls were adorned with intricate carvings and extensive inscriptions in divine script that depicted the grandeur of past battles and the valor of Emperor Xianyuan, who had achieved unparalleled feats. The god of thunder, for the sake of all living beings, had selflessly sacrificed himself, transforming his skin into a war drum, thus accruing immense merit. As they observed the magnificent drum, Chen Zhi and his companions felt a wave of nausea wash over them, nearly retching. They examined the drum and noted that its edges were stitched together. In order to remove the skin intact, they needed to start disassembling it from the perimeter. Indeed, the Thunder God's drum lived up to its reputation. While Fatway was tracing the edge of the drum, he inadvertently brushed against its surface. Thunderous roars erupted, shaking the entire tomb, nearly rupturing the eardrums of the 3 men. "Damn it, you clumsy fool. Can you be a bit more cautious? Do not touch the surface of the drum. Otherwise, the thunder could shatter our vital channels." I know, Fatway explained amidst the chaos. "I was just careless. It won't happen again." Thus, the 3 men cautiously made their way to the edge of the colossal drum, which was enveloped in a single expanse of green skin. The edges were densely stitched, binding the skin together. When Chen Zhi identified the stitching, he carefully drew his dagger and meticulously cut the threads, loosening the green skin of the drum bit by bit, wary of causing any vibrations. This was indeed a highly delicate task. The trio sweated profusely, resembling women as they spent ages unraveling the threads. Finally, they successfully peeled the entire green skin from the drum. Afterwards, they collected the pieces of the god of thunder's body from the ground. It had transformed into a gelatinous green mass, quivering with moisture. Chen Zhi meticulously reassembled the goddess body and wrapped it in the large green skin they had removed, placing it into the adjacent massive stone sarcophagus. The sarcophagus had been left idle without a cover, likely intended as mere decoration. The 3 men slowly lifted the lid of the sarcophagus, gently placing it over the body of the thunder god. After completing this endeavor, they realized that over 2 hours had elapsed. Although the 3 individuals were utterly exhausted, the pressing circumstances allowed them no time for respite. Let us hasten our departure. We must not forget our current predicament, devoid of any guiding direction. We remain uncertain how long we shall traverse the desolate expanse of the Black Desert. Chen Zhi urged through the radio, prompting the trio to continue their journey. "Understood," responded Pang Wei over the radio, turning to the thunder god within the stone sarcophagus. "Mighty thunder god, I humbly ask you to endure this momentary discomfort. I extend my apologies on behalf of my rather ungracious ancestor, the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan. Please do not dwell on the past. Quickly return to your celestial abode. Amen. Farewell." As Pang Wei concluded his words and turned to proceed, a sudden creak resonated, and a small crack appeared in the sarcophagus, from which a ring tumbled forth. Chapter 410. A token of gratitude, ah? It seems this venerable thunder god possesses a sense of propriety. Pang Wei exclaimed as he approached and picked up the ring from the ground, brushing off the dust adorning it. "Behold, this divine being has not made our toil in vain, bestowing upon us a token of appreciation. Just look at the craftsmanship of this ring. Its quality is undoubtedly remarkable. And though the gemstone is absent, it remains a treasure of the divine, a rarity indeed. If taken to the Liu factory auction house, it could fetch no less than 10 to 18 million, perhaps even more." "What ring? Allow me to see." Chen Zhi, perplexed by the ring's emergence from the sarcophagus, approached and took it from Pang Wei's hand, illuminating it with his flashlight. Before him lay a ring of exquisite craftsmanship, the intricacy beyond mere words. Layers of delicate filigree intertwined with intricate engravings rendered it an extraordinary piece. However, the setting for the gemstone was conspicuously empty, merely a vacant ring mount. The entire ring was forged of pure gold, a material frequently favored by deities for their armor and adornments. Chen Zhi had often observed that these divine beings held a profound admiration for gold and the luster of rare treasures. The ring's design featured a floral openwork structure, with a remarkably slender band, unmistakably crafted for a woman. Upon examining the inner band, Chen Zhi discovered several rows of minuscule inscriptions, intricately carved to the point of obscurity, an astonishing feat of microsculpture. Retrieving a magnifying glass from his pouch, he adjusted it to the appropriate setting and scrutinized the tiny characters etched within the ring. Under magnification, the inscriptions became strikingly clear, revealing 3 neatly arranged lines of divine script. The characters were ancient, reminiscent of the primordial forms of divine writing. Most of the text extolled the beauty and might of a goddess, culminating in 4 remarkably clear words, shining with the sun. Chen Zhi possessed a keen understanding of the conventions of divine script, recognizing that such vocabulary lacked adjectives or metaphors. Their meaning was conveyed with utmost directness, typically stating facts in a one-to-one correspondence. If the term shining with the sun is mentioned here, then the owner of this ring truly embodies that essence. This is the ring of the drought god, Chen Zhi exclaimed, his eyes widening as he repeatedly examined the ring in his hand. Glancing over at the stone sarcophagus that housed the thunder god, "You were right, Peng Wei. This old thunder god is indeed a remarkable deity. He did not let our efforts go in vain, leaving us this ring of the drought god, which will greatly assist us in locating his tomb." Indeed, Peng Wei exclaimed in delight through his oxygen mask. "I said it before, good deeds yield good rewards. When I was digging graves, I never forgot to serve the people. Learning from Lei Feng while unearthing treasures, fulfilling my role as a successor to socialism." "All right, enough." Chen Zhi interrupted Peng Wei's rambling. He continued over the radio. "This ring was likely acquired by the old thunder god during that battle and has been hidden within his body all this time. With this ring, finding the remains of the drought god should not be difficult. However, time is of the essence. We must proceed without delay." After Chen Zhi spoke, he led the way back, and everyone followed him as they retraced their steps, hastily exiting the makeshift tomb and returning to the hall. Once back in the hall, Chen Zhi glanced upward and noticed that the sand had nearly finished flowing. The ground was already piled with black sand, and a large hole in the stone ceiling revealed a dark, cavernous space above. Dao untied the ropes from his body, shook them a couple of times, and threw them upwards, allowing the iron claws to firmly grasp the edge of the stone wall. With a swift motion, he effortlessly ascended to the ceiling, lowering the rope to pull up Chen Zhi and Peng Wei in succession. Upon returning to the surface, a wave of heat enveloped them. The black desert below remained dark and sweltering, and their body temperatures soared rapidly. They had returned to this searing realm of black sand. The endless expanse of the black desert rendered the compass on Peng Wei's arm completely unreliable. Without a clear direction at this moment, they risked becoming lost, swallowed by the sand. "Now it's your turn, Chen Zhi. You mentioned that ring could guide us to the drought god's tomb. How exactly do we find it? Are we to simply wipe the ring and expect some mystical elder to appear, directing us to turn left, then right, and walk straight for 500 meters? Peng Wei spoke over the radio, continuously sipping water from his canteen. The heat outside was unbearable, and they were beginning to suffer from dehydration. Their personal water supplies were dwindling, and the radio was becoming increasingly difficult to use in the oppressive heat. Before descending, in an effort to streamline their gear, primarily because they could not eat within their oxygen masks, they had mixed glucose and nutrient liquids into their water. Thus, while drinking, they were also replenishing their body's nutrients. However, this method was time-limited. One could not sustain life solely on liquid nutrition, especially under such sweltering conditions. In this moment, swiftly determining their direction and locating Guai-Mu has become an urgent priority. Otherwise, in a matter of days, even if they were to find Guai-Mu, they would be incapable of escaping. At this juncture, Chen Zhi withdrew the drought god ring from his pocket, and it instantly transformed into a blazing golden hue under the intense heat, radiating a brilliant luminosity. As he murmured an incantation, wisps of pale azure gas emanated from his fingertips, which he then applied to the ring. The ethereal smoke enveloped the ring, obscuring its luster, and as it thickened, it ascended, ultimately forming a slender trail of smoke that stretched straight into the surrounding darkness. This was an incantation designed to seek its rightful owner, one of the simplest spells within the realm of elementary sorcery. Observing the azure smoke, Chen Zhi reflected that he had once casually recited it. Never anticipating its profound utility now, it would guide them to the original master of the ring, even if that master were long deceased. The direction indicated by the smoke led to the divine tomb of the drought god. Chapter 4:11. Despair in the black sands. The azure smoke rising from the unadorned ring floated delicately, casting a soft cerulean glow that was striking against the backdrop of darkness. The three of them followed this ephemeral trail deeper into the black desert, soon realizing that they had underestimated its vastness. The urgency of their quest for the fire spirit stones, coupled with Chen Zhi's newfound confidence in his magical abilities, had clouded their perception of the harsh realities they faced. The desert was far more expansive than they had imagined. The deeper they ventured, the higher the temperature soared. Initially, they frequently checked their arm-mounted thermometers, but as fatigue set in, they became increasingly numb to their surroundings, trudging on for nearly 3 days. Yet, the smoke trail continued to extend into the darkness, its endpoint remaining elusive and distant. Throughout these 3 days, they relied solely on the nutrients within their liquid sustenance to maintain their physical strength, which was rapidly waning. The most pressing issue was their inability to rest. Within this subterranean black desert, there was no respite from the oppressive heat, nor any shelter to provide them with cover. The surface temperature rendered it impossible to stop, let alone sleep. During this harrowing time, they could only lay down a cold-resistant cloth on the scorching black sands to rest briefly before continuing onward. However, the azure smoke began to dissipate, signaling to Chen Zhi that the spell's duration was nearing its end. Their water reserves were running low, and if they did not reach their objective within the day, returning would become an impossibility. At this point, Chen Zhi was utterly exhausted, his lips cracked, and his body moved almost reflexively. Peng Wei, suffering the most from dehydration, had spoken little since the day before, his breathing labored and rapid, clearly enduring the torment of dehydration and rising body temperature. In an effort to conserve drinking water, Chen Zhi urged everyone to minimize their physical movements, preserving both hydration and stamina. However, perhaps due to the prolonged high temperatures outside, the communication devices within their oxygen masks began to emit a cacophony of static, rendering conversations among the three increasingly difficult. This dissonance clouded Chen Zhi's thoughts, and the guiding smoke signal intermittently faded away, eventually vanishing entirely. Lost in their direction, they found themselves wandering in circles. The initial urgency and sense of purpose that had brought them here gradually consumed by the surrounding black sand. Apart from the ghostly figure of Gui, their awareness began to blur. Ultimately, Fat Wei suddenly sank onto the sandy ground. As the fabric of his work uniform made contact with the scorching sand, it emitted a sizzling sound, yet he remained motionless. "Orange, I can't move anymore," came Fat Wei's faint voice through the wireless device. "I truly cannot take another step. And now, without a direction, continuing is futile." Chen Zhi reached out to pull him, but his legs buckled, and he collapsed beside him. At that moment, he realized it was no longer a question of his willingness to proceed. His body simply could not move any further. The two sat facing each other, devoid of the strength to converse. Chen Zhi ceased to worry about his work uniform being damaged. He merely yearned for a restful slumber to restore his wearied and muddled mind. Soon, they both slipped into a semi-conscious state, and after an indeterminate duration, Chen Zhi vaguely heard Fat Wei's voice. "Orange, I have been too careless. I always believed I was invincible, having survived so much and recklessly followed you here, only to suffer the consequences. How could reality always indulge me? I cannot expect to be fortunate forever." After a brief pause, punctuated by his labored breaths, Fat Wei continued. "In fact, my water supply has been malfunctioning since the day before yesterday, and I didn't disclose this to you. I, Fat Yi, am a man, even in death. I must die with dignity, unwilling to become a burden like you, little Orange. It seems I will not escape this time, a ship capsized in the gutter. In my next life, I must be more vigilant, avoiding such subterranean depths. To perish in this cursed place, I wonder if I too shall dissolve into sand, trapped in this hellish desert." Having spoken, Fat Wei lowered his head, motionless, and ceased to speak. Amidst the oppressive heat and his fading consciousness, Chen Zhi was momentarily jolted awake by Fat Wei's words. You mean to say you haven't had any water since the day before yesterday? You've been holding on until now, Fatty. Hey, Fatty. Chen Zhi shouted desperately into the wireless device, but his voice was feeble, eliciting no response from the unmoving Fat Wei. At that moment, despair enveloped Chen Zhi. After 3 relentless days of walking under the sweltering sun, he lacked the strength to rise. The vast, silent black desert felt suffocatingly hopeless, and his water supply was nearly depleted. The outcome was all too predictable. I warned you not to get involved in our affairs. But you wouldn't listen. Now you see the consequences, don't you? Chen Zhi spoke feebly into the radio, gazing helplessly at the plump Wei before him. It was evident that Wei had succumbed to unconsciousness. He had not ingested water for 3 days, leaving him severely dehydrated. Calling out to him served no purpose. At this juncture, 2 paths lay ahead. One involved retracing their steps. However, on the return journey, Wei could not remove his oxygen mask nor quench his thirst, leading to an inevitable state of critical dehydration. Moreover, both Chen Zhi and Guidao would be burdened with carrying him. Thus, even if they chose to turn back now, Wei's life would remain precarious. The alternative path required them to muster the courage to seek the tomb of the drought deity, hoping that the cooler temperatures there might improve air quality, allowing Wei to remove his mask and replenish his water supply. If successful, Wei's life might be salvaged. Yet, the guiding smoke trail had vanished, leaving the direction ahead shrouded in uncertainty. Who could ascertain whether they would indeed locate the cursed tomb? As Chen Zhi pondered these thoughts, a sudden, excruciating pain pierced his head, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of fatigue and drowsiness. His mind involuntarily ceased its function, and his head drooped, plunging him into a deep unconsciousness. Time passed. How long? He could not tell. When Chen Zhi regained consciousness, he beheld Wei lying on the sand, his body cushioned by a thermal blanket. Chen Zhi attempted to move. His limbs were functional again. He first surveyed the surroundings. The black desert remained eerily silent and stifling. Yet Guidao had vanished without a trace. Where has the knife gone? Chen Zhi inquired into the crackling radio, but Wei offered no response, having already lost consciousness. A wave of panic surged within him, prompting Chen Zhi to rise and stagger forward a few steps. Before him stretched an endless expanse of black sand, devoid of any visible landmarks. A terrifying thought inexplicably intruded upon his mind. Where has Guidao gone? Was he captured by the Banu? Or has he abandoned us? Chapter 412. Despair in the Black Sand. Part 2. Despair in the face of death lacks reason. In such darkness, the most harrowing fear is abandonment by one's companions. Guidao had always been an invisible pillar of support for Chen Zhi. As long as Guidao remained, Chen Zhi felt that the situation was manageable. However, with Guidao's disappearance, Chen Zhi felt trapped in the desert with Wei, on the brink of being consumed by darkness. Wake up, Wei. The knife is missing. We must find him immediately. Chen Zhi shouted into the radio, yearning to rouse Wei from his stupor, but his voice was swiftly swallowed by the darkness. The radio continued to emit static, as though on the verge of malfunctioning. Chen Zhi struggled to crawl over and vigorously shook Wei's body, but Wei lay unresponsive, his eyes tightly shut beneath the oxygen mask. In despair, Chen Zhi turned away, activating the searchlight to cautiously probe the vicinity. The darkness was profound, devoid of any reference points. If he were to abandon Wei to forge ahead in search of an escape, he might not find his way back to him. Yet, carrying Wei onward was utterly impossible given Chen Zhi's current state of exhaustion. As Chen Zhi found himself in a state of utter confusion, he inadvertently discovered a figure kneeling motionless in the distance of the black desert. Is there someone ahead? Who could it be? A foe perhaps? Or another? Chen Zhi's mind spiraled with uncontrollable thoughts as he slowly advanced with the spotlight. His legs were cramping incessantly, rendering this journey immensely arduous for him. When he was less than 5 meters away from the figure, he halted. Under the beam of the spotlight, he discerned that it was indeed a person, and more shockingly, a corpse. The individual was clad in a specialized heat-resistant uniform, equipped with an oxygen mask, and appeared to possess superior gear. However, their attire differed slightly from his own. The figure knelt upright, motionless, evidently deceased. Chen Zhi was taken aback at the sight of the corpse. Encountering a dead body or a desiccated corpse in the desert above would be unsurprising. But how could another human have ventured into this subterranean black desert? Approaching cautiously, he scrutinized the body. The individual had not been dead long, likely within the past few days. The exposed portion of their face was unrecognizable, clearly a victim of asphyxiation. As their oxygen mask had been removed, their head had turned a deep purplish hue, their eyes wide and shattered, forever gazing into the void. The corpse's hand clutched a short knife tightly, while several pistols and an AK-47 lay scattered on the ground, the chambers having exploded. The danger of bullets exploding under high temperatures had been anticipated by Chen Zhi, prompting him and his companions to discard their firearms at the exit when emerging from the slanted corridor, retaining only melee weapons. Drawing forth his searing blade, he cautiously approached the corpse and picked up one of the pistols from the ground. It was loaded, and strangely, it contained control stone bullets. Who is this person? They arrived here before us, equipped with advanced gear and control stone bullets. Could they belong to the Dark Faction? The situation was glaringly evident. Yet if this corpse belonged to the Dark Faction, why had they perished here? Had they, too, become disoriented and succumbed to exhaustion like them? No. If they had been wielding a knife before their death, it suggested they were prepared to resist. They must have been resting when caught off guard by an unforeseen danger that compromised their oxygen mask, leading to their demise in this desert. What of their companions? It was improbable for the Dark Faction to send a lone agent into this desolate expanse. Had their teammates fled to evade peril? Chen Zhi pricked the left wrist of the seated male corpse with the tip of his blade, revealing a glaringly bright, colorless bracelet upon the wrist, now worn and tattered. It truly is the Dark Faction, Chen Zhi pondered, just as he prepared to retreat. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from beneath the corpse. This is bad. Chen Zhi immediately sensed the imminent danger and swiftly retreated, exerting every ounce of strength to flee. However, it was too late. A gaping sand pit suddenly appeared beneath the corpse of a man, from which a naked woman sprang forth, her body slithering like a serpent. In an instant, she opened her gaping maw full of jagged fangs and lunged at Chen Zhi. Her blood-red eyes resembled those of a frenzied sand snake more than a human's. At that moment, Chen Zhi felt dizzy and weak, yet his reflexes remained sharp. He instinctively raised his blade to defend himself, and as the creature snapped at the edge of his weapon, a sickening crunch echoed as her mouth was torn by the Godslayer, Chen Zhi's enchanted sword. Despite the force of her assault, she managed to thrust Chen Zhi to the sandy ground, jaws agape, ready to bite. In that fleeting moment, a chilling flash of steel sliced through the air, cleaving the creature in two. Her body convulsed violently before a torrent of crimson blood poured forth, rendering her motionless. Chen Zhi turned to the source of the blade's light and beheld the ghost blade, wielding the killing command, standing resolutely in the darkness. Even amidst the scorching desert, the blade radiated a piercing cold light. This sudden twist of fate caught them off guard, but upon seeing the ghost blade return, a heavy weight lifted from Chen Zhi's heart. He realized they were saved. While you were resting, I ventured ahead and discovered a desolate city, the ghost blade remarked, his lips cracked and bleeding, amidst the static of the wireless communication. It appears to be an abandoned ancient city, with significantly lower temperatures and what seems to be oxygen. Oxygen? How marvelous! Chen Zhi exclaimed with delight upon hearing the ghost blade's words. He glanced back at the unconscious Pang Wei, thinking, it seems the fat man's life is spared. Chen Zhi was in no condition to carry Pang Wei. Thus, the ghost blade lifted him onto his own back. Weighing over 200 pounds, and after enduring the arduous journey in such sweltering heat, the ghost blade had reached his limits, yet he forged ahead undeterred. Bearing Pang Wei on his back, Chen Zhi took up Pang Wei's weapon and pouch, following closely behind. The two men remained largely silent, though they could hear each other's labored breathing over the wireless. After approximately 7 grueling hours, a vague silhouette of a city emerged from the darkness ahead. Chapter 413. The underground ancient city. The vast, silent desert lay shrouded in darkness as Chen Zhi, leading the way, peered ahead through his infrared binoculars. Before them, amidst the lifeless black sands, an immense city unfolded. The city lay shrouded in darkness, obscuring the view, yet, through the gloom, countless remnants of walls and dilapidated structures made of brick, wood, earth, and stone could be discerned, their forms exceedingly peculiar. Towering spires were scattered throughout the city, the most prominent of which was a black edifice standing at its heart, an imposing structure that resembled a grand palace, silently looming in the shadows, exuding an aura of mystery. At this moment, they were devoid of the will to ponder what lay ahead. The unconscious Fat Wei teetered between life and death, and the oppressive heat of the black desert threatened to devour their sanity. They were in urgent need of a cool refuge. Daozi, have you ventured into this ancient city? How do you know there is oxygen within? Chen Zhi inquired, turning to the ghost blade, who was carrying Fat Wei and had not paused in his stride. He merely replied, "You'll find out once you enter. It's a place to seek shelter." With that, Ghost Blade quickened his pace, heading directly towards the city. Chen Zhi followed closely behind. Between the black desert and the ancient city gates, there were no protective barriers, and they soon arrived at the towering gates, which were in a state of utter disrepair. The structure was unrecognizable in the darkness, and it appeared that there had once been a moat, now long since filled in. They passed through the crumbling entrance, entering a realm of desolation. From a distance, the city appeared grand and majestic, but within, it was a mere collection of ruins. Scattered debris and buildings blanketed in sand, the uneven black sand covering the ground. The once magnificent towers and halls lay in tatters, their carvings and paintings having long since faded, while massive beams had collapsed, revealing the opulence that once characterized this place. Chen Zhi cast a cursory glance at the scattered remnants strewn across the ground. It was chaotic and shrouded in darkness, and he had yet to spot any sign of the sacred Fusang tree roots. However, his mind was preoccupied with more pressing concerns. Alongside Ghost Blade, who bore Fat Wei, they ventured deeper into the city along the main thoroughfare, prioritizing the search for a cool sanctuary. For preserving Fat Wei's life was paramount. They soon entered a small square, where Ghost Blade, familiar with the terrain, navigated swiftly, while Chen Zhi struggled to keep pace behind him. After nearly an hour of traversing, they arrived at the colossal black structure, its upper portions hidden from view. The entrance was in ruins, yet a stone staircase descended into the depths, where a cool breeze seemed to waft upwards. Ghost Blade, with Fat Wei still on his back, leaped down the stairs, and Chen Zhi promptly followed, descending along the stone steps. After descending several levels, they found themselves in a dark stone chamber. Chen Zhi swept his flashlight across the room, revealing a stone hall with an abandoned fountain at its center, where a headless stone statue of a woman stood. The fountain long dry and the ground littered with dust. However, upon entering, the temperature within plummeted. The stone floor was remarkably cool, and the steaming soles of their uniforms emitted faint wisps of white smoke upon contact. Chen Zhi directed his flashlight towards the fountain, and in that moment, he quickly grasped why Ghost Blade was certain of the presence of oxygen in this place. In the fountain lay several lifeless bodies, sprawled in disarray, each clutching a long blade. Their oxygen masks were all unfastened, and they had perished there, their faces contorted in agony, yet not from asphyxiation, nor were their skins scorched. The cause of their demise was evident: bites on their necks and extensive scratches on their bodies. "There is oxygen here. Quickly, remove Fat Wei's oxygen mask," Chen Zhi commanded, discarding his own mask to the side. Immediately, a choking stench assaulted their senses, the air thick with impurities, though still breathable. Chen Zhi peeled off Fat Wei's scalding oxygen mask, revealing blisters encircling his neck. Fat Wei's jaw was clenched tightly, his brows furrowed, his pallor ghastly. Chen Zhi touched his forehead. It was burning hot, a sign of a high fever leading to profound unconsciousness. There remained a bit of water in Fat Wei's canteen. Chen Zhi dabbed some on Fat Wei's cracked lips and cautiously fed him a few sips, followed by a quick-acting pill. The organization's medication was renowned for its efficacy. After drinking water and taking the medication, Fat Wei's frown gradually eased, and he became quieter, color returning to his face, though he remained in a deep stupor, clearly suffering from acute dehydration. "He needs to rest now. You stay here while I search for a water source," Ghostblade suggested, removing his oxygen mask and gesturing towards a stone stairway descending into the unknown depths. "Absolutely not," Chen Zhi replied sternly. "Your previous actions were perilous enough. This place is fraught with danger. Those corpses are likely warriors from the Dark Faction. Their demise here signifies the formidable nature of whatever lurks in these depths. We have just escaped the desert, utterly fatigued, and Fat Wei remains unconscious. We cannot afford to become separated. I will cast a barrier here using a fierce incantation, and we shall rest in place, consume the remaining water, and take a proper sleep before making any further plans." After a moment of silence, Ghostblade, glancing at the unconscious Fat Wei, refrained from rebuttal and returned. The oppressive heat of the black desert had been terrifying. Their work uniforms were searing to the touch. emitting wisps of steam in the stifling air. Chen Zhi and Ghost Blade shed their uniforms and collapsed onto the cold stone floor, the refreshing chill enveloping them, reviving their spirits. Once liberated from the heat, they were met with overwhelming drowsiness and insatiable thirst. Chen Zhi had left some water for Fat Wei, but he and Ghost Blade quickly consumed the remainder, yet hunger gnawed at them. After days of intense exertion, their bodies were utterly drained. Mere liquid sustenance was woefully insufficient. Chen Zhi had stripped Fat Wei of his uniform to cool him down. Now, Fat Wei's body was no longer burning, though his forehead still radiated heat. The quick-acting medication began to take effect, and Chen Zhi offered the last of the water to Fat Wei. Gradually, Fat Wei recovered, his breathing evening out as he drifted into a peaceful slumber. At that moment, Chen Zhi gently probed the waist of Pang Wei and, as expected, discovered that this fellow, as in times of yore, was equipped with 2 packs of compressed biscuits and a bag of beef jerky. The biscuits had congealed into a single mass. And although Chen Zhi had previously harbored a deep aversion to such compressed foods, they now appeared to him as a sumptuous feast. He reserved 1 pack of biscuits for Pang Wei to consume upon waking, while he and Gui Dao shared the other pack of biscuits and the beef jerky. Having gone days without a meal, the dry and tough beef now tasted like the most exquisite delicacy in the world to them. After what could be deemed a satisfying repast, the fatigue of their bodies became overwhelming, prompting an urgent need for a restful slumber. Chen Zhi, having regained some strength, along with Gui Dao, dragged Pang Wei to a secluded corner of the stone hall. They began to silently chant incantations, activating a fierce spell that sealed off a circular area of approximately 3 to 4 square meters around them, placing Pang Wei in the center. Chen Zhi and Gui Dao each took their positions at opposite ends, preparing to sleep. The barrier created by the fierce spell was formidable, ensuring their safety as they slumbered within its confines. Gui Dao, worn out from the preceding days, extinguished the light on his uniform after noticing Chen Zhi had completed the sealing, and he lay down on the ground, embracing his sword, swiftly surrendering to sleep in the enveloping darkness. Time slipped away in their slumber, until Chen Zhi suddenly felt a gentle shaking of his body. It was Gui Dao rousing him. "What is it?" Chen Zhi instinctively sat up, ready to speak, but Gui Dao swiftly covered his mouth. Chen Zhi turned his gaze to the side, only to see the surrounding darkness untouched, yet at the edge of the fierce spell's barrier, a hissing sound emerged, akin to someone scratching and clawing, attempting to breach the barrier. Chapter 414. The Underground Ancient City, Part 2. The incessant scratching outside the barrier grew increasingly frantic, as if the entities beyond had lost their patience and yearned to break in immediately. Following a period of sufficient rest, Chen Zhi's mind had fully regained clarity and lucidity. The oppressive heat of the Black Desert had previously clouded his thoughts, but now his mind operated at a rapid pace, synthesizing all that had transpired and assessing the present situation. This underground city within the Black Desert exuded a murky mineral scent, with high concentrations of carbon and mercury, a common occurrence found in volcanic soil layers over tens of thousands of years. This indicated that the underground ancient city had existed for well over 10,000 years, suggesting its presence far predates the era of the legendary battles between the Yellow Emperor and Shiyu, marking it as a truly ancient city that transcends human civilization. Its construction period shrouded in mystery. However, one fact could be established with certainty. This ancient city, resilient amidst the searing underground black sands, had not succumbed to ash like other structures. This implied that the city possessed unique qualities enabling it to withstand extreme heat, likely connected to the ancient drought deity in some manner. The ancient deity of drought may have once graced this city, or perhaps the sepulchre of the drought god lies enshrined within its very confines. Presently, they find themselves within a somber castle, undoubtedly the principal edifice here, likely a royal palace or a temple. They are situated approximately 100 meters beneath this black fortress. The cool air seeping through the crevices of the stone slabs beneath Chen Zhi is refreshingly smooth, a characteristic of the subterranean river's vapor, which allows this castle to remain temperate amidst the searing black desert above. This suggests that below the fortress, there may exist a vast underground river capable of countering the oppressive heat of the desert. Suddenly, a jarring scratching sound reverberates at the periphery of the barrier, setting Chen Zhi's nerves on edge. He senses a force beyond human comprehension outside the barrier. one imbued with a primal savagery and ferocity akin to that of a wild beast, eager to breach the confines, yet held back by an unseen restraint. It has become abundantly clear that within this subterranean realm, a Baku woman surely dwells. The entity scratching at the barrier is likely one of her kind. Chen Zhi has already experienced the formidable strength of these beings in the Black Desert. Their power is indeed immense, and in a contest of sheer physicality, Chen Zhi would be no match for them. However, the warriors of the Dark Order are formidable in their own right. They ought not to fall victim to the brute force of the Baku women, perishing beneath their claws. Perhaps these Baku women possess a hidden prowess, a more formidable ability that allows them to bring down the warriors of the Dark Order with their lethal talons and sharp fangs. Gently, Chen Zhi withdrew the hand covering his mouth from the ghostly blade and inscribed a few characters in his palm. The ghostly blade immediately understood, stealthily approaching to seize the nearby water jug, which it then hurled forcefully to the ground. The clang reverberated through the stillness of the night like a thunderclap, strikingly loud and jarring. In that instant, Chen Zhi activated the spotlight on his uniform, illuminating the surroundings. In that fleeting moment of surprise, both human and beast should be rendered momentarily still, regardless of their speed of reaction. There ought to be a brief suspension of movement. This was the moment Chen Zhi sought to witness, to reveal the true form of the entity clawing at the barrier. Yet, as the spotlight blazed to life, the surroundings were instantly illuminated, revealing the dark, dilapidated fountain once more before Chen Zhi's eyes. But the area surrounding the barrier was utterly devoid of any presence. This is peculiar, Chen Zhi mused. We distinctly heard a sound moments ago. Unmistakably the noise of something scratching at the barrier. So how could it have vanished so swiftly? It seems implausible. Chen Zhi and the ghostly blade sprang to their feet, sweeping the spotlight across the darkness, scrutinizing every corner. Indeed, there were no suspicious shadows. The stone chamber lay in silent stillness, devoid of any living creature aside from the three of them. Searching further proved futile, and at that moment, Chen Zhi silently recited an incantation, manipulating the airflow to retract the binding barrier of the fierce spell. Once the barrier was lifted, Chen Zhi and Gui Dao discovered a series of dense handprints and footprints encircling the edge of the seal, suggesting that nearly 100 individuals had congregated outside the barrier, instilling a profound sense of dread. It appeared that while we were slumbering, they had been lurking around us, unable to breach our defenses. Gui Dao sheathed his long blade, remaining vigilant as he surveyed the surroundings, murmuring softly. Their movements were exceedingly subtle, and they could conceal their presence so well that even I could not detect them. It is likely that the deceased shadow warriors in the fountain perished at the hands of these beings while they rested here. Thankfully, we were protected by the fiery curse barrier. Otherwise, we would have met our demise in the darkness. Concealing one's presence before you? Is that even possible? How could it be done? Chen Zhi exclaimed incredulously, fully aware of Gui Dao's heightened sensitivity. Chen Zhi had witnessed Gui Dao in the courtyard, capable of hearing the flight of mosquitoes from 100 meters away, his ears sharper than radar. No one's movements could escape his perception, not even those of divine beings. I do not know, Gui Dao replied quietly, still on high alert, gazing into the surrounding darkness. But it managed to evade me. That is impressive. We must exercise greater caution moving forward. We cannot linger here any longer and must depart swiftly. After speaking, Gui Dao positioned himself defensively outside, signaling for Chen Zhi to awaken Pang Wei. It seems I truly underestimated those Ba women. They might be far more intricate than we imagined. Chen Zhi pondered as he turned to glance at Pang Wei, who lay on the ground. Pang Wei remained in a deep slumber, though his complexion had regained some color, indicating a significant improvement in his condition. His forehead was no longer feverish, and his breathing was steady. It seemed he had narrowly escaped death. Chen Zhi dampened Pang Wei's lips and forehead with water from his flask and vigorously shook his shoulders until Pang Wei gradually began to awaken. Alas, my heavenly deity! Upon seeing Chen Zhi, Pang Wei first closed his eyes, then weakly muttered, "Am I in hell after dying? How can I still see your large face? You are more clingy than a vengeful spirit. Even in death, you haunt me. Wake up quickly," Chen Zhi urged, firmly nudging Pang Wei's head. "You have plenty of time left to live. Shake off the stupor. This place is unsafe, and we must leave at once. Who knows what might emerge soon." Chapter 415, The Ancient Underground City, Part 3. Chen Zhi's words swiftly pulled Pang Wei from his daze back to reality. Rubbing his eyes, He vigorously shook his head to clear his mind, then attempted to move his body while surveying his surroundings. By heavens, have we emerged from the Black Desert? I must have incredible luck. Even the Yama Palace has me on the guest list, and I can still reclaim a life. It seems that I must have accumulated considerable virtue in my past life. After Fat Wei expressed his desire to rise, he quickly realized that his body felt weak. He instinctively touched his waist and then turned to Chen Zhi, exclaiming, "Wait a moment. Where are my biscuits and beef jerky? That's my little treasure. Did you take them? You didn't eat them all, did you? If there's any left, please share. I'm on the verge of starvation." As he spoke, Fat Wei supported himself with his arm on the ground, maintaining his usual irreverent demeanor, though his voice was noticeably faint and his lips tinged with a bluish hue. Chen Zhi understood that Fat Wei was merely putting on a brave front. After the ordeal in the Black Desert over the past few days, he had already exhausted himself, compounded by severe dehydration. Although Ghostblade had advised against lingering in this place, Fat Wei's current condition made it clear that he could not continue on his own. Carrying him was not a viable option, especially since they would be at a disadvantage if attacked. It was imperative that he first replenished his strength. Go ahead and eat. Once you finish, we'll move on together. Otherwise, at over 200 pounds, you'll be as heavy as a dead weight. Who can carry you? Chen Zhi handed Fat Wei the remaining pack of compressed biscuits and beef jerky, along with the last few drops of water from the canteen. Fat Wei immediately began to devour the food, speaking between bites. "Just wait until I finish this pack of beef jerky. I was just faint from hunger, nothing serious. You made me sound like a burden, but remember when you first entered the factory basement, crying for help? Back when I was sifting through sand. You were still in diapers." As he stubbornly continued to speak, he stuffed his parched, blistered mouth with more beef jerky. Chen Zhi noticed the dark green tint under Fat Wei's eyes and the tremors in his hands. He was still suffering from severe dehydration, desperately holding on. While Fat Wei munched away, Chen Zhi stood up and walked over to Ghostblade, speaking softly. "We've consumed all our food, and the canteen is empty. Without fresh water in this Black Desert, it's akin to waiting for death. We can't afford to focus on our task's timeline any longer. Survival must come first. Even if we find Guai, we won't be able to escape this desert without water. Moreover, Fat Wei's condition is dire. He needs a significant supply of fresh water to recover, and our canteen needs refilling. The immediate priority is to locate a water source. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a hidden river beneath this castle, and it must be considerable in size. Since there's a stone staircase nearby, let us descend and fetch water before making further plans." Understood. Ghostblade nodded lightly, his gaze still scanning the surrounding darkness. Though those creatures may not reveal themselves now, I sense they are close, perhaps eavesdropping on our conversation, waiting for an opportunity to strike. They will become a nuisance sooner or later. I'll bring up the rear. You lead the way, with Fat Wei sandwiched between us. Be vigilant and pay attention to even the slightest changes around us. All right. Chen Zhi nodded thoughtfully and said, "Let us deal with them first." After speaking, he leaned closer to Ghostblade's ear and whispered a few words in a hushed tone. A few minutes later, Fat Wei finished all the biscuits and beef jerky, feigning nonchalance as he brushed off his clothes and stood up, wiping his mouth as he declared, "Let's hurry. We are pressed for time. I am perfectly fine now. Any monsters that dare to confront me shall meet their end at my blade." Thus, they swiftly gathered their gear and donned their slightly cooled work uniforms once more. Chen Zhi inspected the attire. Although there were superficial abrasions, there was no substantial damage. With the temperature dropping, their wireless communication had also returned to normal, suggesting that the equipment produced by these Indian craftsmen was indeed quite reliable. To prevent any ammunition from detonating, they had stacked all their firearms and ammunition at the entrance of the desert. At present, they carried only cold weapons. Each of the three men slung their long knives over their shoulders, ready to embark on their journey. Before departing, Ghostblade insisted on examining the wrists of the corpses found in the fountain. Like the body in the desert, these were all white-banded warriors without color. After counting, Ghostblade frowned. The management system of the Dark Faction and the organization bore a striking resemblance. The white-banded warriors would never operate alone. This team must have at least 2 blue-banded warriors as leaders, who likely survived this conflict and departed from this place. However, pondering such matters was futile. Chen Zhi said to Ghostblade, "What is meant to come will inevitably arrive. For now, our task is to seek out a water source. Let us proceed." With that, Chen Zhi took the lead and moved forward. The spell for seeking lost items could only be used once. Chen Zhi could no longer utilize the drought god ring to ascertain whether there was a divine tomb within the city. The journey ahead would require their own exploration. They descended through the stone stairway in the western wall of the stone chamber. The steps were pitch black, the ground slippery, and the walls densely inscribed with peculiar incantations, some of which were so ancient that Chen Zhi could not decipher them. Beginning from this point, with each flight of stairs they descended, they passed through a fountain hall. In the center of the fountain stood a statue of a black goddess, headless, with varying poses and strange gestures, giving an eerie impression. As they traversed the third hall, they finally noticed a change. From this point onwards, the style of the stone steps was markedly different. The stairs were wide, crafted from neatly arranged black stones, and the ground was intricately engraved with elaborate cloud patterns. Each design bore the same divine inscription, in harmony with the sun. Upon seeing these words, Chen Zhi immediately recalled the drought god ring. He took it out for a glance and suddenly noticed that the ring had been glowing with a golden brilliance, radiating an astonishing light that dazzled the eyes. Descending from this point may lead to the most sacred area of the castle. Perhaps, beneath it lies something beyond our imagination. Chen Zhi silently gazed at the luminous ring in his hand and remarked, "What could possibly be so unimaginable?" Pang Wei, trailing closely behind, chuckled. "I can guess it even at my level. One look at this ring, glowing like a light bulb, and it's evident that it has found its master. Below us is likely the tomb of the drought deity, shining alongside the sun." "Perhaps," Chen Zhi replied, lifting his leg to step down when suddenly Gui Dao coughed lightly behind him. Startled, Chen Zhi turned to see Gui Dao's serious expression as he subtly nodded. Instantly, Chen Zhi's nerves tensed. He understood that their pursuers had arrived. Chapter 416, The Underground Ancient City, Part 4. As Chen Zhi prepared to descend, Gui Dao's soft cough startled him. He turned back to find Gui Dao's grave demeanor and subtle nod. Chen Zhi's mind tightened with apprehension. He was aware that they were being followed. Silently, he resumed his descent, refraining from uttering another word, continuing forward as before. Gui Dao closely shadowed them, his hand resting on the hilt of his blade, poised to draw it. Pang Wei, perceptive by nature, sensed the tension between Chen Zhi and Gui Dao and quietly elevated his steps, holding his breath and falling silent. Thus, the trio descended the staircase in hushed silence, the atmosphere so eerie that even their heartbeats were inaudible. Tension held them tightly as they continued for an extended period. The stone steps widened beneath them, while the inscriptions on the walls grew indistinguishable in the encroaching darkness. Chen Zhi felt as though countless eyes were watching them from the shadows, scrutinizing their every move, every detail, ready to spring forth from the gloom. After nearly an hour of descent, they reached the castle's lowest depths, where the air had turned cool and a mist enveloped them. The stone steps finally concluded, revealing a black stone exit ahead, leading into an expansive hall. The hall's walls and floor, hewn from dark stone, exuded an ancient simplicity, void of ornamentation, yet orderly. Countless massive stone pillars loomed within, their straightforward architectural lines crafted entirely from black stone, devoid of any carvings. The hall was utterly empty, lacking even the stone statues often found in the upper levels fountains. It was merely a hollow space filled with dark stone tiles. The trio halted here, acutely aware of the ominous aura pervading the chamber. The tiles bore intricate patterns, primarily symbols of the yin-yang confluence, ancient and eerie, interspersed with numerous archaic incantations layered upon one another, creating an overwhelming sense of reverence and trepidation as Chen Zhi stepped upon them. The vast expanse of the hall stretched endlessly before us, its ceiling soaring beyond sight. The humidity hung heavily in the air, and the distant sound of rushing water from an underground river echoed through the space. "Shall we proceed?" Ghost Blade inquired softly of Chen Zhi. With their oxygen masks removed, their words were audible to the outside world, and in this cavernous, unobstructed underground space, even a slight elevation in voice would carry far. Chen Zhi hesitated momentarily before responding. "The sound of the water is quite pronounced. We are likely nearing the underground river. Given the circumstances, we must seek out the source of the water. Let us venture further and uncover what lies ahead." As he spoke, Chen Zhi swept the beam of his flashlight across the inky darkness before them. The profound blackness was beyond description, almost sentient, melding the dark stone walls and floor into a singular entity that enveloped them in an oppressive shroud. In his mind, Chen Zhi had often envisioned the dry goddess tomb, associating it with the grandeur of the celestial fox tomb. However, he quickly recognized that everything here was starkly different. There were no opulent decorations, no inscriptions or images chronicling history, only an overwhelming void of darkness and silence, embodying an indescribable emptiness. As if this place represented the most primal essence of reality. They continued their exploration, passing several stone pillars, and soon discerned that this underground hall resembled a temple. The architectural lines were exceedingly simple, with the stone tiles underfoot forming corridors that all directed forward. They followed the path of these corridors, moving cautiously through the darkness, unaware of how long they had walked. Eventually, they reached the end of the hall, where they discovered a narrow exit. The term narrow was relative, as this exit spanned approximately 6 to 7 meters in width, flanked by walls of black stone. Incredibly, directly in front of the exit, a golden circular jade stone hovered in midair, shimmering and blocking their passage. Beyond the exit lay an impenetrable darkness, so dense that even the flashlight's beam could not illuminate it. Yet something surely lurked within that obscurity, its presence only hinted at by the persistent sound of rushing water emanating from the shadows. The circular jade was mesmerizing. Its center exhibited a kaleidoscope of colors, red, gold, and green, radiating a dazzling brilliance akin to a miniature sun. What is this? A gem? It's stunning. Undoubtedly an artifact, Fat Wei exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Despite his physical weakness, he clung steadfastly to the ethics of his profession, his intrigue piqued by the luminous jade, compelling him to approach and touch it. However, Fat Wei was not inclined to recklessly touch this mysterious object. Instead, he cautiously unfastened the iron hook from the rope and cautiously probed it forward. Little did he know, the moment the iron hook made contact with the golden orb, it emitted a sizzling sound and released a plume of white smoke. Fat Wei immediately withdrew his hand, exclaiming, "Goodness, is that truly a sun? It is exceedingly hot." Chen Zhi pulled Fat Wei aside and stepped forward to examine the jade stone closely. The heat capable of instantly producing white smoke from the iron hook must be above 2,000 degrees Celsius. Moreover, the luminosity it emits suggests that this spherical jade itself radiates significant heat and light. Its presence here is not without purpose. It likely serves as a barrier to prevent further passage. With this thought, Chen Zhi retreated a few steps with Fat Wei and signaled to Guidao. Understanding the cue, Guidao leapt into the air like a gust of wind and rebounded off the side wall, attempting to bypass the golden jade and leap into the surrounding darkness. A sharp sound of impact followed, and after a flash of electric light, Guidao was sent tumbling back, executing several spins before landing on the ground, shaking his head at Chen Zhi. Indeed, it truly is a guardian artifact, Chen Zhi thought to himself, gritting his teeth and channeling his internal energy forcefully forward. With a sudden bang, Chen Zhi was propelled several meters away, the energy being entirely absorbed, and upon hitting the ground, his entire energy meridian felt as if it might shatter. Chapter 417, The Underground Ancient City, Part 5, Goodness. Chief Chen, are you alright? That technique passed down through the Jiang family is astonishingly powerful, capable of reaching the heavens and delving into the earth. How could it possibly reduce you to crawling on the ground? This is entirely inconsistent with your previous illustrious image, Fat Wei remarked, somewhat gleeful at Chen Zhi's predicament as he approached to help him up. After Chen Zhi rose from the ground, he cautiously approached the gleaming golden jade once more. Utilizing his energy to examine it from various angles, he discovered that the point where the golden jade rested served as a reference, creating an encompassing barrier that could obstruct forces from all directions. Whether it be physical impacts or magical attacks, they would either be absorbed or repelled. However, this barrier was exceedingly ancient, and Chen Zhi could not discern its nature, leaving him at a loss for how to unravel it. Chen Zhi scrutinized the surrounding stone walls, which were encased like iron tubes, revealing no other possible routes. His mind began to race. The presence of this golden jade was undoubtedly a sentry, akin to a fingerprint recognition device at a modern vault, preventing outsiders from entering. Furthermore, judging by the earlier encounter, it seemed unlikely that brute force could breach this jade. Thus, to proceed, one would need to employ ingenuity through alternative means. The concept of a guardian is, in essence, quite abstract, much like a fingerprint recognition device. The machine merely requests an identity from the entrant, a specific identity that permits entry, yet it is incapable of discerning whether the individual aligns with that identity. Thus, if they now wish to access the water source behind this jadeite, they must possess an identity that the jadeite can recognize, an identity that permits entry from this point. If this place were once the ancient temple of the drought deity, what sort of identity would grant access? A priest? A divine servant? Or perhaps the darkness behind the jadeite remains so profound, so heavy, that it feels unreal, as if it belongs to another realm altogether. Chen Zhi once again scrutinized the interior of the golden jadeite and soon discovered that it was hollow. Inside, 5 colors of liquid swirled and danced, those vibrant liquids floating gracefully yet remaining distinct, as though they were 5 entirely different substances. Since it demands an identity for passage, I shall present it with the highest identity, Chen Zhi declared. He retrieved the drought deity ring from his bosom and slipped it onto his little finger. Then, he silently recited the incantation, channeling the incantation's energy into minuscule barriers that enveloped all his organs, concealing his vital signs entirely. Once Chen Zhi's presence had vanished, he approached the golden jadeite with measured steps. As he neared within half a meter of the jadeite, it suddenly erupted, releasing the 5-colored liquid that burst forth like a blooming flower, gradually revealing a splendid spectacle before Chen Zhi. This scene was resplendent, with shadowy figures and radiant light gradually dispersing into the surrounding darkness, which was banished to unveil an ancient stone door. This door mirrored the style of the temple's grand hall, crafted from a single slab of pitch-black stone, its surface adorned with a stone-carved monstrous beast with its maw agape, biting a black door knocker. Well, you've certainly got some clout, haven't you? With a mere flash of your status, the gatekeeper lets you through. Fat Wei exclaimed with a grin, following alongside Ghostblade. For reasons unknown, Chen Zhi suddenly felt that Fat Wei's footsteps had grown increasingly heavy. The stone door was tightly sealed, and the 3 of them pushed with all their might for quite some time before it slowly creaked open. A chill and damp breeze wafting through, leading directly outdoors. Indeed, as Chen Zhi had surmised, just ahead lay a magnificent underground river. This river was vast, spanning the far end of the stone hall, its waters rushing and cascading, sending droplets flying and filling the air with a refreshing mist that lowered the temperature significantly. On the riverbank stood a colossal statue of a goddess carved from black stone. The figure of the goddess was nude, her face obscured by a veil, making her features indistinguishable. However, it was immediately recognizable as identical to the depiction of the drought deity in the mural. The statue towered impressively from a distance. The goddess appeared to cradle her face with one hand while pointing downward with the other, seemingly channeling divine power, perfectly mirroring the pose in the mural. Although this place lies underground, the grandeur of this stone sculpture surpasses even that of the Leshan giant Buddha, as it is meticulously carved from a massive boulder, rendering it a magnificent sight. The journey thus far has been quite arduous. My legs feel as though they are laden with lead, each step exhausting me to the brink of collapse, akin to being ensnared by a ghost. Fat Wei, wearied, approached and glanced up at the towering statue of the goddess. What goddess is this? Why is she perpetually veiled? Is she shy of being seen? Chen Zhi turned to observe Fat Wei's pallid visage and remarked, "You are still in a state of dehydration. It is entirely normal for your body to feel fatigued. Once we replenish with fresh water, you will feel better. Let us fetch some from the underground river." After Chen Zhi spoke, the trio hurried to the riverbank. They dared not all venture together to collect water. Instead, Gui Dao stood guard at the riverside while Chen Zhi and Fat Wei retrieved test strips to ensure the water's safety before descending into the river with their water bottles. The icy river water was remarkably clear, and Chen Zhi and Fat Wei took the opportunity to wash their faces, feeling a refreshing relief after days of travel that had left them unrecognizable to their own mothers. As the cool water splashed against his face, Chen Zhi felt rejuvenated, plunging his head into the river and drinking heartily. Once they had filled 3 water bottles, Chen Zhi returned to Gui Dao, handing him a bottle and quietly inquiring, "Have those entities followed us?" "Yes," Gui Dao replied, taking a few gulps from the bottle before scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance, whispering in Chen Zhi's ear, "They are now all around us." At that moment, having quenched his thirst, Fat Wei visibly revitalized, indulged in a brief, half-clad bath in the river, wringing out his clothes and turning to Chen Zhi, saying, "I suggest we no longer linger with them. Sooner or later, we must confront them. It would be better to draw them out now." These words struck a chord with Chen Zhi. With their water supplies replenished, they were free from further concerns. Rather than remaining in a passive state waiting for an attack, it would be wise to take the initiative and strike first. However, before Chen Zhi could respond, Fat Wei doused his face with the frigid river water, brandished the Dictation, the mighty stone cleaver, and bellowed with a strained voice, "You wretched specters! Cease your antics before me. Your goddess of drought is nothing but a shameless creature, veiled in shame while parading her nakedness. How can she hide her grotesque visage? No wonder her own son disowns her. Come forth, you female specters. If you have the audacity, I shall slay you one by one." In an instant, Fat Wei's voice was abruptly silenced. Within a fraction of a second, his figure appeared to be swallowed by darkness, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 418, The Specters of Drought. The moment Fat Wei disappeared, Chen Zhi's mind was engulfed in chaos. Chen Zhi was not oblivious to the entities that had been trailing them, nor was he unaware of their cunning ability to conceal their presence. However, he never fathomed that these beings could whisk away a living person like Pang Wei in an instant, rendering him utterly invisible before their eyes. "Pang Wei!" Chen Zhi cried out hoarsely, sprinting to the spot where Pang Wei had just stood, only to find it eerily vacant, devoid of any trace. All that remained were the water bottle and the gleaming control stone cleaver that Pang Wei had dropped, while the obsidian tiles beneath his feet glistened as if no one had ever occupied that space. Why Pang Wei? Why not seize me or Ghostblade? Was it due to Pang Wei's frail condition? Chen Zhi's mind raced with questions. Although Pang Wei's earlier actions had been somewhat reckless, Chen Zhi had always endorsed his proactive strategy, firmly believing that Pang Wei's position was secure. After regaining consciousness from dehydration, Pang Wei had feigned strength. Yet both Chen Zhi and Ghostblade recognized his vulnerability, diligently safeguarding him and positioning him behind them. Thus, despite Pang Wei's spirited outcry, his placement was quite sheltered. He stood behind Ghostblade and Chen Zhi, meaning any attack would have to breach them first before reaching him. Yet, how could Pang Wei have been abducted so silently? This was utterly illogical. Chen Zhi scrutinized the ground beneath him, testing it with his foot, tapping to ascertain its solidity. The surface was resolutely firm. The black stone offered no hidden mechanisms. If those entities intended to abduct Pang Wei from this spot, they would need the ability to tunnel through the earth. The term Earth Escape detonated in Chen Zhi's mind like a bomb. He recalled reading about it in the archives. Earth Escape was a legendary technique enabling practitioners to burrow underground for escape, transforming their physical essence to become one with the soil, allowing them to traverse swiftly beneath the surface. Those who claimed mastery of Earth Escape today merely employed tricks, akin to magicians creating illusions of moving from one box to another. However, in ancient times, there were indeed formidable practitioners capable of true Earth Escape, able to meld into the earth and transform stone into dust. Yet, the genuine art of Earth Escape demanded a significant sacrifice. Those adept in this technique were often obsessive individuals who, in a sense, exchanged their own corporeal form to achieve their subterranean objectives. This magic relied on altering one's elemental attributes, modifying bodily functions, and dissolving biological tissues such as fat and bone, ultimately merging with the earth. The process of this arcane art is excruciatingly painful. Those who master such a technique thereafter require no oxygen, remaining impervious to extremes of temperature, akin to stone and earth, no longer regarded as human, indeed scarcely classified as living beings. The ease of employing the Earth Escape technique is contingent upon the hardness of the terrain. Sand and loess are most amenable, yet traversing rocky cliffs proves exceedingly arduous. In the mythos of the investiture of the gods, even the adept Earthwalker Sun encountered obstacles in the form of rocks and retreated. Thus, the true mastery of Earth Escape is said to be the domain of phantoms and demons. This technique, long deemed cruel and devoid of virtue, had been lost to the ages, yet the unexpected opportunity to witness it here is astonishing. The black stones surrounding them are incomparably hard, exhibiting a remarkably high density. Anything capable of navigating through such material must be monstrous, indicating a profound amalgamation with this city. In that moment, Chen Zhi was reminded of the enigmatic smile of old Lady Zhang, the mother of Zhang the donkey. In retrospect, that smile was imbued with an unsettling confidence, suggesting that this old witch was well aware of Chen Zhi's identity and capabilities. Yet she remained supremely self-assured in her belief that she could ensnare Chen Zhi and his companions in this shadowy underworld. Chen Zhi's apprehensions were swiftly validated. In an instant, the black walls and the obsidian tiles beneath began to tremble violently, emitting a resonant hum as if innumerable entities were surging towards him from below. The ghost blade, having appeared like a flash of lightning, drew his weapon and shielded Chen Zhi, surveying their surroundings with keen vigilance, before urgently warning, "Fat Wei has been taken. Those fiends are coming. Be cautious." No sooner had Ghost Blade's words faded than Chen Zhi felt an unexpected weight in his legs, as though ensnared by an unseen force. Glancing down, he observed the dark tiles beneath him had become ominously heavy, resembling a mass of shadows, unresponsive to the light. He recalled that Fat Wei had previously lamented the inexplicable heaviness in his own legs, as if something were gripping him. Instinctively, Chen Zhi retreated 2 steps. Yet he noticed the shadows beneath him expanding, branching out into myriad tendrils that rapidly converged upon him, once more enveloping his feet. Sensing danger, he prepared to leap away, only to be startled by a woman's wrist emerging inexplicably from the shadows, seizing his calf with astonishing strength. Despite his struggles, he could not extricate himself from the shadowy grasp. Suddenly, another wrist appeared, clutching his ankle, and in an instant, dozens of hands reached forth, dragging him forcefully to the ground. As Chen Zhi's body collided with the floor, he found it to be soft and yielding, akin to a quagmire, while arms of women grasped his shoulders, thighs, and arms, exerting a powerful pull toward the depths below. From the inky tiles emerged the heads of various women, their visages striking yet their eyes vacant and murky, mirroring the color of the obsidian floor. One woman, rising prominently, gazed down upon Chen Zhi. He recognized her as the wife of Zheng the donkey. Her eyes were clouded, her mouth gaping wide and stained with blood. With both hands gripping Chen Zhi's head, she exerted tremendous pressure downwards. Chen Zhi attempted to struggle, only to find his limbs tightly bound, utterly immobilized. As he felt himself being rapidly pulled towards the ground, a sense of suffocation loomed over him. Suddenly, from the shadows emerged a head crowned with white hair, a visage Chen Zhi recognized all too well, Zheng Laotai, the mother of Zheng Zhi. Her pale, damp hair clung to her face, and with a sinister grin splitting her wrinkled features, she proclaimed, "Patriarch Jiang, descendant of the divine, you shall remain here with us forever." As she spoke, a fierce and savage light emanated from her murky eyes. She opened her mouth wide, stretching it to an incredible angle, revealing 4 or 5 rows of sharp teeth, glistening with blood, as if ready to rend Chen Zhi to pieces. Zheng Zhi's wife, her head hanging over Chen Zhi's, faced him directly, her cold, slick black hair cascading over his face. Her hands, as frigid as stone, pressed down on his head, fingers digging into his eye sockets with an unimaginable force, pulling him down into the tiles beneath him. In an instant, Chen Zhi found his entire body ensnared below ground, surrounded by all the female spirits, their whispers growing louder as they lunged to devour him. A chilling, rigid breath enveloped Chen Zhi, rendering him completely motionless. He sensed suffocation as the swarm of spirits gnawed at his flesh. Their claws and teeth were sharp, and their movements swift as they surrounded him in increasing numbers. Closing his eyes, Chen Zhi surrendered to their assault, pressing his tongue against the roof of his mouth, silently reciting the incantation of the fierce curse. In that moment, a powerful current surged within him, splitting into 2 streams. The weaker current enveloped his entire body, shielding him, while the stronger one erupted forth, sealing off the surrounding space for hundreds of meters. With a resounding crack that shattered the silence, the black tiles around Chen Zhi exploded, the fierce curse's formidable energy radiating outward, forming a barrier that ensnared all the spirits beneath the ground, leaving them exposed amidst the debris. The sheer number of spirits was astonishing, over 20 or 30 in total. They were taken aback by the sudden shift, wailing and frantically brandishing their sharp fangs and claws, attempting to burrow downwards in a desperate bid for escape. Yet, they soon realized that the ground beneath had been sealed by Chen Zhi's fierce curse, creating a square-shaped barrier with a radius of over 300 square meters, trapping all the spirits within, akin to a grand prison from which they could not flee. This fleeting victory surely brings you joy, does it not? The alluring yet malevolent creature harbored a desire to consume me. Chen Zhi furrowed his brow as he observed the panicked Ba women darting within the confines of the barrier. With a surge of energy, he swiftly partitioned the inner space of the barrier, simultaneously activating the searchlight. Under the blinding illumination, the Ba women descended into utter madness. frantically clawing and biting at the barrier. Their pale, ghastly forms were illuminated, and some displayed their sharp fangs as they lunged toward Chen Zhi at the center of the barrier. Yet, they could not reach him, akin to colliding with an invisible glass pane, rebounding away. The wife of that foolish Zheng donkey, positioned closest to Chen Zhi, relentlessly attempted to bite him, but failed to make contact. Although he had only just grasped the fierce incantation, Chen Zhi exhibited a remarkable talent for wielding such spells. He adeptly manipulated the airflow, transforming the incantation into countless small barriers of varying sizes, applying them according to his needs. Surrounding himself, he created a miniature barrier, completely shielding himself within it, a citadel amidst the larger barrier, demonstrating exquisite skill. As the Ba women flailed in confusion, an unexpected presence emerged. Gui-Dao, who had been lurking nearby, suddenly materialized in midair, brandishing a long blade. Chen Zhi silently chanted the incantation, creating an opening in the barrier to allow Gui-Dao entry. Upon entering, Gui-Dao swept his blade with lethal precision. The Ba women nearby had no chance to react before being cleaved in two, their dark blood spraying forth as their lifeless bodies crumpled to the ground. This entire plan had been meticulously devised by Chen Zhi and Gui-Dao. Recognizing that the Ba women targeted him and had been concealing themselves, Chen Zhi's role was to lure them out, subsequently ensnaring them with the fierce incantation. In the Black Desert, they had observed the Ba women's resilience to high temperatures, rendering conventional methods ineffective against them. However, Gui-Dao's blade possessed the power to slay them. Thus, Chen Zhi used the fierce incantation to segregate the barrier, akin to multiple prison cells, allowing Gui-Dao to strike down the Ba women without having to confront too many at once, minimizing unnecessary damage. This strategy proved to be remarkably ingenious and effective. Soon, the skies were awash with blood, the viscous fluid splattering everywhere, saturating Gui-Dao. Nearly half of the Ba women had been slain, while the remainder howled in terror within the barrier, utterly helpless, evoking a sense of pity. Amidst this chaos, Chen Zhi's keen gaze swept over the Ba women, and he quickly realized that the elderly Zheng matriarch was absent. As he searched for her, a strange, aged voice echoed from the darkness afar. "Zheng clan leader, do you not care for your friends?" "It is Zheng matriarch." Chen Zhi's heart raced as he turned toward the source of the voice, spotting the pale visage of Zheng matriarch emerging from the shadowy corner. She stood bare, her body drenched in blood, and in her grasp, she held a person as one might carry a chick. This individual was covered in blood and grievously wounded. It was Fat Wei. Pang Wei was evidently gravely injured, his body marred by numerous crimson wounds. He was held by the throat by the elderly Mrs. Zheng, his breath faint, his complexion ashen, and devoid of any means to resist. "Release my daughters, or I shall snap his neck this very instant." Mrs. Zheng's voice was peculiarly strained, akin to someone speaking through a tight throat, yet each word was articulated with remarkable clarity, devoid of hesitation. Gui-Dao immediately halted his actions, and the Ba women ceased their wailing, lying quietly on the ground, their chaotic eyes fixated on Mrs. Zheng, reminiscent of a devoted gaze upon their ancestors. "Let my daughters go, and I shall release your companion, allowing you to depart from here. Otherwise," Mrs. Zheng forcefully twisted Pang Wei's neck, causing him to convulse momentarily, his head drooping as he lost consciousness in an instant. Chen Zhi silently observed the scene, betraying no signs of anxiety or inclination, as both parties remained locked in a stalemate for a brief period. Eventually, Chen calmly addressed Mrs. Zheng, cloaked in darkness. "Let us strike a bargain. Inform us of Gui Mu's whereabouts, and I shall free your daughters." Chapter 420, The Ba Women, Part 3, In the Shadows, Mrs. Zheng's complexion appeared exceedingly pale. After a prolonged silence following Chen Zhi's words, a ghostly smile crept upon her lips, her murky eyes steeped in darkness, devoid of pupils or whites, rendering her countenance eerily unsettling within the gloom. "Head of the Jiang clan, you overestimate yourself. You possess no standing to negotiate with me. You are unaware of my identity. Your Jiang bloodline is but a mere spark in the presence of my divinity. Though noticeable, it is far too youthful. Do not presume I shall allow you to manipulate me like these Ba women. Should I choose, I can annihilate you at will, without engaging in any form of negotiation." Upon finishing her declaration, Mrs. Zheng ground her teeth, producing a chilling sound, her black eyes fixed intently upon Chen Zhi. "I am aware of your ancient nature, and I know what you are," Chen Zhi declared from the center of the barrier. Your escape from my fierce curse indicates you are no ordinary being. Your lifespan and historical origins likely far predate our Jiang bloodline. Yet after millennia, you and these Ba women have never ventured through this stone door. Only after our arrival did you dare to follow. What is it that you have feared all along? As I understand it, the mythic era was one of clear hierarchies. Regardless of your age or power, a lowly status is immutable. You are merely a divine slave, once human. Chen Zhi's words fell like a dark thunderclap, plunging the atmosphere into silence. In the darkness, Mrs. Zhang's smile vanished, her face contorting in agitation, her entire body beginning to tremble, resembling an enraged beast poised to pounce. Zhang's illegitimate son, release my daughters, or I shall immediately slay your companion. Mrs. Zhang's arms began to elongate, lifting Pang Wei high, defiantly presenting him before Chen Zhi. At this moment, Fat Wei lay in a state of unconsciousness, his complexion a ghastly hue, lips tinged with a purplish shade, utterly oblivious to the world around him. Observing Fat Wei, who was held in the grasp of old lady Zhang, Chen Zhi's visage revealed no emotion as he continued. Do not presume that the person in your grasp poses a threat to me. He is already injured and of no use to us. You may kill him. My current objective is to locate Guimu. Unless you reveal his whereabouts at once, I shall tighten the barrier and crush all your female spirits. Upon concluding his words, Chen Zhi manipulated the air currents, causing the barrier to constrict rapidly towards the center. The female spirits within were huddled together, their terrified wails reminiscent of dying creatures ensnared in a net, a scene of utter desolation. In the shadows, old lady Zhang began to tremble, her eyes darting like two ebony marbles. Witnessing the suffering of the female spirits ensnared in the fierce curse, her face contorted with malevolence, yet she uttered no reply. She stared at Chen Zhi in the darkness for an extended moment, then suddenly curled her lips into a smirk, skillfully articulating, "You lie." In an instant, her arm shot forward, the other extending rapidly, seizing Fat Wei's head and twisting it downward with force. "Stop!" Chen Zhi shouted, relinquishing all control over the air currents. Rushing towards Fat Wei's position, the air currents swiftly enveloped Fat Wei's form. The fierce curse was formidable enough to sever old lady Zhang's grip on Fat Wei's arms, causing the now uncontrollable figure to plummet to the ground. The female spirits, previously constrained by the barrier, were suddenly liberated. A significant portion of them frantically escaping from the seal, crawling and shrieking as they sought refuge behind old lady Zhang. A faction, however, lunged menacingly toward Chen Zhi. The wife of Zhang's donkey, closest to him, pounced, her claws digging into his flesh like iron hooks, her jaws clamping onto his neck. Chen Zhi swiftly rolled to dislodge her, drawing forth his blade, the god-slaying knife, its crimson edge gleaming, and with a flash of red light, he cleaved the donkey's wife in two. At this juncture, the ghost blade leapt forward, dispatching the surrounding female spirits with precision. The remaining spirits, realizing their disadvantage, attempted to retreat, only to find it was too late. Chen Zhi quickly summoned the air currents once more, recapturing the remaining female spirits within the barrier. Ha! A bastard is a bastard. You humans possess such inherent weaknesses, always deceiving yourselves, enslaved by foolish emotions, old lady Zhang cackled. In an instant, she extended two additional arms from her back, her body undergoing a transformation, the newly emerged arms becoming pitch black as they seized Fat Wei's thighs, hoisting him upside down. "Release my other daughters, or I shall devour him now," old lady Zhang declared, her mouth stretching grotesquely wide as she positioned Fat Wei towards her maw, poised to sever his head at any moment. At this moment, Chen Zhi furrowed his brow, uncertain of how to proceed. Within the barrier he controlled, fewer than 100 Ba women remained. If he were to release it, he would lose his leverage in negotiating with the elderly Mistress Zhang. The capabilities of this ancient sorceress should not be underestimated. Once she no longer felt constrained, Chen Zhi could not ascertain whether he and the ghost blade would be able to confront her. Most critically, time was of the essence, and there was no possibility of engaging in further combat. The ghost blade stood beside Chen Zhi, wielding his long knife, hesitant to act rashly. In a moment of frustration, he thought of the old witch, cursing under his breath, "Damn you, you decrepit hag, I will slay you." Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Fat Wei unexpectedly leaped from the grasp of Mistress Zhang, brandishing a small dagger crafted from control stone, an item he had concealed within the leg of his trousers, seldom used. He lunged at Mistress Zheng, aiming for her face. This maneuver was utterly unforeseen. She had regarded Fat Wei as merely a comatose human and had dismissed him entirely. In this instant, she was caught off guard, and the dagger plunged deep into her left eye, embedding itself to the hilt. A piercing scream erupted from Zheng. As black blood gushed from her eye, her visage melting like a puddle of mud. The grip of her hand, which had clutched Fat Wei's thigh, loosened, and he tumbled to the ground. Once Fat Wei regained his footing, he swiftly ran to the ghost blade's side and sought refuge within Chen Zhi's barrier, shouting, "You shameless old hag, at your age, still without proper attire. You think you can threaten me, Fat Wei? Do you take me for a fool? If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how many eyes I possess." The blow he had dealt clearly inflicted a severe injury upon Mistress Zheng. The Ba women surrounding her grew agitated, snarling and taunting Chen Zhi and his companions. However, after a brief moment, Zheng's melted form began to regain its shape. Though her complexion no longer resembled that of a human, it was as dark as the stone walls surrounding them. At this juncture, Chen Zhi had completely encircled the nearly 100 Ba women within the barrier, layering them one upon another, tightly contained. In the center of the seal, he brandished his bloodied, slaughtering god blade, addressing Mistress Zheng. "What say you? Can we finalize our agreement now?" Chapter 421, The Ba Women, Part 4. The situation before them finally began to balance. Zheng, her skin darkened like stone, exhibited no expression and ceased her attempts to attack. After a prolonged silence, she waved her hand, signaling the Ba women to cease their frantic movements. And they all sank into the ground, vanishing into the dark brickwork below. The Ba women trapped within Chen Zhi's barrier also ceased their wailing, pressing their bodies against the barrier, gazing at Mistress Zheng in the corner like beasts ensnared in a cage, awaiting her to come to their rescue. "You speak the truth," Lady Zheng articulated in an ancient, eloquent tongue. "Once, I too was a human, merely a humble servant of the gods. That was eons ago, in a time when the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity were vastly different from what they are now. I was left here as a living sacrifice. My status so lowly that I was entirely unaware of what you refer to as the ghost wood. Even if such a thing existed, how could a mere slave such as I possess knowledge of it? My daughters, once human, were tragically forced into the existence of the Ba women by their own kin. Their pasts are steeped in sorrow. Since you possess human blood, I implore you to extend your compassion towards my daughters and spare these Ba women. Their histories are far more tragic than you can fathom. They are among the most unfortunate women to have ever walked this earth." After her poignant plea, Lady Zheng gazed with pity into the barrier, holding the Ba women, then turned her attention to Chen Zhi. "I harbor no interest in you or these Ba women. Their pasts are irrelevant to me. My sole concern is the ghost wood. If you do not reveal its whereabouts, I shall reduce them to mere pulp." Chen Zhi remained unperturbed by Lady Zheng's words. His eyes, blood red and veins bulging, clenched his jaw and summoned a surge of energy, causing the barrier to constrict violently, compressing nearly 100 Ba women together. Their anguished wails filled the air as some were crushed into grotesque shapes, their bodies resembling minced flesh, blood gushing forth, creating a scene of unspeakable horror. Lady Zheng's dark eyes remained calm as she beheld the gruesome spectacle, silent for an extended moment before finally uttering, "It appears that the most merciless of all are still you humans. Release them. I know the location of the ghost wood." Upon hearing these words, Chen Zhi relaxed his grip, and the barrier instantly dissipated. The Ba women, nearly turned to mush, tumbled to the ground, their bodies splattered with the blood and remains of their companions, scurrying about in terror like ants. "Speak. Do not attempt to deceive me." Chen Zhi's voice was as frigid as the darkest stones surrounding them, devoid of any sympathy as he refused to acknowledge the chaos within the barrier. Pressing Lady Zheng once more, her eyes flickered as she observed the terrified Ba women scrambling within the barrier, her face etched with compassion. After a moment's hesitation, she finally declared, "Indeed, there once existed a multitude of ghost woods here. The Fusang divine tree embodies the essence of heaven and earth, capable of transcending all limitations and boundaries. It was an era adorned with vibrant spirits, a time replete with divine miracles beyond contemporary imagination. I was fortunate enough to witness the grandeur of the Fusang divine tree, a magnificent and resplendent divine wood. However, after that war, a divine inferno unleashed by my people reduced this great tree to ashes. Since that moment, the world has irrevocably changed. The roots of the Fusang divine tree once sprawled intricately beneath the surface, permeating all areas below, yet under the divine fire, they were all consumed. To my knowledge, nothing remains. Old crone, did you not just claim to know the whereabouts of the ghostwood? Do not toy with us. The roots of the sacred tree have been reduced to ashes, and you know nothing. Spare us the trivialities and speak plainly. If you continue to prattle, I shall reduce your wretched daughters to mere pulp. Fat Wei, still seething with anger over how old Madame Zheng had treated him like a soft persimmon, demanded answers with a loud voice. Yet, old Madame Zheng remained unperturbed by his scorn, her voice a dissonant chime, hoarse and muted. After a prolonged silence, she continued, My deity shall never forgive the transgressions of today. Indeed, there are no remnants of the sacred tree roots here underground. However, I am aware that when my deity's coffin was constructed, materials were sourced from this very place, utilizing the roots of the sacred Fusang tree. Yet, my station is lowly. I am but a sacrificial slave, and thus, I know not the precise circumstances of that time. Is the deity you speak of the drought goddess depicted in the murals? Chen Zhi inquired, his gaze fixed on old Madame Zheng. The drought goddess was merely one of her many names, she answered, her voice rasping. She possesses countless names, some so ancient that I cannot recall them. Those were times long past. The stone door you now behold is our sanctuary. We dare not enter, not for lack of ability, but because beyond this river lies the entrance to my deity's tomb. Indeed, Chen Zhi thought rapidly, pressing on. Crossing this river leads us to the drought goddess's resting place, where the sacred coffin resides, correct? Yes, but what lies beyond this river is unfamiliar to me. Do not forget, I am merely a humble servant of the divine. I shall never have the privilege to tread upon the sacred tomb. However, I know that there exists only ruin. If you insist on recklessly pursuing the ghost wood, then proceed. You shall meet the same fate as those who came before you, never to return. Are you implying that others have ventured here before us in search of the ghost wood? Chen Zhi asked urgently, startled to learn that operatives from the Dark Division had acted before them, and so swiftly at that. They arrived several days prior, much like him. Old Madame Zheng gestured towards the ghostly blade. These individuals entered through the cellar's entrance in the dead of night. They were formidable, swift in action. Yet, the majority were slain by us, and the two most skilled among them crossed the river behind you, entering my deity's tomb, never to emerge again. How did they surpass this barrier? Chen Zhi recalled the difficulty they faced in opening the stone door and felt a sense of unease, continuing to question old Madame Zheng. I do not know, she replied calmly. These individuals were prepared. They utilized their own methods to traverse the stone door, yet ultimately, they did not return. Your fate shall mirror theirs. Upon crossing this river, you will enter another realm devoid of time, a void where all turns to ash. In the end, you shall all perish in the flames of my deity. What do you mean? Chen Zhi pressed further, his curiosity piqued. Are you suggesting that the drought goddess still lives? Chapter 422. The Tomb of the Drought God, Part 1. Old Lady Zheng, with a body as dark as rock, remained motionless in the corner. Gradually, her form began to restore itself, taking on the hue of normal flesh, her countenance losing its sinister and provocative edge. Her murky eyes turned towards Chen Zhi as she spoke slowly. I am uncertain if my deity still exists in this world. Following that great battle, my god was entombed alive in this very place. At that time, she was filled with rage and unleashed heavenly fire to consume everything. Hence, there lies a frigid river here. To the east of its waters lies a desolate expanse, scorched by divine flames, which serves as her prison. As for how such a powerful deity could be captured and sealed, I do not know, but since that moment, I have not laid eyes upon her again. And the other divine servants who accompanied her to the grave have perished. For millennia, I have been able to hear the thunderous footsteps and the furious roar of my god's wrath from across the river. However, for nearly 1,000 years, I have not heard them at all. It is truly uncertain whether to describe my god as alive or deceased, but if she still resides there, she must undoubtedly be a terrifying deity driven to madness. Thus, I advise you, scion of the Jiang family, do not overestimate your own abilities. Do not measure my god's power against mere foxes. What lies beyond is a true ancient god. Do not harbor the delusion that you could triumph over her. As old Lady Zheng uttered these words, her tone remained remarkably calm, her complexion gradually paling as she regained her human form. I understand, Chen Zhi responded within the barrier, but I need you to accompany us inside. You were once a servant of the drought god. She recognizes you, and you can guide us. Ha ha ha. Old Lady Zheng suddenly erupted into wild laughter upon hearing Chen Zhi's words. What are you saying? Scion of the Jiang family, do you truly believe I would dare to lead you? It seems you possess a bit too much of humanity in your blood. Do not always consider deities through the lens of human thought. I am merely a slave. If I were to appear before my God, she would not hesitate to burn me to ashes. I will never enter with you, as I know that to step inside is to embrace death. Should I die, my daughters shall not survive either. Therefore, I cannot agree to your request, regardless of the reasons. No, Chen Zhi insisted within the barrier. We have a mission, and time is of the essence. I must take the plunge and swiftly find the ghost wood, or else, I am aware of your Jiang family's barrier. Old Lady Zheng interrupted, laughing as she spoke. That little trick devised by Jiang Zia is quite amusing. If your barrier is shattered, your world shall cease to exist. But that is of no concern to those of us below. We shall forever dwell in darkness, the very things you scorn and forget. However, I can grant you a small favor, to delay the collapse of the barrier. But whether you can procure the ghost wood from the tomb of the gods will depend on your own fortune. Old Lady Zheng then glanced at the area on Chen Zhi's chest. You possess a ring that belongs to my god, do you not? Madame Zheng's words stirred a ripple in Chen Zhi's heart. He immediately retrieved the drought deity ring from his bosom, and at that moment, the ring radiated an extraordinary brilliance. Its center, where a gem was supposed to be embedded, glaringly vacant. This ring is so ancient that I cannot even remember the last time I beheld it. Madame Zheng lamented from a distant corner, using divine script to express her sentiments. After that war, I believe this ring had been lost. Oh, that war, let us not dwell on it. It is better to forget the past. Upon concluding her words, Madame Zheng gently formed a mystical seal in the air, and a vivid crimson point ascended, slowly drifting towards Chen Zhi. This ring was once a possession of my divine ancestry. The fallen gem has been preserved by me all this time. Now, I shall re-embed this gem into the ring and bestow it upon you. This gem, once comparable to sunlight, possesses formidable fire attributes, symbolizing the grandeur of my divine lineage. While it is not the fire spirit stone you seek, it should suffice to temporarily sustain your barrier. Once you venture outside, seize this fleeting moment to search for the fire spirit stone. Of course, this is contingent upon your survival from the divine tomb. With a delicate gesture, Madame Zheng directed the radiant crimson light towards Chen Zhi's hand. Chen Zhi created a small opening in the barrier, allowing the point of red light to drift inside, landing upon the ring. Instantly, the ring blazed with a resplendent glow, a vibrant red gem embedded at its center. Upon viewing the completed ring, its brilliance was striking, with a blood-red hue emanating a dazzling radiance. Madame Zheng, standing in the corner, spoke to Chen Zhi in a calm tone. Chief Jiang, I have fulfilled my part. Now it is time for you to honor your promise and release my daughters. I assure you, I will honor my promise and can release your daughters. But only after I emerge from the divine tomb, Chen Zhi replied, tucking the ring into his bosom. Rest assured, if we survive the divine tomb, we will certainly open this barrier and set the Ba women free. However, if I perish within, this barrier will remain forever sealed. Therefore, you would do well to pray for our swift discovery of Gui and our safe exit from here. After speaking, Chen Zhi opened a breach in the barrier and, alongside Gui Dao, stepped through. He then approached Pang Wei, placing a hand on his shoulder and saying, Fatty, listen to me. You cannot accompany us inside. Remain here with the Ba women. My fierce curse will protect you from harm. It is far too perilous within, and given your current injuries, entering would be tantamount to courting death. Not at all. What in the world do you mean, Orange? Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Fat Wei was momentarily taken aback, then immediately retorted with fury. However, Chen Zhi paid him no heed, swiftly manipulating the air currents to create an exceedingly thick barrier that enveloped Fat Wei. Within this barrier, Chen Zhi clasped Fat Wei's shoulders and whispered in a hushed tone, I was merely deceiving them. Should I perish, this barrier will vanish instantly, and those female spirits will consume you. Yet, their barrier's activation will lag behind yours by approximately an hour. You must escape this place before they realize what has transpired. Take care. Chapter 423, The Tomb of the Drought God, Part 2. Having spoken, Chen Zhi turned without hesitation and exited the barrier, disregarding the furious curses emanating from behind him. He retrieved the oxygen mask from the ground, secured his blade, and, with the ghost blade in tow, proceeded toward the dark river. Just as Chen Zhi and the ghost blade were nearing the river, the voice of old lady Zheng suddenly echoed in his ear. Wait, Startled, Chen Zhi immediately turned around to find old lady Zheng had somehow appeared directly behind him, her face mere inches from his. This old hag is remarkably swift. How did she make no sound? Chen Zhi thought, instinctively leaping back a couple of paces, while the ghost blade swiftly unsheathed to guard his front. Old lady Zheng's visage, devoid of color, was etched with deep wrinkles, her eyes dark as she gazed at Chen Zhi with an almost ghostly intensity. Zhang's illegitimate son, I have a word of advice for you. You must return alive. Otherwise, your friends will suffer a fate of skinning and bloodletting, enduring unspeakable torment. Now, I must impart two crucial pieces of information that you must remember. First, you may easily lose your way within the tomb. Pay heed to my god's ring, as it will assist in guiding you when you are near the coffin. Second, upon acquiring the ghost wood, leave immediately without awakening it. If it is indeed still alive, do everything in your power to avoid it, for your survival is utterly improbable should you confront it. Do not harbor any illusions of triumph. If it discovers you, you will be reduced to ashes before you even comprehend what has happened. With a knowing glance at old lady Zhang, Chen Zhi then surveyed the furious fat way trapped within the barrier before turning once more and swiftly traversing through the stone gate alongside the ghost blade, plunging into the underground river. The river was exceedingly deep. Previously, while drawing water from the bank, they had noticed nothing unusual. However, as they swam forward into the icy depths, they quickly realized that the temperature of the water was frigid, chilling to the bone, and the depth was profound, akin to a natural ice corridor. Upon reaching the midpoint of the river, Chen Zhi's working attire began to sound an alarm due to the low temperature. His face, coated in frost, had become rigid, but fortunately, the suit's temperature-regulating feature maintained their bodily functions. They swiftly swam to the opposite bank of the river, and upon reaching the shore, both collapsed onto the ground, their legs convulsing uncontrollably. The temperature on the other side of the river escalated sharply, enveloped in an oppressive heat. The air contorted and distorted under the sweltering conditions. Ahead, a dense darkness loomed, and the oxygen grew alarmingly scarce. The abrupt transition from cold to heat overwhelmed their bodies, causing their muscles to tremble violently, cramping all over. After a considerable time spent recuperating at the water's edge, Chen Zhi's legs finally regained their strength. Donning their oxygen masks once more, as they prepared to advance, Chen Zhi glanced back at the riverbank where old lady Zheng stood, her expression a perplexing amalgam of emotions, rendering her visage indescribably terrifying. The colossal statue of the goddess towered beside them, her feet as large as a ship. Looking up, they could no longer see the top of her head, yet her downward-reaching hand and the black veil shrouding her face remained ominously enigmatic, as if warning them against trespass. Let us depart. Move swiftly, keep up with me, and strive to remain silent, Gui instructed after testing the radio, then proceeded forward. Understood. Chen Zhi affirmed through the radio, tightening the grip on his weapon before hastening to follow Gui. The winds here were fierce, making it difficult for Chen Zhi to keep pace with Gui, who moved rapidly ahead. Throughout this time, Chen Zhi maintained contact with Fat Wei over the radio. Initially, the signal was strong, with Fat Wei's voice filled with curses. However, after a while, static began to disrupt the communication, and Fat Wei's voice dwindled to a whisper before fading entirely. Currently, the only connection available was between the close proximity of Gui and Chen Zhi. Ahead lay an impenetrable darkness, a stark contrast to the previously encountered black desert, devoid of any remnants of structures or objects, not even grains of sand. Only the ashes of a landscape ravaged by fire and an endless expanse of black dust remained. The howling wind carried these fine particles into the air, enveloping them and their oxygen masks, obscuring their vision. Chen Zhi felt as though they had become utterly disoriented, unable to discern sky from ground, losing all sense of direction. The ground beneath their feet was deceptively soft, causing them to frequently sink into bottomless pits, making escape nearly impossible once trapped. In a desperate measure, they tied themselves together with a rope, with Gui cautiously leading the way. Should he fall into a pit, Chen Zhi would exert all his strength to pull him back. Thus, they trudged through the enveloping darkness, and by the end, Chen Zhi had completely lost his ability to see. In this realm, there were no reference points, no colors, and his eyes could not find a foothold, leaving his ocular muscles fatigued and his vision severely impaired. Everywhere, black dust swirled through the air, accompanied by the howling of the hot wind. The road ahead appeared endless, instilling a sense of despair. After approximately 10 hours of arduous walking, the warning lights on their work uniforms began to flash. The heat had become unbearable, and Chen Zhi felt his heartbeat slowing. This place felt wrong. If we continue forward, we might lose our way. The wireless connection on the riverbank has already been severed. Can you find your way back? Guidao inquired softly through the wireless. Guidao possessed an exceptional sense of direction, and if he were lost, it would signify that this place lacked any discernible bearings. At present, there is no problem, Chen Zhi replied over the wireless. I left a current marker by the riverbank, and regardless of how far we venture, I will be able to sense its position within a day. However, after 24 hours, that marker will dissipate, making our return exceedingly difficult. After speaking, Chen Zhi glanced at the timer on his wrist. It had been 18 hours since they departed from the riverbank. They had been moving under the relentless wind, and Chen Zhi's physical endurance had reached its limits, with his willpower being the only thing propelling him forward. During this time, he had repeatedly drawn out the drought god ring, only to find it had lost its luster here. The ruby appeared lifeless, devoid of any utility. We cannot continue wandering aimlessly, Guidao stated over the wireless. Our time is running short, and your strength is spent. You should stay put while I proceed alone. I will search this area quickly and return for you. No, Chen Zhi vehemently opposed. This place is sinister. If we separate, the wireless will soon fail, and you may not find your way back. Losing contact would complicate matters further. You need not worry about me. I will keep pace with you, regardless of your speed. The two argued fiercely against the backdrop of the howling wind, until suddenly, a thunderous roar interrupted their exchange. The ground trembled beneath their feet as a violent vibration resonated from afar. Chapter 424. The Tomb of the Drought God, Part 3. It was a sound reminiscent of the earth splitting during an earthquake, yet far more intense. The ground shook violently beneath them, accompanied by a profound and deafening rumble. Follow me, and remain silent, Guidao instructed alertly over the wireless, tugging at the rope to signal Chen Zhi to run towards the source of the noise. In the prolonged, aimless wandering, the absence of direction had been the most terrifying aspect. Now, amidst the oppressive silence of darkness, the sudden emergence of sound offered a glimmer of hope. It was akin to a castaway encountering a plank in the vast ocean. The two immediately sprinted towards the direction of the sound. The persistent sound grew ever nearer and louder, resonating in their ears, causing a constant buzzing as they raced toward its source. However, as they continued to run, they realized that the thunderous noise seemed to echo right beside them, yet was, in fact, quite distant. They traversed through the thick, black dust for nearly 2 hours. Chen Zhi's breath was nearly exhausted. Then, abruptly, the overwhelming roar vanished. Without sound, they lost their sense of direction, plunging into an abyss of darkness and silence once more. They halted their frantic pace, and Chen Zhi collapsed to the ground, his muscles twitching violently from the strain of nearly 20 hours of intense exertion in a sweltering environment, a feat beyond the limits of an ordinary body. His breathing had grown labored, and he clutched the oxygen mask, desperately trying to steady his racing heart as he inhaled deeply. Guidao knelt on one leg, bracing himself on the ground, adjusting his own breathing within the confines of his mask. They remained motionless for what felt like an eternity until Chen Zhi finally managed to rise once more, though every muscle in his body screamed in agony. At that moment, he suddenly perceived an indescribable low hum emanating from all directions, slowly approaching with a steady rhythm, an inconspicuous rustling sound. This peculiar noise was familiar to Chen Zhi. It resembled the sound of a massive, high-temperature liquid flowing slowly. During his time at the steel mill, he had witnessed steelworkers pouring molten iron from the furnace, the glowing liquid coursing through pipes. That sound, though faint, mirrored the gentle flow of viscous liquid, and he still recalled the searing sensation of the intense heat when close to the molten pool. Panic surged through him. Magma! Chen Zhi shouted into the radio, desperately pulling on the rope to rise. Just then, he noticed a vivid scarlet hue suddenly erupting in the distant black sky. The ground's temperature soared, and the crimson glow approached rapidly, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of heat. The alarms on their work uniforms began to screech. Do not move. Guidao had sensed the impending change. He gestured for Chen Zhi to remain silent, then held his breath, pressing himself against the ground, straining to listen to the direction of the encroaching magma. Chen Zhi, filled with anxiety, glanced around as the vibrant red gradually spread, the searing magma emerging from all sides. Swiftly advancing toward their position, the surroundings blazed with fiery hues, leaving them devoid of an escape route, like lambs awaiting slaughter. In an instant, the sky blazed crimson, and the magma loomed ominously, threatening to reduce them to ashes at any moment. In the final seconds, Guidao suddenly sprang to his feet, shouting into the radio, "Run." After Guidao concluded his words, he tugged the rope and urged Chen Zhi to run with all his might in a particular direction. Chen Zhi exerted every ounce of strength to follow closely behind, as the searing lava surged and threatened to engulf them. At that moment, Chen Zhi could see no clear path ahead. Their bodies were bathed in the ominous red glow of the molten rock. Suddenly, Guidao seized Chen Zhi's arm, hoisted him onto his shoulder, and, defying the laws of nature, soared into the air at an unimaginable speed, akin to a bullet racing forward. Simultaneously, the area behind them erupted into a fiery inferno. When Guidao finally set Chen Zhi down on solid ground, he collapsed, utterly spent, gasping heavily within his oxygen mask. It dawned on Chen Zhi that in mere seconds, Guidao had sprinted nearly 2 kilometers, a feat beyond human comprehension. They found themselves atop a high ground. While moments ago they had been situated in a low-lying basin, shaped like a vast bowl, now transformed into a searing crimson ocean of lava. The alarms on their work suits gradually diminished, and the oxygen masks were tainted a deep red from the reflection of the molten rock, making it unfathomable that had Guidao been even half a second slower, they would now be nothing but ashes. Panting heavily, Chen Zhi sat on the ground as the surroundings flickered with the glow of lava, his vision restored. Guidao lay nearby, sprawled on his back, his body convulsing violently like a victim of epilepsy. Over the radio, his labored breaths resonated, punctuated by his occasional hoarse cries. Guidao's strength had been utterly depleted, and the inhuman speed he had just exhibited left his muscles, now seeking recompense. Observing Guidao's tortured convulsions, Chen Zhi watched as his friend's breathing gradually steadied, and tranquility returned to his body. After a prolonged silence in the darkness, the counter on Guidao's arm indicated that 20 hours had elapsed. He then spoke softly over the radio. "The ring can temporarily sustain the barrier. If we cannot find our way, you must leave me behind and take that ring back. I will remain here to search for Guemu, and if I find him, I will seek you out." "Shut up," Chen Zhi replied without hesitation over the radio, pausing momentarily before reluctantly uttering 2 words, "All right then." In the ensuing silence, a sudden flash of red light caught Chen Zhi's attention. He realized his chest was emanating a soft glow. It was a gentle light, brilliant yet soothing, a beacon of hope amidst the darkness, gradually expanding from his chest. Hastily, Chen Zhi reached for the ring at his heart, revealing the drought god's ring, adorned with a ruby, which had begun to radiate layers of red light, coalescing into a brilliant beam that pointed directly behind him. Chapter 425, The Tomb of the Drought God, Part 4. The ring of the drought god is reacting. "The divine coffin should be nearby," Chen Zhi exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he held the gently glowing ring. "Guidao, get up. We must find Guemu. The divine coffin cannot be far." Upon hearing Chen Zhi's voice, Guidao was invigorated as if struck by a surge of adrenaline, immediately flipping over and sitting up, both of them turning to gaze behind. The area behind them had been illuminated by the searing lava, enveloped in a fiery hue. The ruby on the ring emanated a soft glow, extending forward like a luminous thread, piercing into a distant region shrouded in darkness, where the undulations of the ground were obscured, rendering the landscape invisible. Yet, at that moment, Chen Zhi sensed a heavy scent of sulfur infiltrating his oxygen mask. Although everything here was covered in black dust, it did not imply a lack of geological features. It was still evident that the dark expanse ahead was not flat. The air before them flowed in reverse, contorting and revealing that this area resembled a deeply sunken zone, akin to a volcanic crater. Once they ascertained their position, they did not rush onward but instead rested for 10 minutes. Despite the urgency of time, preserving their physical integrity was paramount, especially for Guidao, whose tendons had been strained from their earlier sprint and required a brief respite for recovery. They drank copiously from their oxygen masks, akin to parched travelers in a desert, as the cool water lowered their body temperature, gradually restoring their metabolism to normalcy. After a brief rejuvenation, they activated their searchlights and proceeded forward. Soon, Chen Zhi's hypothesis was validated. After traversing a distance, The area illuminated by the ring's beam gradually unfolded before them. The dark terrain indeed revealed itself as an unfathomable abyss, with sheer cliffs and barren rock faces, characteristic of a dormant volcanic crater. Peering into the depths of the crater, they beheld an impenetrable darkness. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged from behind, nearly propelling them into the volcano. Chen Zhi crouched on the ground, raising his searchlight to illuminate the interior, and was met with a pungent wave of sulfur, the surrounding rocks dark and firm. The spectacle of this volcanic crater was breathtaking, stretching endlessly to the left and right, its depths obscured from view. Chen Zhi recalled historical accounts indicating that many ancient extinct volcanoes have long remained a mystery, their formation stemming from complex origins, serving as the birthplace of myths and legends. Throughout history, countless tales spoke of dragons dwelling within volcanoes, ascending to the heavens, and giants entombed within. There were also legends suggesting that a volcano was the wrath of slumbering titans beneath the earth. When these titans roared, fiery magma would erupt from below, manifesting as a volcano to punish unfaithful humanity. In essence, volcanoes are typically the result of geological transformations. Beneath the Earth's crust, at a depth of 100 to 150 kilometers, lies a molten zone containing high-temperature silicate materials, known as magma. When this magma bursts forth from weak points in the crust, it gives rise to a volcano. Volcanoes can be classified into active, extinct, and dormant types, representing some of the most explosive forces on Earth. When they erupt, they can unleash energy comparable to that of the sun, incinerating everything in their vicinity. However, contemporary geologists have discovered that many ancient volcanoes are not solely the result of geological changes. Intriguingly, within some of these volcanoes, traces of sophisticated artificial structures have been uncovered. Certain craters contain profound depths that modern technology struggles to penetrate, yet enormous decorative artifacts resembling burial treasures have been excavated from within. This phenomenon is exceedingly rare and has been shrouded in secrecy, remaining unexplained to this day. The volcano where Chen Zhi and his companions currently find themselves appears to be dormant, yet the surface temperature in the vicinity is exceedingly high. Geological fissures and lava vents continue to emit heat. Beneath this seemingly tranquil volcano, there may lie a pool of molten magma, which explains the pungent aroma of sulfur. It is likely a dormant volcano poised to erupt. The beam from the ring leads directly to the crater below. For the Ghost Blade and Chen Zhi, this news is undoubtedly encouraging. In such an environment, fatigue and heat have long since dulled their senses to fear and the specter of death. As long as there are signs of the ghostly wood below, they would brave any peril, undeterred by the dangers that may lie beneath. Ghost Blade tested the smoothness of the rock face and secured a hook from the rope to the volcanic wall, ensuring its stability. Chen Zhi glanced at the timer on his arm. They had only 4 hours left. After that time, the air current he had left by the riverbank would dissipate, leaving them unable to find their way back. Once Ghost Blade confirmed the rope was secure, he leapt down, landing on the rock face below, and waved to Chen Zhi. Mimicking his movements, Chen Zhi used the hook to latch onto the wall and followed him down. They began their descent, climbing at a 90-degree angle. A challenging feat they had attempted before, but for Chen Zhi, it was not insurmountable. The real challenge lay in the rising temperatures. The volcanic walls were searing hot, and the acrid scent of sulfur disoriented them. At that moment, Chen Zhi and his companions were preoccupied with their rapid descent, and to their astonishment, they reached the bottom sooner than expected. Upon touching the ground, Chen Zhi was struck by a peculiar sensation beneath his feet, as if he were standing on something slick. Around them, mist swirled, and the darkness sparkled with hidden treasures. Shining his flashlight downward, Chen Zhi was taken aback, nearly drawing his blade in alarm. Beneath the veil of darkness lay a massive black dragon, coiled and entwined, ensnared within a multicolored stone. Its fierce eyes were wide open, its form grotesque, and it appeared alive, exuding an aura of ferocity, as if it were charging through waves of clouds and mist. Chapter 426, Tomb of the Drought God, 5. After Chen Zhi and Guidao steadied themselves, they illuminated their surroundings with a searchlight, revealing an enormous multicolored stone slab. This slab bore a striking resemblance to the larger one at the entrance, its surface smooth and warm, enveloped in a misty radiance, resembling a circular lid sealing the volcanic crater. At the center of the colorful stone slab rested a vividly crafted black stone dragon, its intricate sculpting remarkably lifelike. In the ethereal light, it seemed to shimmer, revealing its sinuous body and iridescent scales. Yet, the visage of this dragon was grotesque, contorted in apparent agony, its claws bared, fangs exposed, and eyes bloodshot, reminiscent of a fiend from the netherworld. As Chen Zhi directed the searchlight further afield, he discerned the complete form of the dragon and promptly advanced. Upon closer inspection, he noted two long, conspicuous gashes along the dragon's spine. Approaching these wounds, he felt a chilling sensation emanating from them. The colorful slab and the black dragon appeared incongruous with the overall aesthetic of the surroundings, as though they had been introduced at a later time. Despite the dragon's vivid representation, its demeanor was peculiar and excessively fierce, setting it apart from the dragons of legend. It seemed infused with a sinister aura, resembling a perverted dragon. Chen Zhi mused, caressing the prominent wounds on the dragon's back, concluding that this creature was likely a fallen Yinglong. The Yinglong is the celestial being depicted in murals, summoned by the Yellow Emperor to vanquish Qiyu. However, unlike the vibrant divine dragons of the murals, this black dragon exuded intense suffering. In ancient Chinese lore, dragons are classified into various types, such as Jiaolong, Qilong, Qiulong, and Yinglong. Legends suggest that dragons originated as aquatic creatures that transformed over centuries. 500 years as Jiaolong, 1,000 years as dragons, and 500 years more as horned dragons before finally becoming Yinglong. The Yinglong is said to be a massive dragon with wings. It is believed that during the Great Flood, it used its tail to carve rivers and direct waters to the sea. The Shanhai Jing recounts a tale of a mountain named Xiongli Tuqiu in the northeastern corner of the Great Wastes, where the Yinglong resided. It fought Qiyu and Quafu but could not ascend again, leading to a series of droughts. The drought, manifesting in the form of the Yinglong, ultimately brought forth torrential rains. At that moment, as Chen Zhi gazed upon the immense Yinglong suspended in the stone slab, contemplating its wounded wings, he felt an uncanny realism, as if the dragon could take flight at any moment. He himself was uncertain whether this dragon was merely a stone sculpture or a living entity. It became apparent that the ghostly old woman had not been entirely forthright with them. Chen Zhi whispered to Gui-Dao through the wireless device, theorizing that after the drought deity had been entombed alive for a millennium during that war, someone had ventured here once more. The purpose of this intrusion was likely to seal the drought deity again. As the ghostly woman had mentioned, thousands of years ago, she could still hear the deity's roars and footsteps, but for the past several centuries, silence had reigned. As Chen Zhi spoke, he suddenly felt an oddly familiar flicker emanating from the dragon's body. Instantly, he directed the searchlight towards the stone dragon, revealing an intricate array of golden patterns etched across its surface, resembling scales. However, upon adjusting the brightness of the searchlight for a closer inspection, it became apparent that beneath these scales lay inscriptions, rows of minuscule divine incantations, unmistakably familiar. They were the fierce spells of the Jiang clan. Chen Zhi's mind buzzed as he scrutinized the text on the scales, confirming that this was indeed the complete set of fierce spells. These ancient and formidable incantations surpassed his current comprehension, and they were remarkably intact, even more precise than those given to him by Qi Yunzi. They were the most authentic and original fierce spells. Excitement surged within Chen Zhi as he traversed the dragon-shaped stone slab, illuminating and reading all the incantations inscribed upon the Yinglong's body, swiftly committing them to memory. To his astonishment, he discovered that his memory capacity was astonishingly profound. An extensive and intricate array of incantations was entirely etched into his mind within mere minutes. He realized that in terms of the Jiang clan's tradition of spellcraft, only the clan leader could have arranged such a fierce spell seal here. Yet, considering the time period and the formidable nature of this seal, it could only have been crafted by a figure in Chinese history as resplendent as the sun and stars, Jiang Zia, the original ancestor of the Jiang clan. Upon witnessing Chen Zhi's unusual behavior, Gui-Dao followed suit, moving alongside him on the stone slab. When they reached the dragon's head, they noticed a strikingly large inscription on the dragon's horns, clearly designed to attract attention. What does it say? Gui-Dao inquired softly through the wireless communication. Chen Zhi gazed at the inscription, his heart swelling with mixed emotions, before shaking his head and responding. The meaning of that phrase is difficult to translate fully, but if one were to express it in modern language, it would convey a dire warning. Tell my descendants, The malevolent deities who consume the heavens and seas, unmatched by any, must never be freed from their confinement, lest catastrophe ensue. Gui-Dao paused at Chen Zhi's words, remaining silent for a considerable time before stating, "We must descend. But our steps must be light. We must not make a sound, and must avoid stirring whatever lies below." "Understood," Chen Zhi replied without hesitation. The two began their search for an entrance upon the stone slab. Meanwhile, the winds above had intensified, and the searing magma could no longer reach them. Chen Zhi and Gui-Dao each activated their searchlights, scanning for an entryway amidst the undulating, uneven surface of the dragon's body, which appeared almost alive. Eventually, they discovered a fissure at the center of the colorful stone slab, resembling a fracture where a dragon's claw rested. There, precisely at that point, was where the fierce spell seal converged, like a nail securing the circular stone slab firmly to the volcanic crater. "As I now endeavor to invoke the fierce incantation to unravel this seal," Chen Zhi addressed the ghost blade amidst the boundless void, stating that this seal was extraordinarily formidable, embodying the quintessence of the Jiang lineage. "Uncertain if I possess the capability to break this seal, I shall attempt it nonetheless. Please stand back. Do not approach under any circumstances." "Understood," replied the ghost blade, leaping aside to perch upon the rocky wall. Chen Zhi closed his eyes in deep concentration, dispersing all the energy within him, transforming it into myriad tendrils. With a sudden surge, he ascended into the air before plummeting rapidly, countless streams of energy cascading like meteors upon the stone slab. The inscriptions upon the slab began to stir, operating like chains that unlocked the confines. At that moment, a powerful current erupted from the stone, soaring upwards and colliding with Chen Zhi's chest. The force was overwhelming, shattering him internally and causing a torrent of blood to erupt forth. Through his blurred vision, Chen Zhi suddenly perceived within the swirling mass of energy a familiar figure, the elderly man with white hair, glaring at him with fury and bellowing in a thunderous voice. "Wretched child, what do you intend to do?" Chapter 427, The Tomb of the Drought God, Part 6. This elder clad in white was well known to Chen Zhi. His face bore faint wrinkles, devoid of any color, yet his eyes shone brightly, glistening with vitality. His silvery hair cascaded like strands of silk, shimmering as it fell upon his shoulders, and a pristine silver hairpin adorned his coiled locks, flickering in and out of visibility within the luminescent sphere, resembling a phantom. It was none other than Jiang Zia, whom Chen Zhi had encountered in a vision upon assuming the role of clan leader. At this moment, Jiang Zia appeared somewhat more youthful, his white beard and attire accentuating his ethereal presence. The aura surrounding him was immensely powerful, rapidly siphoning Chen Zhi's strength into the radiant sphere. The chains of the barrier began to reverse, binding the seal upon the stone slab with renewed vigor. Simultaneously, the fierce incantation surged upwards, pressing heavily upon Chen Zhi's chest, as if a mountain had descended, leaving him gasping for breath. Jiang Zia's visage within the radiant light was indistinct, yet unlike their previous encounter, he now bore a fierce expression, his countenance formidable. The blinding light surrounding him bore down upon Chen Zhi like the midday sun, and with a thunderous roar he admonished, "Wretched child, dare you commit such an egregious sin? What is your intention?" As Chen Zhi prepared to muster his energy, a fresh spurt of blood erupted from his mouth, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. The aura emanating from Jiang Zia rendered any struggle futile. Under the immense pressure, Chen Zhi found himself immobilized, compelled to shout with all his might. "The barrier is on the verge of collapse. We are left with no choice." After uttering these words, he berated himself for his foolishness, for he understood that the Jiang Zia before him was not real, but merely an illusion born from the fierce incantation, a remnant of the power sealed within. The manifestation of Jiang Zia appeared here precisely because the descendants of the Jiang clan were now attempting to unseal their ancestral confinement using the fierce incantation. To his astonishment, the illusion seemed to comprehend his plight. It lowered its gaze and, ethereally, emitted a soft lament. As the air currents spiraled, the radiance began to fade, and the illusion of Jiang Zia gradually dissipated. The malevolent flow of the curse resumed its operation, and ultimately, the incantations inscribed upon the dragonstone tablet began to rise into the air. With a resounding clang, it seemed as if a great lock within the stone had been unleashed, allowing a colossal black dragon to emerge, its formidable form freezing before Chen Zhi. Bearing its fangs and claws, and exhaling a metallic sphere. At that moment, Chen Zhi pressed his hand against his chest, swallowing the blood that filled his mouth, striving to restore calm to the turbulent energy within him. The ghostly blade, which had remained silent atop the cliff, leapt down, glancing at the bloodstains on Chen Zhi's chest, and inquired, "Are you all right? Can you endure?" "I'm fine," Chen Zhi replied, sipping water from his oxygen mask to rinse away the blood, then approached the dragon's head. He reached into the dragon's maw and grasped the iron sphere, pulling with force. With a loud clank, he yanked out a thick black chain, over a meter in length. After the dragon's head expelled the chain, it twisted to the side, and an overpowering stench of sulfur assaulted their senses as a wide opening appeared before them. This inverted entrance, once entered, would seal shut immediately. Zhang Zia had originally designed this dragon sealing mechanism to prevent whatever lay below from emerging, while also barring outsiders from entry. Only the patriarch of the Zhang clan could unlock the seal to enter or exit. Should the patriarch perish within, the sealed entrance would prevent others from entering. Chen Zhi crouched down, examining the narrow opening. This passage is less than a meter wide. Only one person can squeeze through at a time. The sulfuric stench emanates from below, and the surface temperature is exceedingly high, with steam continually rising, resembling the vent of a steamer. "Let us proceed. Time is of the essence." Chen Zhi said no more, bending low to slip through the gap, followed by the ghostly blade. However, shortly after they entered, a muffled sound echoed, and the entrance sealed behind them. The gap was exceedingly small, leading into a naturally formed cavern. This cavern appeared to be a fissure created during a mountain's upheaval, forming a steep downward passage that was shrouded in darkness, seemingly leading deep into the heart of a volcano. As they crawled deeper, the crevice narrowed further, making it impossible for them to proceed side by side. Jagged, sharp rocks surrounded them, and the sulfuric odor was overpowering, with the high temperature triggering alarms on their work suits multiple times. Chen Zhi and the ghostly blade crawled forward, using their flashlights to illuminate the surrounding rock walls. From the entrance onward, the walls of the mountain fissure were etched with a plethora of ancient and chaotic incantations, many of which had crumbled away. Oblivious to the inscriptions, they aligned themselves and quickly advanced deeper into the abyss. Crawling in such a low position tested their endurance. The entire fissure sloped downward at nearly 40 degrees, devoid of steps, making it easy to slip. The passage varied in width, with surrounding rocks resembling blades. And coupled with the oppressive heat, they soon found themselves drenched in sweat after a stretch of arduous crawling. After crawling down several kilometers at a swift pace, the scent of sulfur intensified, the rocks darkened, and began to exhibit a myriad of colors, remnants of high-temperature melted mica. Chen Zhi understood that they had likely reached the volcanic lava vent. Judging by the signs, the volcano was in an agitated state. If it were to erupt suddenly, magma could spew forth from within the mountain, incinerating them instantly. The subsequent journey became increasingly arduous. The fissure ahead abruptly constricted, littered with chaotic stones, leaving only a minuscule gap to squeeze through. Chen Zhi illuminated the crevice with a spotlight, estimating that the narrowness was due to a collapse within, rendering the space exceedingly tight. To enter, they would have to crawl, unable even to bend their legs. Chen Zhi and his companions removed their utility bags, attaching them to their feet to minimize bulk. This time, Gui-Dao led the way, with the two of them inching forward, gradually squeezing into the narrow opening. This segment of the gap seemed interminably long. After a considerable time of crawling, they found it surprisingly spacious ahead. The stone within was sharply pointed, yet fortunately, their garments were crafted from special fibers, or they would have been shredded by now. However, the scorching rocks pressed against Chen Zhi's chest, and the temperature within his work attire soared. Coupled with the earlier bout of coughing up blood, he began to feel increasingly breathless. At that moment, Chen Zhi tugged at Gui-Dao's leg and said, "Daozi, the air pressure here is too low. We must take a moment. If we come across a larger branching cave ahead, let us pause to catch our breath before proceeding." After voicing his concern, he awaited a response from Gui-Dao over the radio, but after a long silence, there was no reply. Gui-Dao seemed oblivious, continuing to climb forward. "Daozi." Chen Zhi called again over the radio, but Gui-Dao appeared to be unresponsive, hastily advancing as if he had forgotten Chen Zhi was behind him. "What is going on? Is the radio malfunctioning?" Chen Zhi pondered, adjusting his radio device. When he glanced ahead once more, his heart suddenly raced. The gap ahead was empty. Gui-Dao, who had just been crawling in front of him, had vanished without a trace. Chapter 428. The Tomb of the Drought God, 7. From the moment Chen Zhi began speaking toก๋5Dao until his abrupt disappearance before Chen Zhi, no more than 2 seconds had elapsed. Evenก๋5Dao could not have vanished so swiftly in such an environment, nor was there any need for him to do so. Chen Zhi felt a wave of disorientation wash over him, instinctively tightening his eyes. Upon looking more closely, he saw a wisp of heat swirling, and suddenly,ก๋5Dao reappeared before him. "Daozi!" Chen Zhi exclaimed in astonishment over the radio. "What happened?"ก๋5Dao promptly replied in a rather nonchalant tone. Chen Zhi's mind became a whirlwind of confusion, and he could only stammer a response. "No, it's nothing." "Oh."ก๋5Dao did not press further, acknowledging Chen Zhi with a brief reply before swiftly resuming his ascent. At this moment, the speed ofก๋5Dao had intensified, akin to a mountain rat darting through the terrain. His entire body seemed to contract as he swiftly maneuvered forward. In an instant, Chen Zhi began to question whether he was suffering from hallucinations induced by sulfur. However, there was little time for contemplation. He needed to catch up withก๋5Dao, for every second was of the essence. As he crawled past the spot whereก๋5Dao had vanished, Chen Zhi carefully surveyed his surroundings. Noticing the absence of any branching caverns that could create the illusion ofก๋5Dao's disappearance, which stirred a subtle unease within him. After navigating through a narrow passage and advancing for approximately 20 minutes,ก๋5Dao suddenly relaxed his form, leaning forward as the gap widened, revealing an exit. At the end of the fissure lay a myriad of razor-sharp stones. Once they emerged, both men activated their searchlights, illuminating the expansive void around them. This area was a considerable open space within the mountain crevice, measuring roughly 6 to 7 meters in width and spanning over 300 square meters, littered with stones of various sizes and remnants of ancient carvings, albeit obscured from clear view. As Chen Zhi andก๋5Dao expanded the beam of their lights to explore, they discovered large monochromatic murals on the walls of the fissure. The craftsmanship was subpar, the colors dull and crude, and the content was indistinct, seemingly depicting celestial maidens soaring through the skies. Among the rubble, several shallow crevices emitted a rising heat, seemingly too narrow for human passage. Beyond this, no other exits were apparent, marking the cessation of their journey thus far. After a relentless series of crawls, Chen Zhi felt as though his muscles were on the verge of tearing. Having just coughed up blood, he struggled to catch his breath and, utterly exhausted, sought a place to lean and ease his weary heart.ก๋5Dao, upon emerging, showed no signs of rest. He scanned the surrounding environment and immediately began searching the rock face for an exit. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi, panting, gazed at the murals around him, noting that this was evidently a naturally formed cavern. The confined space and the crude artwork overhead created an eerie, oppressive atmosphere. Before Chen Zhi stood a relatively flat rock face, adorned with a more complete mural. Yet, the palette was sparse, predominantly illustrating celestial maidens, echoing themes of joyous song and dance, reminiscent of idyllic weekend scenes. The repetitive imagery held no significant meaning, causing Chen Zhi to lose interest swiftly. As he massaged his calves, preparing to rise and assistก๋5Dao in searching for an exit, he suddenly noticedก๋5Dao growing increasingly agitated. He was pacing rapidly, scrutinizing every corner of the space, exclaiming, "Something is amiss. Everything here is wrong." Chen Zhi, having never witnessedก๋5Dao in such a state, felt puzzled. He approachedก๋5Dao and inquired, "What do you mean by wrong?" "The murals are incorrect. This isn't the right depiction,"ก๋5Dao replied, his gaze fixed on the ground as he continued his restless wandering. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on the mural adorning the wall, and a smile escaped his lips, for it became evident that the mural had been altered.ก๋5Dao then extended his hand, commencing the peeling of the mural from the wall. Like a gecko,ก๋5Dao ascended the rocky surface, scraping the colors from the mural with his fingers. Upon inspecting the areas from which the paint had been removed, another mural emerged beneath, resplendent in vibrant hues, entirely distinct from the previous one. At that moment, Chen Zhi realized that the mural on the wall was, in fact, layered. The outer layer had evidently been painted over to obscure the original artwork.ก๋5Dao continued his ascent, fingers deftly scraping away at the rough surface of the mural. As the superficial facade gradually peeled away, vivid colors began to surface. The original mural, lacking in adhesion, was easily stripped away, and soon large sections of it had been removed. Behind this age depiction, a splendid tapestry of colors began to unfurl before Chen Zhi and his companions. The brilliance of the mural was astonishing, employing an abundance of crimson reminiscent of fresh blood, which shimmered under the spotlight as if the rock itself were bleeding. The quality of the pigments was beyond the reach of contemporary craftsmanship, and the fact that they had been preserved so well beneath another layer of paint was truly remarkable. However, what astonished Chen Zhi the most was the content of the mural. He found it challenging to articulate the meaning conveyed by the artwork, which was divided into 3 grand segments, each narrating different events, yet seamlessly integrated into a cohesive whole, rendering it a breathtaking spectacle. This vibrant mural appeared to encapsulate everything in existence during that epoch. The narrative commenced with a naked goddess seated upon a throne, her form towering and majestic, the radiant sun positioned beside her. Her throne appeared to float among the clouds, shrouded in a black veil, attended by numerous naked maidens. Below the clouds, rows of men were depicted, bound by ropes like slaves, prostrating themselves before the goddess. The second segment of the mural was replete with imagery depicting warfare and hunting. The goddess cast weapons down to the men below, who, clad in animal skins and armor, utilized arrows and stones to hunt colossal beasts, offering their catches to her. Other scenes chronicled battles, where these men, adorned in skins and armor, shot down those on the ground, set fire to homes, and engaged in slaughter, showcasing a scene of utter brutality. Throughout these depictions, the goddess and her maidens remained exalted, seated above the clouds, never descending. The third section of the mural was the most radiant, populated by numerous figures. The goddess's maidens had descended from the clouds, engaging with the men below, while one man leapt to the clouds to unite with the goddess upon her throne. The goddess, now of human stature, embraced the man, and the entire scene of their union was unabashedly explicit, devoid of any concealment. The final mural, however, lay concealed behind an enormous stone, likely representing the conclusion of this entire narrative. Push this stone aside, the entrance lies just here. Upon seeing the mural, Guidao did not turn to look at Chen Zhi. He exerted himself to push the enormous stone and called for Chen Zhi's assistance. "Don't move," Chen Zhi admonished sharply as he slowly approached. Turning to Guidao, who was astonished, he remarked, "Since just now, your oxygen tube has been severed." Chapter 429. The Tomb of the Drought God. 8. Chen Zhi advanced gradually, addressing Guidao. "Since just now, your oxygen tube has indeed been compromised. How have you managed to breathe all this time?" "What did you say?" Guidao, standing across from him, paused, ceasing his efforts to push the stone. Rising, he inspected his oxygen tube, only to discover that its material was of inferior quality, having cracked at an unknown point, causing it to fall away from the oxygen mask. This meant that for over half an hour, he had been devoid of oxygen. "It appears that this makeshift oxygen mask of yours differs significantly from the genuine article." Easily revealing its flaws, Chen Zhi remarked, calmly drawing out the dragon slayer from his back, pointing it at Guidao. "I knew you would follow us here. From the very beginning, you have been performing in a charade, seeking to lure us in. Your intention was never to leave me underground, but rather to draw me into the divine tomb, to unravel the fierce curse set by Jiangxia. Am I not correct, old divine slave?" Guidao stood silently, listening to Chen Zhi's words, his expression dark and rigid, as if devoid of a soul. He remained motionless for a long while before finally removing his oxygen mask, lifting his face to reveal his increasingly murky eyes. The corners of his mouth twitched, breaking into a grimace. "The bloodline of Jiangshang is indeed keen. You have seen through me." Upon uttering these words, the skin on his face began to dissolve rapidly, his height gradually diminishing. The work clothes and oxygen mask he wore dissipated into thin air like wisps of smoke, revealing a female form with stark features, deep wrinkles, and a mane of white hair, none other than Mother Zheng, the matriarch of Zhengluzi. As Chen Zhi gazed upon the unveiled Mother Zheng, he summoned a flow of energy with his left hand, causing an aura of formidable strength to coalesce around him, forming a vortex poised for attack. "Ever since we crossed the river into the divine tomb, you have shadowed us. If I am not mistaken, it was you who imparted the earth-shifting technique to those Ba women. Your performance was impeccable, drawing us into the divine tomb. This earth-shifting technique, which you wield with such mastery, allows you to traverse this desolate realm with ease. I surmise you have long sought to break the seal of the drought god, yet you remain powerless against the fierce curse laid by Jiangxia. Thus, You have awaited my arrival, intending to use me to unlock the seal. As Chen Zhi spoke, he absorbed the surrounding air currents, vigilantly observing the powerful aura emanating from behind old lady Zhang. It shimmered with a faint golden light, a manifestation of an ancient and formidable energy. Chen Zhi understood that this ghostly matriarch was no ordinary adversary. She was far more formidable than the easily dealt with spirit women. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, old lady Zhang suddenly burst into a wild, maniacal laughter. You are correct. For millennia, I have sought to unravel the dragon seal. Yet the power of the fierce curse is too potent. I must concede that the little Jiangshang's enchantments are exceptionally resilient. My attempts to break the seal have repeatedly failed. Not long ago, some elite warriors ventured into this sacred tomb in search of ghostly wood. They appeared formidable, yet they too could not breach the fierce curse and ultimately perished in the graveyard of this hallowed ground. From that moment, I realized my opportunity had arrived. Sooner or later, you would come seeking the ghostly wood, and I have patiently awaited your arrival. When I saw you, I was overwhelmed with excitement. After over 6 millennia, following that war, I was betrayed by my own progeny, and now her seal is finally on the verge of being undone. And you, indeed, are the true bloodline of the Jiang clan. That seal set by little Jiangshang will finally be broken in your hands. I have no interest in your ramblings. Chen Zhi interrupted, pointing his blade toward her. Tell me, where have you taken my friends? Speak the truth, or I shall end your life immediately. Old lady Zhang's mouth twisted into a wicked grin, revealing sharp, menacing fangs. Ah, you truly mistake me for those ineffectual spirit women. Do you believe you can kill me? Do you have any idea how long I have existed? Ha ha ha, little ant. With that, from her back erupted countless black arms, resembling blades, propelled by a fierce wind from all directions towards Chen Zhi. Surrounded on all sides, he found no refuge. With a swift motion, sparks flew as the air currents behind Chen Zhi surged upward like a whirlwind, sharp as blades, severing those black arms cleanly. Hundreds of them fell to the ground with a cacophony. I know who you are, Chen Zhi declared, retracting the currents and pointing his blade toward a mural. Upon it, a goddess sat high upon a cloud, accompanied by a white-haired old maidservant who knelt reverently at her feet, akin to a devoted pet. Even when the goddess consorted with mortal men, the maidservant remained there, unwavering in her devotion. You are the slave at the goddess's feet, are you not? Chen Zhi addressed the disarmed old lady Zhang. To stand beside the ancient goddess, exalted in glory, must be a great honor, but glory can breed delusion, a false belief in one's own divinity. Do not forget, no matter how ancient or resplendent you may be, at your core, you are merely a divine servant. Having said this, Chen Zhi ceased his dialogue with old lady Zhang. He pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth and silently recited an incantation, channeling the fierce curse's energy. The incantations were originally powerful spells that Chen Zhi had just silently recited from the Panlong stone tablet. These primal incantations were extraordinarily formidable. As Chen Zhi articulated the words, segments of the fierce spell's divine script shimmered with golden light, materializing in the air and coalescing into a dragon-shaped current. This ethereal force swirled and descended like a cataclysmic wave, advancing with an unstoppable momentum towards old lady Zhang, ensnaring her in an instant. Struggling helplessly within the torrent, old lady Zhang found herself unable to escape. At that moment, Chen Zhi ascended with the flow, brandishing the god-slaying blade as he leapt into the air. The blade gleamed with a vivid crimson glow as he aimed a swift strike at old lady Zhang's forehead. Open, Chen Zhi bellowed, and the fierce current followed the arc of the god-slaying blade, crashing down upon her brow. With a sickening sound, a torrent of dark red blood erupted forth, and old lady Zhang's head was cleaved in twain.